Lil Long just tamed a few snail larvae, but man, that was enough to make an old, seasoned dude break a sweat because those little wriggly things, yeah, they're straight-up creepy creatures everyone fears. But what really blew the old guy's mind was that Lil Long didn't just know their egg incubation times, he totally understood their whole breeding game. That had the guy hyped beyond belief. He didn't just say he passed down all his martial skills, he went so far as to offer his stunning daughter's hand in marriage. But when Lil Long arrived at the Tang family in Sichuan, he quickly realized it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. No more small talk, let's cut to the chase. So, one day, while the rain was pouring down hard, this group from the martial hall rolled up out of nowhere and marched straight into the Taoist temple. They called out, "Is the head of the temple around? Sorry to bug you, but with this nonstop rain dropping in this rundown dump, seeing a kid here is weird." Even they were shook, seeing this young dude standing right there. The leader, with glowing red eyes and looking about 50, was all serious and scanning. Like, who's chillin' in a wreck like this Taoist place? Then he spoke up. "Young hero, mind if we crash here overnight to dodge the rain?" The main guy just stared at them, quiet as a mouse. He sized them up, wondering who these people even were. He might be young and all, but they bowed and spoke super respectfully. Did they really think he was some random Taoist keeper of this abandoned shack? But nah, they didn't seem sketchy. So he respectfully clasped his hands and said, "I'm just someone who's been staying in this busted temple for a few years. Y'all can rest wherever you want. But that electric setup there? Yeah, I'm using it, so don't mess with it. Please pick another spot to chill." The dude nodded back politely. "Thanks, young hero. You're young but got mad respect. We'll roll like that." Then he told his crew, "Listen up, don't mess with this guy's stuff, move out and find another spot to escape the rain. Got it?" They all nodded obediently. "Yes, sir." Since the rain was cranking up, the Marshall Hall crew hustled to find shelter fast. Our guy stood still, watching the clan badges sewn on their clothes, and got it. So they're all from the same fam, huh? I'm kinda curious what type of people they are, but right now, bigger stuff's going on. He bowed respectfully to their leader, then bounced out. He hit up his own main room, excitement written all over his cute face. Oh snap, it's feeding time for my babies. He skipped along like he was about to meet his crush. Eyeing the jars stacked up, he popped one open, grinning big. Inside were bugs that looked like crickets. He grabbed the jar close, almost whining lovingly. "That was close. Y'all hungry, right?" Then he popped open another jar and found a black tarantula Hainan Island style, a big spider that can grow up to 20 centimeters, looking as fierce as a black tiger. He happily used chopsticks to feed the crickets to it. "Blackie, eat up good, all right? Don't know what I'd do without you guys." Watching it chow down made his heart grin. On day one, it was tiny, thumbnail-sized, but after 2 molts, it's huge now. Big Bro is seriously stoked. After seeing his pet full and happy, he moved to a nearby gearbox. Opening it up, it turned out to be a badass gecko, a local apex lizard. This guy was decked with stripes all over and totally wild-looking. He happily showed off his secret love for these crazy creatures and beamed. "Back in the day, getting you guys was mission impossible with no supply. But here, step outside, and you see them everywhere. Bro, my joy is living just looking at you guys." Then he started feeding it. Suddenly, the gecko lunged and bit his hand. Ow. He screamed and jerked back. What sparked this whole pet collection started from his hardcore obsession with bugs, especially cause he was reincarnated from a streamer in modern times, with the spotlight of 1 million followers. A streamer all about fierce creatures, facts, with bugs and venomous animals as his jam. But his biggest struggle was right before dropping a new vid for his live stream celebrating 1 million subs. The lineup was the world's 10 deadliest snakes. Fans kept pestering him. "Where's the black mamba? Why ain't it showing? No way it's not from Africa. Fierce Facts is playing us. Give us the snake, please. Just one bite, come on. Just one bite. No? Come on." Then this user named BLG Fly Back Home got banned. Someone else even asked, "That black mamba bite. One hit and you're done, right?" Fierce Facts knew that snake was notorious as the deadliest because of its savage temperament. But the trip all the way to Africa hunting that black mamba? Yeah, that turned into a total disaster. Fierce Facts slumped in his chair, telling fans, "Nah, no big deal. Black Mamba's not some stray cat you bump into on the street." Then he laughed it off, saying, "Dude stood up and told everyone, let me take a quick break, then I'll get back to searching." The crowd couldn't wait to hear the outcome, and they all hyped up, saying, "Take your time, man. We'll be right here chillin', waiting forever if we have to, so go find it already." Suddenly, Faber got super thirsty like fate was messing with him, so he walked over to the fridge to snag a bottle to quench that thirst. He groaned, totally baffled why it wasn't showing up yet. Meanwhile, a snake was chillin' all coiled up on top of the fridge. Next thing I knew, I got bit in a flash when that sneaky snake struck. Faber freaked out, screaming loud in shock. Some folks in the crowd were hyped, others worried, asking, "You got bitten? What's the emergency number in Africa instead of 119 here?" The snake's venom hit Faber hard, making him dizzy before he collapsed on the floor of his rented room. At that point, he admitted, "I almost died right away." Now back in real time, he's still busy feeding his little lizard. The main guy thought to himself, "When I was looking, no sign of it anywhere, but here it is hiding on top of the fridge." Then the young landlord from earlier suddenly popped up at his door without any warning. Seconds later, the guy asked, "Is the young hero inside?" Scared of being caught with his weird hobby, he quickly tossed the lizard back into the cupboard and shut it tight, then went out front to chat with the landlord. Nervously, he stammered, "What's up?" With a friendly vibe, the landlord quickly smiled and said, "We're really grateful for the rain we got. Want to join us for dinner?" Then he added, "We just hunted down a deer." At that, the guy's eyes lit up big time and he blurted, "A deer? Seriously?" Thinking about meat made his eyes well up with happy tears as he remembered all those times he had to skin and roast his pet just to get by. "Sorry, y'all. Been eating snake and bugs the whole time," he yelled out, jumping up in excitement. "If you share some, I'd be super grateful to eat with you." The man from the Duong family happily turned around, laughing in the rain, and said, "Then let's roll together." After a while, the rain finally stopped, and the bright moon stretched its glow through the dark clouds. Everyone was gathered round the campfire, a massive chunk of deer meat roasting ahead. Seeing that tasty meat right there made the guy lose it. His eyes popped wide open and drool started flowing nonstop. Noticing his hungry vibe, the man just watched silently and told him, "It needs a little more time to cook. While we wait, mind if I ask you a few things?" Embarrassed at losing his cool in front of so many, the guy blushed, thinking, "Dang, I totally spaced out and lost my composure." Quickly, he respectfully replied, "Please, ask whatever you want, senior." Without any hesitation, the man asked, "You live alone out here on Hainan Mountain? How old are you?" After a moment, his answer surprised the man. The guy guessed he was about 14 or 15 years old. Curious, the man pressed further, sensing he was dodging a full reveal. Knowing it wasn't cool to spill all his details to someone he'd just met, the guy figured it was safer to keep it vague. He answered, "Since last week's head injury when I was little, I don't really remember anything from before that." The man was touched and said, "That's a tough story, man." He then asked, "So, you've been living out here all alone this whole time?" The guy nodded fast. "Yeah, I'm not skilled or anything, so I live here catching snakes, skinning them, and selling the skins to get by." The man's face flushed and he said worriedly, "A young hero, your age risking snake hunts? But since you've got mad experience with poisonous creatures from past lives, that probably helps a ton." The guy just bowed his head and said, "I'm used to it, so it's all good." While they were talking, an old silver-haired man came over with a plate full of cooked meat and told him, "Here, I brought you a cooked portion. Grab it before it gets cold." Hearing that, the guy's eyes lit up like headlights, hands clasped together, looking super thankful. The old man smiled warmly, holding that steaming meat, and said he noticed the young hero seemed super hungry. The guy politely said thanks, then eagerly bit into the meat, feeling pure joy with every chew, thinking this must be what happiness tastes like. Seeing him munch down the hot meat, the old man joked, "Young hero's got a great appetite." Moments later, the man from earlier spoke up, "Young hero, listen up while you eat." His friendly face suddenly went serious, saying, "We're searching for something. Have you seen anything strange around here?" The guy asked curiously, "Like something weird?" Seeing his confusion, the man hesitated, unsure if he should spill the secret. Then the old man piped in, "Boss, this young hero did us a solid. Maybe you should tell him," he added. "It'd be dangerous if he stumbled upon it by accident, and since he lives alone, he probably won't tell anyone." Realizing the adults were right, the man nodded. He agreed, "All right, we're looking for a blue-spotted Ngo Kong beetle. It's been ages since I've had meat." Right after saying that, he bit into a big chunk, mouth full, and the more he chewed, the happier he felt, thinking this was pure bliss. Seeing him devour that still hot piece of meat, the old man joked cheerfully, "Young hero, you sure eat like a champ." A moment later, the man from before spoke up again, "Young hero, listen while you eat." His face, once calm, suddenly tensed up as he said, "We're looking for something. Have you seen anything strange around here?" Curious, the boy asked back, "You mean something weird?" Seeing the boy confused by his words, he hesitated, unsure if he should say more. From the other side, the old man suddenly spoke, "Master, this young hero has done me a small favor. Can we tell him? It's risky if he runs into trouble without knowing, and since he's alone, he probably won't tell anyone." Taking the elder's advice as sound, the man agreed. His father's words were spot on. Then he said, "We're searching for a blue-spotted ngokong." He got super curious and asked, "Wait, does the centipede have blue spots or what?" In his head, he was like, "Yo, is this centipede some kind of crazy bug?" The guy just gave the quickest description he could. "Gotta know, people call it the blue-spotted centipede. It's pretty huge, so maybe you've seen it before." He was totally impressed hearing how big it is, and thought, "For real, that big?" Then he couldn't help but get more hyped and asked, "Okay, but how big exactly?" Going off the records, the guy paused to think and said, "If it's fully grown, then." Next thing he said made the dude's face go white and mouth drop wide open. The guy just casually said it was probably large enough to swallow a young hero whole. Hearing that monster size, the dude thought, "I thought this was just some old legend from like hundreds of years ago." His face paled, thinking, "No way there's a centipede this massive. Is this even the same world?" The older guy beside him could totally see his shock and said the young hero was clearly freaked out. The gray-haired old man from Ung Dung rubbed his beard calmly and said, "Don't sweat it, we're here to catch the thing." Hearing someone wanted to catch it, the dude got curious and asked, "You guys planning to keep it as a pet?" When he said that innocent question, both the old man and his buddy blinked, asking, "Keep it as a pet?" Then, the old guy stroked his beard, laughed loud and proud. "Keep the blue-spotted centipede? That'd be wild, huh?" The other dude nearby tried not to laugh and said, "This young hero's got jokes," before the old man quickly dropped the truth about their real mission. He said, "No way we're keeping that thing. We want to use it for medicine." Hearing that, the guy's hype totally dipped, and he asked, "Wait, what?" His face showed all the discomfort, thinking he was about to team up with a legit partner, but it turned out to be some shady drug dealer. Then he asked, "Do you really want to do that?" The old man's face went serious hearing that simple question. He grabbed his own hand tight and said, "Maybe. My granddaughter's bedridden, seriously sick." So turns out the blue-spotted centipede's the last hope to save the old man's granddaughter. He said only the centipede's inner core, the legendary centipede core, can pull her through, so he's been hunting it down. The dude got surprised and said, "If it's your granddaughter, then simply put, the core is a crystal formed by accumulated energy inside these mystical creatures' body." The guy next to him added, "That's my daughter, by the way." The dude quickly caught on, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, saying the kid's on the edge, so they're trying everything. Even if it means killing, parents do whatever to save their kids. Seeing a dad who'd brave any jungle or stream to find some almost mythical creature, the dude kind of felt bad for the wild centipede, but thought since it's been invited on the menu, he'd help out. With that, he spoke up about the blue-spotted centipede, and it seemed like he had a lead. The old man immediately shifted and asked fast, "You've ever seen it before?" The dude replied, "Nope, never." Hearing that, the old guy just zoned out like a ghost and said, "Got it." Then right after, the dude took on a serious vibe, saying, "But even if I don't know what exactly this blue-spotted centipede is, hearing about it kinda gives me hope." The old man twirled in confusion. Looking at the dude, you could tell he was hella confident, wide-eyed with a sly grin. "I know where it's at. From past life experience, even though I died from a snake bite, I remember enough to confidently say my knowledge about poisons beats anyone else's." The dude laid it down that out of around 8,700,000 living creatures, about 20,000 are venomous, and he stored all their info in his head, species by species, and the centipede's no exception. With that knowledge, when it comes to poison, he's basically got it locked down in the palm of his hand. Wu Xiaolong grabbed the book and locked in full focus. Pages flipped on their own, glowing with some magical light. After a bit, he closed it, blinked happily, and said, "Found it." Xiaolong winked all hyped and said, "So if it's some giant centipede, I think I know where it hides." Duan Shan got shocked and asked, "For real? No way." Duan Jun jumped in too. "If so, where's it hanging?" He got deep in thought, then looked at the two and asked, "So where and when have you guys searched so far? Mind sharing?" Even though no one knew why, Xiaolong asked. Duan Shan replied, "We combed through the north and east around here, mostly during the daytime. Up north, we mainly stuck close to the riverbank." Xiaolong rubbed his chin and mumbled, "Yeah, no wonder you didn't find it." The two stared dumbfounded when Xiaolong said, "Then it's obvious you couldn't detect it." Duan Jun burst out, "What? Obvious how?" The old man hurriedly asked, "Mind telling us why?" Xiaolong grinned like a boss. "All right, check this. Centipedes are arthropods, part of the multi-legged gang, order centipede. They move all over and are cold-blooded, so they need a hideout that keeps temp and humidity steady. The wild twist is, unlike most bugs with waterproof shells, their shell's weak against water. They got breathing holes on the shell surface. So basically, These guys ain't fans of water-heavy spots. They need a human environment, but don't vibe with places soaked in water. These guys have a wide range they roll in, and they're cold-blooded creatures. So, they need a hideout to keep their temperature and humidity steady. What's wild is that, unlike most bugs with a waterproof layer, they actually have a weak waterproof coating, plus little breathing holes on their shell surface. So honestly, they're not down with hanging out in super wet spots. Even though they dig high humidity, they kinda avoid places soaked in water. On the flip side, without any moisture, they just can't stick around for long. That's one wild trait of centipedes. Chillin' on the porch, Little Long kept dropping knowledge. So, those massive Qingban no Kong centipedes probably don't hang out deep in the jungle or by the riverbanks. Duong Quan's head was spinning, he couldn't believe it. Wait, so the spot centipedes love ain't those rotten log cracks. Little Long said you might find some tiny centipedes in places like that, but y'all are talking about a giant one, right? He just kept on spilling the tea. If it's huge, fallen trees in the woods or rocks by the river just won't cut it for hiding spots. After hearing this, Duong's son and Duong Quan exchanged a quick nod. Sitting nearby, the old man worried and said, "If I find it where you said, I'll owe you big time." Little Long smiled, feeling pretty proud, and pointed toward the mountain ahead. He was sure it was to the west and gave directions. Y'all should try searching those rocky mountains out west. Qingban centipedes chill under warmed-up rocks during the day and only come out at night. When the moon lights up the steep cliffs at night, everyone split up to search. Up on the summit, Duong's son stood firm, eyeballing everything with a furrowed brow. Suddenly, someone ran up and asked, "Master, could the young hero's words be off?" He went quiet, deep in thought. "Is that so?" Jumping down, Duong's son ordered, "Let's rest here for today. Fire the signal arrows to gather all the search squads." The soldiers nodded. "Yes, master." The signal arrows blazed bright in the sky, while everyone chilled and moaned, "Ugh, I'm beat. Hope this young hero's info is solid." They kept chatting among themselves. "Why hasn't that damn thing shown up? Maybe the young hero's actually kinda sharp." Suddenly, they heard a noise by Duong's son. He clenched his teeth, trembling, and muttered, "Duong Nan Ni. She's the top prodigy in Duong clan history. Could the heavens really be throwing us under the bus?" Right then came a shout, "Elder Master's back." Everyone snapped to attention. "You're back already?" Duong Quan went over to Duong's son, asking how it went. "No luck today again," he replied. "Yes, my lord." Then asked, "You didn't find anything either, father?" Duong Quan coughed softly. "All right, but things aren't looking good. Duong Nanyi can only hold on for, 3 more months max. Not sure if we'll find anything in the next 10 days." They both lapsed into silence, sharing the same heavy feeling. He suggested, "Father, how about we search south tomorrow?" Still no signs at all. The old man sighed and agreed. "Fine." Suddenly, Duong Quan blurted, "Nothing at all?" Then he slapped his forehead, laughing. "Oh snap, that's it. How did I miss this? This is definitely the spot." Sensing a flicker of hope, Duong's son asked, "Sounds like you just figured something out, father." But unexpectedly, Duong Quan said, "Nah, like you said, no signs, no vibes anywhere." He looked confused and asked again. He confirmed, "Exactly, nothing's here. But that's why I feel like it's right here." Looking around, Duong Quan spoke up. "In these past 3 days, have you found any clues on this rocky mountain?" Duong's son answered, "Nope. We got 0 tracks or signs." The old man rubbed his chin and said, "Not even any wild animal droppings or territory marks." Just then, he suddenly gasped out loud. Seeing Duong's son's reaction, Duong Quan got hyped. "Right? How can such a huge rocky mountain have 0 animal traces?" Clenching his fist, he muttered, "This has got to be its turf." Duong Quan replied happily, "Exactly. So all the critters nearby either pieced out or ended up as snacks for the Ngokong." Patting Duong's son on the shoulder, he reassured him that Qingban no Kong's definitely here. "Now we can save Ngan Yi." Like he'd found a light at the end of the tunnel, he bit his lip and said, but before he could finish, the ground suddenly shook hard. Everyone freaked out, yelling, "What the hell is that?" Someone shouted, "Probably some scared fool stomped into the fire without even realizing." Right where the fire was blazing, a huge explosion rocked the place. Duong Quan and Duong's son froze, shouting, "What's that?" A sharp claw suddenly slashed into the ground hard. The soldiers trembled, stammering, "Look, rocks are crashing down on him." The old man paled and yelled as the massive, many-legged body of a giant centipede, Qingban Dakong, appeared before their eyes. Meanwhile, back in town, the panic noise carried in, and Little Long was all shook up and confused. He flopped back, wondering how big that centipede could possibly be to freak everyone out like that. They said go find it, but ended up flipping the entire mountain upside down. Little Long smirked. A centipede big enough to gobble me up? Honestly, now I'm super curious. Night fell over the mountain, and the crew gathered around the massive dead centipede's body. Duong Quan popped open a box, saying, "This here's the inner core of the Qingban Nokon." Everyone around got choked up, the old dude covering his face, clearly emotional, coughing and saying, "Now we can actually save Engan Hai." Duong's son, worn out and battered, walked over and said, "Father, please lead the uninjured fighters straight to Sichuan first." Duong Quan was puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" He gazed into the distance and replied, "Debts gotta be paid and grudges settled. Hatreds carved into blood, loyalties etched in stone." Duong's son asked, "Aren't there still things to do here?" The old man patted his head, remembering. "Almost messed up big time, got too caught up worrying about Ngan Ne." Duong Quan tucked the box away and said, "Right. Aren't there still things to handle here?" The old man smacked his head, suddenly remembering and said, "I almost messed up big time just zoning out on Ngan Ne." Duong Quan packed away the inner pill box and said, "Right. We should treat that young hero like a VIP guest. If there's anything the young hero wants, let's make sure to hook him up," he replied. "Yeah, let's have the injured warriors stay in and Duong village for now, while I go meet the young hero." Duong's son added, "Maybe the young hero is also eager to hear some news about us." Xiao Long, surrounded by these strange creatures crawling all over him, muttered, "What am I supposed to do with this? Just overnight, I become like the dad of these little ban wu bugs hanging out in some room." Xiao Long mumbled, "When I got home, I wiped off the egg and placed it right by my pillow. Next morning, I woke up and saw these little creatures crawling all over me. Told them the babies had hatched already. They're all round with bunny-like ears, super cute." Xiao Long tried to hold back his feels, murmuring, "I expected this, but didn't think they'd hatch this fast." He glanced at a little bug hugging his cheek as it slept. Suddenly, the little one fell, and Xiao Long panicked, catching it. He said, "Hey, y'all, back off a sec." He muttered, "The real issue is, I don't even know if these little dudes see me as their mom or what." One bit his shirt and said, "They won't leave me alone, sticking to me like glue. Last night, in some mountain crack, were those divine bugs big enough to swallow me whole? If I can't handle this, then I'm no savage fab." When I found the secret hideout of the Banwu bugs, getting closer to that cave felt kinda spooky. He kicked at something, shouting, "What the heck is this? What kind of giant beetle is this? Fist size or what?" The torch slipped from Xiao Long's hand as the beetle collapsed on one side, shaken and gasping. Xiao Long wiped his sweat off, relieved. "Phew." Checking his pouch, he said, "At least 3 of those eggs are still safe." He rubbed his head and muttered, "Good thing the rain stopped, or I wouldn't have saved a single egg." Suddenly catching something, Xiao Long jumped up, saying, "No time to mess around with Tran Tru anymore. Gotta get back and clean those eggs pronto." He tied the egg bag around his waist and said, "All right." With a pumped-up face, Xiao Long shouted, "My little Ban Wu peasants, hang tight. I'm gonna give y'all a proper bath real soon." After the eggs hatched, he sat back, sighing. Even though he hadn't seen a living Ban Wu bug yet, saving these eggs was already a big win. The little cuties kept clinging to Xiao Long, making him feel kinda trapped. He said, "Hey, aren't you gonna let go of me already?" The little rascals crawled behind him, muttering, "Even though we know you don't need to worry about food until we're all hatched, sticking to me like this is kinda awkward." Xiao Long suddenly realized, saying, "If I back off a bit, maybe you'll let go on your own." With a sly grin and a mischievous look, he gave Ban Wu bugs major creeps. He said, "Guess that means it's bath time." Early next morning, Duong's son, bandaged up, headed somewhere. He walked to a room and called out loudly, "Is the young hero in there?" Standing at the door, he called out again. Hearing no response, he reached over, pushed the door, and said, "Young hero, I'm coming in." Looking around the empty room, Duong's son said, "Medicinal herbs, jars, and even some medicine boxes." He eyed the herbs curiously. Could it be that the young hero is skilled in medicine? Duong's son sighed and muttered, "Can't just barge into an empty room like this. It's kinda rude, right?" He turned to leave, saying, "I'll come back later." Suddenly, Duong's son caught some strange noises. Curious, he turned back and muttered, "Sounds like it's coming from behind." Near some big jars, he quietly stepped closer. Opening a jar lid, his face showed shock. He said, "What the?" He saw a spider holding some white stuff in its mouth, muttering, "Master." Then he looked at the medicine cabinet and said, "No way." Duong San went over, opened a drawer, and saw a critter with orange stripes, muttering Thakshtik. He couldn't believe what he saw. One jar held brown bugs, another basin had these weird eggs. A box held the dried carcasses of snakes. Duong's son froze, muttering, "Lizards? It's like stepping inside a lair of all kinds of poisonous beasts. Unbelievable." Duong's son thought, could it be the young heroes raising and breeding all these deadly creatures? Even famous experts in poison and venom only handle managing and extracting toxins, not breeding this way. He closed the door and stepped outside, muttering, "Just a tiny twist of fate saved my precious daughter's life." Clenching his fists, he said, "Looks like this young hero truly is the destiny." Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Senior." He replied, "Young hero." Xiao Long rushed over and asked, "How come your arm is like that? Hurt somewhere else?" Duong's son put his hand on Xiao Long's shoulder and said, "It's nothing serious, or rather, what I should say is." Suddenly, he sensed something, muttering, "What's this?" Behind Xiao Long, a sinister aura appeared. The door was smashed open and a shadow emerged slowly. A monster appeared, full of murderous intent, wearing a terrifying expression, flashing sharp teeth and a wicked grin. Duong's son quickly pushed Xiao Long to the side and shouted, "Young hero, get out of here." The kid was confused but told the senior he was ready to fight. Van Tuong flicked his hand, and everything he passed through got wrecked as he lunged straight at Duong's son. He focused power into his arm. "Let's bounce from here." Not getting what was up, he told his senior, who was already ready to throw down. Van Tuong flicked his wrist, and anything he flew past got wrecked, shooting straight at Duong's son. He funneled power into his arm, tongue one heavy hit at the old man, dodged a shot from Van Tuong that left him badly hurt, coughing up blood. He unleashed a strike that blew everything apart. Duong's son crumpled down, wiping blood from his mouth, mumbling, "A master on par with my own dad." Duong's son stammered, young master, run." No sooner had he spoken than Tu Long got grabbed by the neck and hoisted up. He struggled for breath, gasping each word. Senior Van Tuong laughed proudly. He said, "I heard those losers from the Duong clan came to Hainan, so I checked it out. But the serpent of man Doc Then Quan is hurt and all alone like this." Duong's son struggled to stand, repeatedly asking, "Who the heck are you, senior? Why pick on that young hero and me?" Van Tuong laughed loudly, replying, "You'll find out soon enough. If you look at this face and my blood-red hand, your father made me like this. I am Lysat Tak Van Tuong." The old man recalled Van Tuong's past look, mumbling, "Tak Van Tuong supposedly got poisoned in the head and fell off a cliff by the sea, but seems like he survived." Tuong's son saw Tu Long thrashing in Van Tuong's grip and yelled urgently, "That young hero ain't got anything to do with us, let him go." He said, "Fine, then I'll trade my life for that kid's." Van Tuong gripped the boy's neck, smugly saying, "I'm not down with that. Even touching me a bit means death. This fiend's got top-tier skills and wrecks the world." Gritting his teeth, Duong's son muttered madly, "That demon finally looks like he's got no plans to let the hero go." Meanwhile, Tu Long was being choked almost to the limit. Van Tuong laughed hard, dropped dead. The boy gasped painfully, "Please save me." That looked like he was about to fade away. Made eyes brightened in the shadows. Little Wu Gong bugs crawled out of him, clinging to Van Tuong's arm. They bit him again and again, and he freaked out. "What the heck? Wu Gong?" Van Tuong quickly let go of Tu Long, slapping away the Wu Gong as he shouted, "Anyway, those bugs might be trouble for me, Tak Van Tuong." The little pests injected poison, making him cough up blood. Van Tuong collapsed and shouted, "Damn it." Then he lay motionless at the boy's feet. Terrified, Tu Long murmured, "Oh man, he's dead." He kicked him and said, "Hey, you alive?" Duong's son gawked, then laughed like striking gold, mumbling, "Isn't this the honored young hero?" Tu Long switched to poking Van Tuong's side with a stick, meaning to officially be part of the Duong family at the Daoquan. A few days after Thak Van Duong fell, a sigh echoed in the room. Nai Tu Long was nursing Duong's son, who lay weak in bed. The old man spoke up, "Thanks, young hero." Hearing that, Tu Long said, "I can't stall anymore. If you tell me where your people are, I'll check it out." Then, he scratched his chin, looking thoughtful yet worried. "No way I can leave the old man alone here, but can't call a doc either." Duong's son heard this and said quickly, "I'm all right, no worries. Just need a few days to heal." Tu Long froze, amazed inside. This old guy bled so much but still sounded calm. He remembered how, just then, the old man coughed up a load of blood but reassured him, "I'm okay." Tu Long immediately rebutted, "Please don't say that. Your condition's super serious." Weakly, Duong's son caught his breath and replied, "I'm fine." Afraid Tu Long might keep worrying, he added, "I'm someone from the martial world." Tu Long was stunned by this revelation. He asked, "A martial arts guy?" He excitedly blurted, You mean someone from the martial world who jumps around and uses those fancy moves? The old man smiled kindly. Not everyone can pull it off. But yeah, you could say that. He thought, how cool. The world here's got some wild stuff going on. Otherwise, having a centipede the size of a house wouldn't make sense. Duong Song cut in. Anyway, young hero, you saved my life. That's truly a huge favor. Even if I'm being a bit rude, let me properly introduce myself. I'm Duong Tuyet's son, from the Duong clan in Sichuan. The boy introduced himself too. Ah, I'm Mingai Tulong. The old man closed his eyes in praise. Tulong means little dragon, right? He looked at him and asked, also, I've got loads of questions if you're cool with that. The boy politely replied, yeah, go ahead and ask. The old man raised a query. That poisonous creature with the black mist, that's Wugong, right? The boy glanced down at the larvae clinging to him and poked one gently, then confirmed, yes, that's Wugong. Larvae of the Qingban Wugong. Duong Sun was so shocked he snapped upright, shouting, you're telling me you've tamed larvae of Qingban Wugong? The boy freaked out too and yelled, Senior, please lie down first. Ignoring his advice, the old man kept going, where? How on earth did you tame them? Mong Lung answered, while waiting on you, I saw you suddenly cut him off. Are these poisonous critters also your pets? The boy hesitated and added, kind of embarrassed to say it. Maybe the story's a bit long. You want to hear it? The old man cleared his throat quietly. No worries, go ahead. The boy started telling it. All right, I'll start with the Qingban Wugong tale. So here's the deal. Outside, dusk fell. The Daoquan was dead silent, like it was hanging on every word Tulong shared. After hearing the whole story, Duong's son gasped. Wait, you mean you personally took the eggs and raised them? The boy nodded. Yeah, that's right. I can even estimate the day the eggs hatch. The old man, sweating buckets, wondered who could possibly know when eggs would hatch. What now? You speak up. Hold up a sec, elder. Without missing a beat, little dragon pops open the cabinet, scoops up the critters inside, and asks, want to check these out? He pulls one out and drops the intro. This here's your basic cave lizard, golden stripes on its body, white stripes on the tail. Then he pulls out another and adds, and there's this one. The ones with big white stripes on their tails are picked for breeding, and the results show those two colors stand out. Duong Sun stares wide-eyed at the critters, blurting, no way. He shouts, you're telling me you created this color? Little dragon beams. Yup, isn't it dope? Duong Sun gulps, then asks skeptically, so, if you just breed the strongest venomous ones, you could maybe get an even deadlier species. Little dragon lets out a confused ha at that. His mind spins, thinking about how, in theory, yeah, that might be possible. After a beat, he replies, if we can tell which ones pack stronger venom, then sure, no doubt. He hesitates, that's where it gets tricky. Suddenly, Duong's son exclaims loud, you really think that's doable, and catches him off guard. He slaps a hand on Little Dragon's shoulder and seriously suggests, you should join our clan. Little Dragon blinks, surprised. Duong's son shouts again, if you roll with our Duong sect, all the martial secrets, handed down with no holding back. Rare herbs, magical plants, any kind of poison you want, all within reach. He pitches it with passion. With your skills, you might even snag or raise one of the 10 legendary venom bugs of Central Plains, known all over the martial world. Still not sold? Duong's son pulls out the big guns. No cap, but one of the top 3 treasures of Central Plains. That's my daughter. Little Dragon quickly cuts in. Wait, what? Did you just say what I think you said? Duong's son gasps, then chuckles as if he just had a huge realization. You're young, but you're a guy, so that means, my daughter's one of the 3 treasures of Central Plains. Little Dragon panics. No, that's not the kind of deal I'm talking about. Imagining those 10 legendary venom bugs he mentioned, he squeezes his fists and asks loud. The 10 legendary venom bugs of Central Plains, do they really include the Fanban centipede? Duong's son nods firmly. Yeah, exactly like that. He smirks with pride. The Fanban centipede is fierce, no doubt, but it's still a low-tier venom species, not in the same league as the 10 great venom bugs of Central Plains. He paints pictures of monsters from house-sized centipedes to shiny golden bugs like pure gold. Little Dragon's mind races, imagining everything he says, but Duong's son adds, no matter what you think, reality surpasses even that. He quietly sighs. It's truly bizarre. Watching Little Dragon's bright, hyped-up face and the 2 larvae squirming inside his shirt, he seals the deal. Looks like I got you convinced. 2 days later, at the Taoist temple, Duong's son's disciples hear the news and shout out, did you hear? Huit Thule Sat Thak Van Duong has shown up. Duong's son replies, almost ran into serious trouble. Didn't expect him to be in hiding, but now his martial art is almost on par with father's. The disciples stammer in fear. That. One can't get the words out. But then one disciple has a sudden thought and blurts out, "Wait, hold up," he asks. "Has the master already killed him? Maybe he reached the ultimate venom realm?" Another disciple chimes in, "Congrats then." While someone else quickly adds, "Oh wow, congrats, master." Duong's son exhales and shakes his head. "No, that's not it." Then he continues, "The one who took him down wasn't me, it was this young hero here." The disciple gasps in surprise, "This young hero?" Then he turns and grabs Little Dragon's hand tight, yelling for confirmation, "You're the young hero, right?" The group quickly says, "Thanks a ton, young hero, for saving our master." Duong family, head of Sichuan, "Could you be a high-level immortal who never ages?" Surprised by their words, Little Dragon asks back, "Huh, what do you mean, never aging?" Duong's son coolly cuts in, "Young hero, maybe you got the wrong idea. Mind showing me directly?" Little Dragon thinks for a second and nods. "Guys, show yourselves." The disciples' eyes widen at the little creatures poking their heads out of Little Dragon's shirt. The tiny larvae squirm and peek while making noises. The disciple looks closely and gasps, "Whoa, aren't those Than centipede larvae? Those are the ones that took down Thak Van Duong." One disciple suddenly yells out with some fear, "Wait, is their venom safe?" Another shouts too, but can't hide his admiration. "You tamed the Than centipede? Such talent in a young hero." Duong's son calmly states, "That's why I decided to bring this young hero into our clan." The young hero says he wants to think it over. The disciple gets hyped, "Oh, young hero, this is a golden opportunity." Duong's son speaks and his voice draws the attention of the excited crowd nearby. Clenching his fist, he seriously says, "Maybe it's time for me to get up. Looks like we shouldn't delay any longer." Little Dragon asks, "Elder, you still looking for something else?" He just pauses, not replying quickly. Then he speaks gravely. "Huet Thu Le Sat Thak Van Duong, the martial art he trains, Blood Claw Poison, a terrifying dark art that uses blood and depends on the person to level up." Little Dragon thinks, "What kind of crazy dark art is this?" Duong's son decides firmly, if he left behind any manuals or disciples, they have to be dealt with. No way can such a cruel dark art roam the martial world again. He clenches his righteous fist and asks, "If he leaves behind secrets or a successor, we gotta deal with the fallout. We can't let that cruel dark arts creeper run wild in the underworld again." The old man clenched the chivalrous guy's hand and asked, "Yo, if someone gets caught, shouldn't we have their back?" The crew all nodded, of course. The boss, young hero, turned and asked, "Hey, can you lend me a hand? After all, you know the layout of the southern island pretty well." Little Dragon stayed quiet, focusing his energy, while the bugs crawled closer and started buzzing. He closed his eyes, thinking maybe joining the Tang family means committing for life. Usually, interns just scope out the company vibe and maybe check out the boss's personality, right? He happily agreed. "Got it. Once you're back on your feet, I'll back you up all the way." Hearing that, the apprentice cheered. Tang Shan prays, "You're spot on, young hero." He smiled wide. Of course, saving people means stepping up. Outwardly humble, but inside, he was pumped. This trip was all about getting the real scoop on the Sichuan Tang clan. He smugly added in his head, real pros usually flip the script and interview the interviewers. 3 days passed since old man Tai Shan got his strength back. Tang Shan, Wei Little Dragon, and their crew swung by a village near the Bo Huang Island bar, hunting for the hideout of the bloody last Sat Fan Duong. They asked locals if anyone had gone missing. The villagers, a bit anxious, said, "You mean those who vanished?" The old man recalled, "Yeah, a couple folks disappeared in the woods this past year, but nothing that happens on the regular." Tang Shan stroked his beard, deep in thought. The group thanked him with a bow. Representing them, Tang Shan said, "Much appreciated, village head." The old man smiled back, joining the gesture. "No problem. Getting help from the famous Sichuan Tang clan is a real honor," he said. "Well, I'll take my leave." The village chief wished them safe travels. Sadly, the crew didn't find anything new, so they pressed on. Little Dragon wondered, so this village is no different. Tang Shan mulled it over, then answered, "Based on what we found, we and Lu Mian kinda thought he'd be somewhere nearby, but tracking him down ain't easy. He also thought it was real weird how'd no trace get left behind." Little Dragon remembered when Thak Van Duong attacked him, puzzled by what he said, then suddenly blinked like he caught something. He piped up, "Senior, do you recall what he said when he showed up?" Tang Shan glanced back. "Not really. What about you?" He remembered at the time, thinking, "Ah, I got hit and got launched." Then added, Right. So you're saying he mentioned the Tang family stepping onto Hainan Island. He was curious. For real? Little Dragon broke it down basically. Someone must have known the Tang clan was on Hainan and tipped off Thak Van Duong, right? Tang Shan nodded. Sounds about right. Little Dragon grinned and threw out his plan. It's simple, we just gotta check the routes taken on Hainan Island. Based on descriptions and no wait, if we use a facial sketch to ask around, we'll find him. The group couldn't believe it. Excited, the apprentice got hyped. Tang Shan suddenly said, "Huh, didn't think of that." Nice thinking. If that bloody Lesat Fan Duong said it, he probably heard it from someone who spotted us. While he blushed a little at the compliment, the boss decided, all right then, that's a no-brainer, let's move out as soon as possible. They headed to a village, but it was wrapped in this thick, gloomy vibe. The crew crept into the village. The apprentice said, "Boss, word from the Hainan Island dock says maybe it's that village." Tang Shan sized it up. "Looks like that's the spot where the women live." He ordered, "Let's check it out." Young Hero says the ladies there probably won't be hostile. The apprentices all chimed, "Got it, boss." The villagers looked wiped out, some spaced out, even some passed out at their doorsteps. One villager quietly worked, then called out, "Anyone here?" catching the villagers' attention. When they turned, they saw the crew stepping inside. The villagers questioned, "What's the deal with Han folks rolling into this women's village?" He was kind of shocked, too, when he saw the village chief leading a little girl and two guys along. Tang Shan and the crew bowed and greeted. He said, "I'm the head of the Sichuan Tang family, Tang Zishan. We came here because," while everyone talked, Little Dragon quietly scoped the scene out. He mentally noted this village was dead inside. Even the kids looked drained. He suddenly got suspicious and thought, wait a sec, what's up with the people's condition? Everyone's so zoned out. He pondered if maybe they'd been drugged or something. The village chief said, "Missing folks, don't know nothing, I'm fine." His face changed, then he snapped, "Go home." Tang Shan tried to negotiate, but the people at the place were fewer. The old man shouted, "This ain't your business, leave." Both Tang Shan and Little Dragon were shocked by that vibe. Tang Shan whispered, "Young Hero, I heard folks here were cool with Han people, but you don't get it." "Yeah." And that kid the chief's holding just fell down. The village chief panicked, yelling, "Mama's leg." You thinking she just fell? The old man broke down crying, "Oh man, Mama's leg can't be broken. My only blood relative left is you." He sobbed, "Why's my kid gotta catch such a messed up sickness too?" Duong's son dropped to one knee in front of the old man and asked, "Hey old timer, I know a bit about healing, think I can help?" The old man replied, "You talking about Zhongyuan-style healing?" Duong's son said, "Yeah, I'm no top doc, but I got some knowledge about medicine. Mind if I check out the kid's condition?" The old man quickly agreed. "Counting on you, really," he said. "Actually," the village elder started explaining, "some time ago, a nasty sickness popped up in our village. Kids have been dropping one by one, and even the adults are getting weak." Duong's son laid a hand on the elder's shoulder, quietly comforting him. "Got it. Let me take a look." The old man sighed with relief. "Thanks to Tan, I appreciate you." He turned to the others, "Hurry inside. Tell the villagers, quit wasting time and bring the healer and his crew inside now." The group rushed inside. Xiao Long ran alongside a disciple asking, "Wait, you actually know healing too?" The disciple nodded, "Yeah, for sure." He explained, "Our family's martial arts involve handling poisons, so we're pretty skilled with herbs and medicine. Plus, mastering martial arts means understanding the body, so knowing some healing is crucial." Xiao Long thought it over, realizing this group wasn't just poison assassins, they learned scary martial arts times and times healing if they joined the Duong clan in Sichuan. Not bad at all. The disciple, with a hint of menace, added, "Yeah, and sometimes we catch bad guys and inject poison to study their reaction." Hearing that, Xiao Long freaked out experiments on people. He pictured Duong's son and the disciples as ruthless, heartless folks and thought quietly, no wonder they're seriously scary. The sky was still gray, as the first daylight shone on a small house. Ma Tran lay still, glowing faintly blue and clearly uncomfortable with eyes tightly shut. Duong's son gave the village elder a quick rundown. "First, I channeled internal energy to stop the breathing from shutting down." The elder said, "Oh, thank you." He patted Ma Tran's head sadly. "She's my last granddaughter. Please, you've got to save her." Duong's son replied, "By the way, sir, that unstable pulse is strange. Did the kid already have a weak heart from birth?" The elder responded, "No, her condition only got worse about half a year ago. It's not just my granddaughter, lots of people are feeling weak." He explained, "We call it that cursed disease. That's why I told everyone to turn back at the gate." Xiao Long understood and blurted out, "Ah, that explains it." Duong-san requested, Old Timer, I'll write a good prescription for the heart first. Could you gather everyone in the village to try the medicine? The elder sobbed gratefully. Thank you so much. Once again, he expressed his deep thanks. Xiaolong quietly watched Duong-sun smiling kindly. Night fell as the disciples softly called out to the master. The disciple said, You worked hard, treating everyone today. Duong-sun replied, Thanks. Jubai asked about the patient's conditions. He pondered and said, This whole thing is really weird. Analyzing symptoms like weakness, eye swelling, uneven pulses, and mild fevers all varied, but the worst cases had heart issues. Then he remembered and asked, By the way, how's the young master? Jubai reported, He got tired after helping out and passed out. I put him to rest in a room. He pictured the disciples carrying him to rest. The disciple sighed. The young master really gave it his all, then added, His body isn't trained, so following us around drains him quickly. He then said, Might as well check how the young master's face looks. Jubai replied, I'll show you the way, master. The door opened quietly. Inside, Xiaolong was sound asleep, totally oblivious. Duong-sun didn't step in but silently observed from outside. Suddenly, he pushed open the door, moved fast to the bed, swung his hand like lightning and slapped Xiaolong hard, making him cry out in pain. Xiaolong woke up stunned, confused about what happened, staring at him. He blurted, Senior, glaring madly but wondering why Duong-sun suddenly slapped him. It left him totally speechless. Rubbing his sore cheek, Xiaolong said, What the he leaned against the wall, puzzled. Senior, ah man, that really hurts. Duong-sun hurried over and held out his hand, saying, Sorry, I was just trying to swat a bug crawling on your face. Xiaolong froze. What? A bug? Duong-sun stumbled. Listen, I was just trying to explain. He peeked through the door crack. I wanted to say hi to the young master before I called it a night. Then he spotted a bug. You know, a bug suddenly landed on his face. See that? He raised his hand, eyes sharp. On Hainan Island, there are tons of bugs I don't know that can be dangerous, so I reflexively swatted it. Holding the smashed bug, Duong-sun said, Look how huge this bug is. Xiaolong stared at the bug, dumbfounded, then mumbled, Wait, why is this bug here? Like he just connected some dots, he asked. Senior, even though different patients show varied symptoms, they all have this odd common factor, right? Duong-sun answered, Exactly. You're saying the cause of this cursed illness spreading in the village is that bug. Duong-sun gasped, What? No way. This is a type of real-legged bug known by that name because it usually, Senior, even though the patient has different symptoms, they all seem abnormal, right? Duong-sun nodded, Exactly. You said the cause of these nasty diseases spreading in this village. Tiulong pointed to the bug in his hand and said, It's this bug causing all that. Duong-sun was stunned, blurted out, Wait, what? This is a type of bug called a true insect because usually, this creepy bug sucks blood from around your eyes or lips while you're knocked out. It's mad quick and sneaky way faster than any mosquito, so folks call it a vampire or killer bug. Little Dragon grabbed a rag and headed over to the bug. Dao said, This bug ain't venomous itself, but its tummy's packed with nasty parasites. He added, So when it bites, people get sick from the parasite's waste. The illness it spreads is called Chagas disease or trypanosomiasis. It's one of the deadliest out there, ranking 7th among causes of death for humans. Little Dragon said, Village Chief, do you know if the dogs around here have been breathing heavy or acting weird like people? The chief freaked out. Yeah, could this bug be the culprit? The kid sighed. Yeah, probably for sure. The chief looked stunned. The chief asked, So, is there any chance my granddaughter can get saved? Little Dragon said, If there's medicine, maybe, but. Duong-sun laughed hard, grinning. Jubai, what do you think of my diagnostic skills? Jubai laughed back. I gotta admit, this young hero's the real deal. The kid walked in clueless, mumbling, Why are these people like this? Duong-sun said, Hero, join our Duong family from Sichuan. Little Dragon blinked. Okay. Duong-sun confidently added, I mean, join our Duong fam here in Sichuan. The kid just froze, quietly wondering, Wait, why? Duong-sun explained, There's this parasite called the ancient worm, aka the curse or venomous worm. Evil folks in Central Plains breed it. Duong-sun went on. Those villains force people to swallow these worms to cause pain on command or even control their minds. Little Dragon gasped, It can control people? That's insane. Duong-sun said it's dangerous for sure, and many martial artists lost their lives because of these ancient worms, he explained. People even end up killing their own or committing suicide or betraying their clans just to serve those villains. The village chief overheard and wailed, "Gods above, this is hell on earth." Duong Sun said, "For a long time, martial artists tried to develop a cure to flush out or destroy these worms." Little Dragon gasped, "No way." Suddenly, Duong Sun pulled something from his shirt and shouted, "All right, if martial artists made a cure, where would it come from?" Proudly holding out a glowing round pill, he said, "Obviously from our Duong family in Sichuan. If we've got pills that can dissolve fist-sized tumors inside the body, then tiny parasites are no big deal." Duong Sun showed off the dazzling pill and said, "This is the endless dissolution elixir, just a tiny bit is enough." The kid's jaw dropped, amazed by the name, endless dissolution elixir. Little Dragon muttered, "Parasite-killing medicine with a badass name." Seeing the village chief tearing up, Duong Sun reassured him, "So chill, old man. Your granddaughter's got a shot at survival." Thanks to that, starting with the chief's granddaughter, villagers began bouncing back. The chief hugged her, shouting with joy, "Oh man, what a freaking miracle. So damn lucky." The villagers' warm welcome was just bonus. Seeing the hopeful vibe, it seemed the stories of the tribe's optimistic spirit were spot on. Duong Sun tapped the kid's shoulder. "If you hadn't found the root cause, it'd have been rough. So the real savior has got to be you, young hero." The village youths chimed in, "Thank you all around." "Thanks a ton, hero." Little Dragon shyly replied, but everyone nearby cheered, "Hero, you saved our village." Even though they got healed with Duong family's medicine, Duong Sun handed all the credit to him. Seeing people's gratitude and Duong Sun's happy smile like it was his own victory was pretty touching. The village youths hoisted the kid up in the air to celebrate. A while later, the village chief whispered to Duong Sun, "Remember the thing we talked about at the village gate?" Duong Sun asked, "What's that about?" The chief said, "People have been searching for that village where folks have gone missing." Duong Sun replied, "Yeah, that's right. Why you ask?" The chief looked worried and said, "I wanted to repay the kindness, so I asked around and heard a weird story." Everyone got quiet as he shared. There was a girl married in from another village. A few years back, her home village started facing strange disappearances. People vanished one by one. Duong's son got seriously alarmed. Looking around, he murmured, "We got a lead here." He asked, "Where exactly is that place?" The chief answered, "There's a small village way out to the west." When they arrived, everything looked untouched. Duong's son covered his nose and said, "The corpse near here said this is the spot, master." Suddenly, he saw something horrific and exclaimed, "What the heck?" There were heaps of dead bodies and bones piled up. Duong's son shivered, "And there's poison corpses too, self-generated toxins from decomposing bodies." The groom guy gasped, spine-chilling, "Don't let the hero see this." Little Dragon said, "I've already seen it all." Suddenly, the young guy spotted something weird. "What's over there?" Sharp claws snatched a severed snake head. A strange feathered bird was swallowing the snake's head. The young guy muttered, "Bird." He grabbed a stone. "No way, that bird can't dishonor the dead anymore." He chuckled darkly and threw the stone hard toward it, yelling, "Scram." Duong's son shouted, "Hey, hold up." The stone flew by and spooked the bird. It slammed its deadly claws into the ground, eyes blazing with rage, ready to strike. The young guy yelled, "No way, you damn beast." Duong's son patted his shoulder to calm him down, saying, "Wait, something's off." The bird spread its huge wings and flapped, strong wings shooting up into the sky with a deadly vibe. Lil Dragon freaked out upon seeing that. The bones hit by the smoky black cloud were melting away. He muttered, "No way, it's literally melting right now." A hand clamped over his mouth. Duong's son shouted, "Everyone, back off quick, that's a trum bird." The crowd formed a circle, sitting down. Duong's son explained, "When its wings spread wide, it can travel 5 lands. Its beak shines copper bright and sharp like a spearhead, and its body is covered with dark purple feathers." His 2 bodyguards listened seriously. When piston wings spread, everything around turns pitch black, dying and turning into poison. Duong's son continued, "It wears golden shimmering wings on its head, looking regal and majestic, known as the trum or trum bird." Lil Dragon said, "No way." Then he hyped up, "Was that just now one of the top 10 deadliest beasts or what?" The old man nodded. Lil Dragon's eyes lit up, excitedly said, "This gotta be the king of the top 10 dead ones. Hailed as the emperor of all trum birds, king of the deadliest creatures." He murmured, "That's terrifying, insanely powerful. Venomous bugs and snakes on Earth look like cute pets compared to this." Lil Dragon was beyond stoked seeing the trum bird treasure. "This place is straight-up biological warfare flying in the sky." Duong's son said, "Looks like it was lured here by the group of automaton snakes flying around." Those 3 whispering said trum birds only eat the heads of the deadliest venomous snakes. Lil Dragon worried, is that some kind of bad omen? The old man replied, for sure, it's rare to even catch a glimpse of a trum bird in a lifetime. These birds are so rare, like once in 100 years someone actually sees one. Lil Dragon was in awe. Duong's son asked, what's up, young hero, you planning on catching it? The group gasped. He chuckled. Want to try and catch it? The young hero said yes, but with all that venom, Duong's son just smiled at him and suddenly said, kid, seems you got mad interest in the top 10 deadly ones. Well, there's a way. Lil Dragon was surprised. For real? Duong's son said, if you master the Duong family's poison skills, your body will become immune to all poisons, even that trum bird's venom. He added, only our Duong clan's martial arts can block that kind of poison. He pointed to his face, saying, but here's the catch. Duong clan doesn't teach our secret arts to outsiders. He went on, no matter how much I want to help, as clan head, I can't break clan rules. Lil Dragon eagerly yelled, if I became part of the Duong clan, could I learn it? And if I reach immunity level, can I truly resist the trum bird's poison? Duong's son confidently said, absolutely. If you decide for real now, I'll teach you everything without holding back. And of course, the initiation ceremony will be proper. Looking at the others, no one seemed to believe him. Only Lil Dragon did. He grinned slyly and said, but if you hesitate too long, I gotta think it over seriously, right? Lion's passion flared red-faced. Lil Dragon resolutely said, I agree to join the Duong clan. Please guide me. Sorry, elder. He quickly corrected. I mean clan head. Duong's son laughed heartily. Is that so? Good stuff. He patted his shoulder. From now on, you're forever a Duong clan member, living under the legacy of La Sat Thak Van Duong's bloodline. Suddenly, a step near the poison called out, clan head. Sister-in-law handed over a book, saying, it's back inside the cave. Duong's son took it, flipping pages. These blood-written characters are definitely the secret manual of the Blood Claw poison sect. Lil Dragon gasped, writing with blood. The old man tucked the manual away and said, let's head back now. Lil Dragon asked, you're heading to Sichuan? Duong's son replied, gotta do it. We took the internal core from Thayan Ngo Khan and the manual already. Lil Dragon remembered the poisonous creatures he raised and asked, can we swing by the Taoist temple for a bit? Want to free my pals there? He answered, sure thing. I'll also get your gear ready. Duong's son turned and said, all right, let's roll. Lil Dragon kept looking back. Suddenly, he spotted something. He pointed at the cave. Hey, there's something there? Sister-in-law puzzled. What do you mean? Everyone gathered close, peering down. The short-haired guy asked, is this it? They all shouted, those are trum bird feathers. Everyone stared at the purple glowing feather. Duong's son put on gloves, picked the feather up again. He opened a box to store it and said, consider this a gift for you joining the Duong clan. Looks like you really dig this stuff. Lil Dragon, thrilled, said, thanks so much, elder. Sorry, clan head. Duong's son turned around laughing. Everything's great, just not a big fan of the fancy titles. He said, maybe after the oath ceremony, I'll switch to something that fits better. Lil Dragon mumbled surprised, like an initiation ceremony or something. At the same moment, in Sichuan's Duong clan, injured Duong Quan was helped in by someone who said, honored clan patriarch, the clan's elder Duong Bo, who took off earlier, just arrived. The old man yelled, hurry up, how's Yenny? The subordinate supporting Duong Quan reported, she's still alive. He said, quick, get me to Yenny. The door opened. Duong Quan came in and called loudly for Nan Hai. The people around the bed shouted, honored clan patriarch. Madame Duong looked worried, calling, father. He answered, daughter-in-law, I brought medicine. Duong Quan took out a pill and said, this is the internal core of Fame Ban No Kong. She covered her mouth watching Go Kiam's expression and said, yo, you totally nailed it. Everyone chilled out waiting for the old man to give Nani her medicine. She looked super rough and was gasping for air. Durung Coin felt bad and called out, Nani. The old guy held up the pill and said, that was a close call, but luckily I rushed here just in time. Mrs. Durung said, Dad, hurry and give her the medicine. Slowly, he fed the pill to Ingan. A green aura pulsed from her, and Durung Quan checked her pulse, then started channeling his inner energy. Mom nervously mumbled, come on, wake up, Nani. Tiu Long, looking wiped out, sat behind and said, I've heard China is huge, but dang, it's way bigger than I thought. From Hainan, we took a boat to Hongqiao, past Nam Ninh, and after a month-and-a-half journey, we finally landed in Sichuan, the Durung family's turf. The dude with the sideburns smiled and said, this is Durung family territory in Sichuan. He was amazed. For real? This place is massive. The whole mountain belongs to the During family here, so they call it During Mountain. Tiu Long couldn't believe his eyes. Everyone from the Durung family rushed out shouting, "Boss, you're back. Welcome home." He muttered in shock, "Wait, all these people are from the Durung family here in Sichuan? Whoa, that's a massive crowd." Behind that rowdy bunch, a girl in red was running up too, her steps quick to greet their return. Doing so in surprise when he heard, "Dad, your beloved daughter is awake," as she ran over crying. Tiu Long was immediately hooked by Nai's stunning looks. Doing so called out happily, "Nai, you feeling better?" She hugged him tight, saying, "Dad, I'm sorry." Nai sighed, "Are you okay, Dad?" He looked at her and muttered, "No way, that face is real. In my past life, I worked with some celebs, but man," Tiu Long said, looking at that gorgeous face, "honestly, this is the first time I've seen someone radiate vibes like that." Then he turned to say, "I've got someone to introduce you to." During Sun said, "Tiu Long, this is my daughter, During Nane." Tiu Long froze up. The old man added, "Oh, I remember you mentioned something about a kind of herb smell." Inga Ni listened, puzzled. "Herb?" During Sun stroked her head and said, "Wild grass or something," which made Inga Ni blush hard. They both fell silent. He remembered saying his daughter was one of the 3 treasures of the Central Plains. Tiu Long corrected him, "Nah, not that kind of wild grass." He seemed a bit embarrassed. Dak Hoa Durung Gan Ni, the only lady of the Durung family, has carried heavy burdens no one else could understand since she was little. 2 elder family members talked it over. One said her talents weren't clear yet. The other argued, "Isn't she supposed to be one of the top 3 beauties in the martial arts world?" She tried to hide but caught their chatter. One elder said, "We just need a legit hubby for the record." The other replied, "I told you, gotta get her some more wives. Don't get why the boss is against it." Nani took the harsh words quietly, muttering, "That's not true. Mom, Dad isn't wrong." She wanted to prove the elders in the clan wrong. By mastering the family's martial arts, she knew she could still contribute big time, even if she wasn't a guy. There's an old saying, rushing leads to failure. Being impatient just causes confusion. That impatience bred inner demons, which turned into a mental block. After waking up thanks to medicine and Duan Quan's help, everyone lingered around anxiously. Mrs. Duan was relieved and said, "You made it through." Inga Ni repeated, "Mom, what am I going to do now?" Tears streamed down her face. She sobbed, "I'm sorry, Mom." Her thoughts raced, wondering if this was the end. She once wanted to be someone useful for the family. Nai looked at Durong Quan and said, "I've lost all my inner power." He grabbed her hand and said, "Little lass." Durong Quan smiled and said, "Are you feeling bad for making Dad and the Durong family suffer? You've reached the poison cultivation stage you dreamed about, so stop crying and cheer up." She blinked, confused. Poison cultivation? Nani raised her hand and saw a faint blue glow around it. The energy was so strong she was stunned. She turned to ask, "Grandpa, did you say that?" "Yeah." "Nani, I wanted to tell you this earlier." Durung Quan cheerfully said, "Not only did I save your life, but I helped you reach a poison inner power, surpassing even the pure poison. It's about a mysterious young hero." Nyan N was curious. "Wild grass, huh?" Everybody laughed and teased, but T Long got shy. He muttered, "Dude's gone crazy about the 10 deadliest poisons, but still dares to call the Harris of a big family wild grass." Durung Son stood behind, smirking at Tiu Long's awkwardness. Tiu Long thought, "Man, gotta check yourself. Pass me." He forced a laugh and said, "Boss, you're hilarious." "Nice to meet you, miss. I'm Nudi Tiu Long." Tiu Long said, "Heard you were sick before. Seeing you healthy now is such a relief." Nan Ni hesitated but replied happily, "Yes, and I'm really glad to meet you." Nan Ni introduced herself. "I'm Dak Hoa Dung Nan Ni. Thanks a lot for saving me, hero. I'll never forget your kindness." Her intro made Tiu Long mumble, "Damn, she's gorgeous." Then he said, "So, what do you think?" Startled. Tiu Long muttered, "What was that? My clan's got a voice? This is some next-level communication." During Aon kept talking silently. "Even if it's just wild grass, it's still pretty, right? Wanna try picking one?" Tiu Long blushed after hearing that. Scene switched to the bathroom. He was soaking in hot water, chilling. The little Lingo Kong kids were sound asleep in a tub. Tiu Long enjoyed the moment and said, "Oh man, I'm dying here." Then he noticed one Go Kong kid was awake. He muttered, "Normally they cling to me nonstop. Hot water ain't great for you guys. Wanna hop in for a bit? Man, this is bad." He turned and saw little Ngo Kong was awake now, muttering, "He's usually always clinging to me. Hot water ain't no good for his body. y'all want to jump into the tub for a bit? Right after saying that, it dove right in like it totally got the message. Watching these cute little guys, Xiaolong thought. That's pretty wild, they kinda seem to understand a bit of what's being said. According to Lao Duan Shan, it looks like they're reacting to the vibe or aura. He saw the little cuties, smiling and told them staring at a naked body would make people feel awkward. Suddenly, they freaked out and dived into the box to hide, and he chuckled to himself. These little rascals are something else. Xiao Long turned around and said, Old Jiu Bai once said that the Wugong creatures are sacred animals, but we gotta watch what sacred animals really are first. Then it hit him, remembering how Duan Shan said, the red spider lily is truly beautiful. Do you want to try picking one sometime? He mumbled. Old Duan Shan's words keep echoing in my head, making it impossible to chill out. Gotta bounce from here, as soon as possible. Over at Duan's place, everyone was sitting in a room, apparently chatting about something. Duan Shan lifted his teacup and said, so we're gonna get things set up smoothly, right? Inside was totally legit Chinese culture and architecture, a room on the east side of the main house called Wenhua Liji Tong. In those traditional Sichuan courtyard homes, if someone stayed in this room, they were considered a VIP. Duan Jun was stunned. A young hero with that kind of skill? Seriously? He answered, yeah, we thought it was fate. But that luck's not just thanks to the young hero, it's because of him. Duan Shan added, this guy's knowledge of poisons is insane, and he even authored the Thak Van Duong text. Plus, he's actually seen legendary sacred beasts like the Chen bird. Mrs. Duan and Silver Girl were totally shocked when they heard that the young hero even personally hatched the rare Qing Ban Wugong species. Duan Jun laughed and said, I never thought we'd miss out on such a treasure. Duan Shan replied, for sure, father. He called out to Silver Girl, who jumped, totally confused. Duan Shan asked, what do you think about taking the young hero as his son-in-law? Silver Girl was puzzled. You mean making the young hero your son-in-law? She said, if he's the son-in-law. And then she suddenly yelled, making Mrs. Duan look worried. After that, she hung her head quietly, waiting for an answer. She muttered, now that I've overcome the white poison and stepped into the heavenly poison realm, I want to prove I can really help the family even more. She said out loud, I'm part of the Duan clan, and I get what Dad means by that. Silver Girl slammed her hand on the table loudly, tears in her eyes, saying, whether that young hero truly deserves me, I gotta find out for myself. After saying that, Silver Girl dashed outside. Everyone inside stayed seated, looking kinda worried. Duan Shan had a bad feeling and muttered, be careful, young hero. Watching his daughter's silhouette, he said, no matter how beautiful the red spider lily is, it's got sharp thorns hiding beneath. Silver Girl ran and muttered to herself, now that I'm aiming for the heavenly poisoned body, if I stop now, the elders won't recognize me fully. I gotta carefully examine this guy's character, fully and thoroughly. After soaking herself, Xiao Long sat outside catching some breeze, wondering, what's the deal? He rubbed the Wugong on his hand and muttered, looks like I made a bad impression on the clan's lady. The little Wugong things didn't get what he said. Rubbing their paws, Xiao Long asked, what's your dad gonna do about this? Suddenly, Silver Girl appeared from behind calling out young hero, which made him jump, shouting. Out of breath from running, she said, Miss Silver Girl, you said. Sorry to interrupt like this. Young hero, I'm in a bit of a rush. Seeing his clueless face, Silver Girl asked, mind if I borrow your hand for a sec? Xiao Long offered his hand and said, sure thing, miss. Then he blushed and said, well. Xiao Long's kind of flustered, not sure what Miss Silver Girl needs, but maybe stuff like this should wait till we know each other better, yeah? He fumbled, 'cause there gotta be some proper way to do this. She asked curiously, what do you mean, young hero? Silver Girl suddenly had a thought, blushed bright red, and exclaimed, no, not like that at all. What are you talking about? He sighed helplessly and mumbled, nope, not at all. It was a romantic sunset kind of vibe, but these two? Nah. Silver Girl sighed, then said, it's not what you think, I just want to check your pulse. Maybe since I suddenly asked for your hand, you misunderstood. Xiao Long smiled awkwardly and said, oh, that's it. Guess I just wasn't clued in. Silver Girl sat down and said, first off, sorry for barging in like that and acting rude. Then she told him, you look really young, not even in your teens yet, but you seem pretty thoughtful, so I'll explain what's going on. Xiao Long stuttered, okay. After sitting and listening to Silver Girl's explanation, it all sounded like scenes straight out of a classic period drama. As the only direct descendant, she constantly faces sneaky plots from the branch clans. So, to secure the family legacy, the elders decided to pick an outstanding son-in-law. Xiao Long rubbed his chin and muttered, "They even thought about how my place in the family might change if I joined them." Silver Girl said, "So let me apologize in advance, but there's something I need to double-check with you." She scratched her head and said, "Even if things don't go as hoped, I won't treat you poorly. You're our benefactor, so of course, we'll treat you like royalty." Then she added with a smirk, "Hey, what about being sworn siblings?" She was surprised when Xiao Long reached out his hand, smiling, "I get what you mean, so feel free to confirm whatever you need." She looked at him in silence, then took his hand to check his pulse while saying, she was caught off guard when Tiu Long reached toward her, then he smiled and said, "I get what you're trying to do, so feel free to check whatever you gotta check." Nan and Yi stayed quiet, stared at him, then took Tiu Long's hand to feel her pulse, saying, "All right, let's get this show on the road." She gave off this vibe that straight up blew his mind. Naini said, "The martial arts of the Durang family ain't something just anyone can grasp. Some folks can handle poison in their body and master the Durang family's killer moves," she went on. "But for others, it's straight up impossible." Ingan Ni was chillin' on the top floor of the 10,000 poison tower, surrounded by deadly toxins, heavenly poison, 100 poison, 10 poison, and 5 poison guards. So, the Durang fam's poison skills demand you slowly get used to different poisons while your inner strength grows bit by bit. She said you gotta embrace every bit of it if you want to hit that next level of mastery. After checking Tiu Long's pulse, Nan Ni said, "Luckily, your body can handle poison techniques," but then she turned and added, "But you only got the 10 poison body. That means he can only take on 10 kinds of poison. For someone not born into the Durang family, having the 10 poison body was already pretty lit." Yet Tiu Long was seriously surprised by what she said. Ingen and Hai casually added, "Honestly, if we're talking raw power, you're basically a first-rate warrior. That's the highest level a person without innate talent can reach." She turned and bowed, saying, "My bad, gotta bounce." He got up and was like, "All right, take care." Tiu Long walked her out, looking all bummed, and Nai Nai didn't seem too happy either. He muttered, "I have the 10 poison body." Then, slapping his forehead, Tiu Long blurted, "Does that mean I can't catch the Trum Dio? That's a huge deal for Fak Ni." Nan Ni stepped out of the bath looking fly, wrapping herself in a towel and breathing a sigh of relief. She looked at her body and said, "Since I absorbed Than Ban Go Kong's inner pill, why does my body keep giving off this weird scent? I even take showers a few times a day." She then threw on some clothes and said, "Maybe it's karma for speaking ungratefully to my benefactor." Cut to the bedroom. Tiu Long was deep asleep, probably dreaming about something. Suddenly, he found himself somewhere filled with cherry blossoms, and then he heard someone crying and saying, "I'm so grateful for your endless kindness. Miss Ngan Ni, thank you, my great benefactor." Tiu Long mumbled, "Am I dreaming?" A girl replied, "Nope, maybe it feels like a dream, but it's not. I'm Fan Ban Go Kong, disguised as this girl you see. I swallowed my inner pill to avoid freaking you out." She knelt down and said, "I'm the mother of those kids." Fan Ban Go Kong. Tiu Long was puzzled. "Huh, Fan Ban and Go Kong?" Below him were some adorable little humans. Tiu Long freaked and blurted, "You guys scare me. Since when have you been here?" He looked at the kids and mumbled, "So these kids are her children? Are they all girls?" He dropped to one knee and asked, "But how did y'all show up in my dream?" She hesitated. "Ah," Ban Fan Go Kong said angrily, "I was brutally murdered, leaving behind my little ones. This grudge is sky high, and my spirit's trapped inside the inner pill," she angrily said. "While I was cursing, stuck inside the girl's body who absorbed my pill. Now the chance has come for me to settle this grudge and show up in your dream." Than Ban Go Kong thankfully said, "All, 'cause you led my kids here, my benefactor." After she explained, Tiu Long replied, "Got it." He quietly admitted he was the one who ended up giving away her location. Looking worried, Tiu Long said, "I didn't mean for it, but I'm kinda tied to Thon Ban Ingo Kong's death." Seeing her face soften a bit, Thon Ban Ingo Kong said, "Dear benefactor, if it's not too much trouble, could you grant me a wish?" Tiu Long was holding a sleeping baby and confidently said, "Of course, I'll do whatever you want." She petted her kid and said, "Can you care for my children until they grow up?" He was curious. But didn't the toad survive after shedding its skin twice, all on its own after leaving its mom? Than Ban Go Kong said, "That might be true for lower creatures, but we're different." She comforted her kids, saying, "Before our offspring shed their skin twice, they rely heavily on the energy from their mother's pill core. After that, they grow by absorbing the life force of other beings." Tiu Long asked, "Wait, since Miss Ingeni absorbed the pill, do they have to stick close to her?" She said seriously, "You gotta understand our situation. Dear benefactor, Than Ban and Go Kong asked, "Earlier I said I cursed this girl, right?" He nervously replied, "Yeah," she said, "because of my inner pill, that girl's body is giving off a nasty smell." Tiu Long gasped, "A nasty smell?" With a ruthless look, Than Ban and Go Kong said, "I won't let any guy get near her, so she won't be able to have kids." Tiu Long panicked and mumbled, "Oh man," she said, "if we want to break this curse, my kid's gotta absorb the inner pill's energy. And you could even use this chance to win her heart." After thinking it over, Tiu Long smirked slightly. He said, "I don't think that's cool. I don't want to take advantage of Miss Nai Nai's tough spot." Than Ban Go Kong respected him and said, "You really are someone to admire." "Dear benefactor," she asked, "if that's the case, how are you planning to get through this challenge? Looks like that girl's searching for a legit strong fighter." Than Ban Nai Kong said, he replied, "Honestly, I don't think that's cool. I don't want to take advantage of Miss Nia Ni's tough spot." Then Ban Go Kong admired him and said, "You're seriously someone worthy of respect." "Hey, benefactor," she asked, "but then how do you plan to get through this trial? Seems like that girl is searching for a strong fighter." Fan Ban Go Kong said, "But I can't snatch the core energy from the 10 great deadly poisons for you. Mine's already been absorbed into that girl's body." Xiao Long muttered. "Happily," he said, "Hey, 10 great deadly poisons. I got an idea." "Can you trust me on this?" she asked, curious. "What do you mean?" Xiao Long rubbed the golden kid's head and said, "Just leave this to me. I'm pretty sure it'll work." The next day, after hearing Xiao Long's story, Nani said, "So the scent coming from me is because of the core energy from Than Ban No Kong." He carried her kid along and answered, "Exactly. And if every few days you keep those killers near you, letting them absorb the core's energy, the scent will just fade away." She blushed and said, "I feel kinda shy asking this, but still," Ngane asked, "You told me all this without asking for anything in return. Is that cool? You can totally ask for something as a thank you." Xiao Long chuckled and said, "Well, I just can't be that ruthless, taking advantage of these tough times for any of the ladies. I don't want to be the kind of guy with no shame." She was surprised by his reply. Ganani bowed her head, silent for a moment, then said, "All right then, I can't just keep taking your kindness without giving back." Ganani said seriously, "Your words make me realize some things matter more than talent or martial skills." Xiao Long scratched his head, embarrassed, and admitted, "Yeah, I've actually been thinking about this myself." She was curious. "About what?" He smiled sheepishly. "I heard I've got the poisonous body that can absorb 10 types of toxins, right?" Na Ni sighed and said, "That's right." Xiao Long looked at the kids and said, "So here's my thought. If I can only take in 10 types of poison." He grinned innocently and asked, "Can I then absorb the 10 deadly poisons of the 10 great deadly poisons in Central Plains?" Again, he wondered about the 10 great deadly poisons. She blushed, mumbling, "So he wants to be the strongest in the world, just for me?" She felt embarrassed, thinking, "No way." For Duong Nan Nai, one of Lam Vo's brightest stars, this was the first time a guy dropped such a bold confession on her. The sky looked cloudy, but sunlight still peeked through thick clouds onto the pavilion outside. Two people sat on the steps, chatting. Hoa An looked awkward. She glanced at Xiao Long, puzzled. Does this hero even know what he's talking about? He met Hoa An's stare, stayed silent for a moment, then scratched his head and laughed loudly with no clue. "I don't know either. Guess you've got him tongue-tied." "Huh?" Turning around to sit up straight, placing his hands on his chest, Hoa An confided, "This path's really tough and long, could take 10, 20 years, or even a lifetime to chase." Xiao Long beside her froze, hesitating to think. Is it really that serious? Suddenly, he got this thought, his face burning like fire. Covering Hoa An's face with his hands, he shyly grunted, then opened his hands to rub her cheeks to cool her down. She recovered her composure and hinted, "All right, Hero Xiao Long, I heard you're only 15 years old, and in 3 years, you'll be a grown man ready for marriage." He sat dazed as Hoa An talked about the future in the shy tone of a teenage girl. "If in those 3 years, you master one of the 10 great deadly animals, people will trust you completely. So if you pull that off, your chances of success are super high." Tapping her index fingers together, she blushed nervously and said, "About the wedding, I mean." Then suddenly Hoa An jumped up, shouting loud, "No matter what, I'm here rooting for you," making Xiao Long jump back in surprise. After saying that, she didn't even look back, running off with just, "All right, I'm out." He stayed frozen, then blurted, "Huh?" before yelling after her retreating back, "Hoa An, miss, you're leaning forward too far." She spun around, shocked, asking, "Is there still something you want to say?" On the other side, Xiao Long smiled innocently, patting the spot beside him. beaming like 10 Buddha radiances and said, I just need some healing time, even if it's only an hour. Please stay a bit longer before heading out, miss. That line left her frozen, like she was cracking into pieces. Hoa An yelled in frustration at his cluelessness, stiffened up, clenched her fists, taking slow steps back to her spot, her head burning with embarrassment, face bright red. Xiao Long thought she was scared of the tiny bugs on him and quickly reassured her, Don't worry, my little ones won't bite you. Then he looked at the bugs on his hand and said, Come on, my loves. They perked up, responding to Xiao Long. He translated their words, making her jump nervously, not listening to Dad again, planning to talk to Mom. More than anything, she caught the joyful vibe and key phrases. Dad, Mom. Hearing that, Xiao Long freaked out, denying furiously. No, not like that. That's not what I meant. In the study, 3 parents sat across from each other, serious faces chatting. Seems like the hero's skills haven't melted our daughter's heart yet. Duong Quan asked Mrs. Duong sternly. Did you see this morning? Something fishy's going on between those two. She lifted her teacup and replied, Looks like the little hero got rejected by Miss Hoa, and already, sir. Hearing that, the old man fell silent, stroking his gray beard thoughtfully. Seems like the young hero's skills still can't crack our daughter's heart. Durng Quan asked Mrs. Durng sternly. Did you see anything this morning? Looks like there's some sketchy stuff going on between those two. She held her tea and nodded too. Looks like the hero got rejected by Miss Hoa An. Dear father. Hearing that, the dude went deep into thought, stroking his silver beard, spoke softly. All right. Over on the other side, Duong Sun was silent for a good long while. Duong Quan cleared his throat a few times and then said, Forcing a wedding doesn't sit right. It's better to let the feelings between them grow naturally. Mrs. Duong heard that and suddenly got a spark of an idea. Looking over at her husband, she suggested, Why not have Hoa and help train the young hero in martial arts? They'll be meeting up often. Maybe it'll spark some feelings. The man's eyes lit up and he said, That's actually a pretty solid idea. The head of the Duong family nodded as well. All right, I'll ask the master to see if he can grant a blessing to cleanse the prince's impurity. If that happens, it could pull them closer together. Over there, Duong's son looked a bit worried and reminded, but Hoa En doesn't seem too interested in all that. Father, your hopes might be a bit too high. The old man folded his arms, letting out a cold snort, closed his eyes and said without care, Just let's see how it goes. He reluctantly agreed, nothing else to do. Outside the door, a familiar figure appeared. Father, your daughter Hoa An is here to pay her respects. She called out from outside, making the 3 folks inside jump and mutter, Hoa An, why is she here at this time? Duong's son steadied himself and called out, Come in. Without a second thought, she pushed the door open and stepped inside, looking at the 3 serious parents sitting there, suddenly, a little embarrassed and choking on her own spit. Hoa, and leaned back, stammering. So everyone's here together, making the 3 stare confused at her, not getting what she meant. So Hoa En straightened up, folded her hands respectfully and said, I came because I got something to talk about. Something to talk about? Duong's son blinked and asked, thinking about what he was about to say. She got shy, cheeks flushing bright red, throat tightening as she stammered on. I'll follow the advice you gave, clutching her hands tight to boost her courage and just blurted it out. He gasped, face frozen, totally caught off guard. After a moment, Duong's son hesitated and asked again, The advice I gave? What do you mean? Mrs. Duong happily pulled her daughter close, eager to hear Hoa, and struggled to get the words out. She jumped in impatiently. Could it be that the young hero, little dragon, has caught your eye? Hoa and froze, speechless, her face changing colors like a chameleon, calming down only to blush again amid the parents' excitement. Oh wow, why the sudden change? You said you weren't interested before. Her dad's bluntness left Hoa and speechless. She twisted her fingers nervously, mood swinging. Only after a while did she dare to speak. Young hero little dragon, because of him, promised to be the best in the land. He swore such a vow. Her words fired up the 2 parents who excitedly asked, What? The best in the land? Stroking his short beard with interest, her dad asked, Can you explain that a bit more? So, following her dad's wishes, Hoa and honestly told them, I mean, even if his natural talent ranks among the 10 poisonous beings, for me, the young hero swore he'd master all 10 poisons to become one of the top poisonous beings, he promised me. The head of the Duong family laughed heartily, the words sounding rough, but proud. What top poisonous being? That kid's totally reckless, acting like he owns the world. Her mom teased. Seriously? Someone like that exists? Her face heating up fiercely, bright red like a cooked shrimp. Then she quickly recovered to explain, I agreed in my heart, But before young hero Little Dragon fully matures, if he can conquer even one of the top poisonous beings, the wedding will be approved. You all get what I mean. Hoa. And glanced around, checking their reactions. The parents nodded happily. Just a few, not done yet. If that were my daughter, she'd handle it. Mrs. Duong chimed in too. But dudes aren't usually too quick, huh? Hearing that from her mom, Hoa An got a little clue and asked, should I explain it again clearly? Her mom patted her little head gently, advising, nah, doesn't. Young hero realized it's already approved. Wouldn't he try harder for you? Duong Quan added happily. So first, treat him like a son-in-law. Looks like we gotta act like we don't even know about this. If he pushes himself, soon he'll be part of our family. Now they all look satisfied. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a pair of hands gripped Little Long's hand excitedly shouting, seriously impressive hidden skill. Haven't you totally won her heart? They kept praising, making him bashfully scratch his head with an awkward grin. Well, just guts and willpower. The face looked just like Hoa An's, smiling, only difference was a green diamond-shaped gem on its head. After a quiet moment, it said, and gone. Today might be the last time. The grudge has been lifted, so my soul will soon be freed. Holding 3 kids who were hopping around nearby, Little Long replied, yeah, I get it. Standing still as a strand of hair blew in the wind, it asked, how can I help you? If possible, we'll do anything for you. He raised a hand as if thinking, in that case, mind if I get a closer look at your body for a bit? Snapping his fingers loudly, Little Long proposed. It blushed fiercely, clutching its shirt, thinking, yep, Ngong really is a true man. After hesitating, it agreed, all right, that's fine. Then it wasn't shy at all to pull its shirt down, lost in thought. Looks like Ngong is weak to beauty. Seeing this, he suddenly got serious and panicked to stop it. Wait, do you really need to take it off? This time, it was the one feeling embarrassed, confused inside, wondering, could it be the kids voluntarily cover their eyes because of what they overheard? I won't take it off if that makes you more comfortable. Then without hesitation, he grabbed the edge of his shirt, lost in thought. Looks like the benefactor is a softie for beauty. Seeing that move, he suddenly blacked out and freaked out. Wait, seriously, gotta undress? This time it was his turn to be confused, internally wondering, are little kids supposed to automatically cover their eyes when you two talk? I won't take it off anymore, if that makes you feel better. Little Dragon shouted in denial. Nah, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to see what Fan Ban Go Kong looks like, didn't want to cause any mix-ups, he said straight up while it was still suspicious. Only then did it get what Little Dragon meant, hesitating. If that's the case, the scene shifted in a flash, and his excited yell echoed everywhere. Its whole body morphed dramatically. From a pretty girl, it turned into a giant centipede, speaking with a cheeky tone. How's this sound? Thanks. Little Dragon breathed out, eyes sparkling with hype. Whoa, no way, that's seriously huge. Can I touch it just a bit? He asked, mouth moving but hands already nonstop exploring. Ngo Kong was speechless. You've already touched it, haven't you? After grabbing a feel, Little Dragon got even greedier, begging all kinds of ways. Can I keep some? Man, how do these joints even hold up with all that size? For real, when it steps forward, the front legs light up bright, right? Hearing that, it waved its little front legs shyly and wondered out loud, front legs. Seeing that cute move, he got hyped again. Can I try touching the legs too? The same question left No Kong speechless again. You already did. On point with his skills. Little Dragon was ramping up, firing off questions non-stop. How strong is its poison? What about its eyes? Does it see with them or just sense stuff with its antennae? The 3 kids still had their eyes covered, but not because they were shy about seeing this scene. They could barely answer fully. Of course. Then a shock yell came. Staring hard at the sharp claw, he clenched his hand and asked carefully, okay, so can I just touch the poison fang once? This caught No Kong off guard. It warned. That's kinda risky stuff. Hearing that, Little Dragon switched to a cute tone in attack mode. You said you grant all my asks. No Kong shook its head awkwardly. What are you even saying? Than Baningo Kong thought to itself, are my girls really alright? His hand reached out, face showing straight up craving. This glittering shell was just unreal. He thought one more thing, because this whole situation was so weird. Duong Triat-san folded his hands under his chin, his expression softening, said, alright, young hero, or should I say Little Dragon, I've heard Hoa Nganne's story. From now on, you're one of my own. The warm, firm voice from him made him turn in surprise to the girl beside him. She nodded at her dad's words, her small face giving a gentle smile. Little Dragon knew she wouldn't help him, so he awkwardly began to explain, but there's still 3 years of trials. He barely finished before he got cut off with no chance to refuse. The wedding happens when you're grown up, that's just how it is. Hearing that, he waved his hands in defeat. No, no, that's not what I meant. Madame Duong beside him, one hand on her aging but well cared for face, quickly smiled and jumped in. Oh wow, a son-in-law? Little dragon, welcome again. I'm your mother-in-law. Even the Duong head of the family is hyped. Though his beard and hair were gray, his eyes lit up when looking at little dragon, and his old face was all smiles. Now that Ho and Gan Ni has a sweetheart, life in the Duong family will only be good from here on. Seeing how much the family supported their marriage, little dragon didn't know what to say. He glanced at Hoa and softly calling her name. Niani didn't reply, though a small smile flickered on her face. He thought he must have misread it, but looking closer, her expression had turned cold and indifferent again. That shocked him deep down. What's going on? She clearly set conditions for the marriage, so why act like she's already agreed? Even without knowing the full sitch, he quietly decided to just go with her wishes first. Thinking that, little dragon pulled himself together, scratched his head, and gave an awkward laugh. Yeah, looking forward to everyone's support. He thought things would get a bit awkward now, or at least he'd be the only shy one. But the Duong patriarch, his son, didn't even seem to care about him. The two older men just laughed with their eyes squinting while chatting. Let's get down to business. Nah, let's start. The behavior of these two elders left little dragon with a huge question mark in his head. After some talk with his dad, Duong's son said to him, before you learn the Duong family's poison skills, there's something I want to show you. Little dragon looked over, surprised. What is it? His cute charm got the attention of the two elders, who exchanged looks and chuckled. On behalf of the head, Duong's son's eyes turned serious as he said firmly to him, the 10,000 Poisons Hall. I promise you'll like it. The four of them lined up as Duong patriarch led, with little dragon following behind. Just as he was curious about the backyard scene, Duong Quan spoke up. We've all been waiting for this moment. Duong Quan happily told him, the moment you officially step into the 10,000 Poisons Hall as family, it's our clan's tradition. Everyone comes together. Little dragon enthusiastically answered the old man, who was super excited too. Grandpa. The moment he finished, his breath got quick and his face flushed, pumped to enter the 10,000 Poisons Hall and see all the wild stuff inside. Little dragon figured that spot must store tons of deadly poisons. So, before thinking anything else, he caught Ho An's surprised look. Right in front of him was a gorgeous girl, boldly showing off in the morning sunlight, her figure totally rockin'. The family's got mad clout. Seeing that, he couldn't help but whisper to himself, like, whoa, no way. He stood there stunned, cheeks flushing red, totally caught off guard. For real, the beauty looked stunning even from the side, just like a straight-up masterpiece. Neither of Hoa Un's parents knew when they started watching all his reactions while he was checking out their daughter. Unlike a lot of other Asian parents who might have been strict, they actually giggled when they saw their future son-in-law totally digging their girl. Duong's son suddenly teased him, dude, if you're staring like that, my girl's gonna get shy. You're family now, so why daze out like that? Looks like our son-in-law's already got flower fever. Hoa Un then nudged him. Xiao Long, you gotta watch where you look, man. He blushed hard, stumbling over his words in a super awkward way. A bit later, in front of a mountain-built room, there were 3 huge soldiers posted as guards. Moving closer, you could see A Chok and A Dao standing stiff as guards, flexing serious muscles with deadly serious faces. Out of nowhere, a fighter stepped forward, folding his hands respectfully. He said all formal like, "You're here, Supreme Elder?" Duong Quan was quick to reply, "I want to show my future son-in-law the 10,000 Poisons Hall, so open up." The trio instantly snapped to attention, signaling they got the order loud and clear. From the moment Xiao Long arrived, he'd been soaking in everything around. He thought the security here was crazy serious, more intense than some medieval fortress. Right after the order, the only guy in a robe shouted out to A Chok and A Dao to open the gate. These two instantly flexed those ripped muscles to heave the massive door wide open. It took basically all their strength to budge that giant, super heavy door. The dude from before hollered with curiosity, "Why open up so early today?" Xiao Long was stunned, watching them go all out just to crack that gate, totally speechless. It's just a door, why the muscle show off? When both gates finally swung wide, A Chok and A Dao were straight up dead tired, sitting on opposite sides panting hard, drenched in sweat like they'd run a marathon. The guard, seeing the job done, turned to signal everyone, "Come on in." Duong's son quickly gestured to Xiao Long, "Shall we?" Walking inside, he said, "This iron gate is forged from Cone Go steel from the Southman region. Opening it is kind of a big deal." Xiao Long was like, "For real?" Once everyone was inside, Duong's son smiled and said, "We're here." Xiaolong's jaw dropped as he checked everything out with wide eyes. Duong's son added on, "This is the treasure trove holding all kinds of poisons from the Sichuan Duong family." Duong Quan reintroduced it for his soon-to-be son-in-law. "This is the 10,000 Poisons Hall at the 10,000 Poisons Palace. Be careful. Don't touch anything." Curious, Xiaolong replied, "Got it. So this is the 10,000 Poisons Hall. The poisons are kept in jars and pouches." Duong's son chimed in quickly, "Exactly. We've got all sorts like the mate poison and the Thui Mian poison." Right then, he cleverly nudged Xiaolong over to Hoa Un by jokingly kicking him her way. He said, "Hua Ni, you gotta explain this to Xiaolong. Bet our son-in-law will like that way more." Madame Duong caught on instantly, giving the two kids a thumbs up. "Oh shoot, yeah, that makes sense." Hoa En didn't protest at all, just blushed red and replied, "Yes, father." And she pulled Xiaolong along for a tour of the 10,000 Poisons Hall, telling him, "Come on, I'll show you the deadliest poisons Duong clan's got." Starting with a little golden poison. The more Hoa En talked, the more shy she got. This poison is no joke. It's a sneaky type that warriors gotta watch out for. Breathing it in means you can't use your inner power. So, be extra careful with the heartbreaking poison, soul-killing poison, blood-altering poison, and the 7-step death poison. Seeing their daughter name drop the deadliest poisons of the Duong family like that, both parents along with Duong Quan quietly chuckled, muttering, "They're both just too cute." True that. Meanwhile, Hoa En's face suddenly went serious as she said, "All these poisons are powerful, but the deadliest poison of the Duong clan is actually something else." Right after, she slipped a tiny little seed into Xiaolong's hand, saying, "Hold this, Xiaolong." At first glance, he was confused and asked her again, looking at the tiny seed in his palm, thinking it was just a normal bean seed. Hoa En explained, "Without counting the 10 major poisons, this one's the strongest currently around." She added, "It's a symbol of the Duong clan's herbs, the castor seed." Xiaolong looked blank at first, wondering silently, "Castor seed? That's Risen." Risen is a notorious poison from Bulgaria. Just 2 milligrams can kill a grown adult. It's infamous from an assassination involving an umbrella during the Cold War. He blurted out, "It's way stronger than Sienna, like 100,000 times over." Hoa An smiled and told Xiaolong this poison is the closest match to the Duong clan's goal of colorless, tasteless, invisible toxins. That's why this poison's called golden poison, the most precious of all poisons. She went on, "Killing someone with this poison is called a golden kill." After that, Xiaolong kind of felt like the air around Hoa Un was burning bright, and he heard her warn, "Remember, Xiaolong, the deadliest poison isn't the one that causes the most pain or horror. It's the one that kills silently and for sure." The poison arts of Pan, thinking the bean seed looked like a cowpea. Hoa Un said, "Not counting the poison from the 10 deadliest creatures. This is the most powerful toxin out there right now." She also mentioned this herb represents the During sect, the castor bean. Ti Long looked puzzled at first, even doubting himself. "Castor bean? This is Risen. Risen's a Bunmin poison just 2 milligrams can kill a grown person. It's famous for that umbrella assassination of a dissident in Bulgaria during the Cold War." Freaked out, he said, "It's like 100,000 times stronger than Sienna." Hoa Un smiled and told Tiu Long this poison is closest to the During sect's goal. Colorless, tasteless, invisible. So this poison is called Kim Dak, the rarest, most precious toxin. She added, "Killing with this poison is called golden killing." After saying that, it seemed like a fiery glow surrounded Hoa An. He heard her warn, "Remember Tiu Long, the deadliest poison isn't the one that hurts or shocks, but the one that kills silent and sure." The poison arts of Durungjia too is heading that way. Quiet and steady, a flood of images about the clan suddenly popped into Xiaolong's head. If they're part of his future, he just now realized it and silently confirmed the assassin clan's legacy. Right then, a voice cut through their conversation. "That's enough." From a distance, Duong Quan spoke up. "Next, let's go check out the deadly creatures Xiaolong Hang's been hyped about." Xiaolong lit up and responded, pumped. Talking about deadly creatures, the old man also threw it out there. "If you're down, you can take care of them. What do you think? The clan will back you up with whatever you need." Xiaolong got so hyped he almost stuttered. "For real? Supporting my hobby for real?" Duong Quan threw the idea out to the group. "All right then, let's roll now." Before the old man could finish, an urgent message came from afar, forcing them to pause. Clan head. "Urgent news to report." Jubai came barreling in, breathless, to the group. Duong-san looked worried, asking, "Jubai, what's going on?" After catching his breath, he warned everyone, "You gotta get to Ho Yin Vu Pavilion, like right now." Curious, he asked back, Huyanvu Pavilion? Why there? Jubai quickly spilled that right after the clan elders finished talking, Duong Quan flipped out like molten lava and shouted, What? Them again? Xiao Long recalled silently. You mean those elders she mentioned from the branch clan? Ju Dai raised his hand and quickly said, Two things. First, the medicine we sent to the Sichuan city lord didn't work, and he sent back a complaint letter. And the other thing is, Ju Bai glanced uneasy at Xiao Long, mumbling awkwardly. Getting the hint, Xiao Long sighed deeply and bluntly brought up the issue at the 10,000 Venoms Hall. Duong Quan didn't seem shocked and replied, News travels fast, huh? Right after he and the others took off telling Xiao Long, Let's go, kiddo, you're coming too. After a bit of travel, they arrived at Huyen Vu Pavilion, where a bunch of elders were buzzing about something. When they saw the group arrive, one of them suddenly yelled Duong Sun's name. Before any greetings, they launched into a barrage of insults. How dare you make a big move like that on your own? Seriously, why would you marry our precious granddaughter Hoengan Ni off to some orphan with no clear background? Hearing this, Duong Sun clenched his teeth and shot back. Orphan, with no background? Furious, he defended Xiao Long in front of everyone, saying, Are you actually insulting my son-in-law? They scattered quickly in different directions. No, it's the truth. Duong Quan stepped closer and asked them, I'm the one who decided. Got a problem with that? The old elder stammered under his stare. Outside, the retired clan head overheard the harsh words and frowned. He said, Retired clan head here. Please calm the clan head down. I just agreed to this. Seeing Xiao Long's smile fade, Hoa and softly apologized for the hassle today. Even Xiao Long sighed in frustration. Oh man. He thought silently about stressing her out again. While the elders kept arguing, he unexpectedly apologized for interrupting their talk. Serious, he said. Seems like this is on me because I'm not good enough. Then, proudly slapping his own shoulder, he yelled, If I show my skills, would the elders accept it? An old guy from afar looked shocked, a bit confused, and asked again, Accept what? With that confident smirk, he declared, like fixing the tough problem of the Sichuan city lord. Hoan and Mrs. Duong by his side wordly scolded, Xiao Long Chang, what are you planning? I don't care about pride, but if anyone messes with my chill life with my pets, I'm not letting it slide. In the big courtyard, everyone was buzzing about Xiao Long daring to shut down an elder. You dare! An old dude with silver hair even shouted. Elders were talking, some punk kid jumping in like that. Others piled on, roasting him. Yeah, plus, do you even know what's in the city lord's letter? Nanny and Mrs. Duong watched the drama unfold. Clan head, look, he's got no roots yet dares to meddle. So we picked a guy from a prestigious family for the grandson-in-law. Listening to their nonsense, Xiao Long thought, these old geezers, I'm so done with them, seriously. He remembered the livestream of wrapping a cobra around him getting tons of reactions. Over 1 million subs, averaging like 3,000 watching live. With Xiao Long's status, he was totally justified pressing back against the elders. Hearing the elders still don't accept him as Duong family's grandson-in-law, well, he's still just a guest then. Naturally, with that big fanbase, random attacks are just part of the game. Xiao Long kept laying it out, so Duong's son nearby was impressed. Plus, he didn't just help protect the clan's treasure Hoengan Ni, but also saved the clan head by taking out the Blood Claw La Sat and Yang Vong. Xiao Long folded his hands to show respect and continued, Yet the elders dare insult our benefactor and honorable guest right here. What kind of clan rules are those? A newbie, getting roasted by a crowd, was so common it was almost cute, so then I'm still a guest. Obviously, with such a huge fan base, random attacks are just normal. Tio Long kept explaining, making Durong Son next to him impressed. Plus, you're not just helping Hoa Ingun Ni, the Duing family treasure, but also saving the boss's life by taking down the blood-handed La Sat Thak Von Duong. Tio Long put his hands together to show respect and continued. Those elders dared to insult my benefactor and honored guest right in front of me. What kind of rules and respect is that in the Durong sect? Being swarmed by people is just a regular thing for a young gun. Kinda cute, actually. With mad experience under his belt, Lil Dragon flipped the script on them in a heartbeat. The elder folks who were all annoyed just a minute ago were now clearing their throats and scratching their heads, saying, "Nah, that ain't how it went down. Yeah, we just got a little too hyped and spoke out of turn." He smirked real sly, thinking they were all useless. Some still had doubts though, like about that blood beast Lasat Thak Fan Duong. Honestly, wiping him out seemed straight up insane. Duong's son brought the receipts to back Lil Dragon up, and the kid wasn't lying. Check this out, causing the teacher beside him to gape and stammer. What the heck? As they flipped open the book, their minds got rocked while mumbling. Blood Claw, Toxic Grip Manual. Written in blood, no doubt it's from the blood sect. Duong's son told his son-in-law, Lil Dragon, show us the wugong now. The kid nodded obediently. Yes, father-in-law. Everyone nearby was curious, asking. He summoned his little treasures. Yep, those tiny critters popping up from under his cloak got everyone staring wide-eyed. The adorable little creatures started chirping to prove they were real. People around were stunned and asked, wait, a golden centipede? Duong's son answered, it's the kid of the Qingbing Wugong. My son-in-law is raising it. If I said these guys took down Thak Van Duong, would you believe it? The elders stuttered, barely able to believe their ears. Ha! Qingbing Wugong, this young dude can actually control Qingbing Wugong, he added with a proud grin. If I can't recognize my son-in-law, then who else am I supposed to? Lil Dragon laughed big, talking to his little fellas. Hey cuties, don't go biting people, or you'll end up burnt black like Thak Van Duong. The elder squad was so shocked they were speechless. Now they flipped the script again. We never said we wouldn't accept you. It's just there are rules to follow, and since you skipped them, the family head got pissed off. Duong Quan sighed and spoke up. All right, forget about the son-in-law drama. So why won't y'all agree to the Wandu electric thing? The elders started beefing again. Well, the dude isn't officially part of the clan yet. And how can we hand over Wandu electric to a teenager who's not of age? Hearing that, even old man started doubting, right? How could we trust someone so young with something that important? Simple. Duong Quan suggested. Why don't you prove your skills first? Lil Dragon was down, for sure. He confidently declared he'd show he's worthy of the Duong family. I'll handle things the Duong way by using poison. That got everybody clutching their heads in fear. Say what now? The crowd flipped out. You want to poison the Sichuan boss? Hey, we're talking about sending medicine, not straight up killing someone. Even Duong Quan and Duong's son looked at him confused, but Lil Dragon was clueless. He asked, Family head, what do you think? Truly soft-hearted, he quietly thought. Of course, there's no way we actually use poison. The next day arrived, and Lil Dragon was training with Duong Quan. Old man said, all right then, go ahead and face the challenge. But starting today, you'll begin learning the 5 poisons essence skill of the Duong clan. Excited, the kid cheered. But thinking about the grind, he asked, still gotta train the body, right? The elder responded, your body will naturally adapt to the martial arts as you train. Duong Quan lectured Duong sect is all about being practical, so Lil Dragon would learn skills he could use straight up in battle. Old Man Trin handed him the clan's secret weapons. Duong Quan introduced one by one, hidden weapons, needles, money weapons, throwing weapons, broadswords, and also swords. Though there were many other hidden weapons, these 5 were the essentials. He asked, you know, which hidden weapon is the easiest to use? Lil Dragon thought a bit and answered, probably the Jiao Gamu, whatever that is. That's right. Now, which one is the hardest to use? Lil Dragon looked at a small pouch and guessed, maybe the dust because you gotta scatter it around. Wrong this time, the hardest was the needles. Why needles? Because they're tiny and delicate, making them hard to throw. The elder explained, you gotta remember exactly where you toss them. It's better if I show and explain simultaneously. Lil Dragon was stunned when Duong Quan pulled out a calligraphy brush. Duong Quan skillfully took it apart piece by piece, and in no time the brush vanished into fragments, scattering in the air. Lil Dragon stared in awe, every strand as light as a feather and crystal white. He never imagined something so soft could break into sharp pieces, ready to strike ground below. Duong Quan calmly crossed his arms, watching, while Lil Dragon flinched in fear. Seeing this, the kid feared like, dang, those feather tips itch in my skin, like needles. His eyes popped wide as the dancing feather shards cut tight. Duong Quan broke it down. Duong sect has a hidden weapon called the Man Thien Ho Vu. It's our secret technique that covers an area with hundreds and thousands of tiny needles. At this point, the kid's guts shriveled. Wait, you gotta fight the enemy surrounded by needles like this? Out loud, he asked, if it's all needles, how do you even find a safe spot to step? The elder replied, that's why you've gotta remember well so you don't end up hurting yourself. Lil Dragon muttered to himself, oh man, he wondered. So even the spots where needles get knocked off or fall gotta be memorized too. Duong Quan nodded. Of course. He also added that if it's 5 poison style, you gotta remember at least about 100 spots. Huan Gan Ni even memorized 1,000 spots back when she was a prodigy. Lil Dragon clicked his tongue, and scene switched to the clear blue sky atop Fan Bin Mountain, full of fresh energy. But still, Lil Dragon was wiped out lying face down on the floor. He asked curious, still training the body? The elder replied, the body adapts to martial arts through practice. Duong Quan laid down the lesson. The Duong sect focuses on practicality, so you'll learn things you can use straight up in real fights. Elder Trin gave him a worthy set of family weapons. Durham Quan introduced them one by one: hidden weapons, needles, money shurikens, thrown weapons, swords, and blades. There are more types, but mainly these 5. He asked him, "You know which hidden weapon's the easiest to use?" He thought briefly and said, "Probably the Gamu swap." "Correct answer. Then which is the hardest?" Tiu Long glanced at a small pouch and answered, "Maybe the powder sprinkles." "Actually, no. Wrong. The hardest is the needle." "How do you throw the needles? Because they're tiny and thin, are they hard to aim?" The elder explained, "You gotta remember exactly where you threw it. I'll show you first and explain." Tiu Long was shocked when Duong Quan pulled out a brush pen. Duong Quan skillfully took the pen apart piece by piece, and in a blink, the brush pen exploded into shards flying all over the sky. Tiu Long was amazed watching it. Each feather, light as a rose petal, was pure white. Never would I have guessed something so soft could turn into sharp shards ready to strike the ground. Duong Quan just stood there with his arms crossed, watching calmly, while Xiao Long freaked out and curled up, scared stiff. Seeing this, he thought, "These bird feathers feel like needles piercing my skin." His eyes went wide, watching the feathers dance like deadly blades. Duong Quan broke it down for him. Duong Clan's secret weapon is called the Full Sky Flower Rain, a deadly skill that blankets the area with thousands of tiny needles. At that point, Xiao Long got cold feet. "Wait, you're saying I gotta fight enemies while surrounded by all these needle traps?" he asked, eyes wide. "With needles covering everywhere, where am I even supposed to step?" The old man replied, "That's exactly why you gotta remember not to harm yourself." Xiao Long muttered under his breath. "Oh man," totally freaked out. "So even when enemy forces knock out or knock down needles, I gotta memorize every single spot?" The old man nodded. "Absolutely." He added, "For the 5 poison sect, you gotta recall at least 100 positions." As a prodigy, Hoan Gan Ni could remember thousands. Xiao Long clicked his tongue while the scene shifted to the clear blue sky atop Fan Bin Mountain, filled with vibrant energy. Yet, there he was, wiped out and flat on the floor. Hoan Ni stepped up and asked, "Yo, Tia Long, how's this? You gonna greet Miss Hoan Ni back?" He went on. "So, you're jumping in mid-sentence? Heard you're planning to catch Hung Fong, and you came prepared. If you ain't gonna use this, just say so straight up." "Nah, no worries. I was gonna wait, but with this, I can take him down myself." She was like, "Wait, hold up, he's planning to wait for Hung Fong?" Tiu Long shrugged and said, "You'll see when we get there." Hoang An Ni blinked. "Oh, really?" Tiu Long asked her, "Hey, do you know where Hung Fong's nest is?" She replied, "I found one. It's close by. We can head there now." But she hesitated. "Have you read the letter from the commander of Tu Shuang yet?" He nodded. "Yeah, for sure." After she heard that, she asked, "Since you're still pretty young, Tiu Long, I'm kinda worried. Do you really get the whole letter's meaning?" That made him go, "Huh." But he answered, "Absolutely, miss. It's super important for a guy's energy." Hearing that, she got shy and told him, all right, that's enough." Then she added, "Looks like you really get the big picture." Yep, the main drama the Tu Shuang boss is dealing with is straight-up impotence. She was impressed. "Tiu Long, you're pretty sharp for your age." He stammered, "Well, I kinda live alone, so." Suddenly, she dashed off. "Come on, let's move it." Poor Tiu Long had to chase after her, calling out, "Miss Hoa Engun Ni." They made it to this thick forest, trees all wild with crazy flowers popping up along the path. Tiu Long got distracted by some tiny critter climbing around. Hoa Nan Ni grabbed him by the collar to stop him. They finally paused, and she said, "We're here." Tiu Long nodded. "Yeah, this is the spot." Looking at the cave, they were sure this was the place. While strapping on protective gear, Hoa Nan Ni asked, "But Tiu Long, what's the deal with finding a nest that's low on bees?" He broke it down for his soon-to-be wife. "Even though we're after Hung Fong, we're not actually going to catch him." She was shocked, right? They both started inspecting every crack in the rocks. Tiu Long kept his eyes locked on the cave and said, "The poisonous bugs we want usually hang out in the smaller bee nests." Hoa Nani frowned. "Poison bugs live inside hives? No way, right?" "Yup." Spotting something, Tiu Long got hyped and told her, "Score. Looks like we found one." His hands skillfully grabbed the little prey with chopsticks. He cheered, "Gotcha." That dude had Hoa Ingan Ni wide-eyed and jaw-dropped. She asked, "Tiu Long, wait, that bug, you mean?" "Yeah. We're here not to catch Hung Fong but to snatch this bug instead." He was buzzing with excitement. "This critter's gonna fix the big mess the two Shuan leaders in." Hoa Nan carefully studied the bug in his hand, a bit unsure. "Tiu Long, is this bug the local dreaded swarm?" Hearing her guess, he held the trembling bug up in front of her and grinned. Yeah, that's totally it. Inside, he was surprised, thinking, they call it the dreaded swarm here. He brought it closer so she could get a better look. The bug looked pitiful, eyes watery, whole body shaking. He explained this bug lives in Hong Fong's nest, known as the dreaded swarm in Trung Nguyen. In Korea, they call it the leaf-cutting bee, and this bug belongs to the Meloid family. Hainan was amazed. But the dreaded swarm lives in Hong Fong's nest? That's new to me. He happily explained, their life cycle is super unique. Then he dropped some knowledge on her. The Meloid species have a crazy way of reproducing. Usually, bugs guard their eggs or make a safe spot for them to hatch. But these guys are different, they just lay their eggs. The tiny oval yellow eggs can pop up on rocks, branches, leaves, basically anywhere. Whether deep in thick woods or out in the open, you'll find their eggs. They just keep laying. They pile all their eggs in one spot, no care given. Somehow, like magic, the leaf-cutting bee larvae hatch and crawl up to the highest nearby point. When they reach the top, they shape up into a weird formation, and that's when a whole new surprise shows up. They stick together and pretend to be a flower. PSA: never ever look up leaf-cutting bee larvae online. So when a cute little honeybee queen comes by looking for nectar, she gets stoked and yells, "Whoa, no way." Then that honeybee zooms in thinking it's a real flower. Watching the leaf-cutting bee crew faking a flower, the honeybee was all confused like, when did flowers show up here? Thinking it's a flower, she keeps gathering her pollen. Their faces turn sly when they realize what's up next. As she approaches, their nasty little hands shoot out and latch onto her. And that's game over. The honeybee colony is basically doomed. He pointed at the trembling bug in his hand, saying, "Don't really know why they pick honeybees, but I heard it's the best place for the dreaded swarm larvae to grow." Ho Ingon hesitated. "Oh, really?" She leaned forward, looking sad. "Poor little honeybees." Tio Long smiled to cheer her up. "Hey, that's nature's law. No way around it." She reached up to pat her head like she just remembered something. "But isn't this the bug with a sting that causes burns? I heard if you get stung a bunch, you can actually die." He laughed and confirmed, "Yup, it causes burns for real." He described the wounds with red marks on skin, explaining that the orange fluid from the leaf-cutting bee's body has a poison called kenteridin. If it touches skin, it causes blister-like burns. She stared at the poor bug in his hand, her pale face slowly flushed red. She bit her lip, covered her mouth with her hand, and whispered, "Wait, does it really work like that?" He nodded. "Yeah." Until the toxin was fully flushed out of her system. Seeing her like that, he squinted and teased, "It can totally get a guy fired up." Ho Anan spun around and bolted away, her cheeks turning even redder. She ran with her eyes shut, screaming at the top of her lungs. All right, let's head back to the poison hall." Tiu Long called out, surprised. "Hold up, let me catch a few more." After a bit, he managed to snag some stinging leaf bugs. Then, we went back to the poison hall, and I showed the fighters how to make the medicine. He glanced at the crowd ahead and calmly said, "Listen up, fam." He held up one finger and continued. "First off, dry the stinging bugs completely and grind them into powder." Everyone's expressions shifted as their brains scrambled through math formulas. Hearing him break down that eating 3 parts equals 11.75 milligrams of poison was straight up life-threatening. And for every pound, that's around 3.75 kilograms of body weight if someone consumes 3/10 of a part, or 1.25 milligrams of poison. Half the people who eat it would flat out die. He looked around and summed it up. So, make the medicine with a dosage of 1/10, that's 0.375 milligrams, which is about 10 drops of liquid, or 0.31 milliliters. Then he asked, everyone following so far, everyone was frozen, the room dead silent, but inside their heads they were thinking, "My brain's about to explode." One guy in charge folded back his face cloth and slowly said, "Detailed explanation, your math game, today's top-notch." He stressed each word, "I'm absolutely gonna pull this off." Hearing that, the guy cracked a smile and said happily, "Yeah, I'm counting on you all." That night was a full moon. Under its light in a brightly lit room, a sound rang out. Who would have thought stinging bugs had that kind of effect? After hearing his niece explain how they caught the bugs and what happened in the lab, her grandpa spoke up. "Maybe it's time I recheck the poisons the poison sex got." Hoenga nodded. "Yeah, Grandpa, I think so too." He cleared his throat softly and asked, "Is he good with math too?" Hoengan replied, "Yep, he divided 1 part into 10, then said it's equal to the weight of 10 drops of water." Hearing that, his face turned serious. He rubbed his index finger and thumb quietly, speaking low, impressive. Thinking about how that kid still looked young, his eyebrows gradually furrowed deeper. He said in a deep voice, "I thought I knew a lot about poisons, but this kid's way beyond what I imagined. The more I realize, the more I see he's a real treasure for the Duong family. Suddenly, he turned to his granddaughter, voice curious. So, you like him even more than before? Hua Angon blushed, shyly murmuring, Grandpa. Her face tinted pink, eyes avoiding his gaze. She clenched her fists, then brought them to her mouth, hiding her embarrassment. Lini said, I just think I rushed into things too fast at the start, so I feel kinda bad. The grandpa closed his eyes, seeming to understand his granddaughter's heart, then gently advised, all right, just behave from now on, and that's all that matters. Out of nowhere, he hits me with, Yo, how do you check if the medicine actually works? She hears that and her eyes pop wide open. Oh, well, about that. She covers her blushing face with her hand, feeling like both her cheeks and hand are radiating some heat, her voice all shy. Those elder leaders are just way too full of themselves. Thinking about Little Dragon's shady look when he said that, she figured the clan would throw down on them, so she spills the story to Grandpa. After hearing her, he's stunned, then suddenly looks up and cracks up laughing. Haha, that dude's actually kinda awesome. Hui Yin just stands there quiet, her face still flushed, the night sky draped in clouds, making everything feel dark and quiet. The forest below seems swallowed by the deep, mysterious night. Another night slips by, and above, fluffy white clouds lazily drift in the breeze. With the morning light waking the forest, it feels like a vivid painting coming to life. Right then, everyone is gathering in the big room. Everyone eyes the fighter standing before them, the elder leaders all staring hard at him. You over there, lean on your palm. You. Cross your arms and chill. The fighter puts down a hexagonal wooden box in front of Little Dragon and says, Little Dragon, here's your medicine. He looks at the box, then says, Oh, so the fighter just folded his hands over his chest and explained, Yeah, we mixed licorice powder and honey to make it sweeter and easier for you to take. Hearing that, he thought to himself, pretty solid detail. He opens the box, sees the shiny black pill on red velvet, and asks, You followed my instructions to the T, right? The guy answers carefully. Of course, great Little Dragon, we stuck exactly to the dosage you gave. The elders outside start whispering, with one scoffing, Peef, they're making a big deal out of nothing. Another folds his arms, agreeing, yeah, acting like they cooked up some crazy potion or something. The man sitting at the head table closes his eyes. His voice booms with authority, silence all around. He looks toward Little Dragon and asks, All right, the medicine's made, how are you gonna prove it works? He asks back, Prove it how? Suddenly, a hand slams the table, making a loud bang, with a shout, Obviously, you gotta prove it. The big-bellied elder is the one who slammed his hand. He stands up yelling, How can I possibly send some untested poison to the governor of Sichuan? The guy next to him jumps in, Yeah, if it backfires, it could be real dangerous. Little Dragon looks at the fighter and says, Guess there's no other way then. The fighter nods, Yeah. Meanwhile, he reaches into his jacket pocket like he's searching for something. The elders notice and glance over, curious. The fighter walks over to the big-bellied elder and places a hexagonal box, similar to Little Dragon's, in front of him. The elder grunts puzzled, picks up a pill and inspects it, sneering, You want us to test this medicine? Who even knows what's inside? The guy next to him whispers some shady warning to the kid he's not just an outsider, but also got some dark intentions. Little Dragon sees their expressions and flashes a sly smile. Grandpa Hua Yin was watching a comedy when suddenly a shout breaks through. Grandpa. Surprise, he turns and asks, What's up? The boy's sitting down, hands clasped under his chin, black smoke kinda swirling behind him, voice sounding a bit wicked as he asks, Didn't you tell me that anyone training the Tong sex martial arts wouldn't freak out at any poison? Is that true or what? The other replies, Yeah, that's right. The boy claps his hands together, still got a kid's edge while trying to challenge, but come on, is he really scared? The one called Grandpa scratches his head, agreeing, Your bro-in-law seems to be onto something. Seeing things roll like the script, noticing everyone's face going dark, he clears his throat and says, Come on now, you're all clan elders, you've hit the level where poison can't touch you. Then he adds, You seriously scared of some rat poison from the lowlands. Sure enough, the elder crushes the pill, grinning plenty confident. Little Dragon's crew laughs hard seeing everyone take turns popping the pill, even mocking it. Who's scared of this weak poison? Another one pipes up. Yeah, you totally misjudged us. One elder who just swallowed the pill snarls. If this stuff don't do jack, you'll regret it, we're about to lay down the clan's law strict. Saying that, he chews the pill up and swallows. Silence falls. Everyone waits for the pill to do its magic, but after a long minute, nada happens. One guy laughs coldly, points at Little Dragon, and yells, See? Nothing happened. Before he can finish, he gets hit like a thunderbolt when his apprentice suddenly lifts his head high. The elders drop their heads low, the vibe tense and kinda eerie. That day, the clan's strict order was reaffirmed with serious force. Under the blazing sun, a voice rang out, "Send the medicine to the governor of Sichuan. The stuff really works." Soon after, the elders bounced out looking super awkward. Everyone hurried away, clutching their shirts at their stomachs. Watching those red-faced jokers walk off, Little Dragon said, like Grandpa said, "Just tease them about poison, and they'll totally fall for it." Grandpa chuckled too. Heh heh. Those guys only got their pride left, no other moves. Grandpa laughed again, warning, "But don't hate on them. They're just doing it for the clan." Hearing that, he asked back, "Really now?" Heh heh. Those guys only got their pride left, so they can't do much else. Grandpa chuckled, giving a reminder, "But don't hold grudges. They're doing it all for the family." Hearing that, the kid asked, "Oh yeah? How come?" Grandpa closed his eyes calmly. "After all, we're family." He obediently replied, "I got it." Just then, Huan rushed in all frantic. As she ran, she nervously said, Xiao Long, we got a big problem." Seeing how anxious she looked, he asked, "What's going on, miss?" She bent over, gasping, and started, "We." Then she stood up, caught her breath, and said, "Our pets are in trouble." Hearing this, he was stunned and blurted out, "What?" Suddenly, a hand grabbed the collar of his shirt and lifted him up. A gruff voice growled, "Son-in-law." Grandpa's face was full of fury, eyes blazing as he asked, "What do you mean? What pets are you talking about?" His hand grabbed the collar tighter until the veins popped, glaring at Xiao Long. "You two having kids now? Looks like I haven't taught you guys properly." Huingen, standing nearby, was also shocked by Grandpa's reaction. She shook her head, both annoyed and embarrassed, and said, "Not me, it's Wugong." Wugong Xiao Long is raising. Now it was Xiao Long's turn to be startled, his face showing worry. He opened his mouth, but for a long time had no words. Grandpa let go of his collar, and he stepped in front of Hua and Gan with worried eyes, asking, "Wait, you're talking about Wugong?" She quickly explained, "Lately, I noticed the older brother practicing a lot, so I asked my sister to take care of the Wugong babies." Hearing this, he thought to himself, "My little darlings are in trouble." Amid his confusion, his spirit magic reached toward her chest, and he said, "Let me take a look." Grandpa's ears caught the irritated voice of his granddaughter nearby. "Quiet. Ah, Xiao Long, no one else is here." After a moment, the two saw the Wugong babies lying quietly on the ground. Ignoring the red handprints on their faces, he whispered, "You're saying they suddenly started moving?" Hua Nan clenched her fist and said, "They've been fine since this morning. Hope they're not hurt anywhere." He looked at the adorable Wugong lying on the floor, noticing their color was clear and their shells looked weird. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, thinking, "This is." He smiled happily and said to Huan Gan, "Looks like you don't need to worry so much." Seeing the Wugong slowly moving, he explained, "They're just shedding their skins, like snakes do. When their bodies grow, they shed. Probably it's that time." Grandpa Huan Gan was surprised and asked, "Shedding skin?" He rested his whole body against the tank wall and replied, "Yeah, exactly." Suddenly, one Wugong rubbed its head against the ground with a scratching sound. Huan Gan quickly called to Xiao Long, "Look over there." Seeing the Wugong's new orange-yellow skin slowly emerging from the old shell, she shouted, "Its head." The group watched the Wugong fully escape its shell, and the old man's voice was full of delight. "Whoa, that's amazing." Huan Gan was also focused, then suddenly said, "Xiao Long, the other two are about to shed too." Another Wugong slowly crawled out, its soft-looking orange shell making you want to reach out and touch it. The last one gently swapped out its old shell, its whole body moving slowly. Seeing all three lying quietly on the ground, he joyfully said, "They all shed their skins." Huan Gan's eyes glowed as she looked at them, then said, "Looks like they all grew bigger." She turned to Xiao Long and asked, "What are their names?" He hesitated slightly. Names? He thought inside, didn't have any. His face blank, he touched his chin, pretending to think deeply for a while. Staring at the three Wugong on the ground, he confidently announced, "How about Wu number 1, Wu number 2, and Wu number 3? Huan Gan heard those silly names and shook her head nonstop, objecting, "No way." Imagining these cute little Wugong flying across the sky, crossing tall mountains someday, she explained to him, "Wugong live 1,000 years and turn into dragons, so they gotta have fierce names, ones that fit their future dragon vibe better." He laughed uncontrollably and said, "Haha, miss, Wugong turning into dragons after 1,000 years? Come on." Grandpa Huanan overheard their chat and butted in. Well, these 1,000-year-old wugong are still called dragons, so I'll name them Heavenly Dragon. Hearing Grandpa, he finally got where Hua Ngan's attitude was coming from and thought, so it's because of Grandpa's teaching. Huh. He looked down at the three and carefully thought for a moment, then said, names. After deciding, he turned to Hua Nan and said, let's call them Autumn, Fragrance, and Tender. She was surprised and repeated, Autumn, Fragrance, and Tender? He explained slowly, the oldest one is Autumn. The second one looks like a female, so she's Fragrance, and the last one has a shiny shell, so Tender. Hua Ngan focused closely on the three and slowly repeated the names he gave, Autumn, Fragrance, and Tender. All three were still fascinated watching the wugong, and she quietly said, usually, the father names the daughters, right? So the little wugong got their new names. Xiaolong walked down the street looking wobbly, drawing everyone's attention. As he walked, he thought, after a whole day, the wugong still cling to him. Exhausted, he sat beside a crate on the roadside, gasping hard. His undershirt felt a bit damp, and he figured his body wasn't fully dry yet, but he could move now. He sighed, still feeling kinda weird. Suddenly, the little critters crawled out from his shirt, one nuzzled his cheek happily and chirped, ack ack. He squinted and joked back with them, silently thinking, you've gotten way heavier, biggest change is definitely your size. He stretched out on the crate, gazed up at the sky, with red marks on his cheek from the friction. The wugong next to him comforted with a voice full of meaning, sorry for being heavy on you. The one nearby joined in, etch. He sighed, recalling they used to be as small as jumbo sausages, but now they're the size of my arm. He looked happily at them growing, feeling their movements right beside him. He sighed, thinking back. At first, they were only about the size of a sausage, but now, they're as big as my arm. He happily watched them grow, feeling them move right by his side, thinking to himself, these little Ngo Kong dudes must have noticed my chest's kinda tight. Now they just keep clinging to my arm and waist. Out of nowhere, he hears a loud laugh right by his ear. Ha ha, told ya, didn't I? He sat up and looked over to see two guys walking down the street, one taller, one shorter. The shorter dude had a mole on his face and was holding a small red bag in his hand. He grinned at his buddy. Yep, just as expected, it's the Sichuan Tang crew. Let's roll for real this time. The guy on the right nodded in agreement. Let's bounce. He patted the head of one of the little Ngo Kongs, leashing on him while that loud laugh echoed again. Making caches a breeze, haha. He glanced after them, puzzled, wondering what was going down. Looking up at the sky, today was straight up gorgeous. Fluffy white clouds were just drifting chill as hell. Back at the Sichuan Tang estate, the vibe was just as chill, peace all around. The master of the house raised his hand to his mouth, cleared his throat, and said with satisfaction, now that's some good news. He looked at Xiaolong and asked, didn't you guys recently send some of your own concocted medicine to the Sichuan city lord? Hearing that, he nodded. Yeah, that's right. Thinking of the guy's chubby self, he got so happy he almost teared up, thumbs up with approval. The man announced, word is, that medicine worked real well. So the city lord sent back a fat bonus and a big thank you. Both of them were super pumped hearing this. Excited, he asked, for real? Xiaolong's dad laughed loud. Man, you're just my kid by marriage and already hooking me up big time. You seriously come through. Xiaolong scratched the back of his head and smiled shyly. Haha, no biggie. Suddenly, the mood shifted. Dad got serious and lowered his voice. Running his fingers through his beard, he looked Xiaolong straight in the eye and said slowly, I'm gonna give you some spiritual medicine. Even if I give it, you'll probably be modest and turn it down, right? Shocked, he asked back. Spiritual medicine? You mean like... He remembered what Dad said before that such medicine can boost internal power. Hua Yin suddenly jumped in. Dad, what exactly is that spiritual medicine? He answered quietly, nothing too extra. Looking at both of them, he spoke slowly, word by word. It's the nectar from the golden fur bee king. Xiaolong pictured a bee gathering nectar. He thought to himself, nectar, honey. Heard gaining internal power is key to being a boss, so he was down to accept it. Thinking that, he eagerly said loudly, thanks, father-in-law. Hua Yin's expression suddenly shifted, no more happiness like before when she called him dad. Calmly, without a hint of joy or sadness, she asked, Dad, why's the reward just honey? Dad looked awkward, stammering, well, it's not like that. Before he finished, she grabbed Xiaolong's arm and raised it, her voice burning with anger. This wasn't a small deal for Xiaolong. Although the golden fur bee king is a mediocre-level venomous insect, its honey is the lowest-level spiritual medicine. It's no way to skimp on Xiaolong's reward. He earned it fair and square. She frowned, demanding the reward be rightfully his, at least a medicine that boosts internal power for a year. This one only lasted 2 months. Her dad cast his eyes down, voice lowering to defend, saying even spiritual medicine costs big bucks to make. She clenched her fists tight, eyes burning like a small flame, teeth clenched. Compared to what Xiao Long did, that's cheap. Meanwhile, Dad turned his face away and coughed quietly, silently crying inside. Big daughters can be a pain, like a broken vase. Xiao Long broke the tension, looking at him and asking, "Father-in-law, what exactly is the Golden Fur Bee King?" He turned his head, cleared his throat. He pictured a huge yellow beehive on a tree branch, bees hustling back and forth gathering nectar. He explained, "The Golden Fur Bee King is a moderate-grade venomous insect you usually find in the forest. It's a big bee, about the size of a small dog. From experience, eating its honey can boost internal strength for 2 months. But what caught Xiao Long's attention most was its size. His eyes lit up like stars, excitedly asking, "About as big as a puppy? That's pretty cool." Hua Yin saw his hype and pinched his cheek to calm him down. "Xiao Long, you hang tight for a sec. I'm kinda mad right now." At that moment, her dad spoke up with a slightly awkward look. "Hua Yin, I didn't mean it like that. I figured Xiao Long would want to go find the Golden Fur Bee King himself, so I picked this one." Hearing that, he was surprised, thinking, "Go in person?" He jumped up fast, full of excitement, asking, "Father-in-law, you want me to personally hunt down the Golden Fur Bee King?" He gave a thumbs up in confirmation. "Yep." His breath quickened, face flushed with excitement. Thinking, personally gathering honey. "Back when I was a YouTuber, I did that tons of times." He dashed to the door yelling, "Let's go, father-in-law. I'm a pro at honey gathering." He laughed loudly too. "Haha, I knew you'd love it." Hui Yin sighed watching them leave, still hearing their chatter. Xiao Long got curious and asked, "What does the Golden Fur Bee King actually look like?" Her dad casually replied, Of course. It looks like a bee." Leaving the Sichuan Tang estate, the honey hunting trip was officially on. On the way, he thought, since this info came straight from father-in-law, there probably wouldn't be any competition. But then, they came upon 2 groups fighting loudly. Scarface shouted, "We got here first, so the Golden Fur Bee King's honey belongs to us." The dude in black wasn't having it, yelling back, "What? We bought the info legit, so it's ours." Xiao Long heard that and thought, "Wait, huh?" Scarface asked back, "You bought info? We did too." "Wait, you copped that from some curly-haired dude with a big mole on his face?" The guy in black couldn't hide his shock. "How'd you even find that out?" "Either way, we ain't backing down." Xiao Long's expression froze for a sec. He thought back to the dude he saw on the road, mulling over, could that curly-haired guy with the mole be one of them? Xiao Long realized they'd sold info to all sorts of folks. Hua Yin's dad had been overhearing the whole convo, and now his whole body was shaking with rage. He clenched his fists tight, bit his lip, muttering under his breath, "Those damn bastards." Then he let out a roar, daring to disrespect the Sichuan Tang right there in Sichuan. The crew heard that and whipped their heads toward the voice, each face showing pure shock. One dude blurted, "What? The Sichuan Tang? No joke." Xiao Long gave a bitter laugh. "That's my honey heist plan." He remembered before the trip. Hua Yin's dad warned him carefully, "Xiao Long, this is your first run, so you gotta be real careful and never forget you're a Tang family member." He nodded respectfully. "Yes, sir." The old man then gestured for him to look down below. Seeing the crew lined up neatly, he said seriously, "Take them with you? You gotta start learning how to handle people." Xiao Long stared in surprise, asking, "Wait, you want me to bring them along?" He glanced at Hua Yin standing behind, confused, but Miss Hua Yin. Before he finished, the old man burst out laughing loud. "Ha, kid, Hua Yin's your girl. You're her partner. Your top dog here." Embarrassed, Xiao Long blushed and awkwardly said, "Partner." Hua Yin smiled brightly to cheer him on. "You'll kill it, Xiao Long, and I got your back." His cheeks burned even more hearing that, replying, "I'll give it everything I got." Right now, the Sichuan Tang crew and the others were staring each other down. Xiao Long worried, thinking, "What now?" He turned to the man beside him, the fearless leader from Juliet Jiang, and pitched his idea. "What do we do next? Hand out some rice rations to them." Nudi Jiang rubbed his chin, whispering, "Split how though?" He didn't seem on board, folding his arms, scoffing. "Who do they think they are demanding shares from the Sichuan Tang?" Hua Yin nodded in agreement, not knowing who they were but thinking these guys were hella bold. She eyed the opposite crew with lethal intent, her voice dropping. They dared to sell info the Sichuan Tang paid for. The leader noticed her and gasped, "Hitch, Poison Flower, and Juet Hue." The guy behind freaked out, shouting, "The the poison flower from Tang sect is here. The leader bowed, grinding his teeth as he thought hard. Fong Van sect. We didn't realize this involved the Sichuan Tang. We'll back off. The others around looked stunned by his move, suddenly understanding the deal. They all respectfully bowed and said, Van Ho sect here, we also withdraw. Another dude cursed, damn it, I'm gonna catch and skin that guy. We from the White Jade Ghost Assassin sect ain't joining this. Watching the crowd scatter like ghosts, Xiaolong was stunned. Seriously, just like that? He thought nervously, is the Sichuan Tang really times that times powerful? Seeing them vanish, he asked, that's it then. Nguyen Jiang's voice dropped, no way. He shared his guess, they're hiding somewhere close by. These four sects ain't just quitting like that. He clasped his hands behind his back and explained, first, they'll find a good spot nearby. They're definitely laying low somewhere close, waiting for the right moment. Then he turned and told his underling, Cao Bai, track their exact location. Cao Bai bowed respectfully. Yes, chief. Noticing Xiao Long still looked worried, Hua Yin reassured, don't sweat it, Xiao Long. Staring out toward the endless forest, he whispered, our bees. Now Hua Yin, Xiao Long, and Niu It Jiang were hiding behind a big rock. In front of them stood a giant tree with a huge hole near the base, and several big bees were buzzing around the entrance. Looking closely, the bees had yellow and black stripes and thick fur. The swarm kept flying in and out of the tree, their buzzing quite loud. Xiao Long gasped, that's the golden fur bee king. Hua Yin admired. It's my first time seeing one this big, no joke. Xiao Long, hyped, said, isn't it kinda cute? Hua Yin praised, its fur looks so fluffy. Niu Jiang nodded proudly. That's why they call it the golden fur bee king. After watching for a while, Xiao Long guessed. The swarm was kinda small, only like a few hundred bees, yet the king's still this big. Hua Yin caught that word and asked, so what's a swarm exactly? Patiently, Xiao Long explained, that's what you call a whole bee colony. Usually, a hive has about 5,000 to 7,000 bees. She was surprised and asked, you can tell all that without going in? Xiao Long confidently replied, just by counting how many fly in and out, you can get a pretty good estimate. Suddenly, footsteps came from behind, making everyone turn their heads. Cao Bai kneeled on one knee and reported, boss, we found the four-sect crews. Niu Yet Jiang asked, really, where at? Cao Bai squeezed his eyes shut, hesitating. Well, then described what he observed. Just like expected, they were gathered around a fire waiting. He whispered a curse. Those bastards are definitely across the way. Can't see exactly what they're up to, but they're about to make a move. After hearing the report, Niu Jiang stroked his chin thoughtfully. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Those damn guys were definitely on the other side. Even though he couldn't see what they were up to, he had a feeling they were about to make their move. After the report, Nguyen Jiang rubbed his chin, deep in thought. So they're probably waiting for nightfall and planning to grab honey using the Dang family's method. Xiao Long asked. Curious. Dang family's method? Huh. He noticed Xiao Long's interest and decided to explain. If you burn mugwort leaves and let the smoke float into the hive, the Feng swarm will chill out. Then we can sneak in and grab the honey. Xiao Long, impressed, nodded and said, oh, that's actually a pretty slick plan. Kobai, standing nearby, hesitated before chiming in, wait, but the wind's blowing right toward us now. Everyone looked up, and sure enough, the wind was heading their way. The group all shouted at once, ah. While everyone was still worried, Xiao Long suddenly clapped his hands together excitedly and shouted, got it. Kobai quickly asked, did you come up with something? His face flushed with excitement as he shared his thought. If the wind's blowing toward us, doesn't that mean we can cover up our scent? Hoengan nodded, pondering. Yeah, that makes sense. He shot up from his seat, pointed at the tree base, and yelled, all right, I'm heading out for a bit, but I'll be right back. Hoengan panicked, shouting, Xiao Long. She grabbed his sleeve to hold him back. No way, Xiao Long. The golden hair bee king is a mid-level venomous creature real dangerous. Instead of getting scared, Xiao Long just got even more determined, saying, just one quick touch, then I'll come back. Suddenly, a huge rock rolled right in front of them, making both of them jump and yell, ah. The rock kept moving forward with a thunderous rumble. It rolled toward the golden hair bee king's hive before stopping. Both of them stared wide-eyed at the scene. Xiao Long trembled, shouting, whoa. The bees shot out from the tree base nonstop, each radiating fierce vibes. Hoengan quickly grabbed him and ran the other way, scared, yelling, run first. Xiao Long struggled to speak while being hugged tight. Yeah. The once quiet forest erupted into chaos. Above the thick woods, mist still danced around as the sky slowly darkened toward evening. The forest looked like it was dusted with a thin layer of cocoa. Xiaolong sat cross-legged on a rock, deep in thought, muttering, no way around this, huh? He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to calm down and piece together his thoughts. We gotta light a fire against the wind, but I'm stuck between the 4 factions and the 7 winds. Thinking about that cloud-like furry bee, he pressed his lips tightly and whispered, "The golden hair bee king isn't like the bees I know." He opened his eyes and stroked his chin thoughtfully. Remembering Hoa and John clutching him as they escaped gave him chills. Even from 30 meters away, he could hear their wing beats. Hornets weren't usually this intense. Suddenly, someone behind called out, "Xiaolong, over here." Turning around, he recognized who it was and said, "Ah, Miss Hainan." She had brought the Gokong bees, 2 resting on her shoulders, holding a third one out in front of him, smiling. "Looks like they've eaten up everything. Since they kept flying around, I guided them here." Watching the bees make their soft buzzing, he gratefully said, "Thanks a lot, Miss Hainan." Then Gokong moved up onto him. Xiaolong softened his voice as he spoke to them. "You guys have calmed down a lot." Hainan sat beside him. No words needed to feel the cozy vibe between them. They'd been sitting like that a while when she broke the silence, asking, "Did you find anything else?" He hesitated. I was just wanting to observe a bit more." She looked a little sorry and said, "Sorry for rushing you, Xiaolong. Take your time, no need to hurry." Feeling that pressure spike, he didn't reply but smiled wryly inside, thinking, "Haha, she's still pushing me." Suddenly, Hoangan pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Hey, Xiaolong, look over there by the base of that tree." Far off by the tree base, 2 monkeys were fighting, with some bees buzzing angrily around them. The noise was wild, she said. "Are those macaques? Are they fighting?" He was shocked, thinking, "Monkeys? Really?" One monkey raised both hands to threaten the other, barking out menacing sounds, while the other didn't back down, growling in reply. Ho-I-I-N covered her mouth in surprise. "Oh man, they're totally heated." Xiaolong stayed quiet. Suddenly, a scent wafted past his nose. Xiaolong called out, "Miss Hoanan," scanning the area. "I think there's some kind of smell." It seemed to be coming from the golden hair bee king's nest. Carefully, he guessed. Could that scent be? His face darkened, thinking about it. Could it be? Suddenly, pointing toward the tree base, he shouted in shock, "Miss Hoangan, we gotta get out of here. The Fang swarm's gonna lose it and rush over." Even though she didn't know the whole deal, she said, "Got it." She jumped up fast, slipped her arms under his to hold him close, just like before, and ran off. Xiaolong was stunned by how quickly she reacted. Right as they leapt and took off, a loud explosion shook the ground beneath them, hurling dirt and rocks everywhere. Hoanan held him as they landed, sliding on the ground. Her face froze, staring at the scene ahead. The bees were swarming out furiously. She stammered, "Oh my gosh." On the ground, 2 monkeys had exploded. The bees poured down on them like a storm. One wounded monkey groaned, "Cry see." Its arm showed big bone fractures as the bees happily feasted. Seeing the monkeys become a feast, Hoanan was still shaken, saying, "That nearly turned real bad." He nodded and added silently as she turned to him. The swarm buzzed happily, diving right in. Seeing 2 monkeys become a feast for the bees, Hoangan still shivered and said, "That was way too close for comfort." Hearing that, the kid jumped in. "Yeah, I know." She turned to him, curiously asked, "Yo, Lil Dragon, how'd you know the Golden Fur King was going to charge like that? You told me to dodge before even hearing him coming, right? You remember the scent from that tree root?" Stammered. Yeah. It was because of the scent you asked about. What was it again?" Lily thought for a sec, then said, "Now that I think about it, it smelled like night pheromone." He was shocked hearing that name. Watching her calm face, he thought, could Lily really tell pheromones apart? To check, he asked if she knew that scent from earlier. Lily smiled and said, "Yeah, I know it." Then she added, "That smell definitely matched the night pheromone." Before she finished, he grabbed her shoulders tight, grinning. "That's the one." Lily blushed and whispered shyly, "Ah, Lil Dragon, you got all happy and buried your face in my shoulder, crying like a baby." "Aha." Feeling how close you two are got her cheeks burning even more, even if she didn't get why you were crying. Wugong peeked out from his chest hiding spot, while Lil Dragon hid in her embrace, chuckling. "I got a plan now, a way to wipe out those 4 groups and snatch that honey." That night, everyone gathered in small groups, round the fire roasting food. On high alert with guards watching close, the guy drinking tipped his head back, cheeks flushed, kinda tipsy, next to the cozy fire smelling like grilled fish. After a swallow, he wiped his mouth and laughed loud. "Ha ha, that's fire." The guy opposite asked, curious, "Yo, when do you think we gonna snag that honey?" The drunk dude thought a moment and said, no clue yet. 5 days ago we saw them buzzing all over, now suddenly quiet. Guess they're up to something. The Scarface guy chimed in too. Yeah, probably. Suddenly, he asked, yo, do these hives really make cash? The other laughed out loud. Dude, been fooled your whole life or what? If it's from the golden wax of the queen, that stuff's super rare, reserved for royalty only. They'll just take the honey and dip, leaving the hive for us. That guy's smirk turned sly, thinking that thought through. And if we flop and all die, ha ha ha. The other copied that creepy laugh, rubbing his hands. He he he. Thinking about the girl with that deadly glare, he warned. That girl's got that deadly triple flower move too. Gotta watch out so she don't hurt us again. Imagining her stunning face, he grinned wide. Not a bad idea, that look of hers. Ha ha ha. The other licked his lips like he wanted her bad. What? Just thinking about it got him all itchy. His buddy joked, maybe one of us will end up married into their crew? Suddenly, a sleazy voice rang out. Oh, for sure. Saving your skin means you gotta repay the favor. Then a strange scent floated through the air, making him freeze. Everyone on their feet buzzed with chatter. Where's that sweet smell coming from? Could it be that poisonous flower fragrance? Ha ha, no doubt, that flower's scent gotta be as gorgeous and sweet as this one here. Under the soft moonlight, that scent slowly got stronger. Hearing rustling behind, one turned curious. What's that sound? The group stood up, spotting something pitch black far away. Unclear what it was. As it got closer, faces twisted with shock, jaws dropping. What's that thing? Someone screamed. It's the queen bee. Panic struck. Everyone jumped up yelling. Run, move, get out of here. The swarm came rushing like a storm, each one fierce AF. No matter how they tried, they couldn't dodge, getting stung all over till their skin swelled up like crazy. Weak groans echoed. Help, somebody. On the ground, piles of flowers and fruits were crushed, releasing a strange smell. This mixture wasn't random, it was purposefully broken down. Lil Dragon and Lily stood behind a rock, watching the bees move toward the scent's source. Moonriver gasped. The swarms all flying to one spot. Lily nodded. Yeah, that's real. She turned to Lil Dragon, curious. Hey, what exactly did you do? Never thought bees could freak out over a flower's scent like that. He smiled and said, well, I ordered an all-out attack with 7 special bees. She recalled the flowers and fruits he told her to prep, softly said. An all-out attack. I just mashed the fruits and flowers and cracked them open. Seeing the scent from the mix, she got it. That smell triggered the battle signal. Lil Dragon explained, pheromones are the chemical signals animals of the same kind send each other. He added, especially social insects like ants and hornets use pheromones super actively for chatting. To make sure she understood, he broke it down. The pheromone I used is what bees release to launch their attack. It's called Xamin AAT. Lily was amazed, thinking about the dense swarm. You mean this flower, the smirk blossom, gives off the exact same scent bees use when they strike? That's crazy cool. Hearing her praise, he blushed a bit. Still, I think it's even crazier that you could spot that scent, Lily. She smiled modestly at the compliment. I'm into poisons, so being scent-sensitive comes with the turf. Lil Dragon said, eyes forward, not looking at her, voice buzzing with excitement. Look at that tree we've been waiting on for days. The queen bee's leading the swarm into full assault now. Still, I think it's even crazier that Ho and Gon could tell the difference in the scent. She smiled modestly upon hearing this. Our gentleman here specializes in poisons, so being sensitive to smells is pretty normal. Tu Long looked straight ahead, nodded at her, and replied, yeah, that's right. Just look at the tree I've been waiting for days to see, his voice trembling with excitement. The queen bee's already called the swarm for the full-on attack. Yo, it's about time we roll in. You lead the way, step up through that thick grass, hyped up like, let's snag that queen bee's honey. He's clutching some gear all wrapped up tight in cloth. The 3 of them tiptoe ahead, real careful. When they hit the base of the tree and spot that creepy big dark hole, they all kind of freeze up. Inge Jiang takes a deep breath, trying to chill, then clears his throat. All right, Tu Long, it's super sketchy. Let me go first and lead us through. One by one they step inside, and once they peek around, they're blown away like, whoa, check out that huge hive. No way. Right above them, there's this massive, golden buzzing hive straight up insane. Every hex-shaped cell is perfectly built, kinda mesmerizing to look at. Nguyen Jiang lights a fire to make some smoke, murmuring, good thing all the bees seem to have bounced already. Hearing some weird noise, Tu Long shoots a glance and asks, wait, what's that? Nguyen Jiang squints, not fully buying it, taking a closer look, sounding unsettled. No honey, no way, those cells are totally empty. Ho Anan asks seriously, for real, There's nothing left at all, like Tio Long said. Nuit Jiang scratches his chin like, this ain't ever happened before. Weird. Tio Long starts tossing out some theory like, yo, is it possible you're thinking what I'm thinking? That this hive straight up doesn't have a single egg? Nuit Jiang's curious. How's that even connect to no honey in the hive? Tio Long gets gutsy, guessing maybe the bees were gearing up to bounce early, so they probably chugged all the honey down their throats. He wraps it up, saying maybe it's cause they sensed a ton of human scent around lately. Huo-Ing-Jan looks bummed and goes, so that's what's up. To back that up, he walks over to another hive nearby and checks it out, then says, yep, when bees decide to migrate, they stop laying eggs because they just don't have time or energy to care for the larvae anymore. Suddenly, he freezes, eyes on something. Behind the hive, part of a bee's rear end sticks out, but this one's unusually big. He grins a little creepy, asking Nuit Jiang, hey man, if you kept using your light foot moves nonstop without rest, how long you think you'd last? The old guy looks puzzled but answers, if I pace myself, maybe half a day. Curious, he asks, why you asking all that all of a sudden? Just then, Kobai's voice rings out from outside, yo, Tio Long, dude. He's stuttering, queen bee. Remembering what just went down, he panics. The yellow bees are swarming back. Man, you gotta get out of here. Like now. Tio Long doesn't bolt right away. Instead, he bows his head like he's trying to grab something, hesitating like, wait, just a sec. Nuit Jiang hears this and shouts, nah, let's bounce. Tio Long, don't be dumb. Huo-Ing-Jan, fed up with the slowpoke, grabs his collar and says, come on, Tio Long, move it. Outside, Kobai's still stressing, get outside, fast. Tio Long finally rushes off, clutching something close to his chest as the moonlight shines down. The three make it back to their crew, all gasping for air. Nearby folks are like, dang, that was way too close. Huo-Ing-Jan exhales, man, glad we dipped before those bees came back. The creature Tio Long's holding, struggling to breathe, sticks its head out for fresh air. Huo-Ing-Jan's shocked. Tio Long, what the heck you got there? Tio Long smirks and raises that massive bee for everyone to see, explaining, it's the queen bee of the hive. Since there's no honey, I brought the one that's going to make the honey. Nuit Jiang freaks out, whispering, the queen bee. Huo-Ing-Jan looks at the bee, trying to act cute and hesitates. Tio Long, dude. Suddenly, both Nuit Jiang and Huo-Ing-Jan go pale. The bee in Tio Long's arms lets out a high-pitched scream, buzz buzz. He's not holding back, adding, sooner or later the bees will realize their queen's gone and come chasing us. Behind them, black clouds of bees gather tightly in swarms. Tio Long's clueless, still grinning, shouting, let's go, fam. And just like that, the chase for survival kicks off, intense and wild. Handling level 17 now. The crew, queen bee in tow, panic dashes as the swarm chases, making a deafening buzz noise. Days have passed since the deadly honeybee race started. Looking at the shining eyes of the queen, Tio Long pats her head to calm her. Chill out, I'll take you somewhere safe where nobody can bug us. During that time, the group cut down on sleep to push full speed ahead. Seeing their state now, straight up miserable. While the whole squad's taking a breather, Tio Long spots something far ahead and yells, we're here. Everyone freaks out looking that way, and one person sighs, ah man, I can't keep running. Along the way here, some from the Blood Clan crew already dropped behind. Tio Long quietly vows, next time he wins, he's got to get proper training for that Lightfoot skill. Suddenly, someone trips and falls forward, screaming, cough. Nearby dude's shocked, wait, another one falling behind. The crew keeps running but anxious, turning back to see the guy flat on the ground, teammates shouting, the Long runners down. Blood Clan's top runners left behind. Tio Long urges, everybody, use your Lightfoot moves and pick up the pace. Internally thinking, maybe if they put enough distance from the queen bee, they won't get attacked anymore. Kobai pants hard and asks, boss Tio Long, do you think we can get out of this? Tio Long's a bit shaky, answering, maybe, we'll see. 3 days later, Kobai was panting hard, asking, Master Tio Long, can we even get out of this? Tio Long wasn't totally sure, but answered, maybe, hopefully. 3 days later, despite giving it his all, Nuit Jiang couldn't keep going and collapsed on the ground. He coughed dryly, whispering to the two in front, sorry, Master Tio Long, I can't go any further. At this point, Tio Long and Huo-Ing-Jan looked exhausted and a hot mess, hair all tangled. He stared at the man in shock, worried, calling out, boss. After a pause, Huo-Ing-Jan spoke up, Tio Long, let me carry you. He blushed and politely declined, Miss Huo-Ing-Jan, I'm good, running on my own. Suddenly, she grabbed his face with both hands. After pulling herself together, her energy lifted a bit. She gave him a determined grin. I got this. The Duong family never gives up. At Duong's big gate, two guards stood crisp and sharp, gripping their weapons, focused. Hearing footsteps from afar, they glance over, confused. Huh? As the figure got closer, one of them gasped, "Oh, the miss is back." The two looked worn out, dark circles hanging under their eyes from no sleep. Tu Long was steadying Ho and Gan as they came along, the guard utterly stunned, mouth agape, asking, "The miss?" The whole Duong family instantly went into chaos, firing signal flares to summon all the direct family members as soon as possible. The elder and head of the family heard the signals and immediately rushed outside. The head worriedly asked, "Is everything serious?" Someone quickly reported, "Miss Ho and Gan has returned." The moment they arrived, they saw Ho and Gan, completely drained, being supported by servants, while Tu Long stood nervously beside her. The two looked wrecked enough to break anyone's heart. The head couldn't believe his eyes and asked, "For real?" He pulled his daughter close, crying out angrily at Tu Long. "Tell me what's going on." He quickly dropped to his knees, stammering for explanation. "Please stay calm, father-in-law." Miss Hoengan just ran herself ragged nonstop for 10 days straight, practicing lightness skill. As if remembering something, his tone turned serious. "But now wasn't the time for that chat, let's head to the arena." The elder looked shocked and asked again, "What? Why the arena?" Tu Long didn't answer right away but reached into his coat like he was pulling something out, holding up the queen bee for everyone to see. Then he said, "This is the queen of the Golden Fur Wind King. Soon, the other bees will swarm here, so we gotta get to the ancient tree in the arena now." At that moment, the elder chuckled loudly. "Ha ha, this kid's got promise. He's definitely gonna do big things." Meanwhile, the Duong family head frowned, asking, "Wait, what? Weren't we supposed to get honey, and he's brought back the queen bee instead?" Before Tu Long could answer, the elder grabbed his shoulders and said, "All right then, let's roll." Tu Long was stunned, shouting, "What?" The elder used his lightness skill to scoop Tu Long up midair, making him yell, "Oh my god." Down below, people shielded their faces from whipping sand and dust as the pair zipped through the sky. Tu Long felt dizzy from flying so fast while being carried like that. Suddenly, he screamed, "Ah!" Hearing that, the elder anxiously glanced back, asking, "What's wrong?" Far away up in the sky was a dense black and yellow cloud, the familiar swarm. He quickly called out, "Master Elder." The bees were swarming closer and closer. The elder stayed calm, saying, "Huh, that many? You brought all of them here?" Then, he sped up right ahead. "Come on, move faster." Tu Long freaked out as the pace suddenly jumped. When the elder landed, it was rough, kicking up rocks and dirt everywhere. He took Tu Long to the big old tree and said, "We're here, Tu Long." He immediately hugged the queen bee tight and dashed toward the tree. Tu Long looked up at the massive trunk and said, "Golden Fur Wind King, this is the place I was talking about. From now on, it's your home." The bee in his hand flapped its wings in confusion, buzzing softly. He pointed to the big hollow in the tree and asked, "Is this good?" The only response was the soft buzzing of wings. The Golden Fur Wind King cautiously flew around the tree, checking it out. After a careful look, it turned back to Tu Long with a bright smile. Seeing that, Tu Long felt quietly happy. "Looks like it likes the spot." As the swarm drew nearer, the elder called out, "Tu Long, time to bounce." The bees were closing in fast, so he hears that, spins around, and hits back with, "Yeah, got it, Grandpa." When the swarm of bees starts buzzing loud overhead, everyone below looks up, their faces showing total shock and worry. Kim Mao Fong Vung spots the bees and instantly gets hyped, flapping its wings nonstop. Zoom, 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 it quickly leads the swarm into the tree hollow it just scoped out. The boss of the Thurung family can't help but marvel at the scene right in front of him. Seriously, never in my life have I seen something like this. Xiao Long watches too, sighing quietly. Seeing the bees buzzing in and out of the hollow, he breathes easy. Kim Mao Fong Vung's been caught. Sweet. One bee sticks out its tongue, sipping water from a wooden bowl. Watching the swarm cluster up in groups to drink, he's pretty proud he wore those exhausted Kim Mao Fong Vung out chasing some sugar water to refuel. You know how it is, sharing food builds friendship, and good vibes grow from these little moments. Lucky for us, there's something like sugar here. Couldn't be more perfect. The gang from the Durung family stands off to the side, watching, chatting happily. They're munching it up real nice, and gotta say, up close, these guys are kinda cute. Seeing Kim Mao Fong Vung happily slurping down the sugar water, he's quietly thrilled. This should chill them out a bit. Even better if they actually recognize him as their owner. Suddenly, he blurted out, "Oh, right. The head of the house raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's up?" Feeling kinda awkward, he asked back, "What about Miss Ho and Gan?" The older guy gave a sly side look and said, "You just now remembered, huh?" Remembering how worn out the girl looked, he spoke more cautiously. "She was so drained I had to hand her over to her mom for care. But I didn't expect you'd have her practicing Qigong nonstop for like 10 days straight." Xiao Long sheepishly avoided eye contact and replied, "Yeah, father-in-law, sorry about that. She only catches around 2 watch periods of sleep daily. The rest of the time's all about training." "Yeah, that figures." Then the elder suddenly recalled something and asked Xiao Long, remembering the crew he brought along, "What about the Blood Fang squad? Where are they now?" At that moment, he froze, sweat dripping down his face. I'm kinda unsure, probably passed out somewhere on the road. I guess we gotta go pick them up." Hearing that, the head of the house just chuckled with his eyes closed. Following orders, the Blood Fang team was safely brought back into their family's arms. Sunlight poured warmly through the windows in Hoang Gan's room. After hearing Xiao Long's story, she brightened up. It seemed those king feather bees had bounced back their energy. "Lucky break." Xiao Long smiled and said, "Yes, ma'am, Miss Hoang Gan." Thinking about the bees heading into the mountain with a staff, he added, "Right now, they're sucking nectar from the poisonous flowers deep in Mount Tang." She nodded and said, "Dang, they're seriously adorable." Suddenly, a frantic shout cut through their chat from outside. "Mr. Xiao Long, Mr. Xiao Long." He glanced outside and asked, "Yeah, what's up?" Ka Bai, though in a rush, kept his manners, gripping the door with both hands and urging, "You gotta step outside for a sec." He was panting hard and added, "The king feather bee swarm's acting weird, like they're on the hunt for something." Xiao Long mulled it over, then quickly dashed out. Ho and Nan followed behind, and a few king bees were already waiting up high. Seeing the swarm buzzing right above, he blurted out, "Seriously." Hearing him, the bees all turned their heads toward him, their wings buzzing loudly. Watching them cling onto his head and then his clothes, he got flustered. "Yo, what's up with you guys?" Ho and Yan looked worried too. "Xiao Long, you good?" The bees kept tugging at his arm, biting his shirt and pulling hard. He anxiously asked, "Why are you guys acting like this?" Suddenly, his feet lifted off the ground, and he could only flash a helpless grin. The people below craned their necks as Xiao Long's silhouette got dragged farther away by the swarm. Hoengan's mouth dropped, surprised, calling out, "Xiao Long, the bees are flying you over to the big tree and then letting you down." The buzzing wings whirred by his ears as he stumbled on landing, shouting, "What?" His eyes widened when he took in the scene before him. Totally stunned, he asked them, "What's going on with your hive?" One bee flew behind him and pushed him inside with some force. Going along with it, he walked in, chuckling. All right, I get it. You want me inside." Once in, he glanced around and exclaimed softly. Seeing rows of golden honeycombs neatly arranged, he couldn't help but think, the hive's pretty well built already, and they're busy gathering honey too. A bee slowly flew closer, and he squinted, puzzled. So you're the queen bee, huh?" She looked at him with a ton of affection, landing on his arm and lightly flapping her wings. He asked gently, "You want me to pick you up?" She responded with a stronger buzz of her wings. But then the swarm doubled down, covering his face so much it distorted his features. He got a headache, thinking, these little guys are sticking so tight I can't even move. He bowed his head and lifted the queen bee like she wanted. Catching sight of her big, shiny eyes looking up, the queen slowly closed them, reaching her front legs out to touch his face. Xiao Long was shocked and yelled, "Wait, hold up." But it was too late. She got super close, making his face go bright red. He silently groaned in his head. Uh-huh. He felt his lips brush something soft, his whole body heating up, eyes hazy, head spinning. Reflexively, he swallowed hard, shocked to sense something flowing over. The bees darted around, watching Xiao Long get queen bee smooches. As their lips parted, a bubble of foam popped between them. He quickly pulled away, taking a deep breath. Phew. Covering his mouth with his hand, face flushed, he pointed at her, stammering, "You, queen bee, this is my first time. What are you even doing?" He felt totally out of control, freaking out inside. Huh? Suddenly, weak and falling like a rag doll to the ground with a thud, his eyes flashed. Looking up for the queen bee, grinding his teeth, he saw her seemingly smirking at him and wondered, "Did you just give me that?" After that close contact with the queen, Xiao Long curled up on the ground, pain etched on his face. He struggled through a cough. Oh, his face burning, white foam dribbling from his mouth, with an odd, itchy discomfort behind. The whole body was overwhelmed by these feelings. He tossed and turned but couldn't shake off the tight, restless feeling inside. His vision blurred as fluids dripped continually from nose and mouth. He heard his heart beating like thunder in his chest. He reached out toward the queen bee, coughing with some difficulty. "You?" he questioned, suspicious. "What did you feed me?" As his eyes slowly closed, he caught a glimpse of her looking at him with an innocent, pleading expression. "Go on." Just before fully shutting his eyes, he heard Huangyan's worried voice calling out, "Little Long, Little Long." Then suddenly came the image of her calling for the Supreme Ancestor's attention. "Dad, something's wrong with Little Long," he replied seriously. "Looks like he swallowed some super potent elixir." His gaze darkened, and Huangyan cried out in alarm. "Little Long, snap out of it," followed by the Supreme Ancestor saying, "I'll channel energy to help you." When he opened his eyes, he saw Huangyan holding a cloth ready to press against his forehead, and when she saw him awake, she smiled with relief. "Little Long, you're up." He sat up, rubbing his head and scanning the room before asking around. "Right here," she answered. "This is the medicine hall of the Tang sect." She tucked her hair behind her ear and filled him in, explaining how Little Long had been dragged back to the Golden Fur Wind King. She and Dad rushed over, but when they arrived, he had already passed out. So they brought him here. When she asked, "You remember what happened?" he hesitated. "Yeah, I remember how things unfolded." Covering his face, his mind was a mess. Seeing his state after a first kiss, Huanan worriedly pressed, Little Long, you okay? Any weird feelings in your body?" When he stayed quiet, she suggested, "Should I call Dad over?" He quickly stopped her. "Nah, it's fine. Just me." Then, he fell silent again, exhaling slowly. He gathered his thoughts and said, "The queen bee fed me her food. That's probably why this happened." Huan Gan asked curiously, "What exactly did you eat?" He seemed unsure. I don't know the exact name, but if I had to call it, maybe Wind King Lightning." She repeated the strange name, Wind King Lightning. He smiled and nodded. "Yeah, worker bees gather honey and pollen to live off. Only the worker bees, who grind all day, eat that stuff." She asked, "What about the queen bee?" He explained. "From birth till death, she only consumes this Wind King Lightning secreted by the workers." Only now did he realize, so the queen forced me to eat royal jelly. Huangyan softly understood. So that's it, the queen's lifelong meal. Suddenly, his tone brightened up like a light bulb went off. "But Wind King Lightning has some special properties." She asked, "Special how?" He got excited. Worker bees normally live just over a month, but the queen can live 60 times longer by eating Wind King Lightning. "No way, that's insane, right?" She was shocked. Little Long, chill out." Blushing, she cleared her throat awkwardly. "Ah, so that's how it is, mystery solved." She went on, "The internal skill you practiced is the 5 Venoms original art, even though it's just the beginner mind method, so you can't absorb all the energy from the elixir." Huanggan sighed with relief. "The Golden Fur Wind King's honey works like 2 months of internal training, and you got the full 60 times effect, which means you've gained 10 years of internal skill." Hearing her praise made him amazed and speechless. 10 years of internal energy. Now Huanggan hesitated, shyly covering her face with a cloth, and said, "Next time, check yourself in a silver mirror. Seems like Wind King Lightning has other effects too." Surprised, he blinked wide and asked again, "Other effects?" Little Long tentatively touched his face, wondering, silver mirror. And sure enough, staring into the mirror, he froze and gently touched his cheek, whispering, "Something's weird." Suddenly it clicked. "So royal jelly works like this? Where'd the country bumpkin from Hainan go?" Little Long poked at his cheek, feeling his features sharpen and his skin soften, almost like a woman's. Thinking that, sweat dripped down his face in beads, making his cheeks flush so hard he forgot to pull his finger away, imagining himself as a cute feminine version, cheerfully saying, "Hey, I'm Mingai Little Ling." Panicked, he grabbed his face and wondered, "The queen eats royal jelly too." He quickly bent down, fumbling to unzip his pants, holding his breath not to make a sound. Then he checked if his little bro was still in place. After confirming, he flopped back down on the ground, staring at the ceiling relieved. Phew, still where it's supposed to be. He remembered Huanggan's warning. Without Dad's guidance of energy, things would have gone real bad, and told himself, "I probably owe him a thank you." Almost gave up the ghost but got saved instead. It was a chilly day with a bone-deep haze making the far mountains peak and vanish. The view was mostly blocked, only the nearby trees clearly visible. Little Long walked the usual path but felt strange because people kept staring at him. Seeing the girls glance and giggle, he guessed maybe the boost in his internal skill made him stand out. He bolted like a ghost on the run, thinking, "Gotta get out of here as soon as possible," leaving behind a chorus of girls' laughter. Over at the Sichuan Roads dining hall, actually Sichuan Snail's Little Long stood, hesitating outside the door, too nervous to step in. Peeking inside, He saw the table loaded with all kinds of dishes bursting with aroma and flavor. Everyone was already seated. Servants were bringing more food out. The lady of the house, caught off guard, spotted him, looked him over carefully, and exclaimed, "Oh wow, son-in-law, your face looks way brighter now, huh?" Then she asked with a caring tone, "You feeling better now?" Xiao Long bowed his head, clasped his hands, and replied, "Yes, stepmom. Sorry for making you worry." She clapped happily, saying, "No worries. It's a blessing to have a lucky encounter." Then she teased her daughter, "Look at that skin. Huan Gan's gonna be all over it." Huan Gan blushed, shy as heck. "Mom, come on." Then she tried to play it cool but totally flustered. Xiao Long, come sit down too." With the lady's cheerful laughter, he quietly said yes. Yeah, everyone got seated to eat. The servants were bringing out the last dishes. While the servants poured tea, the head of the house showed concern. "Xiao Long, you feeling better now?" He nodded and obediently said, "Yes, respected stepdad. Sorry for making you worry." Then he respectfully added, "Thanks, sir. I heard you checked on my health." The grandpa chuckled, "Oh really? Lucky break, so gotta celebrate." The head of the house cut in, "All right, now spill what actually went down." His curiosity was obvious. "I'd heard about the Phoenix King's mess with Huan Gan. What's the real story?" He wasn't sure where to start, so out of habit, he touched his face, then said, When I remembered my first kiss, I closed my eyes and said, maybe the king bee was pleased. So the golden owl Phoenix King tried to repay me. That's why I got pulled to the hive and suddenly got fed the Phoenix King's nectar." Then he happily summed it up, "I think everything that happened started from that." The lady covered her mouth and gasped, "That's so weird." The grandpa said amazed, "Whoa, a mid-level poison creature can even repay someone?" Then he suggested, "Hey, can we try to find more of that Phoenix King's nectar? If we find it, could be super useful for the Tang family." The head of the house added, "Even just the golden owl Phoenix King's honey is mad useful, so if it's the Phoenix King's nectar, it'll definitely be a game changer." The lady got all hyped thinking about the beauty benefits of the Phoenix King's nectar, asking, "Son-in-law, can you find more of it?" Everyone's eyes turned to him heavily, so he cleared his throat softly. Wan Gan also looked at him and said, "Yeah, can you find it, Xiao Long?" He closed his eyes and quietly replied, "Yeah." Remembering what he knew, he thought, if it were normal bees, they build separate hives for the queen called the royal chamber and use worker bees to collect royal jelly. Then recalling the frantic roar from the fleeing bees, "Xiao Long, ain't this whole thing totally different?" He guessed if you tried that with the smart golden owl Phoenix King, you'd get turned into a hive in no time. Thinking about the queen's innocent look, he fell deep in thought. Royal jelly is normally larva food made by worker bees, but I was fed directly by the queen bee herself. So, does that mean this stuff is totally different? After a moment of silence, he said, "Look, I gotta be honest, probably impossible." The grandpa quickly asked, "Impossible? Why is that?" The lady anxiously said, "Son-in-law, why can't you do it?" He flipped it back on them. "Even if it's safe to eat, who's gonna dare try?" The house head speculated, "Wait, what? Is it the taste or the smell?" He frowned softly, shaking his head. "No, it's none of that." Then he dropped a bomb. "This Phoenix King's nectar comes out of the queen bee's mouth, and it seems the queen has to personally pass it on. To make it clear, it's kind of like a kiss. Mouth-to-mouth contact is required for the queen's substance to transfer properly." The grandpa's jaw dropped in shock. "What? You gotta make contact with the queen bee's mouth." The lady stammered. "Wait, what?" The head of the house just gave up hope, saying, "Looks like we can't find more unless Xiao Long, the one the golden owl Phoenix King really likes, does it himself. No one else stands a chance." Suddenly, chopsticks dropped on the table, making everyone stare. Huan Gan didn't look at him but quietly asked, "Mouth contact? Seriously?" She covered her mouth, giving him a sidelong glance. "Xiao Long, you gotta get up close and personal with the Phoenix King." In the quiet night, only the soft moonlight shimmered gently over the water. A scarred hand clenched tightly, veins bulging fierce and wild. A muscular man sat deep in thought. That man was none other than the martial arts leader, Quan Hoang Chu Trong Hak. Suddenly, a gentle female voice from outside cut through his thoughts. "Leader, I brought the tea." Chu Trong Hak looked up and said, "All right, come in." A slender woman with a charming mole near her mouth stepped inside, carefully carrying the tea. Chu Trong Hak glanced at her and said softly, "I prepared the West Mountain White Dew tea." He folded his arms and sighed, "The tea from my homeland." The woman poured the tea, saying, "Yes, this is the famous tea from West Mountain Nangxiang." Hearing that, he gently replied, "Thank you. I'll savor it properly." She watched carefully as he lifted the cup. Chu Trong Hak raised the cup close to his lips, opening slightly to sip, when a hurried voice called from outside. "Leader, it's your strategist, Jia Cat Hao." The worried tone made him set the cup down and ask, "At this late hour? What's wrong? Come in." Jia Cat Hao was a young man with a serious look. He entered, folding his hands. "Sorry for disturbing your rest, esteemed leader." Then he got straight to the point. "There's urgent news from the Tang family in Sichuan. Thought you should hear it right away." "Shoo." Trong Ha casually replied, "No worries. If the strategist rushed over, it must be something serious. Just spill it." Jia Cat Ho stepped closer, digging into his sleeve for something. He laid a scroll on the table and said, "Blood Hand La Sat Track Vein Duong." When he dropped that bombshell, the Durung family had already grabbed his head and the secret Blood Hand poison manual. Chu Trong Ha couldn't hold back, slamming his hand on the table, smashing the teacup, yelling, "What?" His hand trembled from the force, so he clenched his other fist and ground his teeth, demanding, "This Blood Hand poison technique? How and where did you manage to get it back from?" Jia Cat Ho bowed his head and said, "Before, Track Van Duem was poisoned by the Wan Du Shen Jun's venom. After that, he went off the grid. Later, he drifted to Hainan and went into hiding there." He perked up like he just remembered, adding a juicy detail. "Plus, there's a wild story. According to intel, that big bad Track Van Duem was taken down by some young hero and a poison master working together." Chu Trong Hawk blinked, shocked. "Say what?" A young hero and a poison user teamed up. He sat opposite him, fanning himself, ready to hear more. "Sounds like a pretty dope story. Definitely something our leader's gonna want to hear about." The woman who'd been standing in the room piped up, catching Jia Cat Ho's excitement. "To break it down, right now at the Duong family estate in Sichuan, everyone from the main branch and side branches was gathered." After the report, a senior elder nodded. "That's right, family head." Another elder snapped angrily. "So someone dared sell info from our Durung sect to outsiders." The elder next to him added, "They've got some nerve, dragging our sect's rep through the mud like this." Seeing the serious vibe, Tiu Long whispered to Ho Ngan, "Whoa, surprised you're not snapping at father-in-law this time." She laughed, saying, "Of course not, Tiu Long." Gotta explain she got more serious. "Anyone messing with the family's honor gets us all fired up, even the elders in different branches. We're family after all." The family head quietly closed his eyes, bowed his head, and made a decision. "I've asked the beggar clan to check out these guys. We should be hearing back soon. I plan to go personally to Vin Shuan Mansion." An elder, worried, asked, "So what's your plan for handling this?" The head had it all figured out step by step. First, use soul-annihilating poison, blood-melting venom, and intestine-blocking toxin. He explained briefly. "When the blood ignites, the organs melt, and it feels like their soul is dragging on the edge of death. Then I'll finish it off with the 7 treasures soul-breaking poison." Tiu Long's jaw practically dropped. As the mastermind, the family head turned and ordered Nguyen Jiang, "Call the poison extermination squad immediately. We're moving out." Nguyen Jiang bowed respectfully. "Yes, family head." The poison extermination team was quickly assembled. Everyone lined up in the courtyard, facing the family head for orders. Before leaving, he didn't forget to tell Tiu Long, "Son-in-law, I'm heading out. You rest up and keep in good shape." Tiu Long folded his hands, bowed, and said, "Got it, father-in-law. Please be careful." The head smiled with confidence. "Careful? What's there to be careful of? They're the ones who need to watch their backs." With that, he and the team quickly set off. His bold voice echoed, "Let's go. I'll make them regret it 100-fold, punish him 100 times over." Everyone responded in unison. "Yes, family head." Seeing those black-clad people all covered up carefully, Tiu Long got curious and asked Ho Nan, "Miss Ho Nan, are those the poison extermination squad?" "I've been here before, but it's my first time seeing them," she replied. "Ah, yeah, they handle the dirty work." Ho Yan laughed and added, "Mostly they deal with killing off targets, so that's why they're called the Poison Extermination Squad." Hearing this, he broke out into a cold sweat, thinking, "That's way darker than just dirty work." Suddenly, someone cleared their throat behind them. "Ahem, ahem." They both turned to see who it was, and Tiu Long immediately clasped his hands and bowed. Tiu Long respectfully greets the elders of the Durung family. The leading elder spoke, "Ahem, yes, we heard you met Ki Duyan." Tiu Long stayed humble. "Yes, honored elders." In his head, he wondered if this was all thanks to the Golden Fur Wind King Lo Ong Chua. The lead elder coughed over and over, then said, "Ahem. We came to you because we have a favor to ask." Still puzzled, Tiu Long asked, "What kind of favor?" And quickly added, "Is this something about the Golden Fur Wind King's secret? You let me finish before jumping in." The lead elder quickly interrupted, No, it's not about that. Don't think we're greedy or anything. Someone behind added, exactly. All the miracle herbs and treasures out there already have their destined owners, right? Tiu Long got suspicious since they kept dodging the topic. Okay then, what is it? The two elders exchanged awkward looks, unsure how to start, and cleared their throats again. After a bit, the lead elder stepped closer and gently placed a hand on Tiu Long's shoulder, acting mysterious. His cheeks were a little red as he whispered, "Come closer. Isn't this about the Qidam Hoen? I heard it's something you created so only you can decide what to do with it." Tiu Long finally clicked, letting out a long ah. He pulled out 3 Qidam Hoan pills and tossed them between his hands, laughing. Haha. I'm still trying to get used to the Durung family. Lots of stuff's tricky. If the elders can give me a little support, there's nothing I'd hesitate to offer up. The elders relaxed and chuckled warmly. Ah, our son-in-law really knows his place. From now on, we've got your back all the way. Just live peacefully within the family, all right. Clearing his throat with a soft cough. After a moment, the elder in charge walks over, gently lays a hand on his shoulder, and whispers with a mysterious vibe, blushing a bit, "Come closer. Isn't that Qidam Huan? Heard it's something the son-in-law made, so he's got the final say." Cough cough, now it clicks. He lets out a long smile, pulls out 3 Qidam Huan pills, juggling them in his palm, laughing, "Ha. I'm trying to fit in with the Durung family here. Still lots to learn. If the elders could cut me some slack, there's nothing I wouldn't be down to offer up." The elders relax and grin wide. Yeah, our son-in-law really knows how to play it smart. From now on, we've got your back, just chill and live that family life. The Supreme Master just opened the door and instantly saw a scene buzzing with laughter and good vibes like during the holidays. He called out, "What's got everyone so hyped up?" The sudden shout made the crew freeze for like 5 seconds straight. The elder was just about to grab the medicine when he choked back spit and gasped out loud. So everyone quickly threw their arms over Little Long's shoulders to cover it up. Just chit-chatting to beef up the bond with the son-in-law, that's all. Little Long felt kind of flustered but said, yeah, of course, respected elders." Seeing this, the Supreme Master grinned big. Haha, looks like you guys finally get how valuable Little Long really is. Kong Hua was drenched in sweat while watching everyone throw jokes back and forth, with non-stop chatter filling the air. Obviously, Supreme Master. Suddenly, a worried voice broke through the laughs. "Supreme Master, it's serious now." Hearing that, he spun around and asked, "What's happened?" Without missing a beat, the guy reported, "The Sichuan city lord is barely breathing, close to death." Everyone freaked out at once. The elder couldn't help blurting, "What?" Little Long quickly asked. "Did he follow the instructions exactly?" The guy hesitated before answering, "We can't hide it." "Honestly," he said. After seeing the medicine work, the Sichuan city lord took more pills, way beyond the prescribed dose. Hearing this, Little Long broke into a cold sweat, thinking, "Oh man." The Supreme Master, rubbing his forehead, groaned, "I gotta get over there, as soon as possible." Before leaving, he told Little Long, "Little Long, you're the last man standing in the family. Protect the ladies at all costs. Got it?" Little Long obediently replied, "Yes, sir." The Supreme Master then dashed out using light-footed moves. Watching him leave in such a hurry, Little Long wondered, what's the big deal? Night was settling in, and all the main rooms in the Tang family estate were glowing with lights. Kong Hua sat next to Little Long, asking, "So, how's your double venom energy skill coming along this time?" He admitted a bit nervously, It's way less confusing than when I started." Internally, he thought, if the 5 venoms energy felt like one big energy flow coursing through me, the double venom energy is more like 2 energy currents working together like a twin-cylinder engine, Kong Hua happily said. "Now I'm pretty sure I've got some solid resistance to normal poisons." Then she added, "Plus, I can now release the energy outward or inject it into objects." He was shook and asked, "For real?" Gritting his teeth with determination, he said, "All right, lem give it a shot." Facing the dummy, he stood up, gripping the throwing knife between his thumb and index, then focused hard. He muttered inside, shifting his internal energy from left to right, making 2 energy circles spin and sync. Slowly, a blue glow appeared at his feet, then quickly spread all over his body. Little Long opened his eyes slowly, his gaze shining with a faint blue tint. He thought, once this energy fills me entirely and the sound echoes in my head, I'll plant one foot firmly and use all my strength to throw this knife at the dummy. The knife, carrying that blue energy, sliced through the air. A loud bang echoed. The knife drove straight into the middle of the dummy's belly, ripping the fabric apart. Excited, he called out to Miss Kong Hua, "I nailed it." She beamed, "Little Long, that's awesome. You channeled the energy into the knife perfectly." Nearby, some shady dudes in black outfits peeked in shock at the knife lodged in the dummy, stuck fast to the wall right in front of them. Whispering among themselves, one said, "Did we get spotted? Should we finish him off?" Another replied, "Nah, probably just a fluke." The last guy, holding a book, whispered even lower, "Even if it's a copy, we've secured the blood palm venom manual. Our mission's done. Let's bounce before things get messy and head back to the sect." The guy couldn't hide his smug grin. "Haha, fools. Dropping your guard in the training ground. That's how I slipped out so easy." Suddenly, a weird sweet scent floated by, making him suspicious and snort, whispering to his crew, "Is that some kind of sweet smell coming from around here?" They all scanned around, and when they looked up, they spotted a bee staring right at them. The bee didn't look too happy. Its angry buzz filled the air. Then, suddenly, a blood-curdling scream cut through the night like a slash. Little Long yelped in shock. "What's going on?" Kong Hua looked toward the noise, guessing there was someone nearby. Behind the dummy, a bunch of people clad in black appeared sketchy and panicked. "Yo, why is there a bee here?" Their suspicious outfits and vibes made Kong Hua figure these were intruders. To protect her family, she decided to spring forward at them, not forgetting to order her sidekick, Little Long, shoot an arrow. He called out, confused but ready, "Miss Kong Hua." The black-clad guys saw they were in hot water and yelled to their buddies, "Quit, retreat." One dude got stung on the ear by the bee and just cried out, "Help me get this thing off." The losers got no backup. Two others bolted away using light-footed moves. Kong Hua ran toward them, shouting, "Stop right there." Quickly, she whipped out a long black whip covered in sharp spikes. She swung it hard toward them, but they jumped fast and dodged. That made her freak out a bit because they totally avoided her whip. The stung guy knew he wasn't getting away, so he stayed to hold them off and fought back. He charged with his sword toward her, yelling, "Hold up right there." She quickly pulls out a long black whip covered in sharp spikes. Hoan Yan swings it hard at the attackers, but they're quick, jumping aside to dodge. She's stunned they actually dodged her whip. The guy stung by a bee knows he can't escape, so he decides to hold the line and fight back. He grabs his sword and charges at her with a yell. "Yo, just drop dead." Little Dragon could only stand on the sidelines yelling out loud, "Miss Hoang Gan, watch out." His voice was dripping with worry, even though the dude in black kept swinging his sword after getting stung by a bee. Hoang Gan, still a pro, grabbed the two ends of the spiked whip with both hands and blocked the sword blow, throwing a side eye at him like he was nothing. Then she swung the whip hard into his face, leaving him totally stunned. Not giving him a chance to fight back, she kept cracking the spiked whip at him nonstop. That's when the bee finally let go and buzzed up high. Little Dragon looked at the black-clad guy knocked out on the ground and worriedly asked, "Miss Hoengan, you all right?" Calm as ever, Hoengan swung the whip again and replied, "I'm good, no worries." Suddenly, the black-clad dude let out a yell before going silent, his entire body releasing black smoke, mouth wide open. Little Dragon got shook and blurted, "Who's this guy? Is he dead?" He was low-key cursing under his breath. "Ah, what the heck?" Hoengan bent down to check the intruder who came with bad intentions for the Duong family. Seeing his grayish-blue skin and other signs, she concluded he took poison to kill himself. Looked like he had some secrets to hide. All the lamps lighting the escape routes flickered on. A loud alarm blared out, signaling an intruder caught in the act. After gathering the squad, Hoengan seriously ordered, "We're forming a capture team right now to start chasing. Little Dragon, you come with me and Jiu Bai, the head of the Blood Venom squad." In the dead quiet of the forest at night, flames flickered like fireflies, turning on and off as loud shouts echoed nonstop, catching the baddies. The crew kept chasing hard. Jiu Bai shouted while running, "They won't get far. We gotta catch them no matter what." Feeling he was too slow, Little Dragon pulled out his AO gong, decided in his head, "Let's roll, my twin-cylinder engine." But the moment his foot hit the ground, it gave way and he dropped into a pit, screaming in shock and pain. Jiu Bai heard the scream, spun around, yelling, "Lord Little Dragon." He and a guy pulled him up, nervously asking, "You good?" Little Dragon struggled climbing up, saying, "Thanks, thought I was done for." But he felt something off. He looked back suspiciously, quietly hissing, and saw a bunch of red-eyed green snakes slithering behind him, sending chills down his spine and cold sweat pouring. "Yo, what is that? A snake den?" Jiu Bai was sweating buckets too, staring then said, "Looks like a snake lair." Snakes usually hang where the bad vibes are strong, especially this time of year. They're way more aggressive, so watch out. Unlike him, Ao Gong seemed kinda hyped, mumbling, "Man, these baby snakes all got their eyes glued on you, open mouths like they're trying super hard to scare us. Weird, right? Usually tiger-striped water serpents aren't this hostile. Then he glanced at everyone awkwardly. My bad for slowing us down. Looks like rain's about to hit. Let's move fast. Jubai quickly agreed. The fighter little dragon lost precious time, and the crew sprinted at full speed. Up ahead, a light shone bright. The front line shouted, "There, catch him." Jubai spun around and pointed another way, giving commands. Over there, three dudes in black looked tense and sharp-eyed, watching the chasing group. In the dark, rainy night, lightning cracked loud. Both sides locked eyes, power balance clear as daylight. The lead man commanded in a deep voice, tightening the trap. Jubai added, "You're trapped now." Then, they all grabbed weapons from their chests. Everyone quickly pulled out their gear, the black-clad baddies fearless, drawing swords and knives, both sides tense like a stretched rope. Then the guards at the exit yelled, "Attack!" and charged forward. The other side knew fighting was their only shot at survival. One guy swung his sword at a black-clad dude, but the attacker blocked with his blade. Another thug sneered, "Ugh, bunch of worthless bugs." Someone else dashed up, shouted, "Get out of the way," and slashed at the man, knocking him backward. People behind panicked, yelling, "Watch out," but it was too late. Suddenly, a beam of light flew at the black-clad, catching him off guard. The young guy who just attacked swung again, slicing across the black-clad's raised arm. This time, he ducked just in time. Finally, the youth threw a sharp blade at the black-clad. It turned out it was the famous three-shadow slash move from the Duong family. Three sword strikes shot consecutively at the black-clad, pushing him back step by step. He jumped hard to dodge a sword at his feet, but another blade seemed to read his mind, plunging into his chest with fresh blood spurting like fireworks. He grabbed his wound, clutching his chest tightly. Jubai growled, "Lucky bastard." He stared at the enemy with regret in his voice. "Consider yourself lucky. The rain washed off the poison on my throwing stars." The wounded guy cursed, while another black-clad fell to the ground. Little Dragon guarded the pinned enemy, as Jubai and the others stared down the last injured one. At that moment, a weird noise rang out, catching everyone's attention. "Pathetic bugs, so many of you gather here." Jubai shouted cautiously, "Who's that?" A man dropped from the sky in one strike, shattering a huge boulder into pieces. It was an old man with a fierce mug, glowing red eyes that screamed menace. Feeling his massive aura, 9 Defeats stepped up to drop a warning. Dude's a top-tier boss, his whole body glowing with this hazy red light. He broke out this creepy laugh. Clearing his throat, he stopped and asked the wounded guy in black, "Did you snag it yet?" The guy pulled out a book hidden in his chest. Jingjin replied, "Yeah, got it, but it's not the original. Just a copy recorded by the Tang sect." Xiao Long overheard from afar, turned quick, recalling what the Grand Elder once said. Only bad news comes from that book. He freaked out and hollered, "What?" Feeling the panic too, thinking it's a copy of that evil book the G family read last time. He quickly yelled forward to warn, "Yo, that 9 Defeats guy's the master behind that bloody hand poison technique." When 9 Defeats heard that name, his vibe flipped. He got worried just like Xiao Long. "What? A copy of the secret scroll?" Sweat poured, grinding his teeth, as he cursed the dirty rats. Seeing the other dude's shaky mood, 9 Defeats couldn't hold back. "Who the heck craves such dirty tricks? Spill your real name or quit the trash talk." The old man flipped the book with a smirk, clearly pleased. "Just as I thought. It's a copy with moves but missing some keys, but honestly, that's enough." He skimmed, snapped the book shut, then told the guy in black, "Gotta rush this, no better way to announce we're back. Blood Glory. You got the green light to use our sex martial arts." Turns out, the black-clad dude's name was Blood Glory. He obeyed without mercy. The old guy folded his hands and bowed. "Understood, sir." Then he lowered his hand toward another black-clad guy sprawled on the ground, barely alive or dead. Suddenly, the blood on that guy's body boiled up wildly, filling the air with a thick, nasty stench. Seeing this creepy scene, Xiao Long grabbed his head yelling, "Ah, what the heck is that?" 9 Defeats guessed. A technique? In the black-clad dude's palm, spiritual power was thickening. The blood swirled together there. The crew caught on. Dude was sucking up the blood. With a clang, a sword dripped black blood and hit the ground. He held his slowly healing wound thanks to some dark magic. The old man laughed cold. "Heh, yeah, you're spot on." His fingernails sharpened red, gathering blood energy. He proudly introduced himself. "I'm none other than Elder Blood Falcon Claw. Chuzhen Evil." What a sketchy name. He stared at Xiao Long, sizing him up. "You look all right, pretty good." He rubbed his hands, saliva dripping from those sharp teeth. He licked his lips greedily. "Been way too long since I tasted fresh blood like yours." With rain pattering softly, both sides locked eyes, super alert. Chuzhen Evil tucked the secret scroll inside his robe and ordered Blood Shadow to grab him. Nothing heals better than a young teen's pure blood. Blood Shadow obeyed instantly. Then both charged toward the Sichuan Tang group full of murderous intent. 9 Defeats shouted, "Quick, set up the 5 poisons fire extinguish formation. Don't let that dude near Xiaolong, the boss." Chuzhen Evil used his light step skill, hovering and chuckling cold. "Haha, try and stop me." Heat radiated fiercely. He shot straight up. Below, a huge boom cracked with screams piercing the air. Xiaolong raised his hands to dodge flying boulders. A voice rang in his ear, "Boss Xiaolong, move fast." Suddenly, Blood Shadow grabbed his neck from behind, making Xiaolong frown in shock. Murderous vibes flickered in Blood Shadow's eyes, cold and sharp. "Take a break. Looks like the Elder wants your blood now." Xiaolong's face twisted with pain, struggling to breathe. In desperation, he gritted his teeth and whispered, "My kids." Instantly, a swarm of Gaussian crabs burst from his body, biting the black guy hard on the wrist, shrieking madly. Blood Shadow stared at the yellow creature on his hand, curious. Gaussian crabs? While he puzzled, bam, a dagger flew straight at his head, blood splattering everywhere. Then a force slammed into Blood Shadow, flinging him backward. Xiaolong quickly shielded his eyes from the blinding light and turned when he heard a familiar shout. He saw Hua Yin leading the crew toward him. Behind were Moon River and the Great Elder. Grinning, he called out to Hua Yin, "Little Four." Hua Yin and Moon River's faces turned serious, seeing the scene. Chuzhen Evil, surrounded by black smoke, easily handling the crowd. Hua Yin hurried. "What's up with the 5 poisons fire extinguish formation?" 9 Defeats turned and called out to Miss Hua Yin, cutting straight to the chase. "Elder Blood Sect is attacking." Hua Yin gasped. "The Blood Sect knows this is serious." She quickly ordered, "Everyone, back up Deputy Leader 9 Defeats." Moon River nodded and gave commands. "Roger that. Miss, switch the 5 poisons fire extinguish formation to 9 poisons fire extinguish formation." Then, Chuzhen Evil, now with more henchmen, stroked his beard and growled, "Humph, looks like that brat's the one who took down the bloody hand poisoned bird, Zhuo Yunyang." His eyes went wild, licking his lips with a hungry sneer. The bloody hand poisoned bird was just hype, never thought it'd get killed by Gaussian crabs. Moon River shouted fiercely, "Shut up, you'll end up 6 feet under right here." Chuzhen Evil laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha, you sure about that?" The ground shook. He unleashed dark magic. His aura thickened with darkness. His hair bristled upright. A creepy voice echoed, "Let me show you." Amid the downpour in the woods, a massive boom cracked through the storm. The whole world shook, and a flash of light lit up a corner of the forest. Nearby, Little Dragon was quietly patching up wounds while whispering, "Hang in there a bit longer." He clenched the last button tight, feeling uneasy inside. The situation was looking grim. Watching evil Ram Chen bare his fangs and claws while lifting someone else up to suck their blood, Little Dragon couldn't shake off the worry. Our squad was getting weaker by the minute, while that blood cult dude just needed to drink blood to heal fast. Lost in thought, a shadow darted behind him and slammed hard against a tree. Little Dragon quickly spun around, seeing Flower Silver gritting his teeth, fighting off the pain, his voice shaky with concern. "Miss Flower Silver." Suddenly, she spat out a mouthful of blood. He grabbed her shoulder tightly, his tone thick with worry. "Miss Flower Silver, are you okay?" She tried to reassure him. "I'm fine." Clenching both hands on his, she seriously told Little Dragon, despite her exhausted face, "Go back home and bring reinforcements. We just can't handle these guys on our own right now." Little Dragon frowned deeply, grinding his teeth in a quiet curse. Damn it. Watching that evil Ram Chen show off his power made him feel totally useless. No joke, I'm completely helpless in this fight. Seeing the situation getting worse, Captain Moon River turned back and pleaded, "Lord Little Dragon, please, for the clan's sake, help us." The Elder Chief added, "We'll hold the line here. Please, go quickly." Hearing them, he fell silent, unsure what to say. After a moment, he replied, "I understand. I'll come back as fast as I can." Still hesitating though, wondering if his martial skill was good enough to pull it off. Out of nowhere, Flower Silver hugged him tightly for support. "Bro, you're gonna be fine." In a scene he couldn't see, Miss Lee's tears streamed down her face as she firmly said, "You got this. You've been training super hard lately." He froze a moment, resting his chin on her shoulder as her gentle voice echoed, "Next time, let's hunt for the antidote together." They parted, and she gripped his shoulders firmly, solemnly saying, "Little Dragon, we're counting on you." Then she quickly turned and ran off, leaving Little Dragon silent and watching her go. His face fell into a dazed stare, mumbling, "No way I can put this off anymore." Then he took off running the opposite way. His footsteps splashed through puddles as he gasped for breath, sweat mixing with the rain pouring down. Exhausted, he didn't notice a rock underfoot, tripping and falling flat on the drenched ground. He lay still, clearly unable to get up. The swarm of little woo bugs spilled off his body, their worried squeaks filling the air. He curled up and then pushed himself up, thinking to himself, that's weird. He poked a bug's cheek, reflecting, even if I put all my energy into lightness skill, it'd still take half a day. Most of the clan's top fighters have already left, and even reinforcements wouldn't make it in time. Looking up at the pitch-black night, with rain steadily pelting down on his face, the cold drops felt like a wake-up call. He slowly pieced it together, they sent me away to save me. His eyes snapped open wide, like a hammer banging into his skull. Why? His hands clenched into fists as countless questions flooded his mind. Because I'm the youngest? Too weak, so they gotta keep me safe? Is this the code in martial brotherhoods? Recalling the kind look on the clan master's face as he declared, from now on, you're family to me. He muttered those two important words, family. Staring at his open hand, he whispered, I never seriously thought about what family means. I felt like I wasn't truly part of the Sichuan Tang clan. Memories flashed by. Faces of everyone around him appeared one by one, yet they all saw me as family, everyone except me. With a worried face, he gave a small half-smile. Quietly, he asked himself, how can a clan of assassins feel so warm? Little Dragon forced himself to stand up slowly, determination clear on his face. He told the Woo Bugs, let's go save your mama. They all deserve a happy future. Chit, chit. With that, he charged forward. Little Dragon clenched his fists, telling himself, I gotta save those people. I need to come up with a plan. Remembering evil Ram Chen's cruel stance, he zeroed in on keywords, blood cult, blood, recovery, venomous creatures recently, poisonous animals, toxic herbs like snakes or toads. Just thinking about it, he suddenly stopped, stomping the ground hard. Eyeing the earthen cave in front of him, he wondered, snake den. Sure enough, the red-eyed snakes were coiled up right there. The woo bug on his shoulder suddenly got excited, squeaking loudly. He bent down and patted it calmly. Hold on a sec, it's gonna be fine. Then he gently laid the sleeping woo bug down. The other two, seeing it was out cold, squeaked in surprise. Turning around, he sprinted toward the snake den, leaving behind the puzzled woo bugs chatting behind him. The snakes in the den all lifted their heads to watch the figure on the ground, their faces bright with excitement. Confident, he said, justice in the martial world means doing things my way. According to records, the blood maple snake, what folks commonly call the flower snake, is a seriously venomous species. Standing still inside the den, countless snakes coiled tightly around his arms and legs. Unlike some venomous snakes, with long fang hooks in front, this one's got small fangs on the molars, making venom injection harder. Poison-wise, it's the most deadly land snake in East Asia. He gritted his teeth through the bite sinking into his skin, muttering, yeah, bite harder. The MAMBA snake belongs to the Ilap snake family. Species in this group are known for their lightning-fast moves, feeling the teeth biting down hard on his body, muttering, yeah, bite harder. The MAMBA snake is part of the Ilap snake family. Snakes in this group are fast movers, so these snakes either slither on the ground or chill up in the trees, and they're venomous. There are 4 types still around, all originally from Africa. Among them, the black mamba is the most notorious for attacking people and is straight-up nightmare material for folks there. Even though he was shaking inside, he kept telling himself to stay chill. If this thing's even deadlier than a break mamba, then we're basically doomed. The internal kung fu from the Tang sect helps me handle poison, so I should be good. The Wugong squad looked down worried and shouted. Little Long just stayed quiet and soothed them. Yo, relax, y'all. I'm gonna head out now. Kids, stay cool. Then he glanced down and suddenly froze. His hand was covered with marks from snake bites, and the skin around them was bright red. He thought to himself, this has got to be enough time. Scanning around, he told himself it was time to move out slowly, totally ignoring the snake wrapped around his neck. But then the feeling on his neck got weird as the snake squeezed tighter. That's when he freaked inside, noticing snakes wrapped around his feet and tons of glowing eyes locked on him. His jaw dropped in horror. No way I saw this coming. Knowing he had to stay as calm as possible, but still cursing under his breath. Damn it, this isn't part of the plan. Suddenly, the Wugong mob jumped down from above, landing on his head. The snake on his neck was thrown off by 2 of the Wugong, who then took over the spot. Seeing their energy spike, he asked the little ones in wonder. The snake that just landed hissed and stuck out its tongue at the Wugong. The Wugong on his head glared at it, pure rage clear on his face. Then it lunged, biting the snake's weak spot hard and slamming it to the ground. Hanging on tight with the snake flailing around, It kept the others from coming close. Little Long broke a sweat and shouted, "Bin?" The Wugong named Bin popped his head up, happy to hear him call. "Thanks, Bin." After a bit of fighting, the snakes don't dare move now. He patted its head. "Y'all worried about Dad, huh?" Yeah, thank you guys." Once Bin settled on his head, he smiled and said, "All right, let's go find Mom." Meanwhile, over by the silver vine, rain still drizzled lightly. She breathed out tired, heavy sighs. Watching Q-Train suck blood from another person, she worried everyone might die if this keeps up. The poor guy's neck was squeezed tight, his blood swirling around, saliva nonstop dripping, eyes turning pale while struggling to scream. Q-Train's face twisted into a terrifying, excited grin, thinking it's super easy, like flipping a hand. Hearing his arrogant brag about no one surviving a single punch, the Silver Vine crew fumed. Meanwhile, she guessed, Little Long probably made it out safe now. She grabbed her whip and stepped closer to him, instructing, "Everyone, block him from as far away as you can. I'll hold him off. Send word to nearby fighters." Someone nodded and said, "Yes, miss." The elder stepped in front of her, blocking. "Non, you should pull back like Little Long." Silver Vine gasped. "What? I can't do that." The elder said decisively, "As direct family of the Tang clan, how could you just bail on your kin fighting?" She pushed back. "If we can't save people, how can we face the clan leader?" Watching the chatter silently, Q-Train cut in. "Get going, no more talk. The Tang clan never leaves family behind." Then he stopped and said, "If the prey keeps running, I'll just lose interest." Laughing coldly, "That actually works out well." Imagining the whole place burning down, Q-Train stroked his chin, thinking, by now, if he's not satisfied yet, leveling the Tang sect would be pretty fun. To mark the blood sect's comeback, terror like this is needed. The elder snarled in anger. Damn it, he doesn't plan on sparing anyone. Silvervine knew dragging this out ain't the plan and raised her whip with a firm voice. "If we die here, at least one of his arms is mine." The person beside her nodded. "Got it, miss." Even knowing facing him is tough, determination lit every eye. Q-Tranic's glare was full of contempt and a sneer. Then a familiar voice rang out. "According to Tang Nyan, miss, the Tang clan never leaves family to run away." Silvervine was stunned speechless. Despite struggling physically, Little Long was mentally sharp. She reached to touch his face, stunned, calling out loudly, "Little Long, why did you come back?" With eyes closed, Little Long felt the wugong and softly explained why he showed up. "I said the Tang family never bails on their own." Then he tore off his clothes and raised them. Dropping them on the ground, his muscular body exposed, he revealed his plan. "I'm family too." Then he gripped his twin blades tight and charged at Q-Tranak. The elder watched the youth come at him, calm as ever. Silvervine screamed, terrified, "Little Long, no." Q-Tranak taunted, "Ha ha ha, I spared you, yet you come straight here? You idiot." Little Long planted his foot, leaped up, swinging his blades while letting out a long shout. Silvervine screamed, seeing the scene. Q-Tranak waved his hand and both blades were knocked far away. Tiu Long got lifted up way too easy by the old dude, one hand just scooping him up, while the other gathered this creepy dark energy. Dude laughed all weird. "Oh, you're just handing me your blood. Love that." Then he swung his palm right at Tiu Long's gut, saying, "Lemme, taste it real quick." Tiu Long quickly raised both hands to block, but the old dude's sharp claws clamped tight on his hands, cold as ice. "Humph, you think you can just block that fast with your hands?" The old guy's strength was brutal. Tiu Long groaned from the pain. The creep just smirked. "Seriously, dumb move. Didn't you know your blood runs through your arms too?" Blood from his hands floated up into the air, sucked away by the dude's dark magic. Felt like all his blood was draining out. Tiu Long let out a long cry of pain. Hoang freaked out, shouting, "Tiu Long, save Tiu Long, hurry." Q-Tranak smiled wide, watching the teenager's blood scatter around, laughing loud. "Ha ha ha ha." He licked every drop and then judged it. "So sweet, just perfect. Ha. It's been ages since I tasted a young blood like this." Feeling satisfied, his body dropped down, foot stomping the ground, making rocks crack and sparks fly. Then he unleashed the blood wheel, move not once, but thrice, heating up the whole place, blowing the crowd back with a shockwave. Hainan caught Tiu Long and yelled, "Tiu Long." Q-Tranak laughed cruelly. "Ha ha ha," watching the fallen crowd like it was nothing. "I was annoyed by those pests throwing shadow weapons like flies, but thanks to this kid, it's all taken care of." Hainan shook Tiu Long hard, yelling, "Ugh, Tiu Long, wake up already." Q-Tranak arrogantly said, "I'll send you off pain-free." Hainan panicked and hugged him tight, crying, "No way." Suddenly, a cough echoed out and Tiu Long's eyes snapped open. White liquid drooling from his mouth. The old guy croaked. What the hell did you do? Suddenly noticing his hair and beard falling out everywhere, Ku Trin Ak realized he was hit by some kind of spreading poison. His whole body started shaking, voice trembling with fear. No, this can't be happening. My inner strength and martial arts shouldn't be weakened by poison like this. He grabbed his head, freaking out. This is impossible. Who the heck are you to do something like this? Tiu Long smiled and asked back. You asking who I am? Pointing at him, he said, I'm your worst nightmare. Ku Trin Ak felt his strength fading fast, shocked. What? Your worst nightmare? Meanwhile, Tiu Long's condition got worse, his eyes glazing over, and the old man's face darkened, sweat pouring down. What poison did I get hit by? Ku Trin Ak recalled the moment just now. After using the kid's blood to power his meridians, his blood stopped obeying him. He stomped on the ground hard, but felt no power. Muttering, the blood sex rain is right in front of me. His legs slipped across the floor. Unwilling to fall, he screamed, I won't go down here. A savage look flashed across his face as he yelled madly, Die. Hainan tensed up, gripping her spiked whip tight, then whipped it fiercely at him. Snap. The whip curled tight around his neck. Her eyes widened, shocked, she thought. Did that attack actually work? A creepy fiend like him couldn't dodge that. He struggled weakly, drenched in sweat. Gritting his teeth, Ku Trin Ak cursed. This brat's poison doesn't even make me feel better. What did you do to my bloodline? He threatened with his whip. I'll kill you all. The blood sex return. Hainan yanked hard on the whip, yelling, Shut up and die. Ku Trin Ak's head was pulled clean off, his last words, blood sec cut off. Everyone gasped as his head flew away. Ku Yubai stammered, I won. The crowd cheered wildly. Miss just beheaded the leader of the blood sect. Even Hainan couldn't believe it, hesitating. She said, Tiu Long, what just happened? That freaky blood sect elder. Tiu Long replied weakly. Hainan, who? Sweat poured all over him, and drool at the corners of his mouth. Whispering, Seems like I got a detox from the tiger palm venom bite. Hainan asked, shocked, Tiger palm venom? Your face looks all pale, your eyes glaze over. She screamed, But aren't tiger palm venoms supposed to be harmless? Get the antidote quick. Everyone panicked because Tiu Long was poisoned by the tiger palm venom. What, Tiu Long? When he woke up, Tiu Long blinked, lying on his side in bed, drool still dripping out, shocked shouting, What? The elder family leader saw him awake and quickly warned, Don't move yet, Tiu Long. Hainan's voice was full of worry. Tiu Long, don't move. As soon as he twitched his body, pain shot through him. He groaned, Ouch. Tiu Long lay shirtless on his stomach, feeling warm fingers slowly moving over his back. Confused, he asked, Wait, what's going on here? Hainan exhaled relieved. You waking up is already a blessing. The elder family leader said, You've been out cold for 10 whole days. Tiu Long was stunned. 10 days. Hainan sat nearby and recapped everything since he fainted. Because of you, we took down the enemy. Then everyone rushed you back to the family. Remembering the grim situation, she sighed, You were poisoned badly. If our elder hadn't come back in time, you'd be done for. Hearing that, Tiu Long couldn't help but feel deeply grateful inside. Thinking back to that moment, she can't help but sigh, Bro's venom hit way too hard. If Grandpa hadn't raced back in time, dude would have been toast. Hearing this, he feels a deep pang inside. Dang, just got bit by a snake twice, almost didn't make it. After finishing up the treatment, the voice of the Supreme Elder echoed, All right, now that you've sobered up, you should be good. Little Dragon tried to sit up and respectfully said, Thanks a ton. Still curious about something that had been bugging him for days, he opened his mouth but waited a sec. The Supreme Elder grabbed his shoulders, shaking him till he got dizzy, asking, So, Tiger Spot Snake's venomous too. And how'd you guys even take down the Blood Sect Elder? Clearing his throat, he replied, I'll explain it now. Little Dragon rubbed his head from the dizziness and held up 2 fingers. First off, the tiger spot snake is definitely venomous, but it's got 2 kinds of venom, one in its mouth, the other from glands in its neck. Flower Silver asked in surprise, 2 kinds? For real? The Supreme Elder was just as surprised. Huh? Didn't know that. Little Dragon nodded. Normally, they're shy, running from humans, and their fangs are small too. Honestly, until the 1980s, nobody even knew the tiger-spotted snakes had venom. He seemed to recall something, adding, So, does the Blood Sect Elder's ruined internal energy relate to this? The Blood Sect was supposed to be immune to poison, right? Little Dragon shared his guess. Just a theory, but probably linked to the tiger spot snake's venom. From what he remembered, the main toxin was hemotoxin, meaning blood poison. This stuff causes bleeding by breaking down red blood cell membranes and blood vessels, wrecking cells and multiple body parts. It can destroy a lot inside the body. He sighed in relief since his risky plan worked. What if the bloodsucker vampires-like creatures, got hit with this bloody poison? That idea totally worked. Little Dragon stroked his chin, saying, maybe that's why their blood, the root of their martial power, got affected, leading to this mess. The Supreme Elder made a sound of awe on hearing this new knowledge. It just turns out no one knew the tiger spot snake was so deadly. It packs venom 5 times stronger than a green pit viper. And if dark energies boost the venom's power, his voice got hyped up. Never thought Sichuan had such a vicious snake lurking. Flower Silver happily added, awesome, Little Dragon, you scored a major win. Clearing his throat, the Supreme Elder said, oh yeah, I remember Flower Silver told me something. Crossing his arms and smiling at him, the Blood Sect Elder called you a natural rival. Huh. Hearing that made Little Dragon kinda embarrassed, thinking, did I really say stuff like that? Hearing the chuckles, he hid his blushing face under the blanket. The Elder even gave his shoulder a playful pat. Yeah, if I can completely cut off their martial arts, I really will be their natural nemesis. Suddenly, the Supreme Elder's tone turned serious. Little Dragon, thanks for protecting the clan. Clenching his fist, he said, they dared attack our family while I was away, but this time I swear I'll wipe them out root and branch. Considering them family now, Little Dragon nodded back. Exactly. We gotta clean them out for good. Now that we know their weak spot, the only thing left is gathering a huge amount of tiger spot venom. Thinking of the vicious Qiu Zhen and his wicked lackeys, Little Dragon swore silently. Those mosquitoes deserve to have their souls wiped out. That's the only way. Lately, the Tang family's been buzzing non-stop since the Blood Sect showed up, throwing them on red alert. The Supreme Elder rolled up a bunch of letters and tied them to a carrier pigeon, with many Tang heroes wounded, some even dead. So, righteous martial arts sects have started coming to help. Releasing the pigeon, he spoke, even top fighters have barely been hit. Thinking about the bloodshed the Blood Sect drags the martial world into again, my heart's heavy. Recalling those terrifying times, he furiously said, those damn mosquitoes, not only sucking innocent people's blood, 30 years ago they caused a huge massacre, becoming the common enemy of the martial world. This time's even worse. Seeing Little Dragon stunned, he put a hand on his shoulder to reassure him. But this time, it's going to be different. His voice was filled with fierceness and hope, because the Sichuan Tang family's the natural enemy the heavens destined. Little Dragon huffed, annoyed, thinking, family, you planned this? Huh. Seems like he heard him. The Elder turned and smiled like a reply. Then his tone got firm. Little Dragon, I have a favor to ask. Can you help me? Turning to him, Little Dragon answered, yes, Elder, if it's something I can do, I'll give it my all. The Supreme Elder announced, people from the Martial Alliance are on their way. Surprise, Little Dragon said, with soldiers from the Martial Alliance too? I want you to show them the venom you discovered. Now that we've found the Blood Sect's weakness, I want to share it with everyone. Knowing the weight of this, he didn't hesitate and quickly said, got it, for the greater good, we gotta do this. The Supreme Elder smiled, nodding, ha, I knew you'd say that. He then continued, by the way, Little Dragon, I got news that's gonna make you happy. Curious, Little Dragon asked, oh, what is it? The Elder took him somewhere and said, the renovations at the Thousand Venoms Hall are done, and starting now, Little Dragon, you're officially in charge. His voice full of disbelief, he asked, really? Is that for real? Little Dragon's eyes lit up, thinking, finally, the day's here. From now on, Xiao Long, you officially run the 10,000 Poisons Hall. His voice shows disbelief, saying, wait, for real? Xiao Long's eyes light up thinking, finally, this day's here. Do drop some insane news. Just like you said, I set up a special spot to raise venomous creatures. If you want to train a deadly snake-tiger hybrid, you gotta have the right place for it. You couldn't help but feel touched and said, wow, thanks a ton. Watching the bird fly further away, he smiled softly. Just think of this as doing your part for the martial world and give it your all. You grinned back, got it, boss. Then Little Dragon went to that spot the Elder Master mentioned, and seeing the scene blew his mind. This was seriously earth-shattering news, and Miss Hua Yin was with him. After thinking it over, he named the place the Poison Garden, meaning a garden for venomous creatures. She looked puzzled. Poison Garden? Little Dragon smiled and explained, this spot's meant to gather every venomous creature from Central Plains. Hua Yin raised an eyebrow. So you're planning to collect all these deadly species? His tone grew serious. Of course. I want to gather the top 10 deadliest from Central Plains eventually, because I promised Miss Hua Yin. After all, her face suddenly flushed bright red. Hua Yin covered her mouth and said, "Yeah, I'm rooting for you." Spotting a crowd nearby, Hua Yin ran over shouting, "Yo, so many people are gathering there, come check it out." Little Dragon called after her, "Wait, Miss Hua Yin." Seeing them approach, a guy standing with hands on hips said, "Oh, y'all are finally here." He looked surprised and asked, "The former deputy chief?" The other dude laughed loud. "Yep, the chief's got the Venom team. The ex-boss is here." Little Dragon raised an eyebrow. "Venom Squad?" The ex-boss nodded. "Yeah, this is the new crew the headmaster formed under his orders." He turned to introduce the people behind him. "From now on, they'll be your right hands to help with tracking and raising venomous beasts, so leave it to us." Little Dragon stared at them, his face blushing slightly from happiness. Thinking about the future, he felt crazy excited, even got caretakers for the venomous creatures. "The clan's seriously investing hard in me. This is a major step forward on my dream's path." Cut to another spot, the messenger pigeon had just delivered a letter. A woman in white opened it carefully and read. After finishing, she softly said, "Amitabha, the blood sect's back again." She looked up to the sky, whispering, "The peaceful Central Plains is about to get hit by another bloody storm." Meanwhile, Chu Zhongshui and his crew moved carefully. The old gray-haired man turned and announced, "Advisor, almost there. We can finally rest on the outbound road today." Jia Cat Hao sighed in relief, thankful to escape sleeping rough totally clutch. Remembering Chu Zhongshu's angry vibe, he promised himself he'd bring back some good news. Even a tiny clue about the blood sect would be awesome. Finally arriving, the old man said, "At last, we found the outbound road." The gate guard saw them and quickly asked, "Are y'all guests from the Martial Alliance?" Jia Cat Hao nodded. "Yeah, I'm the strategist for the Martial Alliance." The guard bowed and thanked them for the long journey, asking them to wait. Another guard rushed inside to report. Then one guard lowered his voice. "Oh, and one more thing." He looked serious. "There are some rules you need to be careful about once inside." Jia Cat Hao got curious. "Rules, huh?" The old man guessed. Could the Duong clan have set up a weapon-free zone? Note, the weapon-free zone is a lake at the faction's gate where visitors leave weapons to show respect. The guard awkwardly replied, "Well, it might surprise y'all, but seriously, don't kill even the tiniest living thing while inside the Duong's place." Jia Cat Hao was shocked. "Are the entire Duong clan Buddhists now?" The guard repeated firmly, "Once inside, you'll understand. Just remember this." Jia Cat Hao just let out a low breath. Then the group stepped into the outbound road, when suddenly a voice called out, "You're here, strategist Jia Cat Hao." Little Dragon and Hua Yin both bowed respectfully, saying, "Respect to the strategist of the Alliance leader, honored to meet you." He replied politely, "Miss Hua Yin, it's been a while." Hua Yin smiled. "Yep, it's been exactly 1 year since we met at the Martial Alliance." Jia Cat Hao asked, "So where's the old man Duong Thun Quan nowadays?" She bowed apologetically. "He left to look for signs of the blood sect. Sorry if the welcome's a bit weak." He waved it off. "No worries. Checking on the martial world situation is necessary. No need for formalities." Then Jia Cat Hao glanced at the guy beside her, curious. "And the young hero next to you, who's he?" Little Dragon smiled and said, "Ah, first meeting with the strategist, sir." He introduced himself, "I'm Wei Little Dragon." He looked puzzled. "Wei? But isn't that the Duong surname?" Hua Yin blushed shyly and pointed to herself, stammering, He's actually my boyfriend." The group went wild. "Boyfriend? What? The martial world's third top dog has a boyfriend? No way." They cried like it was the end of the world, yelling, "Where did this brat even come from? Man, life's so unfair." Jia Cat Hao hid behind his fan, coughing dryly. "Ahem, hurry and show them around. Otherwise, they might challenge him to some showdown." Suddenly, a strange noise grabbed everyone's attention. He looked up and asked, "Huh, y'all hear that?" Someone sharp-eyed pointed nearby. Up there, they saw a swarm of bees flying over and gasped, "Hey, isn't that Kim Mao Fong Vung? How come the Duong family has such a dangerous poisonous creature?" The group immediately rushes forwards to shield Xiaolong and Hoanan. "Careful now, some stay put to protect Miss Hoanan." "Oh, that's Xiaolong," someone quickly says. "Everyone drop your swords." He pats the guy in front, explaining it's probably a new rule in the Duong clan. The guy nervously replies, "Young hero, step aside now. Kim Mao Fong Vung is a super dangerous poison beast. Even a regular person would get taken out without a second thought." Xiaolong's face flushes red from pressure, barely able to catch his breath, and the Kim Mao Fong Vung kinda looks like it's saying this isn't gonna work. Xiaolong screams at the top of his lungs, "Kim Mao Fong Vung is my pet poisonous beast. Everyone chill out." The other guy's shocked, asking, "What? You keep it as a pet?" To prove it, a Kim Mao Fong Vuong zooms up, wrapping around his head and letting out a loving buzz. Then more swoop in to surround him. Xiaolong gently asks, "You guys came to see me, huh?" "Yeah, been gone a while after all." Then he warns, "Hey, don't go shooting poison at guests, okay?" The other dude's stunned, thinking, does he treat his bees like babies or what? The fiery young fighter's energy drops fast. After some background music, the group follows Hoang-yan to the guest room. Jia Cat Ho walks along thinking to himself, this guy didn't expect him to be During Yan Nai's main squeeze, but even as an outsider, he's basically family now. Suddenly, he hears chatter nearby and scoffs. A man points at a jar, saying, "A venomous creature like this is way more fitting for the Dern clan, don't you think?" A girl holds up a glowing gecko, arguing. "What are you talking about? Look how lit it is." Jia Cat Ho groans. "What even now?" He nudges Xiao Long, curious. "Hey young hero Xiao Long, why are those fighters swarming a creature like that?" Hearing this, he glances over at the girl, then after catching the full story explains, "Those are folks affected by the semi-poisonous beast's influence." Jia Cat Ho asks again, "Semi-poisonous beast? Did they screw up or something?" Xiao Long frowns, stroking his chin. "Yeah, it's a legit mess. Went down a few days ago." In the dark night, Hoang-gan stands aside giving instructions. "Feel your inner energy push outward." Xiao Long waves his hands around, asking, "Like this?" She shakes her head, saying, "Nah, Xiao Long, not quite." Suddenly, a hurried voice cuts in. Hero Xiao Long. The former boss arrives with two others, all three with heads down, looking super awkward. Seeing this, he's curious and asks, "Former boss, what's up?" "That's not it." Suddenly, a hurried voice cut in. Young Dragon, Hero. The former champion arrived with two others. All three bowed their heads, looking extremely awkward. Seeing this, he curiously asked, "Former boss, hey, what's going on?" He hesitated before speaking up. "I'm seriously sorry." Young Dragon Hero. Mustering all his courage, the former loser continued. "More than half the fish we caught to feed the Hu Ban Yu snake ended up dead." Hearing that, Young Dragon asked, "Wait, they're dead already?" He sighed with sympathy. "Well, that was kind of unavoidable. Those court fish are super sensitive. If there's a weird sound, their mama can actually kill the babies herself." He shook his head, dropping some shocking news. "Nope, the fighters use them as bait for drinks instead." Young Dragon thought he misheard and rubbed his ear, but the ex-loser emphasized, "Yeah, they literally ate them as snacks during their drinking session." It hit Young Dragon like a ton of bricks. His mouth dropped open as he asked, "What? No way. Are you telling me they chowed down on live baby fish just for snacks? Why the heck would they do that?" Hoa Ngan explained, "Tamzer rents a dish where they dip live baby fish into sauce and eat 'em like that." Young Dragon just stood there, stunned. The ex-loser bowed low again. "Honestly, I'm super sorry, Young Dragon Hero." Hoan-yen added, "Some folks from Hainan, from the poison stuff place, said they missed home and just ate him straight up." He stood there dumbfounded, thinking, the fish babies I caught to feed the Huban Yu snake were totally gobbled up by these guys. This can't happen. We gotta respect the creatures we're supposed to nurture. Back to reality. So, the Tang family in Sichuan rolled out new rules about selling traveling poison creatures. Young Dragon summed up, "That's why every fighter in the Tang family now takes care of their own kind of poison creature." Jia Cat Hao totally got it, which is why everyone's got their own pet poison critter. Then he went quiet, staring at the team beside him. Jia Cat Hao was deep in thought. Clearly, this guy wasn't just some random dude. Inside the room, the three Tai Shang family heads, Young Dragon and Jia Cat Hao, sat around a round table, eyeing each other. After hearing the full story, Jia Cat Hao sighed, "So that's what's up." He laughed out loud. "Just as I guessed, the mysterious young hero the Tong family boss met on Hainan Island was none other than Wei Young Dragon himself." The Tai Shang family head smiled and asked, "So, isn't he basically the Tong family's treasure?" Young Dragon sat quietly, hearing the praise, but said being mysterious isn't enough. "The Golden Fur Wind King really surprised me," he thought, feeling a little shy. Suddenly, Jia Cat Hao's voice dropped low. "But I still got worries. Haven't found a single clue about the blood sect yet." He sighed, realizing they couldn't just stand by watching the blood sect get stronger. The Tai Shang family head looked mysterious and said, "Young Dragon, bring that thing out." Young Dragon closed his eyes obediently and replied, "Yes, sir." Jia Cat Hao was stunned, not understanding what the other two were saying. To make sure, the boss raised a finger and made a gesture. A dome of light wrapped around the three of them. The Tai Shang family head explained, "No sound can escape. I'm setting up a sound barrier." Jia Cat Hao was amazed. Even a sound barrier too. Young Dragon pulled out a jar and set it on the table. That was the thing. He picked it up curiously and shook it, but still wasn't sure what it was. Jia Cat Hao, still puzzled, asked, "So what exactly is this thing?" For real, they had to set up a whole sound barrier too. The old boss explained. "You talking about scatter attack poison?" He fired back again. "If it's just scatter attack poison, why would they go to the trouble of setting up such a serious barrier like this?" He heard that, glanced over at Little Dragon, who caught the look and nodded right away. Jia Cat Hao freaked out when Little Dragon said, "But what if this scatter attack poison only works on folks from the blood sect?" I slammed the table, jumped up, and blurted out, "Yo, for real?" The old master of the Tang clan nodded with a laugh. "Ha ha, yeah, hard to believe, huh?" Jia Cat Hu frowned. "If that's true, then this is a straight-up earth-shaking discovery. The blood sect's been chill, right? Their poison's supposed to be super strong," he recalled. "According to Hoengan, it drops a poisoned person's health down to normal levels. Hoengan took down a blood sect elder who'd been poisoned, and it only took one afternoon." Hearing the old master spill the tea, Jia Cat Hu was shook. "Just one move? For real?" he stressed. "It seriously works just like poison scatter attacks." Hearing the old master's story, he couldn't help but say, "Big thanks to the full poison god commander. I really didn't see that coming." Then he folded his hands and bowed respectfully. "With this kind of trick up our sleeve, the leader can chill for a bit." The old master couldn't hide his pride. "Haha, if anyone deserves thanks, it ain't me. It's this kid right here. 'Cause Tiu Long was the one who found that thing." He closed his eyes, grinning satisfied. This kid actually infected himself, then lured that blood sect elder to suck his blood. Thanks to that, the elder tormented himself on the edge of life and death for 10 days straight. Tiu Long scratched his head, embarrassed. When Jia Cat Hu dropped the praise, "Wait, not just brainy but gutsy as hell, huh?" Suddenly, he put a hand on Tiu Long's shoulder, catching him off guard with a "huh." Jia Cat Ho said seriously, "Young hero, whatever you want, I got you. If you've got any wishes, I'll take them straight to the leader." Tiu Long paused, then shyly asked, "So, can I get some info on poison creatures?" Jia Cat Hu was floored, not expecting that. "Did you say what? Info on poison creatures? Not tips, potions, or treasure?" The old master couldn't help but chuckle. Jia Cat Hu hid behind his fan, thinking, "You're one weird dude, probably the first freak like you ever showed up in martial history." Instead of answering, he asked, "Even if it's not the kind of poison beast you want, are you interested in the mysterious stone toad?" Amid the quiet scene, the peaceful sound of the stream kept flowing. Tamer turned, updating, "Uncle, looks like everyone's already here. This place is Sichuan, the Kung family mountain." Tamer gave the lowdown. According to ancient maps, the waterfall and turtle rock statues showed up in the distance, visible from the top of the Kung mountain. Jia Cat Hu came by the water, dipping his hand into the crystal stream. Feeling the cold water slip between his fingers, he said, "No joke, this is straight-up glacier melt, freezing as hell." Then he ordered, "Everyone, wait here. Tamer, stick close to me." Tamer perked up. "Yes, uncle." The group echoed, "Yes, Lord Jia Cat Hu." In no time, Jia Cat Hu moved with lightfoot speed, toes barely brushing the water's surface before he took off. The two traveled one behind the other, coming close to the waterfall streaming down the rock face, finally arriving. Jia Cat Hu reached out, touching the cliff and watching the rushing stream. While observing, he muttered, "Past the turtle statue and follow the waterfall running down the cliff. You'll find a cave entrance next to a rock shaped like a fist." Tamer happily chimed in, perfectly matching what was written in the records. Their eyes locked in perfect sync. Jia Cat Hu instructed, "I'll go in first, you guys follow." Tamer obeyed clearly. Uncle carefully stepped into the dark cave. His footsteps echoed loudly, his face serious, knowing any slip-up could cause massive trouble. At a spot where the space seemed brighter, Jia Cat Ho pushed a vine aside and gasped, seeing a hole above that let sunlight pour in. He sighed. "Looks like we found the spot." Tamer sighed, amazed at the breathtaking view inside the cave. It was magical. Jia Cat Hu scanned around and concluded it was perfect for spiritual herbs to grow. Then he carefully searched until he joyfully said, "Got it." A little green plant with a bright red flower, radiating intense spiritual energy, was the century snow ginseng, a herb that soaks up extreme yin energy. Tamer was just as excited, saying now all that's left is to trade this snow ginseng for the dark river fo tea root from the Nam Kung family. Jia Cat Ho nodded, agreeing. "Yeah, this would totally fix the Nam Kung girl's vein disease, and in return, we get a 200-year-old dark river fo tea root." Sitting down admiring the century snow ginseng, he said, "All right then, let's do this." Jia Cat Hu reached out to pick the plant, but suddenly a sharp rock sound rang in his ear, making him freeze. Something darted out from a crevice, shooting fast toward his elbow. Tian worried. Uncle, you okay? Jia Cat Ho watched the creature speed by, leaving a trail of flower petals as a warning wherever it went. I'm fine. Just heads up, that thing is crazy fast. Tian stood frozen as more flower petals appeared inside the cave, the mystery creature striking again from behind. Jia Cat Hu quickly raised his fan to block. He frowned at the fan, noticing a thin layer of ice on it, and suspected it was cold air. Tian nervously stepped closer, asking, Uncle, what exactly is that thing? He stayed quiet a moment, then after digging through his memory answered, Stone toad. He gasped, stunned. It's this kind of magical herb that sucks up negative vibes. Tian's hyped too. Now all that's left is to swap this snow ginseng with the black polygonum yin from the Namgung family. Jiagat Ho nodded in agreement. Yeah, with this stuff, the Namgung ladies' block meridians will definitely get a boost, and in return, we'll snag a black polygonum yin that's over 200 years old. He sat back admiring the centenary snow ginseng, then said, So, let's talk. Jiagat Ho reached out to snatch the plant. Suddenly, a sharp sound cracked by his ear and he froze. Something zipped out from the rocks at lightning speed. He was stunned. Something just shot out from the crack in the stone. That thing zoomed straight toward his elbow. Tian panicked and asked, Uncle, are you good? Jiagat Ho watched the thing darting fast as a flash. Wherever it went, it left these snow blossoms like warning signs. I'm fine, but be careful, it moves crazy fast. Tian stood frozen, staring at the growing snow flowers inside the cave, while the mystery object attacked Jiagat Ho again. He quickly raised his fan to block it. Frowning, he noticed the fan's surface had a thin layer of ice forming. Jiagat Ho suspected it was some kind of cold energy. Tian approached nervously asking, Uncle, what the heck is that thing? He stayed silent a moment, went through his memory, then finally blurted out, Stone wasp, his jaw dropping. Jia Cat Ho brought up that green creature with yellow eyes. Getting real specific, it was the green thatch tick. When Tiu Long heard that, he was totally stunned, like, wait, the thatch tick is green? He was thinking, green, for real? That's gotta be some rare species. The old patriarch got curious too, asking, thatch tick isn't poisonous, so what's the deal? His eyes lit up, drooling a bit as he laughed out loud with excitement. Ha ha ha, it's all good. Then, dropping his voice, he added, that green thatch tick, it's got poison in its eyes. The old patriarch chuckled nervously. Haha, I don't really get what you're saying, but alright, we'll roll with it. Jia Cat Ho cracked a forced smile, thinking, what a total weirdo. Then he kindly promised, if I catch wind of any other venomous creatures, you'll be the first to know. Tiu Long's eyes sparkled like bright stars, hyping him up. Whoa, thanks a ton, big bro. The old patriarch could only laugh out loud, speechless. Next day, Master Nax Fu came back, threw open the door, shouting, son-in-law. Everyone was gathered inside talking things over. Tiu Long turned politely, replying, yes. Master Nak Fu, Huan Yan also politely greeted her dad. He hurried over, looking all around, grabbing his mouth anxiously, then asked, are you all right? Your body okay? Tiu Long's face got squished from the grab, but he managed to answer, yeah, I'm fine, Master Nak Fu. Then he raised both arms, all marked up with snake bites, staying optimistic. I woke up after 10 days, got some scars on my arms, but hey, at least I'm still alive. The patriarch got even more fired up and started huffing madly. What? The blood sect guys. Suddenly he froze, then turned to his daughter asking, Ho and Gon, are you okay? She was sweating buckets, stammering to calm him down. Dad, please take it easy. Then happily added, I'm fine too. Tiu Long saved me and the whole fam. The old patriarch jumped in. Yeah, Tiu Long's done a huge favor. Then he went on. When he took down that elder, didn't he say something? That he's your ultimate rival? Exactly. Hoengan corrected. I am your ultimate enemy. Tiu Long blushed shyly. It was just a lucky plan. Ha ha ha. And thanks to that, we even found out the blood sect's weak spot. The shadowy Jia Cat Ho finally spoke up. Treat son here. I'm in the house too. The old patriarch looked over, asked, oh, you good man? They shook hands and smiled, but the patriarch teased. Since you leveled up, you barely keep in touch. I guess it takes something like this for us to hang. Jia Cat Ho apologized softly. Oh, my bad. Seeing them like this, Ho and I explained. They've been tight since they were kids. Tiu Long's eyes went wide. Oh, that's why, he thought to himself. This is wild. Jia Cat Ho patted the patriarch's shoulder, saying, anyway, pull up a chair, we got loads to talk about concerning the blood sect. He laughed back, all right, sure. Then he waved the two kids over. You two sit too, I want every detail. Tiu Long nodded. Yes, Master Nak Fu. Once everyone's settled, the patriarch turned to Jia Cat Hu, asking, So, what's the deal with that spy snake? Hearing those words, Tiu Long looked shocked and asked back. Internally, he was like, Spy means undercover, right? Like someone sneaking within us? The patriarch glanced over but didn't answer. He had a bigger question. The blood sect folks snuck in aiming to grab that poison herb manual, right? Tiu Long answered, Yeah. They seemed real serious about it. The patriarch's face turned serious. All right then. Tiu Long's face drained when the patriarch growled. How do they even know that the poison herb is kept at the Tu Shuyan mansion? He jumped up and said, This is bad. No way someone from our clan or martial artists sold info to the blood sect, right? The tense vibe broke. Everyone looked confused. Jia Cat Ho clapped his shoulder, joking. Looks like you gotta teach your son-in-law a lesson. He's fresh, so a bit clueless, huh? The patriarch just rubbed his beard and grinned awkwardly, while Tiu Long sputtered, Am I the problem here? Ho Ngan explained to him, Tiu Long, no spies are ever allowed inside the mansion. He doubted, Really? The patriarch went into detail. Even when picking a servant, we dig into their family and direct ancestors' backgrounds. If all checks out, we accept the whole fam into our clan. He said with confidence, When the whole family's here, how can anyone dare to be a spy? Tiu Long rolled his eyes, thinking, Dang, they really got it locked down. Still, the news got out. He broke into a cold sweat. Then he remembered the cup shattering on the table. Who was that spy snake really? A woman getting her throat grabbed and hoisted by Chu Trong Hawk. She frowned, saliva dripping non-stop, face full of pain, begging silently. Chu Trong Hawk clenched his teeth, staring down his target. The answer was clear. One of the Vo Lam Min's servants. Jia Cat Ho raised an eyebrow. Only 3 people in Vo Lam Min knew about this, and now the leaders caught that person. Meanwhile, as things were wrapping up, an unexpected guest showed up at the Tu Shuyan mansion. The newcomer glared at the guards, barked, We're here. Tu Ha back strolled to the mansion gate, not even using any fancy moves. That's kinda interesting. Right after, he pounded his chest, making a loud thud, flaunting his solid muscles. Confident, he announced to the clan leader, The head of the Bang family, Bang Vo Hoan, has arrived. Outside the big mansion door, a single arrow shot out, signaling the VIP's arrival. Only 3 people knew the deal, and now the leader had caught that guy. Meanwhile, as things started wrapping up, an uninvited guest suddenly showed up at the Sichuan Pass gate. The visitor barked at the guards, We've arrived. Sihabo dashed to the gate without even using his light step skill, which was kinda curious. Just then, he punched his chest loudly, making a solid thump sound. He confidently announced to the gate master, Bang family's head, Bang Wu Huan, is here. At the pass's main entrance, an arrow flew out signaling VIP arrival. Ho Ngan and Tiu Long booked it outside in a flash. Tiu Long ran behind, sounding kinda worried. Yo, Ho Ngan, miss, ain't it gonna be sketchy running out there? She turned back and replied, Nah, everyone's caught up in some serious talks right now. She added to ease his brain, Tiu Long, you're basically fam now. The son-in-law of the Sichuan Durong clan, gotta flex that confidence. That line just made him even more awkward. Oh, yeah. When they got near the main gate, Tiu Long ducked behind the door, whispering to himself, probably just some outsiders. No need to freak. But when he saw those beefy guys with mad intense faces, the word freaked out was screaming in his head. Bong, Vo Hoan noticed someone stepping out, snorted, and when he saw who it was, he burst out laughing. Haha, who we got here? Ain't that Hoang the young lady? Hoang clasped her hands in respect. Sichuan Duong family's Duong Hoa Nan was paying respects to the Bang family head from Ha Bak. He motioned with his hand, grinning. Long time no see. Last time I saw you, you were just a tiny thing. Now you're all grown up, barely recognize you. She laughed back. 5 years gone just like that, time flies. Then Bang Vo Hoan's gaze landed on the teen standing next to Hoa Nyan, asking, And who's this guy? The kid froze stiff, sweat dripping, clasping his hands to bow. Bang Vo Hoan heard the teen introduce himself as Nui Tiu Long, son-in-law of the Sichuan Durong family, but wasn't sold. Oh, really? He stepped up, grabbed the kid's baby-faced cheeks, doubt dripping. Son-in-law. Huh. Hoa Ngan covered her mouth laughing. Yeah, that's my husband. Bang Vo Hoan still raised an eyebrow, giving a doubtful grunt. Tiu Long was sweating buckets, avoiding eye contact, staring off somewhere else. Bang Vo Hoan rubbed his chin, muttered, Husband, huh. Then suddenly reached down near the kid's waist, saying, Let me check this out. This move had Tiu Long blushing hard, mouth dropping open with a loud ah. After the check, Bang Vo Hoan chuckled with respect. Haha, at first I thought you were just a kid, but yep, a real man underneath. He gave a thumbs up toward Hoa Yingan. Hoa Yingan, girl, in a few years, you're gonna crush it. Hearing this, she blushed badly, hiding her face, whispering to Tiu Long, listen up, Tiu Long. I heard the Ha Bak Bang clan aren't big on stiff formalities. The boss here just wants to size you up his own way. Just stand still and let him observe, got it? Meanwhile, the crew was buzzing, asking, boss, this guy's for real? Bang Vo Hoan nodded, replying, for sure, they got their mindset straight. Real men always spot the real deal. Tiu Long smiled confidently, clasping his hands to thanks for the props, boss Bang. Hearing that, Bang Vo Hoan laughed even louder. Haha, totally different vibe than those rich kid posers from other clans. Then he suddenly remembered he hadn't introduced himself to the teen yet, so he gave a hearty pat on the back, saying, right, I'm Bang Vo Hoan, head of the Bang family. Looking forward to learning from you. Tiu Long gritted through the pain and replied, likewise, sir. Suddenly, a voice cut in, Master Bang Vo Hoan. He glanced over, asking, what's up, Miss Hoanan? Finally, Hoanan spoke up with her doubts. You didn't just travel all the way from Habak just to help our clan, right? That was quick. Bang Vo Hoan looked shocked and asked back, what help? Something wrong with the Durang family? Hoang An got kinda confused. Then why'd you come to the Durang family? Meanwhile, he was running fingers through Tiu Long's hair, asking what was up. The teen hesitated. Yeah. Then the two led Bang Vo Hoan's crew to the meeting room. After hearing the rundown, he couldn't help himself. What? The blood sect showed up? Hoangan smiled, updating. Already wiped out, Master Bang. Bang Vo Hoan exhaled, should have come sooner. During treat, Son spoke up, Boss Bang, what brings you here? Only then did he snap back. Oh, forgot to mention, I'm mad as hell cause of the blood sect. Hearing Bang Vo Hoan say, actually, I'm here to ask the Durang family for some backup. During Triat Son blinked in surprise. Backup? He nodded then sighed again. Suddenly, Bang Vo Hoan's voice boomed, bringing the elders to pay their respects. Jia Cat Ho nearby got curious and gave a, watching closely. The room's door creaked open slowly. Faint sounds echoed. The person stepping in was a guy with panda-like dark circles under his eyes. Tiu Long felt a secret relief and greeted, elders, I'm not a kid anymore. The panda-eyed man glanced back and said, Miss, you better step down now. Miss, you gotta greet the elders of the Sichuan Durang family, right? Everyone at the table was surprised, wondering, Miss, where's the girl aside from Hoan Ain? Suddenly, from behind the man came a timid voice. I'm scared. Tiu Long's eyes popped wide in shock. Even Hoangan was stunned. Turns out, it was a little girl with huge innocent eyes staring blankly at them, clutching a candy. Seeing so many people, she got shy and let out a little then gobbled her candy before clasping hands and bowing like a grown-up, introducing, hello, Bang brother from the Bang family, I pay my respects. Bang Vo Huan picked the girl up and reintroduced her. My daughter? Tiu Long was puzzled. Daughter? Hoangan was just as shocked. Seeing the stark difference between the two, he couldn't help but be amazed inside. Talk about bloodline magic. Bang Vo Hoan laughed heartily. Haha, we're so alike everyone can see it. He rubbed his daughter's head. By the way, this kid is why I came looking for the Durang family. And I don't even know where she got that candy from. Just sitting there munching away. Bang Vo Hoan said with sincere tone. Still chewing on candy in her hand, the little girl got shy seeing so many people, gave a soft then scarfed the candy down and politely clasped her hands like a pro, saying, hello, big bro Bang from the Bang family, I pay my respects. Bang Wuhuan picked her up and introduced her again, my daughter. Xiao Long questioned, confused. Daughter, Hua Yin nearby was just as shocked. Watching those two so different yet so alike, Xiao Long couldn't help but marvel inside. Truly, blood magic. Bang Wuhuan laughed heartily. Haha, cause we look so much alike, everyone notices. He ruffled his daughter's hair. For real, this kid is exactly why I'm coming to the Dang family. And where the heck did this little one find another candy? Just sitting there munching away. Bang Wuhuan's tone was sincere. My daughter ain't feeling well, can y'all help out? Duong Triat's son asked, what's up with your daughter? He wondered to himself. Not feeling well, Little Long kept a low-key watch on the girl. She already finished the candy earlier, and now she's got a few more snacks in her hands. That night, Little Long tossed and turned in bed, wide awake. Nearby, the gang from Mino Kong crawled around, leaving a mess. He lay there thinking. After listening and checking Bang An's symptoms, he still couldn't pin down what's wrong. He poked one of the Ingo Kong guys on the cheek with his finger, recalling Bang family head's explanation. Bang Vo Hoen looked at his daughter and said sometimes she breathes hard and breaks out in big red patches. Sometimes it's so bad she even passes out. The girl wakes up after a while, but no clue what's causing it, he said, annoyed. I searched everywhere, even took her to apprentices of the medicine immortal, but they said she's perfectly healthy, which drove me nuts. One of them even said some weird stuff. I almost whooped him. Dong Trait's son blinked and asked, weird stuff. Bang Vo Hoen nodded, saying, could be poisoning from someone sneaky, but who'd poison someone inside our Bang family? Little Long scratched his head, feeling confused. Poisoned? Duong Triet's son whispered, yeah, if it's poisoned, then the problem's gotta be from inside. Then he shouted, but I swear, no one in the Bang family is that type to do something like this. Then he scratched his head, looking puzzled. Let's not even mention it. I don't want to suspect my own family. Jia Cat Ho agreed, saying, right, since nothing's certain, let's not jump to conclusions. Poisons aren't always from enemies. Duong Triet's son suggested, all right, then we'll save you a spot at the 4 Unity courtyard. Stay here a while, keep an eye on the girl's condition. First, we gotta figure out if it's poison or a rare illness. At this point, Bang An had nearly eaten all the snacks in her hand. Bang Vo Hoen smiled and said, thanks so much, Duong family head. I appreciate you helping us out. Little Long thought about how he'd watched the girl and murmured, this sure looks like juvenile diabetes, huh? When did she get another candy in her hand anyway? He bounced up, concentrating, wondering if diabetes could cause rashes. If the symptoms were obvious, it'd be easier to spot, right? Suddenly, there was a rapid knock on the door, followed by a panicked voice. Master Little Long, something big's happened. Little Long was puzzled. What's going on? The anxious servant said, someone reported Miss Bang's got a problem. Little Long gasped, Miss Bang. During the dark night, the Duong family's 4 Unity courtyard erupted in chaos. Little Long rushed over. Before he got there, he was already asking urgently, what happened? Ho Gan saw him and called out. Little Long saw Bang An lying unconscious on her dad's lap. Everyone explained, saying she coughed once sitting in the pavilion, then suddenly collapsed. Duong Triet's son concluded, if she fainted here, it's reassuring there's no traitor in the Bang clan. Bang Vo Hoen clenched his fists, his face darkening. Was Duong Triet's son suspecting the Bang family head? Suddenly, he punched himself hard in the face. Everyone screamed in shock. Bang family head. Silence fell. Only the sound of teeth hitting the floor drew attention. Even with blood streaming from his nose and mouth, Bang Vo Hoen smiled and said, I'm sorry. Even though I said it, just doubting someone in my own family is something I can't forgive myself for. A big guy sobbed like a baby saying, if even I faint here right now, there's got to be something else causing it. Then the other two also slapped their own faces, blaming themselves. We were here but still couldn't stop the mist from passing out. We messed up big time. Duong Triet's son quickly raised his hand. Calm down, y'all. Seeing the missing tooth, Hoen Gan shook his arm. Little Long scratched his head awkwardly. I don't have a fix for this. Everyone was beating themselves up like dumb pigs. Little Long yelled, chill, chill. We just gotta find the cause of the symptoms, then we can prove everyone's innocent. Bang Vo Hoen asked anxiously. How we gonna do that? Little Long sat down opposite Bang Vo Hoen's gaze, then said, first, we gotta take off Miss Bang An's clothes. The room suddenly went dead silent. Two dads Duong Triet's son seemed to lose their voice. Bang Vo Hoen's wrath flared as he barked, what did you just say? What did you just say? Little Long was stunned, wondering why his attitude suddenly flipped like that. He hurried to clarify, I mean, take off all of Miss Bang An's clothes, but before he could finish, he got punched hard, stars flashing in his eyes. Bang Vo Hoen's words came out like hellfire. What? You dare say you want to strip my daughter when she ain't even a teenager yet? Little Long stammered. Wait, calm down. He grabbed Little Long's collar and lifted him up. Little Long yelled louder, no, no, come inside. Duong Triet's son also tried to calm things down. Bang family head, since your son-in-law said that, there must be a reason. Please don't get mad so fast. Hoengan added, yeah, Bang family head, just listen to his explanation first. Bang Vo Hoen stared at the pale teen and pursed his lips, thinking it over. He let go and said, all right, you with those sneaky eyes, you dare say you want to strip my daughter before she's even at the moon age? I really want to hear this. Did you just say what I think you said? Xiao Long was shocked, couldn't figure out why the dude's attitude flipped so fast. He hurried to explain, I meant to say take off Bang Miss Anne's clothes. But before he could finish, He ate a punch that made his vision blur like fireworks. Bang, Wu Huan's voice sounded straight out of hell. What? You dare even say something about stripping my precious daughter? Xiao Long stammered. Hold up, wait a sec. The guy ignored it, grabbed his collar, hoisting him up. Xiao Long yelled even louder. That's not what I meant. Get inside quick. Dang Jishan stepped in too. Lord Bang, the son-in-law's words gotta have a reason. Please, don't rush to anger. Hua Yin backed it up. Exactly, Lord Bang. At least hear his side first. Bang Wu Huan looked at the pale-faced teen, pressed his lips, thinking it over. He dropped him and spoke. Fine. You sneaky eyes actually said you'd strip my daughter even before she hit her first full moon. I want to hear the full story. Let's see if you can come up with a solid reason. Little Long gasped like he'd just been saved. Woo, he said seriously. Master Bang, please stay calm and hear me out. He then sat up straight and gave a growl to signal him to keep going. Little Long broke down his idea, carefully stripped the young lady's clothes off. I mean, take off her outfit and swap it for something else. Could the clothes or stuff from the Bang family be the reason she collapsed? That's when Bang Vo Hoen finally caught on. Ah, so that's why? He felt super guilty. Ah, Bang Vo Hoen wouldn't dare doubt the young hero's word, really wanted to slap himself to say sorry, but Little Long kept waving him off. Hold up, I'm fine, Master Bang. Little Long came up with an excuse for his earlier reaction. Your lady just collapsed? No wonder you got all shook. Bang Vo Hoen laughed awkwardly, surprised that you could be this chill about someone else's mess-up. Much appreciated. Haha. He got straight to the point. Oh, and by the way, from now on, Miss Bang's in our Tang family's care, so for a bit, I'm banning everyone from the Bang clan from seeing her. He pointed at himself with wide eyes and asked, What? Even me? Little Long smiled and replied, Well, the problem isn't from the Bang family, but something else. From what I know, using elimination and addition techniques, this is how folks who deal with venomous bugs, snakes, or amphibians handle stuff. If only the creature could talk and say, I'm hurting here, it'd save us so much stress guessing. But sadly, they don't talk human. So we gotta change their surroundings or stuff nearby to find what's sicking them. Little Long glanced at Bang An, who was red-faced and panting, then made the call. The method we're using on Miss Bang is addition, meaning we totally switch up her environment, then slowly bring things back one by one to see what's really causing her collapse. We can't just let her keep fainting without answers. Tang Zishan rubbed his beard thoughtfully. Honestly, this might take some time, but we should definitely find out what's making her sick. Good thinking, son-in-law. Bang Vo Hoen shook all over from the emotion, choking up. All right. He hugged his daughter, tears and snot streaming as he said, Please, please take real good care of her. Little Long placed a hand on his chest and promised, Trust me, Master Bang. I've raised tons of creatures before. A kid is nothing. It's a breeze. But stuff wasn't as easy as it sounded. Not simple at all. Bang An kept sobbing nonstop. Her tears flowed like a river, making Little Long want to cry too. He went pale and held his head because just as Miss Bang woke up, she started bawling again, while the eldest sis and stepmom left to get stuff ready for the little one. So their Little Long was stuck alone with a wild little kid who didn't know what chaos she'd unleash. He awkwardly asked her, Hungry? Sleepy? What do I do now? Bang An cried and answered, Oh, no bougie man. Little Long softened his tone. Oh gosh, Missy, are you crying 'cause Master Bang isn't here? He tried to find a reason that made sense. Miss Bang's sick, so Master Bang went looking for medicine. Come on, stop crying, he'll be back soon. The girl paused and gave her reason. No. No candy. Little Long was shocked, didn't see that coming. Oh, not daddy but candy. He recalled the outfit Bang An wore earlier and remembered hearing that her clothes had tons of secret pockets stashing candy. Now the girl wailed even louder. All my candy's gone. Bang An was all alone. Little Long smiled and coaxed her. Okay, Miss Bang, calm down. You just woke up from fainting, so no candy right now. Listen, first have some porridge. If you eat nicely, bro here will make you some candy, deal? Bang Annie wiped her tears and asked, You really gonna make it for me? Little Long leaned in and whispered, Yep, if you eat your porridge well and behave, I'll make you a whole stick of yummy candy. The little kid's voice rang out, For real? He nodded hard. Of course, but you gotta promise me. Bang An held out her hand and smiled. Okay, I promise. She puffed up her tiny fist. Bang kids always keep their word. If you break it, I'll punch you in the face. Little Long froze, then yelled, What? No way. What kind of parenting is this in the Bang family? Lately, Master Bang, Bang Vo Hoen, was full of worries. Right then, he was hiding in some bushes, tears streaming down his face. Ahem, bro, Pops is here. But because of the rule forbidding Bang family from coming near, you can't see your daughter. Bang Vo Hoen sadly said, Sniff. I can only watch Ann from afar now. Suddenly, Little Long's voice called out, Master Bang, what are you doing here? He quickly pulled him into the bushes. Come here for a sec. Bang Vo Hoen stared at the kid lying on the ground and asked, So, how's your little one doing these days? Little Long blinked and answered, Oh, well. Sitting up straight, he gave a proper update. Miss Bang eats well and listens real good. He was pretty amazed. What? She's eating okay? Little Long nodded. Yeah, just yesterday. She even ate a ton of pork. Bang Vo Hoen was totally shocked. How'd you guys get her to eat like that? Hearing Little Long say, she just ate on her own really well. He raised an eyebrow, skeptical. No way. I couldn't even do that. How could you? As they talked, someone came over, making both of them look up. Just because the Bang family forbade anyone from getting near, you haven't even met your beloved daughter. Bang Wuhuan couldn't hide his sadness, sniffling. Is this all I get, watching my boy from afar? Suddenly Xiao Long's voice rang out. Lord Bang, what are you doing here? He hurried and dragged him into some bushes. You come here for a sec. Bang Wuhuan looked down at him lying flat on the ground, asking, So, how's my son doing these days? Xiao Long blinked, then sat up straight and gave a full report. Mrs. Eating well and super obedient, sir. Bang Wuhuan was stunned. Wait, she's actually eating? Xiao Long nodded. Yes, sir. Just yesterday, she ate a ton of pork. Bang Wuhuan was totally shocked. How did you guys manage to get her to eat? Hearing this, she just likes eating on her own. He raised his brow in disbelief. No way, what I couldn't do. How come you could? While they were chatting, someone came closer, making both look up. Turns out the visitor was Hainan. She folded her hands and bowed, politely greeting Master Bang's family. Bang Vo Hoen thanked her with a nod. Hey Miss Hainan, thanks for taking care of my daughter. Hainan looked at Tiu Long and said, Yo Tiu Long, your lady's been looking for your bro, like, where he's at. He jumped, yelling, What, bro? Bang Vo Hoen's eyes flashed with anger, veins popping on his face. I haven't even had a word with that girl since when have you two been this tight? Seeing this, he jolted, heart pounding madly, yelling, Spill it, since when am I the bro or whatever? Tiu Long bolted like lightning, guess I'm out of here then. Hoen Yin smiled and asked, Tiu Long, you hitting the dojo again today? He stammered, pretty sure that unless he played nice with Kim Mao Fong Vuong, his lady wouldn't chill and listen. Bang Vo Hoen held his head, drowning in frustration. Tiu Long sprinted, thinking hard, and it seemed like Kim Mao Fong Vuong really liked the lady too. While Bang was busy playing with Kim Mao Fong Vuong, someone called out, Hey, bro. The little girl turned, grinning wide, Bro, hurry up and come here. Right now, Bang and I was having a blast with the Kim Mao Fong Vuong crew. They were licking her all over, making her laugh crazy. Haha, it's kinda sticky. Tiu Long stood off to the side watching. Lately, thanks to these little guys, he and his bro had gotten tight real fast. These adorable Kim Mao Fong Vuong seemed totally into him. Maybe. It was because she always ate candy and dripped syrup everywhere. Could it be they thought she was snacks or something? He knew deep down his bro was loved by those little critters, so he came by every day just to hang. Playing around while making the girl behave was killing two birds with one stone. Bang An pointed at the tree and yelled, Bro, check it, the queen bee's over there. Tiu Long, sitting nearby, called out, The queen bee's pretty busy, don't bother her asking to play. The girl said politely, Okay. He closed his eyes, daydreaming, Man, if I had a little sis, she'd probably be just like this, taking care of kids, getting used to it after a while. Just as he mused, a loud voice called out. The girl excitedly signaled, Bro, there's bees over here too. Tiu Long raised an eyebrow. Bees? He quickly warned, Bro, watch out, those other bees might sting. Gotta be careful. No sooner had he said that than Bang and screamed, Ouch. Tiu Long sighed. She's been stung. He dashed over, worried, asking, Bro, you okay? The girl whispered a sniffle. Tiu Long winced. You gotta be careful. Let's hit the clinic first. Bang An looked down at the red swollen sting on her arm and said sadly, It's not too bad though. He checked her hand carefully and warned, Still, better put on some medicine to be safe. Bee venom can sting hard sometimes. Bang An nodded quietly. Tiu Long caught something off in her voice, noticing her face flushing bright red, breathing fast and shallow. He called out to his bro, but she hugged herself, softly saying, Bro. Then her whole body went limp, and he quickly grabbed her tiny frame, yelling, Hey, hey. Tiu Long remembered what Bang Vo Hoan had described about these symptoms, sometimes quick breaths, huge red patches appearing, and in worse cases, losing consciousness. he thought to himself. Right, I know this reaction well. Tiu Long figured the reason his bro had been quiet was because of anaphylaxis shock, a severe allergic reaction where the immune system hits the roof. When bad stuff invades, the body fights back. Invaders are like uninvited guests, saying, "Excuse me, maybe I'll wreck this body a bit." That's when inflammation kicks in. Histamines get released, causing blood vessels to widen so white blood cells and antibodies rush over to attack. But sometimes the immune system overshoots, especially with certain triggers. If histamine floods your system too hard or acts up, all your blood vessels dilate. Your blood pressure tanks. Symptoms like trouble breathing and itchy swelling pop up. Tiu Long knew if it got real bad, it could be deadly, so he hustled, fireman carrying Bang An full speed, because there wasn't a second to waste. He sprinted, talking to her as he ran. Hang in there a bit more. Bro, Tiu Long stopped short in front of the main building. Then he yelled inside, "Father-in-law, your daughter's down." Dong Treat-sun heard his name called and came out fast. Seeing Tiu Long and Bang An, he asked, "What? Again? What the heck happened this time?" Tiu Long and Bang Vo Hoan freaked out. "Oh man, bro." He looked at the flushed girl, guessing she was struggling to breathe. Bang Vo Hoan nodded. "All right, I'm gonna channel my inner energy into her." Bang An's reddened face slowly faded. She exhaled deeply. Tiu Long breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, thank goodness that energy stuff sure ain't basic. In modern days, treating anaphylaxis means keeping blood pressure steady and airways clear, usually with epinephrine, steroids, antihistamines, and a breathing tube to keep her alive. But here, just this special energy fixed everything insane. Durun Treat-sun observed Bang An and said, "This episode seems a lot like the last one. Antihistamines and putting on an oxygen tube to keep breathing. But here, they could fix everything just with some air. That's insane." Dang Jie Shan checked Bang An and said, "This symptom looks like the last time." Bang Vo Hoan asked him, "Since you were right there, you must have seen everything clear. So, have you figured out why she passed out?" Little Long nodded. "Yeah, folks, I saw it all crystal clear." Then he dropped the answer. Miss An fainted because she got stung by a bee. The other two were shook. "Bee? You're saying it was a bee?" Tang Zishan stroked his chin, deep in thought. "Yeah, it's pretty rare, for real, but sometimes a bee sting can do that. Still, the reason why Miss An keeps blacking out can't just be bees." Bang Vo Hoan looked even more worried. True, if she was stung right at the start, she probably wouldn't have made it all the way to the exit. So, the real cause is still a mystery. Tang Zishan frowned, mumbling as he couldn't connect the dots. Little Long shut his eyes and cut in. "Father-in-law, honestly, I already found the reason." Tang Zishan was shocked, doubting. "What? Seriously?" Little Long smiled and explained, "It's cause Miss Bang An got stung by a bee that I tracked down the clue." Bang Vo Hoan's jaw dropped and he stammered, What's that about? Spill it," Tren Tru's voice said. First, it got him all uneasy. Sure enough, Little Long shyly asked, "First, I gotta take off Mrs. Shirt." Bang Vo Hoan got mad, yelling, "You punk." Then he got scolded hard. After a bit, Ho Eun-gan stepped out from the room, looking at everyone while announcing. Just like Little Long said. The blotchy marks made it hard to spot. Ho Eun-gan sighed heavy with pain. There were some old stings and the freshest one was on her back. Tang Jishan looked pleased because his son-in-law found something new and went, "Oh." Meanwhile, Bang Vo Hoan was still wide-eyed, stunned. "For real?" Lady Tang came out to remind. "Hey, y'all keep it down, the kid isn't fully awake yet." Everyone got shy and whispered, "Got it, ma'am." "Yeah, yes ma'am." Bang Vo Hoan covered his mouth, coughing to hide his embarrassment. "Just like you said, it's not those blotches, but a different mark." He frowned, demanding answers. "Then why has my girl been fainting all this time?" Little Long answered quick, "It's bee venom." Bang Vo Hoan doubted it. Wasn't the Tang family head just saying it's not bee venom? He seemed skeptical about what Little Long was saying. If it really were bees, how come we didn't spot any? Bang Family Academy doesn't have flowers, just rocks all over, no reason for bees to buzz around. Then what's your proof it's bee venom? Little Long closed his eyes and scratched his chin. Yeah, that made sense. If it was bees, we'd have noticed it, he thought silently. But An's symptoms clearly showed an allergic reaction from bee venom. Suddenly, something clicked and his eyes lit up with excitement. Little Long hustled to recall his past knowledge. He needed to find a type of venomous creature that's not a bee but has venom similar to bees, causing swelling and breathing trouble, venom with stuff like melittin or pept. His mind raced across tons of places. If we're talking about northern central China, then Hebei province is the spot with that temperate continental climate. The possible venomous creatures there were many, as Little Long listed: white-lipped cobra, Chinese scorpion, red-chested ant, Chinese red fire ant. Lost in thought, he ruled out the snakes and the scorpion. The other two got curious and whispered, "What's he up to now? Dang, let's see." Little Long thought about Bang An's environment, places she gets stung often, and her usual habits. Remembering her sweet tooth woke him up. He recalled An once told him there's a secret pocket in her clothes for hiding sweets. He grinned, satisfied. Got it. Little Long confidently told everyone. Yeah, it's definitely bee venom. Y'all can believe that. Hoan Gon froze, and Bang Vo Hoan looked doubtful. Huh, what's going on then? No bees anywhere near the Bang place. Little Long smiled and broke it down. The Tang folks and I all get this. Venom doesn't always act the same in everyone. Tang Zishan added for credibility. Some folks get knocked out by just a tiny drop the size of a needlehead, but others can take 10 times that with no problem. Little Long's words made sense. Bang family head and the same venom react differently, depending on the body. Little Long asked Bang Vo Hoan, Ann was born with a weak constitution, more sensitive to bee venom than normal. You confirmed that earlier, right? He nodded. Yep, exactly. Little Long slowly said. Not to mention, although An's weak to bee venom, she's never been stung at home before, so I guess there's one more possibility. What's that? Bang Vo Hoan nervously wiped sweat. Girl, what's that about? Little Long ruled out Lord Kim's golden hair bee, but there's this super unique bee. After sundown, at night you'll light lamps and gather in one spot. Bang Vo Hoan eyed him, skeptical. That thing really stays in this place. Little Long excitedly said, yeah, definitely. He pointed and turned to say, Miss Hoan, can you shine a light here for me? Hoan stepped closer. Sure. The sweets Little Long put on the ground were being devoured by a bunch of tiny black critters. Suddenly, a bigger one turned from munching plants to biting the head off a fellow bug. Little Long snapped and grabbed the big one, chuckling, this little devil. He smiled and told everyone, this guy right here's the culprit. Bang Vo Hoan was clueless and asked, aren't those ants? Ants aren't bees. Little Long asked him, bro, look a little closer. He smiled and told everyone, this little guy right here is the culprit. Bang Wu Huan was clueless. Isn't that an ant? Ants aren't bees. Xiao Long asked him, look closer, dude. Anyway, it's still a mutated version of a bee species. Bang Vo Hoan echoed that weird phrase, mutant bee. Huh. Then he took a closer look and blurted out in shock, yo, this tiny little critter is making that hissing sound 'cause it's mad. Everyone finally noticed it had a stinger right on its butt. What? Ants with stingers now? Duong Triat's son muttered, staring at that sharp stinger. Man, this is unreal. So that's why you called it a bee mutant. Bang Vo Hoan was just as surprised who knew ants could pack venom. Xiao Long stepped up and told them. This little guy was the mutated type that took down Miss An. It's called the King Sting Demon Ant. This bad boy knocked her out cold. He held it up for everyone to check out again. It's from the Hymenoptera order, family Formicidae, known as the King Sting Ant Pachycondyla chinensis. King Sting Demon Ant, Pachycondyla chinensis. Ants with stings. Yeah, you're probably wondering about that. Actually, this stinging ant evolved from ancestors similar to wasps, so it still keeps a bunch of wasp traits. That's why, in venom research on these stinging ants and wasps, patients who get anaphylactic shock from ant stings show reactions just like those from wasp venom. According to published studies. Right now, the king sting ant in Xiao Long's hand was screaming loud, but he just pointed and said, I think it's here to catch those trapped demon bugs in the path, and it accidentally stung An too. Since this ant species survives by hunting and eating other demon bugs, it matches what happened to An before. Plus, the marks from the sting looked like rashes, so back then people couldn't really tell what exactly stung her. A few days later, when An woke up, she probably just thought it was a normal rash. Bang Vo Hoan's jaw dropped. Whoa, seriously. Can't believe An was taken down by some ordinary demon bug like that. He worriedly asked, Duong family head, is there an antidote for this? Duong Triat's son hesitated. There's an antidote for bee venom, but for folks like Miss An who have super sensitive bodies, the antidote might not work too well. Bang Vo Hoan blurted out, no way. So what about An then? Duong Triat's son spoke up. Well, at least we know the cause now, so that's good. We can just watch out so she doesn't pass out again. He mumbled that to himself. Then, Bang Vo Hoan exhaled deeply, shook it off, and looked at him saying, come to think of it, I haven't even thanked you yet. Much appreciated, young hero. Xiao Long gave a slight grin, accepting the thanks, then smiled wider and said, don't worry. Master Bang, it might be slow, but there's a way to cure An. Bang Vo Hoen couldn't believe his ears and stammered. For real? Tell me quick. What's the method? He answered. It's called desensitization therapy. Worried someone might not get it, Xiaolong broke down the words desensitization, meaning reducing the reaction bit by bit, but Bang Vo Hoen freaked and asked, Wait, we gotta take something off again. Xiaolong hurried to clarify. No, that's not it. He explained. It means injecting bee venom into Ange in low doses little by little, which helps her body get used to the toxin. Of course, it takes quite a bit of time. He was confident about this plan. If it worked, she wouldn't faint from venom again. Duong Triet's son agreed. Sounds legit. Even in the Duong sect, they do gradual venom injections to boost immunity. Bang Vo Hoen asked hopefully. So after treatment, An He won't pass out anymore? Duong Triet's son nodded. It'll take some time, but chances of success are high. Hearing that, he was over the moon, laughing loud and slapping Xiaolong's back hard. Thanks a ton, bro. You just saved China's daughter. Then his eyes lit up like he had a thought. Bang Vo Hoen grabbed Xiaolong's shoulder and shook him. Getting this kind of help? No way I let it slide. You got any wishes? Anything at all, just say it, and I'll make it happen. Xiaolong got shook being shaken, thinking why does everyone always whip out blank checks when you get help? Then he calmly folded his hands and said, and she's like my own little sis now. I couldn't possibly ask for payback. Bang Vo Hoen clapped him on the back again. Hey brother, we Bang family don't do shy stuff, just spill it. Xiaolong cleared his throat and gasped, wait up, my ribs, internally panicking, thinking if he doesn't come up with something soon, he's toast. Then, with a sudden idea, he shouted, rubbed his hands, grinning, since you've come all this way, how about joining me for a mountain tour? Bang Vo Hoen looked at Sun, puzzled. Scene switched to the Gong family mountain in Sichuan, where Xiaolong led everyone to a chill, scenic spot, with waterfalls up top and clear blue water down below. Bang Vo Hoen looked up at the white rushing water and muttered, then laughed with satisfaction. This place lives up to its rep. Xiaolong smiled too. Yeah, heard there are some epic cliffs here too. Hoengan glanced around smiling. According to our advisor, this has got to be it. Xiaolong nodded. Yep, probably the waterfall and rock formations they mentioned. Then he suddenly asked, but how do you get to the cave behind the waterfall? Bang Vo Hoen was kinda curious. You better ask Xiaolong about that. He just started learning lightness skills not long ago. He got curious and asked back, what's that? Bang Vo Hoen was cracking up, but when he heard that, he froze, totally lost on how to break it down, his brain spinning as he scrambled for the right words. Running out of options, he grabbed Tiu Long by the collar and lifted him up, saying, explaining all this is a pain, come over here. He called out, kinda awkward. Wait, what? Yeah. With that, he hurled Tiu Long like a dart. Hoengan freaked out, yelling, Yo, Tiu Long. You landed without any warning, and Bang Vo Hoen just caught up too. He looked up at the sky and burst out laughing. Your moves are crazy slick. Tiu Long, still catching his breath, said, thanks. Meanwhile, Hoengan was worried and asked, Tiu Long, you good? She eyed the cave entrance ahead. This spot seems like the way into the cave behind the waterfall, so mysterious. Bang Vo Hoen said with confidence. All right, first thing, let's go inside and check it out. Once we're in, there's got to be something. Outside, the waterfall kept thundering down. Over here, the three of them stepped into the cave, but as they went deeper, what they saw caught all of them off guard. Tiu Long muttered, something's off about this. Hoengan agreed, yeah, there's no lush greenery in here like Jia Katha described. He whispered, no way our strategist would lie. Half sitting, half kneeling, he eyed the dry, dead plants on the ground. The inside of this cave was nothing like what they expected. All the plants around were just lifeless shells. The elder strategist of the martial arts sect, Jia Katha, had said that in the middle of the cave, light streamed down like a waterfall, and the ground was covered with blooming flowers, tons of unknown, super mystical ones. Jia Katha said it looked like a hideout out of a fairy tale. But looking around, Tiu Long muttered in disappointment, this ain't no fairyland. The three kept moving deeper. Hoengan spoke up, there's definitely light shining through cracks above, but no flowers growing. Instead, it looks like everything's about to wither away. Suddenly, Bang Vo Hoen spotted something and shouted, no way, is that a spirit beast? Even the environment seemed shifted. He eyed the front cautiously, sensing cold air drifting from that rock. Tiu Long peered carefully and said, yeah, elder, it looks like you were right. He drew his great sword and said, then follow me closely. Stay sharp. Bang Vo Huan double-checked. Yep, that cold air was intense. His eyes flashed sharp and he called out, "Show yourself." Suddenly, a weird noise echoed, making all three jump. He gripped his sword tight and warned, "Watch ahead and stay right behind me." Tiu Long looked hyped, letting out a seriously creepy howl. In the dim cave, two glowing eyes appeared. The creature's mouth opened to make the same eerie sound from before. Tiu Long was shocked, thinking, "I swear that blue-skinned lizard isn't just any creature. It's the legit fat-tailed spirit lizard. It's about 1 foot long, like 30 centimeters, with big shiny yellow eyes and a chunky tail." As someone who loves animal exploring, Tiu Long couldn't hold back and touched his cheek with excitement. "This little dude is too cute." Hainan whispered, "That blue spirit lizard's super adorable." Tiu Long got even more pumped. "See, Miss Hoangan knows quality when she sees it." Bang Vo Hoan's gaze stayed locked ahead. Then he suddenly made a sound like a gasp. He'd spotted something. He told the others behind, "There's another one in there too." Tiu Long's jaw dropped. "You mean there's two? Twins?" His face flushed with excitement. He thought, "Awesome, now we can breed these guys." "Quickly," he urged. "Master Bang, you gotta catch this one alive for us." Watching the fat-tailed lizard stay alert against the three, Tiu Long felt itchy and wondered, "Where's the other one?" As the lizard wagged its tail, a shadow showed behind. Tiu Long thought to himself. Hoanan noticed his vibe and asked softly, "Tiu Long, you okay?" He nodded. "Yeah, just caught a glimpse." But his eyes widened with alarm. "This isn't good." Seeing that creature lying still, Tiu Long was shocked. It looked like it wasn't breathing anymore. Then, Tiu Long led Kuyu Bai deeper into the cave toward the fat-tailed spirit lizard and said, "I'm counting on you, Kuyu Bai, leader of the squad. Alert me if anything pops up." Kuyu Bai turned with a grin. "For sure, just trust me. The moment that thing stirs, you'll be the first to know." Meanwhile, the fat-tailed lizard was clearly pissed off. "Tiu Long, head out for now. We're gonna pull back temporarily. We don't know anything about this creature's habits yet. Plus, rushing in could seriously hurt the poor wounded thing." Everyone gathered a fire by the riverbank beneath the waterfall. Some little bugs clung to Hoan Yen, and she brushed back her hair and softly called, "Tiu Long, come eat." Seeing that, Tiu Long pictured family vibes and kiddos. Honestly, kinda sweet. The pot over the fire boiled, sending out some mouth-watering smells. Bang Vo Hoan asked, "So, any progress today?" Tiu Long shook his head. "It's not moving at all." He frowned, puzzled. "Same on my check. That thing's totally still. Even living creatures gotta eat, right?" Tiu Long bowed his head, thinking, "True, usually geckos and other spirit lizards go on a food strike when they're stressed. Especially the fat-tailed ones, they load energy into those thick tails. If they're fasting," he frowned, puzzled. "When I checked, it did nothing. Either living creatures gotta eat, right?" Xiao Long bowed his head, thinking, "That's true. Normally geckos and other divine lizards go on strike and stop eating for a few days when they're stressed out. Especially the fat-tailed divine lizards, they stash energy in those thick tails. If they're fasting, it's likely it's just surviving off whatever energy stash it's got left." Thinking that, "You make the call. It's time for us to make a move. I reckon now's when we gotta check on that lizard." Still totally still. Bang Vo Hoan lights up with excitement. "Finally, it's time to catch it, huh?" Tiu Long checks himself, saying, "Nah, not exactly catch. More like, I think we need to see where it's hurt and, if it's starving, maybe give it a little something to eat." He freezes for a sec when you say that. If Lord Bang can lure the other one out, that'd be the best-case scenario. Bang Vo Hoan points to the muscles on his arm. "Isn't it easier to just knock it out with one hit? That way we can scoop it up, whether it's hurt or not." The two guys behind him can't wait either. Tiu Long breaks out in sweat, thinking, if he hits it with those guns, that thing might just pop off on the spot. He forces a grin. "Lord Bang, if you go at it." Even that retreating lizard warlord couldn't dodge a fatal blow. Bang laughs loud, all proud of himself. Obviously. Bang Vo Hoan slaps Tiu Long's back hard, totally getting why a bookworm like him, stuck with scrolls all day, would back off from a lizard like that. "You're right, if I try, I can kill it with one strike, no doubt." Tiu Long dryly laughs. Yeah, he agrees. "All right then, we roll with your plan, huh? Just handle it softly and gently." Tiu Long mutters, "Might actually be the smartest option." He draws out the plan on the ground. "First, Lord Bang will lure the healthy lizard out. Miss Hoangan and I will check the injured one while that's going down." Hoangan lines up some small stones along the ground, and meanwhile, the Venom team just needs to block any paths leading to Tiu Long. Bang Vo Hoan nods. "Seems this is the best plan after all." He asks, cheerful as ever, "Anything else I should watch out for?" You smile and remind him, Just make sure it doesn't get near the walls. It can climb up and sneak over to me. Bang Vo Hoan thumps his chest. Got it. He grins. Let's do this. I'm itching to get started already. Watching Bang Vo Hoan bounce off, Tiu Long calls after him. Hey Lord Bang, take it easy, alright. You figure, if that lizard's truly sick, it might not hold on much longer. Then the squad heads back to the rocky den. Bang Vo Hoan leading with that big sword slung over his shoulder. The fat-tailed lizard watches everyone cautiously. Tiu Long whispers, Lord Bang, let's go. He nods softly. All right. Bang Vo Hoan raises his blade, ready to strike, leading the charge with a shout. Okay, move just like we planned. The crew pushes up right behind Lord Bang. The fat-tailed lizard freaks out, quickly lifts its head, and lets out a loud roar. Yellow light sparks from its eyes. It leaps forward, charging at the group. Cold air radiates from its whole body, snowflakes popping right up everywhere. The lizard darts toward Bang Vo Hoan but hits the raised sword and stops dead. Bang Vo Hoan laughs, loving the thrill. Not bad. You definitely earned the title of top warrior in the Bang clan. The lizard curls up tight and gets knocked back, retreating in a steady backpedal. He cracks a smile, that look of excitement you get when the opponent's actually worthy. Seeing it coil and rush again, Bang Vo Hoan blocks with his blade stacked in defense. It keeps falling back, beaten so hard it looks totally off balance. He orders everyone, now's our chance. No sooner said than done, the lizard snaps upright, surprising the crew. The fat-tailed lizard snarls, mouth wide open at Bang Vo Hoan. Hoanagan urges, Tiu Long, hurry up before we lose the window. Tiu Long nods quietly. Yes, Miss Hoanan. They carefully edge toward the small cave entrance, and when Tiu Long peers inside, he's shocked. Hoan John's face shows the same surprise. Worried, she asks, Tiu Long, is it really hurt that bad? Tiu Long mutters, almost certainly. Looking at the fat-tailed lizard lying there with its wounds, he thinks, its skin's rotting where the fur's missing, but it never managed to fully shed, and now its eyes are all cloudy with blindness. Hoangan hesitates. So what do we do now? Tiu Long answers, we gotta treat it immediately. She frets, but there's no medicine or anything around here. He looks at her, eyes flashing. No worries, we just gotta strip it down completely. Hoangjan stares at him, silent, then puffs her cheeks and pouts a bit. Lately, Tiu Long really laughs at every little thing. Tiu Long freezes for a beat, but hey, that's actually the right move here. The lizard, still lying still, perks its head up at the noise. Eyes foggy like it's kind of dazed. He reaches out super gently, voice soft as a whisper. It's okay, I'm gonna fix you up, so just stay still. Strangely enough, it obediently lies down flat for him to touch. Tiu Long carefully cradles it, good, like a queen bee. Seems like it kinda understands human words a little bit. He lifts the thick skin on its back. These creatures, like snakes, shed their skin. Ho Wing and gasps. Hey, Tiu Long's pulling off the skin on it, explaining. But wild fat-tailed lizards usually eat their own shed skin, so it's rare to find leftovers. She laughs. Wow, that's cool. He sets it on a flat rock and pulls out a small knife. The key thing is, this skin is super thick. No way to tear it by hand. Tiu Long carefully cuts the skin bit by bit. Hoan Nan sits close, watching intently. After a bit, she gasps, covering her mouth. Oh my god, it looks just like a gemstone. The outer skin torn open, the inside skin glistened bright. Hoangan muttered, whoa, those colors are straight fire. He pulled the skin away from its foot with a swift tug, revealing a tiny, cute little blue toe. Seeing it, her eyes lit up. Yo, little dragon, that looks like a glove, super adorable, right? Feels like you found a buddy. I just can't hold back either. Remember when I was a YouTuber, all the ripping vids were total hits. Little dragon gazed at the fat-tailed lizard chilling on the rock. Now it's just the head and tail left. Huh? He cradled it in his palm. Slow down. Gotta hold it tight. Extra careful with the eyes. Little dragon moved its head close to inspect. Just like he thought, all the blindness was packed into those eyeballs. Since it couldn't fully shed, its eyes were all infected. Then he grabbed the skin on its back and peeled it upwards towards the head. All right, done. Little dragon felt it shiver slightly in his hand and asked softly, how's that? Feel way better, huh? Seeing those big round eyes open wide, Hoangan shouted, it's actually opening its eyes now. Little dragon didn't catch her reply, so she asked again, hey little dragon, what's up? He nodded. Yeah, Miss Hoangan. Little dragon looked at the fat-tailed lizard clutching its own tail and said, I'm just stumped on what to do with its tail. Seeing how wary it was, he felt uneasy too. To stop gangrene, I might have to cut off the tail, but with how it looks, cutting could kill it. As he was about to move down, a yell rang out. "Lil Dragon, watch out!" Bang Vo Hone shouted. We lost track of that fat-tailed lizard. They turned to see it staring hard at them, clearly rattled, icy vibes radiating out. Lil Dragon yelled, "Chill out." In the panic, he held a knife up towards it. "I'm just trying to help. I'm just trying to fix up your buddy." Then he quickly pulled back, his face pale, staring at the blade. On the other side, the fat-tailed lizard opened its mouth wide, roaring mad. Its blue-green fury echoed through the cave. Eyes blazing dangerously, it roared loud, snowflakes scattering everywhere. The power it unleashed sent rocks flying all over. Lil Dragon quickly raised a hand to shield himself, worried. The beast was really pissed now. As the fat-tailed lizard lunged, Hainan jumped forward to block him. "Lil Dragon, this is dangerous." Still uneasy, she shoved him aside. Just as they separated, the lizard crashed hard into the cave wall. Despite Lil Dragon falling flat on his back, he still hugged the lizard protectively. This fall looked nasty. Seeing the lizard ready to attack again, he urgently made a stop sign. "Hold up, hold up." Lil Dragon frowned, fuming. "I told you, it's not like that." "Wait, let me explain." Suddenly, the little guy in his arms made a few noises. "Kudu kudu." Then it lifted its head, calling out 2 more times, "Kudu." The one opposite seemed stunned, its murderous aura fading a bit. It looked up and answered with a few calls. After a moment, both started chatting excitedly. "Kudu kudu." Little Dragon itched his face. They're chit-chatting or what? Just then, Bang Vo Hoen and the crew showed up, all worried. "You all right? You okay, sir?" Lil Dragon laughed as Bang Vo Hoen raised his sword in accusation. "That little brat's fierce and quick, sneaking right between my legs like that." The fat-tailed lizard on the ground saw him and switched to a superior vibe. It ground its teeth with a harsh screech. Lil Dragon quickly stepped in front, signaling, "Hold up." He said, "We're cool. Sir, please back off a bit. I want to try talking to it." Bang Vo Hoen asked, shocked. "Talk? That monster understands us?" Lil Dragon looked at the fat-tailed lizard behind and nodded with a grin. "Yep, Boss Bang. It seems to get some of what we say. Maybe it won't attack us again." Then he turned to Hoen Gan. "Hoen Gan, could you grab some dry grass from over there?" She blinked, then replied, yeah." Hoen Gan and the crew happily set out to find dry grass, as Lil Dragon asked. After tucking the fat-tailed lizard into a cozy pile of dry grass, Lil Dragon smiled. There, just calm the other one down. We're not here to harm you, good." I peeled off the old skin that wouldn't come off, took off the eye shield thing too, just need to keep its eyes wiped regularly for now. Got it? The lizard gently licked its buddy's eye like a check-in. He stood up, arms crossed, but there's still one problem. The lizard looked over. Lil Dragon scratched his head. All right, the eyes might heal, but half the tail's rotted deep. No matter what, might not survive. Everyone looked at the rotten middle of the tail. The fat-tailed lizard turned to its buddy's tail. Lil Dragon cautiously said, "So, I gotta throw up the finger signal. Guess we gotta cut that tail off." Hearing that, it imagined the tail getting chopped, panicked, calling out, "Shoo-doo." Then its gills flared, eyes wide, roaring loud. Lil Dragon froze, scared out of his mind. After a bit, he sat still on the rock with Hoang Gan applying ointment beside him. When her fingers spread the medicine on his cheek, Lil Dragon winced in pain. The more he thought, the madder he got, muttering, "Ungrateful little monster, I'm just trying to help." Hoang Gan softened. "Sit still. Little Dragon, I'm putting on the golden needle remedy. Careful or you'll get a scar." Bang Vo Hoen chuckled. "Haha." Hearing that, it pictured me chopping off its tail, panicked and let out 2 quick sounds, Q-do. Then it puffed up, wide-eyed, growling. Xiaolong was stunned, screamed scared. After a while, he sat still on the rock, Hua Yin rubbing medicine on him. When her finger applied the ointment to his cheek, Xiaolong winced from the sting. The more he thought, the madder he got, muttering, "Ungrateful little pest. I was just gonna patch you up, no big deal." Hoan Gan softened her tone. "Sit still, Lil Dragon. I'm rubbing on this golden herb stuff. Gotta be careful or you'll end up with scars." Bang Vo Huan burst out laughing. "Haha, woo. Finally, you're starting to look like a real dude, especially since you scored that epic battle wound." As soon as he said that, Hoengan shot him a deadly glare with bloodshot eyes, shutting him up instantly. Meanwhile, Little Long rubbed his cheek, thinking, well, the misunderstandings cleared up, and he also felt kinda satisfied watching those little Ngo Kong cling to her. Little Long realized, he saw those Nai-O Kong react to the intense vibe and suddenly behave all calm and tame. Maybe that lizard never meant to hurt me from the jump, Ku Bai suddenly said. Boss Little Long? He asked, clearly puzzled. He glanced at the chunky-tailed lizard, like it was trying to say something. Little Long smiled. Feeling ready now, huh? The lizard nodded and chirped out a quirky kudu kudu. Leaning down, Little Long said, "All right, I'll try my best. But first, I gotta ask you something." The lizard lifted its head and chirped again. Curious, Little Long asked, "What do you guys eat? If we gotta chop your tail off, you gotta eat some nutritious stuff, right?" Then, that chunky-tailed lizard bolted off super fast, leaving everyone stunned. Little Long scrambled after it, yelling, "Hey, wait up. Where you think you're going?" Catching up, he saw it stop right by a sprout, chirping loudly. "Q-do-Q-roo." Little Long stared in shock, watching the lizard pull up the sprout and pop it in its mouth. He was suspicious. "What's that?" Hoengan chimed from behind. "Little Long, can I check it out?" He turned around and answered, "Yeah, go ahead." She grabbed it and squinted, studying carefully, then concluded that although it was a bit weak, spiritual energy was slowly starting to spread. Definitely the seed of the legendary Lin Thao once growing here. Little Long questioned, "Lin Thao? So this sprouts from that seed?" Bang Vo Hoan cut in. "Yeah, I've heard before that where you find spiritual creatures, Lin Thao usually grows." Hoan Gan muttered, "So maybe these guys, like those Ngokong, survive by soaking up energy from Lin Thao." Little Long suddenly jolted, yelling, "Wait a sec. If we've dug up Lin Thao, isn't that a disaster?" He quickly tried to cover the sprout back with soil. "Gotta replant it as soon as possible." Bang Vo Hoan shook his head. "No use." He grabbed Little Long's shoulder to hold him back. "Once humans mess with Lin Thao, it just won't grow again there. That lizard probably knew this and dug it up to show us," he said regretfully. "Even if we replant it, it won't grow any better." Little Long stood there, mouth wide open, stunned. No way. He pictured Jiakat Hu grinning while yanking up the Lin Thao, and the two fat-tailed lizards sobbing in each other's arms. It hurt him deep, tears streaming down like rivers. Wiping his eyes, he murmured, "Humans really let you guys down." Suddenly, Bang Vo Hoan turned and asked Kuyu Bai, "Hey, what's the name of the Lin Thao plant growing here?" Kuyu Bai thought for a moment, then replied, "Yeah, if I remember right, people call it Tuit Sam." Bang Vo Hoan smiled and said, "Tuit Sam, huh? Then we just need to find something with similar spiritual energy." Little Long clung to hope. "Oh, that thing really exists?" Bang Vo Hoan nodded firmly. "Of course it does." He smiled. "It's called Bung Nok. It absorbs cold energy just like Tuit Sam." Then Bang Vo Hoan rubbed his chin, thinking hard. "But the problem is, how do we find Bung Nok? It's crazy rare. Even if you got the cash, it won't be easy to buy." Hoengan, quiet till now, finally spoke up. "If it's Bung Nok, I know a place that's got it." The other two lit up with excitement. "Honan, you know for real." "Oh snap, that's awesome." Little Long leaned in, asking, "You know something similar?" She waved her hand hesitantly. "Well, here's the thing." Her voice got softer. How do I put this? It's like I'm debating whether to say it or not." After a pause, she finally said, "They're kind of a different type of wild grass, if that makes sense." Little Long's jaw dropped in shock. Wild grass? Seeing his face, she frowned and exhaled sharply. Meanwhile, Little Long was sweating buckets, blurting, "What?" Silence fell over them as the three stared at each other. Bang Vo Hoan broke it. "Grass?" Hoan Gan nodded quietly to confirm. Little Long forced a smile. "Remember before when he said you called me wild grass?" He covered his face and sighed. "Father-in-law? Seriously, why'd you have to say all that stuff?" Bang Vo Hoan was curious. "Who's this wild grass that actually has Bung Nok?" His words made Little Long jump and shout, "Boss Bang." Hoan Nan smiled softly and replied, "She reminded me of someone, one of the martial arts top 3 beauties, VM Ho Piuni, aka Nam Kung Tuit, the heiress of the Nam Kung family." Little Long and Bang Vo Hoan got hyped up hearing Hoan Gan spill that. "From what I hear, she has Bung Nok, but doesn't really need it." Suddenly, the lizard chirped twice, "Q-do," catching his attention. Hoan Gan was curious. What's it saying? Little Long read the worried look on it and said, "Looks like it wants us to heal that injured one fast." He decided to treat the lizard first, then spoke more. Hoan Gan nodded. "All right, Little Long, that poor thing looks close to death, so this is definitely best." Then he went over to the lizard and leaned down to check it out. Carefully, Little Long lifted it and gently laid it in his palm. Hoan Gan was puzzled. "I heard lizards can drop their tails, so why is this one holding on and looking this bad?" Little Long's face went serious. "Yeah, that's true, but some of them don't." She gasped, covering her mouth. "For real?" Little Long explained, "When a lizard chops off its tail, that's called self-amputation, and depending on the species, this ability varies. You lifted up the little lizard, checking it out carefully. Some species can drop their tails but don't grow them back, and others can do both. The rest can't do either, so you can't just assume anything right away. It's gotta be a proper check. Xiaolong's hand gently touched the tail that was decomposing. Once we know for sure, we'll find the break point and press our finger there to pop it off. Huangnan asked, curious. Break point, pointing at the tail with his finger. Even though it looks like the lizard's tail could break off anywhere, the spot is actually predetermined, so we call that the break point. Huangnan was super impressed. I don't really get lizards since they're not poisonous, but how do you know so much? Xiaolong blinked in amazement. He didn't really have an answer, so he just shrugged it off with a smile. Xiaolong stared at the little lizard fast asleep in his hands, feeling uneasy. It's easy to say, but the tail was seriously in bad shape. Not sure if the surgery would even work. He gave the tail a soft squeeze. Still, you gotta try it to find out. You got this. Bang Vo, Hoenn, and the other lizard were waiting off in the distance. He mumbled to himself quietly. This is taking way longer than I thought. Suddenly, the lizard let out a few chirps. See you do ku. Seeing him return, Bang Vo Hoenn asked, how's the little lizard? Xiaolong smiled big and replied, boss, here's the deal. You announced it, luckily. It worked. As long as we take good care of it from now on, it'll be fine. The lizard seemed to get what he said, even looked super relieved. Xiaolong squatted down and asked, you happy now? Bang Vo Hoenn smiled, thinking the kid was pretty impressive. After the surgery was a success, both lizards headed back to their spot. Everyone quickly set up a campfire, deciding to stick around nearby to keep an eye on its condition for a couple days. A few days later, Xiaolong and Huangnan excitedly ran to check on the two lizards. He called out to the little guys. Both popped their heads out, chirping, kudu, kudu. They looked super upbeat. Xiaolong's face lit up with excitement too. Man, they're not even kittens, but they're ridiculously cute lizards. If this were my past life, these little guys would probably be internet famous. Seeing the lizard, I saved smiling back at me. I think it's starting to get some of its strength back. Xiaolong bent down and told them, all right, we gotta head out now. Not wanting them to worry, he reassured, we're not leaving for good yet, just gonna find some food for you and then be right back. Till then, guard the seed's spirit well, okay? They both nodded eagerly and shouted, kudu, kudu. Xiaolong's heart was doing backflips too cute. Turning to Huangnan, he said, okay, let's head back out. Hyped up, Xiaolong called out to get the jade certificate. Finally, everyone headed back to the exit path. The three of them, Duong Thiet's son, Xiaolong, and Huangnan sat down at the meeting table. After returning, leaving the lizards behind, a bunch of news had come in. Among it all, the biggest deal, no doubt, was the serious look on his face when he spoke about the blood sect issue. Duong Thiet's son explained that after exposing a spy inside the Martial Alliance, their spies tracked an owl kept by one of the insiders. The person was hiding behind a tree watching, and then their face turned pale. Guess what happened? The owl led them straight to the blood sect's hideout. Coincidentally, that team had just come back to the Martial Alliance. We sent tiger venom from the Tiger Paw Grove there. Everyone in that hideout dropped like flies. I heard that poison played a major role in that raid. Duong Thiet's son pulled out a letter with a bright smile and said, seems like the Martial Alliance leader personally sent a handwritten letter to thank us. I'm super proud of you, Xiaolong. Hearing this, he gave an awkward chuckle. Then the man suddenly asked, by the way, have you caught that mysterious lizard yet? I should swing by the poison garden to check it out. Xiaolong hesitated, sweating bullets, scratching his head and hands. We kinda caught half of it already. Duong Thiet's son raised an eyebrow. Half. That's when Huangnan stepped in. Father, let me explain. Then Miss Huangnan laid out the whole story. After hearing everything, he slowly swirled his tea. Duong Thiet's son stroked his beard thoughtfully. Bing knock, huh? Since that's the reason, you guys thinking of heading to Anhui province to visit Namkung Ra. Without a second thought, he agreed. Go ahead. Since there's stuff being transported this way anyway, it's convenient. Duong Thiet's son looked up with a big laugh. Perfect timing, though not because of the blood sect, but my female disciple is going with you, so I might finally get some chill time. Xiaolong sighed, realizing he was probably being sneakily assigned the task. Then he suddenly said, wait, now that I think about old Namkung. Duong Thiet's son clasped his hands together and said, there have been some fake rumors lately. The two of them exchanged looks, confused about what the rumors were. Cut to the forested mountain area near Namkung family's Hoang Sun. In the dark, two people quietly walked through the woods, chatting. After hearing the whole story, one asked skeptically, you're serious? The other nodded firmly. I told you, it's real. For real, that young lady Nam Kung Ra, she's actually. The first one hurriedly interrupted. Hold up, don't talk nonsense. Dirty rumors, way too trashy. The other murmured, even if it's true, you don't even let me finish. Out of nowhere, their eyes catch something weird, a person lying still right ahead. Both freak out, like, wait up, what the heck is that? They rush over quick. Yo, dude, someone just passed out here. They try to lift the person up, pushing with all their might. Is this dude dead? Suddenly, they freeze and shout, because the guy's face is all flushed, blood's pouring from his nose, and drool's dripping from his mouth. Dude smells like straight-up booze, eyes glazed over with his creepy grin. They exchange looks, totally lost for words. One guy quickly slings him over his back while they guess if he downed a ton of booze or what. Anyway, better get him back to the village first. What they don't notice is someone lurking nearby, hiding behind a tree. A female shadow is etched on the ground, and she's flashing a smile even more chilling than the drunk dude's. The night is dead silent except for the occasional whoosh of wind. A girl wearing a hat covers her face, spins around, and pulls a sword from its sheath. Her eyes snap wide open, burning with fierce determination. She swings the sword sharply through the air, then launches blow after blow. The slashing energy makes leaves fall all over the place. In just a few seconds, her hands shaking like crazy, totally drained, sweat dripping like a waterfall. Spotting a few leaves still untouched at her feet, she sighs. Leaves aren't fully cut. Does that mean I still gotta train harder? Just as she's about to swing again, a little girl pipes up, Sis, this little lady is Nam Kung family's own Nan. With one hand on her hip and the other holding a lantern, she frowns and urges, better get moving fast or we'll get caught. Nam Kung Niam worries. If Dad finds out again, you're totally gonna get scolded. Sword skills, rock, sure. But you're the oldest daughter of the Nam Kung clan. You gotta take care of yourself more. The other girl listens quietly. After a moment, she reaches up to grab her hat. This here is Nam Kung Tuiet, eldest daughter of the Nam Kung clan and Fire King Peony, she says gently. Got it. Nan replies, but then her throat suddenly hurts bad. Nam Kung Tuiet bends forward, coughing a dry cough nonstop. Seeing this, Nam Kung Nan panics. Sis. After a bit, the coughing eases but doesn't completely stop, and her face turns flushed red from all the coughing. Nam Kung Tuiet remembers it's her pulse egg. At first, the whole clan thought it was a blessing. Back then, she lay motionless in bed, with Dad and the doc flanking her. All her blood vessels were wide open, so her inner strength grew super fast as energy flow wasn't blocked at all. The doc explained her blood vessels are over-opened. Her innate energy is burning out too quickly. Dad got worried. There's no way to fix that. After stroking his beard, he said, we need yin energy. Gotta use yin instead of innate energy. If we keep going like this, she won't last long. Back to now, Nam Kung Tuiet exhales and wipes sweat from her face. Nam Kung Jiang calls softly, Sis. She stands and tells her little sis, I'm fine. Let's head back. Nam Kung Jiang still looks shaky. You're sure you're all right? Nam Kung Tuiet's gaze falls on the glowing lantern nearby, and suddenly a thought pops into her foggy mind. The lantern, she sees herself like that, flickering light. I'm just a small flame inside that oil lamp. In her eyes, the lamp's light dims and brightens, and when the oil's gone, poof, it won't be there anymore. As she walks, she vows deep down, one day I gotta master the Emperor's sword style. She glances at the full moon shining far away, body surrounded by countless leaves swirling and dropping. Her mind keeps spinning on that thought, burn out and disappear. Cut to the Yangtze River, where the water rushes wild. A boat slices through the waves. It's the Tang family's boat. While Xiao Long's looking around, suddenly a familiar whistle sounds. Lord Xiao Long, check it out. That's the White Armor Shoal. Hearing that, he's surprised. White Armor Shoal? That's the Yangtze River dolphin. Seeing it raise its head and flick its tail, playing with the waves, makes Xiao Long grin ear to ear. No way. I get to see a supposedly extinct creature. Even though I'm all about bugs and reptiles, gotta admit dolphins are dope. Huan Gan, standing behind, suddenly chimes in about the route. If we follow the Yangtze downstream, we'll hit Wuhan, where the Martial Union's based. He spins his head. Miss Huan Gan, Xiao Long asks skeptically. My father-in-law's job for me is to swing by Wuhan and deliver the goods for Liu Bloodwood, right? So we just hop off at Anqin. Watching the boat speeding forward, she nods. Yeah, and at this pace, we'll get there real quick. His voice hesitates a bit, but, Miss, honestly, I'm kinda worried. Noticing his tone, Hua Ing'an turns to ask, what's up? Xiao Long wonders, if the ice jade is that valuable, like you say, would the Nam Kung clan be so easy about bringing it out? He's fidgety, can't stop worrying. I just don't feel safe about it. She laughs. Just trust me on this one. Hua Ing'an explains, like I said before, For Miss Nam Kung to it, Ice Jade barely does anything. It's gotta be something edible, but Ice Jade, you can't eat that. She points at him, blushing a bit. We've got what they want, so if we trade, they'll definitely hand over the Ice Jade, the edible kind. Xiao Long tugs at his shirt. Yeah, for now, that's how it is. But he remembers those two fat-tailed divine lizards in that Ice Jade cave and wonders. Hearing your tone like that, Hoa Angon glanced over. What's up? Lil Dragon wondered. If that Ice Jade is really that valuable, like you said, would the Namkung clan just hand it over that easily? He was fidgety and couldn't stop thinking. Honestly, I'm kinda uneasy about this. She giggled. Just trust me on this. Hoanan explained, but like I mentioned before, for Miss Nam Kung Shui, Ice Jade doesn't really do much since it has to be something edible, but Ice Jade isn't something you can eat. She pointed at him, her cheeks flushing a bit. Because we've got the edible kind, so if we trade, they'll definitely give up the Ice Jade, the edible stuff. Little Dragon tugged at his shirt. Yeah, for now, that's how it is. But he remembered those two fat-tailed lizards in the Ice Jade cave and wondered, so, is this gonna be chill or nah? 'Cause lizards are cold-blooded, right? They usually hate the cold. But Xiaolong's still a bit iffy, thinking these critters might get the creeps munching on stuff they don't recognize. Out of nowhere, he calls her by name, Miss Hoan Gan. Curiously, Xiaolong goes, they say the Ice Jade carries some cold yin vibes. I've heard about yin and yang energy before, but it's still kind of tricky to get. Hoan Gan grins and replies, yeah, it actually helps with martial arts training. Let me break it down. Pay close attention, alright? She explains. Yin energy's all about cold transformation, a kind of energy naturally packed in the world. Her face turns serious. Usually, it works to slow down living things. Wetness, fear, darkness, and chilliness, all those vibes scream yin energy. Hearing her say the yin energy feels cold, but it's just one form of the yin vibe, Xiaolong doesn't really get it, so he stays quiet. Yin energy isn't all bad, right? She shakes her head. Not exactly. The opposite of yin is yang energy. Yang sparks life, but if there's too much, it pushes life's activities too hard, aging the body fast and draining its juice. In Hoangan's mind pop up those two cute fat-tailed lizards. The reason the kids need yin energy, their bodies are naturally cold, so yin helps them grow. Xiaolong thinks to himself, kinda like charging a battery. Scratching his head, he says, but I thought yin and yang complement each other, like male and female vibes. If they're all yin, how do they get that yin-yang balance? Suddenly, he stops, noticing Hoan Gan blushing hard. She looks a bit awkward, glancing away and mumbling, I actually don't know. Feeling shy, Hoan Gan shuts her eyes and says, later we can check how they actually balance yin and yang. This time, Xiaolong's face catches fire. He waves his hands, flustered. Miss Hoan Gan. I didn't mean it like that, while she covers her face with both hands. Then Jubai's voice bursts through, cutting the awkward mood. The boat docks, and everyone's gearing up to step off. This spots the dock in Wuhan. Finally, they've arrived. Right as they step off, someone's already waiting. Hoangan bows slightly. I'm Tang Hoangan from the Sichuan Tang family, bringing the item you asked for. The other person smiles warmly. The strategist is waiting for you right outside. The three of you, follow me. On their way, Xiaolong checks out the surroundings, feeling impressed. Is this the Martial Arts Alliance? Dang, this place is lit. Suddenly, a loud voice yells nearby, let me go. A dude in a blue jacket frowns, hand being pinched, cut it out, Sword Phoenix. I was about to teach that guy a lesson. The girl called Sword Phoenix snaps back angrily. You said you'd fight a bunch of martial artists, but what did you really do? A guy in white adds, true that. You acted before double-checking their words. Marcus, you're rushing too much. The blue jacket guy fires back, rushing? I'm just defending my lady's honor. No sooner does he say that, his eyes catch sight of a group, and he freezes. He can't believe what he's seeing, suspiciously calls out, Poison Flower. Hearing her nickname, Hoangan turns around, then starts calling out names one by one. The white jacket guy is Du Long, the girl in orange is Sword Phoenix, and the blue jacket dude blushing hard is Fuang Long. Hoangan greets her old pals. Long Feng Branch hasn't seen y'all in a while. Y'all good. Fuang Long still swimming in happy vibes. What a random, perfect reunion. Poison Flower, long time no see. Watching them joke around, Xiao Long thinks to himself, only the top dog fighters get titles like Long or Feng, they're seriously elite. Sword Phoenix, riding the moment with Hoangan there, chimes in. I've got a question, and this is perfect timing. I heard some weird stuff about Poison Flower. Hoangan's eyes widen. Me. She sounds a bit annoyed. They say poison flowers got a special someone, which is obviously ridiculous gossip. Xiaolong's face goes blank hearing that. Hainan smirks, my special someone. Thuonglong grins like he's got the scoop. The fighters gather, chatting non-stop about the story. I was gonna challenge anyone trashing Miss Ho Ingan's honor to protect her name. No other reasons. We're friends, so I just want to have her back. Hearing him ramble like this, Xiaolong catches on he's totally one-sided. Ho Ingan shyly lowers her gaze, that rumor's false. He stamps his foot and stomps, watch this. I'm hunting down that fighter and schooling him good. Ho Ingan cuts in. I'll clear this up. Suddenly, she pulls Xiaolong close, making him jump. Huh. She stands him in front and says, not a special someone, a fiancé. This is my fiancé, Xiaolong. Everyone else looks stunned like a thunderbolt just hit. Sword Phoenix is first to speak. Fiancé? Dude looks so young, though. Hoengan laughs out loud. I should have introduced him earlier, a bit rude. My bad. Xiaolong bows seriously to them. Honored to meet y'all fellow martial artists. I'm Wei Xiaolong, he nods a bit. Looking forward to your support from now on. Seeing Thuonglong's eyes flash with a fierce edge, Xiaolong gets a sudden chill down his spine. Thuonglong calls out, young Master Wei, and Xiaolong senses his voice tremble a bit. That's right. Thuonglong half sits, half kneels, looking down at the ground. Pleased to meet y'all, fellow adventurers. I'm Ni Lil Dragon. He dipped his head a bit, looking forward to having your backs later. When he caught the sudden sharp glint in Thuonglong's eyes, for some reason, Lil Dragon got chills running down his spine. The guy started calling out, Nai, young hero, and Lil Dragon's voice wavered a bit as he replied. Yeah, that's right. Thuonglong sat halfway kneeling, his face buried low. His voice dropped low. The heart and soul of the divine merchant clan, Yang Chengho. His eyes flashed, nostrils flaring with rage, and his tone dripped with challenge. I want to throw down with the young hero. Chenghu spoke in a serious tone. I humbly request a duel. Those words left Xiaolong and Huayin completely stunned. Du Long hung his head in confusion, clutching his forehead, while Jian Feng sighed deeply, looking totally fed up. Here we go again. Xiaolong asked once more, a duel, huh? He lifted his head to look up, sounding a little annoyed. Yeah, if two dudes are gonna fight, they gotta do it fair and square. Before he could finish, a hand grabbed the collar, yanking him hard backward. Huayin snapped, irritated. Duel? What kind of weird talk is that? Turns out the person pulling Chengho was Jian Feng, and she was totally on board. Yeah, chill with that. In Xiaolong's head popped the image of that Bang Wuhuan crew, always quick to throw down on sight. What's up with all the weirdos lately anyway? While the tension was still thick, someone stepped up and spoke. What's all this racket about? The voice belonged to Jia Cat Hu, and everyone greeted him respectfully. Master Strategist. He clasped his hands and bowed. Wei Xiaolong of the Tang family from Sichuan pays respects to the Master Strategist. Cheng Ho also greeted happily, respectful greetings, Master Strategist. But instead of a reply, Cat Hu snapped his fan, smacking Cheng Ho's cheek. Standing with one hand on his hip and the other holding the fan, he scolded, Yang Cheng Ho, what kind of trouble are you causing for our guest? Stunned and speechless, Cheng Ho stammered. The strategist Cat Ho ignored him and opened his fan with a bright smile towards Xiaolong and the others. I've been waiting forever for you all to show up. The leader's waiting upstairs at Tianwu Pavilion, so let's roll. Hearing this, Xiaolong nodded promptly. Yeah, got it. Cheng Hu stood there silently, biting his lip in embarrassment as the three turned and walked away. His fury sparked, eyes blazing with rage. He ground out the name of that annoying gecko-headed pest through clenched teeth. Wei Xiaolong. Seeing this, Jian Feng and Xiaolong called him over urgently. Let's bounce. Scene cuts to Tianwu Pavilion, where Hua Ying stopped, deciding not to follow further but said to Xiaolong, I'll wait at the reception. He nodded in agreement. All right, gotcha, Miss Hua Yin. A young guy shyly stumbled over his words. Please this way. No wait, first we gotta pay respects to the leader. Xiaolong looked at him, guessing the newbie's kinda clueless. Cat Hu seemed to get what he was thinking, and explained, Thanks to you, we caught him. This kid replaced the former servant who was revealed as a spy. He's still kinda green, 'cause he's new. Xiaolong chuckled awkwardly. Ah, gotcha. The kid blinked rapidly and called out loud, Leader, Master, Strategist, and young hero from the Tang family have arrived. Someone inside replied immediately. All right, send them in. The two hurried into the room and caught sight of a cold, proud back. Xiaolong and Cat Ho bowed respectfully. Wei Xiaolong of the Tang family from Sichuan respectfully greets the martial leader. He turned around. Oh, so it's you? Come on in. Long trips gotta be tiring, young hero. But when he took a closer look at the teenager, the leader couldn't help but be genuinely surprised. Pointing at him, he asked, "Not everyone gets to leave bite marks on your wrist and waist, right?" Xiaolong honestly answered, "Of course not, leader." Inside, he was amazed, knowing that such a top-tier martial master could spot the Wugong tattoos on him at a glance. The leader said, "Please have a seat, everyone. Let's start with the most important matter. You've brought the poison from the Guard, right?" Xiaolong nodded proudly. "Yeah, exactly," he said with pride. "We got everything ready before we started, a total of 3 vials." Cat Hu was shocked by the number, exclaiming, "3 vials? Seriously?" His surprise was justified. "I've seen how tricky it is to distill that poison back in Sichuan. It's not just tough to make but a pain to gather ingredients too. Please send big thanks to those who sent so much." The leader turned to Xiao Long, asking, "I heard you tied the knot with the Tang family of Sichuan," and Xiao Long didn't dodge. "Yes, leader," he probed. "What about your folks?" Xiao Long replied, "I'm an orphan, no parents, no gods, just me." Cat Hu added what he knew he'd heard, that the young hero lost all memories due to an accident, had lived solo on Hainan Island before being taken in by the Tang family's master, making a living catching and selling snakes. The leader sighed, "Wow, really? You must have faced a lot of loneliness and grind." Xiao Long scratched his head, chuckling shyly, "Not times lonely, though." The leader's tone suddenly turned serious. "Anyway, the reason I called you here today is to award you for your huge contributions to the blood sect case." Xiao Long was stunned. "A reward? What kind of reward?" "I already told the strategist last time." Cat Hu analyzed. "What you uncovered shuts those filthy blood sect leeches out of Central Plains forever. Such a huge achievement, no award really fits it." He waved his hand humbly. "That was just something I stumbled on while risking my neck to save family. The gift promised to me is more than enough." Cat Hu looked shocked, and even the leader frowned, eyes sharpening. He put his hand down on the table, mumbling, "Just something you happened to get while saving family, huh?" Standing. The leader's voice was full of feeling. "So that's why. I always wondered why I felt such a connection to you. Jia will never set foot in the Central Plains again. With such huge contributions, no reward can ever really match that." He quickly waved his hand, super humble. "Nah. I just got it by chance when I risked my neck saving family from those jerks. That's gift enough." When Cat Hao heard that, he was shocked. Even the leader frowned, his eyes sharp as a hawk. He dropped his hand on the table, muttering, "Got it by chance, saving family, huh?" The leader stood up, voice full of feeling. "So that's it. I always wondered why I felt so connected to you." He let go and placed his hand on the table, mumbling, "Got it by chance while saving a loved one?" The leader stood up, his voice full of emotion. "So that's how it is. I've always wondered why I felt such a strong connection to you. So, turns out we kinda share the same vibe." Xiao Long flinched, like same vibe. He just laughed it off, saying he wasn't talking about looks. Suddenly, the mood got super heavy. The sect leader recalled his painful past, saying he lost his whole clan and loved ones to the blood cult. His voice got deeper, telling how he once struggled in despair, just hoping to save a single family member. And from that dark place, he unlocked a breakthrough in martial arts. The sect leader looked at Xiao Long and asked, "Heard you dove straight at that blood cult elder while poisoned, just to save the Tang family, right?" Xiao Long nodded. "Yeah, that's right." The leader gazed at the deep blue sky outside, clearly seeing a reflection of his own self from 30 years ago. The sect leader strode over to Xiao Long, saying even though it seemed hopeless, he bet Xiao Long threw everything on the line with a fierce, selfless heart. Looking straight in his eyes, he placed a hand on his shoulder. Flashing a smile, he announced, "I'm gonna gift you my sect's secret martial art, Iron Ghost Technique, as your prize." The gift was huge. Xiao Long's eyes went wide in total shock. Cat Hu never expected this and was stunned too. The sect leader had it all planned out, saying, "I never taught this martial art to anyone before, so once I'm gone, it fades with me. I ain't planning on being a master, so tell the Tang family not to worry." Cat Hu jumped up quickly to call the sect leader, while Xiao Long stood there stunned, speechless. Then he hurriedly stood, clasped his hands, and bowed. "Many thanks, sect leader. I swear I won't let your reputation get dirtied." Hearing that, the sect leader beamed with pride. "That's right. I'm counting on you." Time slipped by until late evening. Xiao Long, clutching a heavy pile of thick books, muttered, "So heavy," as he walked, thinking, it's wild that the sect leader just handed down his martial art. Xiao Long remembered what Cat Hu told him. "Keep this hush-hush for now, only tell the elder family members. If word leaks, we probably become targets of the blood cult." Turning to his crew of Wu dogs, he said, "Let's head back to the reception hall. Once they hear I got the martial art, Miss Hua Yin will totally be hyped. Little did they know, someone was lurking, watching from behind. That person called out, making Xiao Long whip his head around. Hey, Wei Young Hero. Standing tall with his spear planted, radiating fierce energy, Xiao Long recognized him and greeted back. Yang Young Hero, Cheng Ho spoke sternly. Wei Young Hero, honored to see you again. Frowning, he added, I heard you stopped by the Heavenly Dance Pavilion, so I rushed here. Still waiting on your reply about the duel challenge. Xiao Long inwardly rolled his eyes. This guy was persistent. Cheng Ho kept pressing. Please show me if you're worthy of being a man who stands equal to the lone flower. Make me respect you for real. Hesitating, Xiao Long said, that's kinda risky. And not really convenient. Cheng Hu thought Xiao Long was worried about his skill, then pointed at his spear. Don't sweat it. I won't use the real spear tip, and I'll go easy on you. Calmly, Xiao Long replied, No, that's not it. I'm just scared Yang Young Hero might get hurt. That's why I can't agree. The mood instantly froze after those words. Cheng Hu gritted his teeth, face burning with rage. He stepped forward, grabbed Xiao Long's collar and yelled, What did you say, you punk? But then he noticed something strange under Xiao Long's shirt and froze cold. The Wu dog sprung out from Xiao Long's clothes, all furious as heck. Cheng Ho got scared stiff, falling to the ground, while Xiao Long frantically held the dogs back, calming them down. Hold up, you guys can't bite. I'm fine. He gently soothed the pack. Those weird dogs probably freaked him out, right? Cheng Hu was panting, sweat dripping down his face, asking in a scared voice, Dude, what the heck is that thing? After calming the dogs, Xiao Long looked at him sharply. Yang Young Hero, like I said, it's mad dangerous. Then Xiao Long stepped closer and slowly sat down while Cheng Ho retreated nervously, eyes wide in fear. Xiao Long gave a chilling smile and low, dark voice, And I just saved your life once. Holding Cheng Ho's shoulder tight, they stared each other down. He was panting, totally stressed. No joke, if Wei Young Hero hadn't stepped in, Cheng Ho'd be toast. Looking up at Xiao Long standing right there, he thought this guy was seriously terrifying. In Cheng Hu's eyes, Xiao Long looked straight up like a monster. Clearing his throat, Xiao Long called, Yang Young Hero, you good? Not noticing someone approaching from behind, Hua Yin's cold voice cut through, calling their names. Xiao Long, Fang Long. Her smile held a deadly edge. What's this about, Fang Long? Are you planning to mess with Xiao Long again? Xiao Long quickly sat down, patted his shoulder, and smiled. Miss Hua Yin, there's got to be some mix-up. When I left Heavenly Dance Pavilion, I lost my way. Right when I was stuck, Fang Long showed up and offered to guide me out, that's all. Hua Yin didn't seem to buy it completely. Asking if her dad actually helped Fang Long lead the way, then why were the little Wu dogs so pissed? To prove it, Xiao Long placed one Wu dog on Cheng Ho's head, just to keep it real. We were just chatting, and I wanted Yang Young Hero to see them, he said. Lil Dragon put a hornet on Fan Hao's head to keep things real. Yo, we're just chatting a bit, and I want to show Young Hero Duo these guys. So, we told Young Hero to chill with the deadly vibes and just joke around a bit, and look where that got us. You glanced at Fan Hao, giving him a quick side-eye signal this was supposed to be just harmless fun, but it looks like Duong Young Hero actually got spooked. Right, Duong Young Hero? He instantly raised his hand, replying, Yeah, for sure. Hoa Engan stayed quiet, her face turning thoughtful, then softened her tone. Thanks for guiding Xiao Long. Let's head back to the reception area. Seeing Hoa Nan start walking away, Xiao Long hurried after her. Wait up, I want to come with Miss Hoa Nan. Meanwhile, Fan Hao let out a sigh, thinking that disaster almost hit hard. He ran along, turning back with a grin. Oh yeah, Duong, Young Hero. Half teasing, Xiao Long said. I've saved you twice now. Then he chased after Hoengan, calling out, Miss Hoengan, let me go with you. Leaving Fan Hao standing there, deep in thought. The next morning, down at the dock before dawn, misty clouds hung over the mountain peaks in the distance. Hoengan's group was already there. She bowed her head for a farewell. We still got some business later, so we're heading off first. Pleasure meeting y'all. Kiem Feng smiled back. Safe travels, Wei Young Hero, Hoengan of the Doku Hua clan. Seeing Xiao Long turn to leave, she called out, Wei Young Hero, hold up. Wei Young Hero? Kiem Feng made Fan Hao bow, even though he looked a bit reluctant. She frowned and said, This done spilled all the tea on what went down yesterday. Thanks for your mercy, Young Hero. Xiao Long felt a bit awkward hearing that. Fan Hao scratched his head, embarrassed, sorry, Young Hero, and thanks for what you did yesterday. After talking with Kiem Feng last night, I realized how dumb I was. He shivered with frustration over his own actions. The way you handled my rudeness? That was true gentlemanly patience and real empathy. You totally earned being the fiancé of Doku Hua, Wei Young Hero. Van Hao clasped his hands and bowed gratefully. Please keep looking after Doku Hua from now on. Xiaolong returned the gesture respectfully. Got it. Stay healthy, Duong Young Hero. He thought quietly. I hear we're supposed to meet again at some Long Feng branch or something. Better not make enemies. Then the three boarded the boat and set off, Ho and Nan waving goodbye. Let's go. The boat sliced through the waves as it sped ahead. Late at night, in a village near Huangshan Mountain's base, guests Xiao Long and Ho and Gan were having dinner. We left Wuhan and are heading to Anqing. He ate, recalling what Jubai said. The big boss Jubai mentioned that, so we decided to stay the night. It's late, so let's rest here for one night. Huangshan Mountain is tricky. It takes at least half a day to get to the Nam Kung family estate. After hearing Xiao Long's story, Ho and Gan gasped, Bro, did you say you learned the Iron Dragon technique? The unique martial art of Quan Hoing? He nodded, confirming. Yeah, he said the two of us are pretty alike. I did right, didn't I? She replied confidently. Definitely. I heard the Iron Dragon technique is super painful, but once you master it, it can block blades and attacks powered by inner energy. Ho Angan said it's the signature martial art of the original Quan Hoan. Some even say it rivals the immortal diamond skill of Shaolin. And since it's an external skill, it's less affected by internal power cultivation, so you won't have trouble learning it. Xiao Long was just as surprised. So that means if I master it, I'll have like a bulletproof defense. I inherited an awesome skill, Hoa Ngan declared with her eyes closed. Plus, I think I can help you train it. I heard part of Quan Hoang's training is whipping your body every morning, and I can totally handle that. He gawked, amazed. Whip yourself. She got hyped up, shouting, Exactly, Xiao Long. Whipping toughens the skin, it's part of the process. Imagining it made Xiao Long blush, super awkward. If it's for training, the boss overheard and hesitated to ask. Guests, do y'all plan to hike up Huangshan Mountain? Ho Ngan nodded, then asked suspiciously. Yeah, why do you ask? The man replied, Sir, I'm actually the landlord of this inn. I'm guessing you want to visit the Nam Kung family estate. Hearing his serious tone, Xiao Long stood and asked, Any problem? Ho Ngan recalled her dad's words before leaving. Now she realized Dad did mention some crazy rumors spreading around. Could it be related to this? Xiao Long cleared his throat. The landlord lowered his voice. Actually, for months now, folks climbing Huangshan have started disappearing. Even after we find them, their yang energy is totally drained. Hearing this, Xiao Long was horrified. Their yang energy? Ho Ngan still felt puzzled. That's weird, but how is it connected to the Nam Kung family? The landlord shyly covered his mouth, blushing. Well, all of those who recovered said the same thing. He relayed their words, that the person spending the night with them was none other than Miss Nam Kung Tuet of the Nam Kung family estate. This time, she shouted in shock. What did you just say? Ho Ngan yelled. That can't be real. This has to be some trap, a smear campaign. Xiao Long quickly tried to calm her, Miss Ho Ngan. The landlord also got flustered. Of course, everyone reacted just like you, Miss, but then, spent the night with none other than Miss Nam Kung Shui from the Nam Kung clan. This time, it was her turn to scream in shock. Wait, what did you just say? Ho Ngan yelled out loud. No way, that's for real. This has got to be a setup, some dirty frame job. Lil Dragon quickly tried to calm her down. Miss Ho Ngan, the boss freaked out too. Of course, everyone's reacting like you are. But still, cut to the Nam Kung family estate, where Nam Kung Tweet is deeply focused on her embroidery under the soft glow of a lamp. Suddenly, a maid bursts in, panicked, shouting, Miss, urgent news. The head of the family has summoned you to the main hall right away. Nam Kung Tuet felt a twinge of suspicion. Dad, what's going on? She hurriedly made her way to the main hall, her heart racing with unease. What could be so sudden? Did he catch me sneaking in sword practice at night? As she approached, she saw bright lights flooding the main hall, making her anxiety spike, her face clouded with worry. When she arrived, her father was standing there, surrounded by a crowd all kneeling low. Spotting her, he called out, You're here, Tuet Ni? She blinked confusedly. Dad, what's happening here? Raising his voice, he barked, Now everyone, look up and tell me if the girl you see is really my daughter. The men slowly lifted their heads, some even sobbing. Yes, we beg your forgiveness, elder. Irritated, he snapped. Just be straight with me. Nam Kung Tuet was lost, not understanding a thing. Her father then turned to her sharply and asked, Tuet Mi, have you been sneaking out to Huang Mountain at night lately? His anger grew as her honor was on the line. These men claim you've been stealing their life energy. Shocked, Nam Kung Tuit flinched. What? Life energy from men? Her father pointed at her, demanding clarity. Explain it clearly. Flustered and mad, cheeks flushed, she replied, I've been practicing swordsmanship at the mountain's valley. I swear I did nothing else. He then yelled at the kneeling crowd. Look here, my daughter says she's innocent, right? You better show proof of what you claim to see. A man spoke up loudly. We're just stating what we saw with our own eyes. We never meant to insult the lady. Tears spilled from an elder's eyes as he added bitterly, What on earth is going on? Has everyone lost their minds or been cursed? The man suddenly snapped. Oh right, there was a mole. The father raised an eyebrow. A mole? What mole? The man lifted his shirt and pointed at his chest. The woman we saw had a mole right here. Hearing this, the father laughed and looked back at Nam Kung Tuit. That's ridiculous nonsense. Tuit Ni, is this true? But she stood frozen, disbelief written all over her face. Her father grew furious, clenching his teeth. Tuit Ni, don't tell me you dared. Inside, Nam Kung Tuit was only thinking one thing. How the heck could this even happen? Meanwhile, two people walked through the woods. Ho and Nan stomping with frustration, brows furrowed, lips pressed tight. Tiu Lon hesitantly asked, Miss Ho and Nan, are you still mad about that boss guy's story? She huffed, replying bluntly, no. But the more she thought about it, the madder she got. Spinning around, she shouted, the idea that Miss Nam Kung's out here sucking the life force from guys every night is just laughable. Seeing her reaction, Tiu Long realized she was genuinely upset. After she blew off steam, Ho Yan sighed heavily, her tone softening with guilt. Sorry, Tiu Long, I didn't mean to snap. It's just this story is so hard to believe. Let me explain. Ho Yan revealed a little-known truth. Nam Kung Tui couldn't be near men. This revelation shocked Tiu Long to his core. She continued, Tuit has a rare illness. Without negative energy, her life's at risk. That makes male energy basically poison to her. So she's super careful even when men get close. There's no way she'd do anything embarrassing like that every night. Tiu Long tangled his thoughts. Sounds like the kind of setup for some dramatic heroine in fantasy novels, right? Now standing before the Nam Kung estate gates, he felt a wave of unease, unsure if things would be okay. A guard stopped them, asking, What brings you to Nam Kung Manor? Ho Yan whispered urgently, Tiu Long, the vibe at their place is tense. If we say we're here for Miss Nam Kung Tuit, they might shut us down immediately. Tiu Long nodded. Got it, Miss Ho Yan. Stay calm and find a good reason to be here. After a moment's thought, he said, We're here to propose a deal. Ho Yan looked puzzled. Tiu Long, what do you mean? He froze, feeling dumb. While they were still figuring out how to handle the drama, the door opened and someone asked, What's all the noise about? Ho Yan was surprised to see a young girl with a pure face. She called out, Miss Nam Kung Gan. Nam Kung Gan beamed back, Ho Yan, sister. Once inside, the two hugged and laughed joyfully. Nam Kung Gan held Ho Yan's hand tightly, saying, It's been way too long, sister Ho Yan. She squeezed her hand gently and asked, How have you been? Nan Nai, it's been 2 years since the 7 great clans gathered. Recalling what she'd overheard earlier, Nam Kung Nan's curiosity piqued. By the way, what's this deal about? What's going on? Dude, being stunned like that ain't the move, right? While everyone was scrambling to figure stuff out, someone from inside opened the door and asked, What's all the ruckus about? When Ho Yan saw who it was, she looked stunned. The door opener was a young girl with the purest face you could imagine. Ho Yan called out, Miss Nam Kung Gan. Nam Kung Gan smiled bright. Ho Yan, sis. After they went inside, the two girls hugged and laughed happily, catching up. Nam Kung Yan grabbed Ho Yan's hand tight, saying, It's been way too long since we last saw each other, sis Ho Yan. She squeezed her hand gently, asking, You've been good, right? Engan Ni, it's been 2 years since the big 7 clans gathered. Remembering what she heard earlier, Nam Kung Nan got curious. Hey, is there some kind of pact? What's that all about? Little Dragon got kind of flustered and said, Oh, this one's on me to explain, Flower Silver. Actually, some stuff went down, so the Duong clan really needs that ice gem. Yeah, I heard it's currently in the hands of Miss Nam Kung. Nam Kung Silver looked confused as she repeated, Ice gem. She frowned but nodded, then explained, Right, we seriously need it, so we're here to ask if you'd be cool with handing it over. Nam Kung Silver clapped her hands, laughing all happy. If that's the case, let's head to the main hall to talk with my dad. It's been ages since I last saw you, sis. He's gonna be super hyped. Flower Silver suddenly pushed Little Dragon aside. Oh yeah, I also brought something to trade for that ice gem. Seeing who got shoved, Nam Kung Silver eyed them suspiciously, trading for a pass to Nam Kung's council hall. Huh. After hearing everything, the clan head was shocked, asking, "Is that for real?" He double-checked. Did the young hero bring a spiritual elixir that's loaded with cold energy? Flower Silver chipped in. "Little dragon, can you pull it out?" He reached into his coat pocket and said, "Yep, Miss Flower Silver." Then Little Dragon placed a fist-sized object on the table. Seeing it, the clan head gasped. "Whoa, it's a round thing, and inside it's radiating some crazy cold energy." Hesitant, he reached out. "Mind if I check it out closer?" Little Dragon nodded easy. "For sure." But inside, he was kinda nervous. He kept that elixir tucked safely in his coat sleeve and hoped they'd be down with the trade. The clan head carefully inspected it, noticing the cold energy was super pure. With this, the girl could survive for at least 10 more years. Nam Kung Silver, thrilled, asked, "Is it really times amazing, Dad? If it's worth this much, then of course we can swap the ice gem for it." The two shared a happy look. "Nailed it." Curious, the clan head pointed to the object inside the stone, asking, "But it seems like there's something inside this stone. What's the deal with that?" Little Dragon hesitated. "Sorry, but I can't tell you." Clearing his throat to mask his awkwardness, he added, "Revealing the truth would probably let you piece together where I found it, right?" "Got it. Then I won't push any further." Little Dragon forced a smile. "Thanks for understanding." His hand quietly clenched on his lap as he sighed inside. Actually, that wasn't the real reason. Flashing back to when he was still with the Duong clan, he and the elder clan head were walking one after the other when he suddenly jumped up, shouting, "It's freezing." The elder gave a suspicious look. "What's going on?" Little Dragon, still shaken, he gazed at the item in his hand, wondering what it was. The elder moved closer to check it out and guessed, "Is that a tail?" Little Dragon didn't hide it. He showed him and explained, "It's the tail of a sacred lizard I kept as a memento, but there's this crystal layer on it that looks like crushed ice." The elder studied it carefully and commented, "Whoa, that's seriously strong cold energy. It'll be super useful for people who practice ice arts or cold energy martial arts." Hearing that, Little Dragon got curious and asked about cold energy. Thinking of the two fat-tailed lizards from that cave, he realized he just thought they were storing nutrients in their tails like normal lizards, never guessed it was cold energy instead. The kind elder offered, "So, Little Dragon, want to try turning it into a spiritual elixir?" Now, looking back, Little Dragon couldn't help but sigh. Honestly, a dried-up lizard tail wasn't something worth fussing over. The Nam Kung clan had ordered his daughter, Silver, "Go tell your sis to trade the ice gem for this elixir." Nam Kung Silver replied right away, "Yes, Dad." He looked at the two and said, "Oh, right, you've traveled far, so please take a load off. I'll throw a banquet to welcome our family's honored guests. Miss Flower Silver's pretty close with our snow girl, right?" Hearing her name, she nodded fast. "That's right, sir." He quietly asked, "My daughter's been through some rough times, so I hope Miss Flower Silver can comfort her while she stays here." Flower Silver smiled and agreed. "Leave it to me." Once everything was settled, Nam Kung Silver stood and said, "I'll show you two to the guest quarters." Flower Silver grinned. "Then you're in good hands with me." The three walked single file, their footsteps echoing steadily. Nam Kung Silver teased, "Thanks to sis, Dad's been in a better mood lately. These past few days we had to watch his face for every little thing." Flower Silver froze, hearing that, then remembered what had been bugging her and asked, "Hey, what actually happened to Miss Nam Kung Snow?" Her face and tone showed real worry. "I heard some rumors down by the foot of Huang Mountain, but I still can't shake the uneasy feeling." Nam Kung Silver gasped and covered her mouth. "Oh, sis already knows?" She looked down to avoid eye contact and whispered, "I never thought she'd do something like that, but we have zero clues to go on." Nam Kung Silver vented all the details, saying she was locked in a sealed room and forced to wear a chastity mark to prove she was pure. Flower Silver was shocked and yelled, "No way." Little Dragon asked, confused, "Chastity mark?" Seeing he didn't get it, she explained, "It's something women apply to prove they're still pure. If you keep a lizard in a jar and feed it a special powder, its body turns red." Flower Silver went on, "Then you grind it up and stamp that powder on the woman's body. If she's still pure, even water won't wash off the mark." Choose, she saw he looked confused, so she explained, "Choose is this stuff girls gotta rub on themselves to prove they're still pure. If you raise a lizard in a jar and feed it choose, its body turns red." Hoengan went on, "Then they grind it into powder and stamp it on the girl's body. If she's still pure, no matter how much water you use, the blood stain won't come off. If you feed it choose, its body will turn red." Hoengan continued, "Then you grind it into powder and stamp it onto the woman's body. If her skin is still pure, No amount of water can wash off that blood. Tiu Long was only fixated on one thing. What was he researching? He's basically a hardcore animal lover. When he heard that, his anger flared up, judging women like it was a big deal, saying it's Keylane's business, not some lizards. That's straight up animal abuse. Suddenly, Nam Kung Nian yells, "Oh snap, perfect timing, she's over there." Seeing the real deal behind the rumors, Tiu Long stood there, kinda stunned. He was checking things out from a distance while Nam Kung Nian slowly moved closer. Nam Kung Tui just sat there quietly, gently tucking her hair behind her ear, her bright red lipstick popping against her snow-white skin. Hoa Ingan happily shouted the name of the long-lost friend, Nam Kung Tiu Thu. She blinked, confused. Nan Nai and Durung Tiu Thu. Nam Kung Nan quickly filled her in. "Sis, Hoa Yen brought you some magic medicine that's got icy vibes. Dad told me to swap it with some ice jade." Nam Kung Tuit raised an eyebrow. Ice jade, really? After feeling it herself, she was shocked. No lie, I can totally feel the hardcore cold vibes. Nam Kung Tuit smiled gratefully at them. If it's ice jade, then it's right here. Big thanks for bringing that magic medicine. Then she pulled out a round piece of ice, glowing with freezing energy. Tiu Long grabbed the ice jade, beaming. Finally got it. Huan Jan was just as hyped. Man, Tiu Long, that's so lucky. While they were both celebrating, they caught Nam Kung Tuit's deep sigh. Huan Nan hesitantly tried to cheer her up. Nam Kung Tiu Thu. I heard the rumors, but I don't think you'd do anything like that. So don't stress about it. She lowered her head in silence, the sad vibes wrapped around her like a soggy blanket. After a bit, Nam Kung Tuit said, "But there are way too many witnesses. What exactly did everyone see? And how do they even know where my mole is?" Tiu Long stayed quiet, heart pounding from the mystery of it all. He covered his face with his hands, chuckling weirdly. Hoa Nan was puzzled and called out, "Tiu Long, remember back in the modern world? You were pretty much a pro at stuff like this. They used to call me Detective Storm. I was all about solving puzzles and escaping locked rooms in my past life." Suddenly, Tiu Long asked Nam Kung Tuit, "Miss, have you ever bathed alone in a river or lake at night?" She looked confused, asking back, "What?" Hoa Nan caught the drift and piped up, "Maybe someone was spying on you? That's what you're getting at, right?" He was amazed at how sharp she was and nodded. "Yeah? Oh, for sure, that's probably it." Nam Kung Tuit got upset but worried, saying, "I've never bathed outside, and even if they saw me, there's no reason to accuse me. Everyone being held at the guest house is basically family, living together at the foot of the mountain." Nam Kung Gan jumped in. "You're wrong, young hero and Gui." That hit Tiu Long like a cold splash. Inside he screamed, "No way." Nam Kung Tuit hung her head, sighing, "We're back to square one." Tiu Long dropped to his knees like a wilted plant, saying, "My bad." Then, as if remembering something, Hoa Ngan's eyes went wide with shock. She clapped her hands and laughed. "I got it. In a situation like this, isn't there usually one answer that makes the most sense?" Nam Kung Tuit was curious. "What's that, Hoa Nan?" Tiu Long looked up and asked, "What's the best explanation?" Her face turned serious, and everyone leaned in for her words, focusing on the most likely suspect. The two Nam Kung sisters suddenly got nervous, and the atmosphere turned eerily quiet. Hoa Nan frowned and said just two words, "Ghost's soul." That dropped like a lightning bolt, making both wide-eyed and stunned. Ghost's soul. But Tiu Long's reaction was a little different, seemed like he was going to say something serious. But nope, it was just some spooky nonsense. Still, after a moment, he thought again. Nah, wait. Thinking back, I actually had a run-in with Than Fan Gu Kong in a dream where that person turned into a ghost soul, so maybe it's not totally crazy. Tiu Long hesitated and asked, "Nam Kong Tiu Thu, lately, have you come into contact with anything weird? Like swallowing the core of a spirit beast or something?" Nam Kung Tuit paused, then said, "Oh, now that you mention it," she recalled brightly like a fairy, "I did grab a seed recently, and even a branch." Hearing that, he went quiet. "So that's what they call adorably clueless?" Then she clapped her hands and said, "Oh right, I remember now." Nam Kung Tuit said quietly, "When I was practicing solo late at night, I felt like someone was watching me." There was a rustling sound that then stopped, as if quietly spying on her. Nam Kung Nan asked suspiciously, "Sis, was that for real?" She nodded to confirm. "Yeah, I definitely felt a presence. At first, I thought it was Enganani, so I went to check, but no one was there." Nam Kung Tuit mumbled to herself, "Am I just being paranoid?" Tiu Long also mulled over this whole situation was definitely sketchy. Suddenly, a maid sprinted over from Hurt High, gasping, "Tiu Tu." Panting, she reported, "Miss, big trouble." Nam Kung Tuit jumped up, worried. "What happened? Why are you running like this? The maid panicked. Another person in the village has gone missing. She continued, just now, the warriors left the manor to search around. Nam Kung Nan asked again, is that true? Nam Kung Tuit suddenly went silent, lowering her head. Then she added, just now, those fighters left the mansion and went searching around. Nam Kung Gan asked again, for real? Nam Kung Shui suddenly fell silent, staring down at the ground. The mood seemed to shift too. Xiao Long, feeling uneasy, asked Nam Kung. She said seriously, you two, please back me up. Little Long scratched his head, confused, while Hoang Gan nodded. Got it. Cut to the forest scene. Night had fallen thick and heavy, and the four of them were walking one after another down the forest path, interrupted by eerie hoots from owls and other night birds. Nam Kung Nan clutched Hoang Yan's arm tight, trembling. Sis, if I get caught this time, I'm definitely locked up in that isolation room. Hoang Nan teased her even more. Nah, it's not just a maybe. You're definitely stuck behind bars for half a year or more. Nam Kung Tuet turned back and gave Little Long a look, scolding, Hero, we gotta stop sis before she gets all soft like this again. He gave an awkward smile. It's not like I don't wanna, but there's a reason why I'm doing this. Little Long flashed back to when Nam Kung Tuet showed a small, finely crafted object. He asked suspiciously, what's this? She explained it was a tiny piece of jewelry tied with some knots, with a slot design in the middle to hold a jade ribbon or something. Nam Kung Tuet was hyped, not really sure why it needed that jade ribbon. But if someone wanted a handy item to carry around, this wasn't half bad. Hoang Gan looked at it, sparkling brightly, and gasped, whoa, that's dope. Nam Kung Tuet pulled it apart and said, it can split into two pieces, turning into a promise token for two people. So, help me out, and this beauty's yours. Hoang Nan's face lit up with hope. Little Long was thinking hard too. Then back to the moment, he cleared his throat. Little Long acted all noble. Like I said, I'm not in it for the jewelry. I'm just here to protect Miss Nam Kung Tuet's honor. Nam Kung Gan jumped, red in the face, and shouted back, stop lying already. Nam Kung Tuet, walking ahead, turned to scold, Nanny, we've got guests here, don't be rude. She sounded both worried and annoyed. Ah, whatever. I don't even know what to do anymore. Suddenly, Nam Kung Tuet stopped on the spot, looking ahead, and said, I just felt some energy coming from this way. Whatever it is, we need to watch out. Hoang Gan felt uneasy. What if it really was a ghost or something? Nam Kung Tuet drew her sword, full of confidence. All right, then I'll use this blade, charged with some special energy, to slash it all away. Little Long sighed quietly. That's intense. A puff of white breath floated past his face, and the vision for all four of them suddenly shrank tight. Everyone panicked, shouting, whoa, where did this fog come from? Ah, can't see a thing. In a blink, Little Long found himself standing all alone right there. He was totally stunned, wondering, what the heck is going on? Little Long started running, shouting desperately, Miss Hoang Gan, Miss Nam Kung Tuet, Miss Nam Kung Gan, but nobody answered. Was everyone split up already? No one around. Suddenly, something thick and heavy brushed against his feet. It felt like a massive net. Little Long muttered, curious about what it was. When he lifted his foot to get a better look, he realized it was spider silk. Holding it up, he said, what's this? Spider silk? This huge? No way. What kind of beast would spin webs this big? Then a sharp scream rang out nearby. Hearing that familiar shout, he figured, maybe it's Miss Nam Kung Ngan, something's wrong. Little Long lowered his head and called out to the tiny bugs in his chest pocket. Tangent Ni, Huon Ni, have you found Mom yet? They chirped excitedly, signaling yes. The two bugs quickly darted out and sped toward the direction. He yelled after them, go protect Mom. Got it. Little Long kept searching, his voice echoing through the woods. Miss Nam Kung Ngan, please answer. Miss Nam Kung Ngan. Running, he felt like he was getting deeper and deeper into the forest. What the heck was this? Why was there spider silk everywhere? He racked his brain for what he knew. Spiders generally split into two kinds, homebodies and wanderers. The homebodies make nests and stick to one spot, while wanderers roam around. Seeing the thick layers of web covering the path, his unease grew stronger. None of these spiders normally spin webs all over the ground like this. In other words, this was no ordinary spider. Suddenly, a breeze blew, shaking the webs, and the fog started to clear. Little Long ran but glanced back. Awesome, the fog's lifting. Gotta find the ladies fast. Suddenly, he slammed on the brakes. The web in front of him was even thicker than before. Little Long muttered in a low voice, what the heck? This is all spider silk? Then a gloomy voice rang out. Hey, Mr. Hero, and he looked up toward where it came from. There, hanging wrapped in webs, was someone caught tight. As he got a clearer view, Little Long shouted, "Miss Nam Kung Nan, young lady." His eyes flicked to the side, where a woman wasn't. He digs deep in his brain to recall what he knows. Spiders basically come in two types: homebodies who stick to one spot, and wanderers who roam around. The settled spiders build nests and stay put, while the roamers don't settle down anywhere. Seeing the whole road blanketed with thick spider webs, his unease just keeps growing. No spider he knows spins silk all over the ground like this. In other words, this ain't your ordinary spider. Suddenly, a gust shakes the webs, the mist starts to clear, and Xiao Long glances back as he runs. Nice, the fog's thinning out. Gotta find the young lady and the others fast. Then he suddenly slams on the brakes. There's way more webs ahead than before. Xiao Long whispers, "Yo, what the heck is this? Webs everywhere." Then a spooky voice echoes, "Hey, young hero." He looks up toward the sound and sees someone tangled in webs above. After spotting who it is, Xiao Long yells out, "Nan Gong Yin, Xiao Si." His eyes flick toward a woman nearby who looks. I could totally make out the face sitting right there. Little Dragon whispered low, "Yo, that person's pushing their hair back behind their ear." Flash in this creepy smile. Then I saw it clear. Turned out it looked like Nam Kung Tuyet, but the vibe was totally different. I figured that must be the spider demon. They stared each other down, and the whole mood got super tense. The Nam Kung Tuyet-looking figure just let out this wicked laugh. Little Dragon felt chills shoot up his spine, his scalp tingling like crazy. He knew right then that was it. He spotted a faint shadow of a spider on their back, one of those night spiders nobody's ever seen before, no web up in the air, but fangs scraping the ground instead. Definitely a new species. He gritted his teeth, trying to keep his mind clear. Finally, all the pieces of what happened so far clicked in place. Little Dragon locked his eyes on the other. The person standing there looking like Miss Nam Kung Tuet seemed the same at first glance. But really, they weren't. It was a fake leg disguised as Nam Kung Tuyet, actually the spider's pedipalp. Pedipalp is what they use to sense stuff, kind of like a spider's extra feeler legs. It's a special organ for touching, mating, or hunting prey. Even though they call it a leg, it's usually not considered a real leg. Cause pedipalps are actually attached near the head, kind of like what scorpions have. So technically, that's not a leg either. It's a pedipalp. Suddenly, the figure slowly pulled one shoulder off their sleeve, flashing pale white skin to tempt me. Definitely an evolved move to hook the males. Little Dragon blushed madly and said, "You don't gotta do that, I'm already totally hooked." Atop in the stand, Nam Kung Nan locked eyes on him, struggling hard, worry out of her mind as she saw Little Dragon inching closer to the spider demon. "Yo, Mr. Guy, big trouble's popping, even you stepping in now." Little Dragon paused just a bit away from the spider demon. Being a total fan of venomous creatures, he clasped his hands, voice all stoked. "Ah, this is seriously amazing." Seeing him like that, somehow a gnawing doubt crept in. Suddenly, without warning, Little Dragon shoved his head right between the spider demon's legs. It dropped its head to him, sneering darkly, sharp-clawed hands ready to pounce on Little Dragon's body. He suddenly looked up, grinning, scared. Out of nowhere, a mantis leapt at the spider demon. Little Dragon ordered, "Bite it." The mantis bit straight into the spider demon's shoulder with a painful yelp. Mission done. It scampered right back to him. Even hurt, its expression was totally chill. Little Dragon couldn't help but marvel at how vivid that reaction was. No wonder people get so captivated. The spider demon suddenly froze stiff, face turning grim, then it went limp and fell back. Little Dragon let out a relieved breath, eyeing it suspiciously. "Yeah, looks like it's totally paralyzed now." He poked it with a stick. Their venom's neurotoxic, made to paralyze other bugs. Mantis venom is pretty potent too, but size and toxicity match, so it ain't too dangerous. He patted it gently. "Don't be down. I saved your life cause the villagers might have killed you." His face twitched a bit. Enough talk. Little Dragon slid onto the spider demon's body, who moaned happily. Guess it couldn't resist any longer. He sat up, checking out its body, glowing red. 4 big spots on its back, thick, plushy fur like velvet. Little Dragon touched the fur, amazed. Looked exactly like Lady BD's spider. So cute. His eyes lit up, wondering how pretty the face was underneath, what its shape would be like. Did it have big venomous fangs like a tarantula? He lifted the skirt to see its face below. Ho and Gon zoomed down from above, yelling at him. Little Dragon froze. A thunderous kick hit him, twisting his cheek. He flew backward. She rushed in, warning, "Little Dragon, that thing's a total monster." Hoengan glanced between the spider demon and Little Dragon, urging him, "Quick, use your inner energy breath control. Slow your breathing." She was super worried. I don't know how to handle the power. Little Dragon felt drained, eyes blank. Hoengan urgently called out, Little Dragon, and after he snapped back, she asked, Are you alright, bro? Still dazed, he asked, What happened? She recalled. The fog covering the forest? Definitely caused by the earth veil. Breathing it in pushes evil energy up like some kind of spring potion. Hoengan shivered. I barely inhaled and got freaked out. She quickly escaped the fog to clear the poison before coming back. Little Dragon added, I'm fine though. He touched his chin, deep in thought. So the possessed villagers must have been affected by that fog, right? Deep down, Little Dragon suspected it was some kind of pheromone the spider released. He roughly examined the spider demon, mumbling, What exactly is this thing? Fog, size, venom. Everything's wild. In the darkness, only the moonlight sprinkled a faint glow over the forest. Hoengan looked down, said, Little Dragon, I'm sorry. Flushing red, she felt super guilty. I thought you'd been bewitched by the earth veil. He awkwardly nodded inside. Yeah, kinda caught up in a different kind of enchantment. Little Dragon then grabbed one of the spider's legs again, all fascinated. I just wanted to check out the earth veil's form. Look here, its fur's thick and silky. So cute, right? Hoengan snapped, half annoyed. Cut it out with the petting. She suddenly blushed too. Huh? I remember bits, but not everything clear. I can't recall all toxin types. He turned around, curious, asking, What's up? Feeling puzzled inside, why's she so worried? She suddenly blushes. Huh? I remember bits and pieces, but not totally clear. I don't recall every kind of poison. Why is he turning around asking that? He's puzzled. Why is she so worried? Suddenly, there was this weird buzzing sound nearby. Xiaolong looked left and right, all confused, and asked, Is that the sound of the earth spider? Then from another direction, a yell rang out. Ah! He instantly glanced that way. Turns out it was Nam Kung Nan stuck tight in a web bundle. Hoa Nan shouted worriedly, Miss Nam Kung Nan. Xiaolong felt a pang of guilt. Oh snap, I totally forgot. The two of them looked up at Nam Kung Yan and knew they had to get her down fast. After freeing her, they saw Nam Kung Gan lying motionless on the ground and called out anxiously, Miss Nam Kung Gan, wake up. Seeing she was still breathing made them breathe a slight sigh of relief. Being able to still breathe meant she was just paralyzed. Luckily, Xiaolong suddenly remembered that Nam Kung Tuit was the only one left out there. Hoengan scanned the area the fog had cleared up, so they were bound to find her soon. He stood up and started, so earlier. Hoengan called out to Xiaolong, with some doubt. Xiaolong grabbed some of the spider's silk tangled on spider spirit and made a call. He twisted the silk that had trapped it to bind it tighter. After a bit, the entire spider spirit was wrapped up clean in its own spider web, and Xiaolong held one end tightly in his hand. Flashing a grin, he said, Got it done. With excitement, Xiaolong dragged the heavy spider spirit back to the clan to verify what it really was. No doubt, this poison was anything but ordinary. Hainan was puzzled too, but before he could say more, a figure sped toward them from afar. Seeing someone lying on the ground, Nam Kung Tuit called out worried, Nine Ni. Both Xiaolong and Hoengan froze dead still, with Nam Kung Gan motionless on the floor. Nam Kung Tuit's anger exploded into tears. That monster dared to disgrace me and even lay a hand on Gan Ni. The more she thought about it, the madder she got, and she quickly drew her sword. Xiaolong shouted out fast, Miss Nam Kung Tuit, hold up. Knowing he couldn't stop her, he rushed forward. Xiaolong stretched out both arms to block her, yelling, No way. Nam Kung Tuit snarled, Cut it out. Young hero Ngui, step aside. But he refused to budge. No. Surprised, she asked, What? Xiaolong pointed his thumb at himself and insisted, I caught it. It belongs to me. Seeing his stubborn resolve, Hoennan whispered, Xiaolong, dude. The two locked eyes, neither backing down, the tension thick like clashing swords. Nam Kung Tuit opened her mouth but kept silent. Then suddenly, her eyes widened, and she yelled, What did you say? They stared each other down in dead silence. Then Nam Kung Tuit's form let out this wicked laugh. Xiaolong felt a cold chill crawl down his spine, his head buzzing. He realized it was her for real. Xiaolong caught sight of a faint spider shadow behind her, some kind of night spider never seen before. No silk fangs in the air but sharp ones by the ground. For sure, a totally new species. Gritting his teeth to stay sharp, he finally pieced together the whole story up to this point. Xiaolong fixed his gaze on the person before him. This so-called Miss Nam Kung Tuit looked like her at first glance, but it wasn't the real deal. It was a disguised false leg, some spider's fake leg pretending to be Nam Kung Tuit's. Pedipalp legs are what spiders use for their front sensory legs. They're special body parts meant for touch, mating, or hunting. Though called legs, they aren't truly legs. Pedipalps are appendages attached near the head, like scorpion claws that aren't really legs but pedipalps. Suddenly, the figure slowly slid one shoulder of her robe down, revealing pale skin, trying to seduce and confuse me, probably an evolved trick to charm males. Xiao Long blushed, feeling awkward. No need for that. I'm already fully hooked, he muttered shyly. From her high web trap, Nam Kung Mian struggled to move, seeing Xiao Long approach the spider spirit and worried out loud. Young hero Ngui, this is serious. Even you've got involved. Xiao Long paused near the spider spirit. Being someone who's wild about venomous creatures, he laced his fingers and spoke with passion. Ah, this beauty is just amazing. Seeing Xiao Long like that sparked an uneasy feeling deep inside. Suddenly, without warning, Xiao Long buried his head between the spider spirit's legs. It lowered its head to him, smiling wickedly. Two sharp clawed hands prepared to strike Xiao Long's body. But he looked up suddenly and grinned. Scared, huh? A mantis popped up and lunged at the spider spirit. Xiao Long ordered, bite it. The mantis quickly clamped down hard on the spider spirit's shoulder, making it yelp in pain. Mission accomplished. The mantis quickly ran back to him. Despite the pain, its expression was just classic deadpan. Xiao Long couldn't help but admire. That expression is so real, no wonder people get hypnotized. The whole spider went stiff, its face shadowed over, then it lost all strength and fell backwards. Xiao Long exhaled, suspicious. Let's see, is it fully paralyzed now? He poked it with a stick. Their venom is neurotoxic, meant to paralyze other insects. Though mantises have strong venom for their size, it's roughly matched in toxicity, so not too deadly. He patted it gently and reassured, don't be bummed. I saved you since you'd probably get killed by the villagers. His face showed a little awkwardness, saying, all right, that's enough for now. Xiao Long crawled into the spider spirit's body, joyful. Finally couldn't take it anymore. He sat up and checked its body, red-hot skin with 4 big spots on its back, fur thick and velvety soft. Their venom's a neurotoxin that paralyzes bugs. Even though the Wugong have pretty strong poison too, their size matches their venom level, so they're not super dangerous. He pats the creature gently. Don't be down. I saved you because you'd have been killed by the villagers. He forces a smile and adds, that's enough for now. Xiao Long dives into the spirit spider, grinning. Finally couldn't hold back. He sits up to check it out. Its body's bright red, 4 big spots on its back, covered in soft, velvet-like fur. Tiu Long touched that fur and was like, whoa, looks just like a ladybird spider, totally cute. His eyes lit up, itching to see its face. What kind of look is it rocking? Does it have fangs as big and deadly as a tarantula's? He lifted the skirt to check out the face underneath. Huang An swooped down from above, and he shouted, no way. That thunder kick messed up his cheek real quick. Tiu Long got tossed far away by the hit. She warned him, yo, Tiu Long, that thing's a straight-up monster. Hoa Nan glanced at the spider spirit and told him to quickly use his internal power and focus on steadying his breath. Just breathe slow. She was super worried. Ah man, I don't know how to control my strength. Because Tiu Long now looked drained out, his eyes empty, like he lost all spark. Hoa Ngan hurriedly called out, Tiu Long. Then he snapped back to normal. Hoa Ngan checked, Tiu Long, you good? Still dazed, he asked back, huh? What happened? She recalled and explained. The mist covering the forest? Definitely from Dia Chu. Breathing it in pumps up all that yin energy. It's kind of like a rare medicine. Huanggan spoke, half scared. I took a little breath and freaked out. Had to dash out of the mist to shake off the poison, then came back. Tiu Long added, I'm fine. He rubbed his chin, thinking seriously. So the villagers possessed by demons were all caused by that mist? Tiu Long guessed, maybe the spider was releasing some kind of pheromone. He sized up the spider spirit, mumbling, so what the heck is this thing? The mist, the size, the venom. At night, only the moonlight gave the forest a soft glow. Hoengan lowered her head and said, Tiu Long, I'm sorry. She hugged her flushed face, feeling super guilty. I thought you were already under Dia Chu's spell. He awkwardly nodded inside, thinking, yeah, kinda like I was tricked, but in a different way. Tiu Long grabbed one of the spider's legs, inspecting it like it was a prize. I only wanted to check out Dia Chu's appearance. Look at this, the fur is thick and super soft, cute, right? Hoa Nan glared a bit and snapped. Quit petting it. She suddenly blushed. Huh. I remember some stuff but not everything. I don't know all the toxins. So he turned around and asked, what, feeling puzzled? Why was she so worried? Suddenly, a sound popped up nearby. Yeah, that's odd. Tiu Long looked left and right, suspicious. Is that noise from Dia Chu? From another spot came a scream. Ah. He glanced over. Turns out Nam Kung Gon was trapped tight in spider silk. Hoi Gon yelled anxiously. Miss Nam Kung Yan. Tiu Long got uneasy. Oh shoot, I forgot. They both looked at her and decided to get her down fast. Once they free her, they checked on Nam Kung Gon lying on the ground, worried. Miss Nam Kung Gon, wake up. Seeing her still struggling made them a bit relieved. Since she was still breathing, she was probably just paralyzed. Luckily, Tiu Long suddenly remembered only Miss Nam Kung Tuit was left. Hoang glanced around. The mist had cleared, so she'd be found soon. He stood up and said, then before that, Hoa Ingan doubted and called out, Tiu Long. He grabbed some spider webbing from the spider spirit and decided to tie it up tight with its own silk. After a bit, the whole spider spirit was wrapped up in its own webs. One end squeezed hard in Tiu Long's hand. He grinned, all done. He hauled the heavy spider back home all hyped, ready to verify its identity. This venom definitely wasn't ordinary, Hoa Non agreed. But before she could finish, somebody rushed in fast from afar. Nam Kung Tuit saw the figure lying on the ground and shouted worriedly, Nan Nai. Tiu Long and Hoa Non both froze. Nam Kung Nan was motionless on the ground. Nam Kung Tuit got so mad she started crying. That monster humiliated my honor and dared mess with Ngon and AI. Furious, she quickly drew her sword. Tiu Long saw her coming in with deadly intent and yelled urgently, Miss Nam Kung Tuit, wait. You know you can't fight this, so just back off. Tiu Long spread his hands to block. No way. She snarled. Fake hero, move aside. He stood firm. Nope. Shocked, she asked, what? Tiu Long gave a thumbs up to himself and said, I caught it, so it's mine. Hoang Man saw how dead serious he was and whispered, Tiu Long. They locked eyes, neither backing down, both all fired up, swords ready. Nam Kung Tuit opened her mouth but said nothing. Then suddenly, her eyes went wide and she shouted, What did you say? Everyone was stunned, staring at the Hoa family. The old man spoke first, saying this form was the face the Hoa family once showed just before turning human. Ku Bai yelled nervously, Tiu Long the warrior, what's going on here? Why is it showing up as Miss Hoa Yan? Tiu Long was so shocked, he couldn't find words. I don't really know. His gaze went blank while his brain spun in confusion. He thought about how the Hoa family kept up Nam Kung Tuit's image all this time because most villagers believed Nam Kung Tuit was the most stunning beauty. But now we're talking about the top-notch beauty of all Central Plains, the Poison Flower Hall's Hoa 9, the one I gave all my yang energy to, yet the Hoa family never turned into Hoa 9. The thought chilled him, so Tiu Long bolted. The Durham clan would definitely see this as straight-up betrayal. When Kubi saw him rushing away, he called out, Tiu Long the warrior. Tiu Long ran, breathing hard but mind clear as day. No way. Could it really be just because I'm into poison? Do y'all actually think I'm more toxic than Miss Hoa Gan? And that's why my true self popped out. There's gotta be some other reason. I gotta rush to see Hoa Gan and clear this up. Cut to Nam Kung Gan's private room at the inn. Right now, Nam Kung Gan's knocked out on the bed, Hoa Gan sitting quietly nearby. Xiao Long bursts through the door yelling, Miss Hoa Yan. She sees his flustered face and wonders, Oh, Xiao Long. She curiously asks, What's up? Why you out of breath like that? Xiao Long steps in serious, saying, I know it's sudden, but can you grant me one favor? He seriously drops the request. Just once? Can I hold you close? Just that one time. Hoa Gan's face turns red as it beat, nervously replying, What? That's way too sudden. Xiao Long quickly waves it off, trying to lighten things, but messes up his words bad. Ah, please don't get me wrong. That's not what I meant. And hey, if you do misunderstand, it's chill. But her expression shows she's kinda embarrassed. Turns out he already guessed everything. Hoa Nan hides her blushing face with both hands, saying, I didn't mean to keep secrets. It's just I only read about it in books. Long couldn't believe it, so he was speechless. Xiao Long was totally lost trying to understand, thinking, what is she even saying? She pulls her hands away, yelling, that spider thing. She decided to spill the truth. It's one of the top 10 deadliest creatures recognized in Central Plains. Suddenly, the room goes dead silent like you could hear a pin drop. Xiao Long couldn't believe his ears. Top 10 deadly creatures in Central Plains? Wait, are you saying the Hoa family itself is one of those legendary deadly creatures? Little Li explained, I swear, I never intended to trick you, Xiao Long. I just wanted to be totally sure, 'cause back then we promised each other. Now you kinda get it. No wonder she hesitated to tell me. Dang, this mess caught me off guard hard. I didn't see it coming at all. Hoa Gan suddenly clears her throat and says, no matter what, a promise is a promise. She presses her lips tight. The shame isn't just on her face but also creeping up her ears. After thinking a bit, she suddenly lunges in to hug Xiao Long tight. The close contact got him blushing and shaking, but given the scene, Xiao Long was frozen stiff, eyes wide in shock. Turns out Nam Kung Nan just woke up, looking confused as she asked, "Should I leave you two alone for a bit?" That just made him jump from embarrassment, thinking, she must have been awake the whole time. Nam Kung Nan covers her mouth, awkwardly saying, "Ah, that," she forces a smile, "don't mind me." And so, 2 days later, Xiao Long and the crew boarded the boat to leave. Nam Kung Tuyet stood at the dock waving and shouting, "Hironai, Miss Hainan, I'm beyond thankful for your kindness. I won't ever forget it." Xiao Long exhaled, "That whole chaos is finally behind us. We're out of the Nam Kung fakery." He glanced at the figure ahead. "Lucky for us, after I absorbed this yang energy, the Ho family turned into Hoengan's exact look. Looks like no more suspicious stares from now on." Xiao Long asked Hoa family, "You good? Hang in there a bit longer. Once we get there, I'll let you out." Jiu Bai next to him asked curiously. Xiao Long, the warrior, got plans for the next leg of the trip. He didn't hide his game plan. "At first, after taking back Han Jade, I planned to head straight to Gongxia Mountain, where the bitch Vi Tat live. But now with Hoa family along, I'm kinda torn whether to swing by Tang Men first. Not sure if Hoa family can handle that much travel anymore." Hoa family, locked up, heard this and kept shaking its head. Xiao Long saw this weird vibe and worried asked, "You okay?" Since Hoa family can't talk, it just pressed its lips tight and nodded. "See that? You got it. Don't tell me it's worried about me." "Man, turns out it's a gentle spirit. So chill." Xiao Long stepped closer, softly said, "Thanks, Hoa family. I'll get us there as fast as I can." Finally, he turned back to Jiu Bai. "All right then, stick to the plan. We're heading straight to Gongka Mountain with bitch Vi Tat and Hoa family, then back to Tang Men together." The guy nodded like he got it. "Yes, warrior Xiao Long." Then the boat sped up, cutting through wind and waves. Two folks leaned against the railing, chatting. One asked, "Hey, heard the latest? Word is the leader himself led the Qing Long Guard's showcase." The other replied, "Oh, so you know too. I also heard those caught in the recent raid on the Blood Sex base spilled the locations of other hideouts." The short-haired guy asked suspiciously, that fight barely had any casualties, right? Sounds hard to believe." The shaved-head dude nodded. "Yeah, about that." He went on. "Rumor says someone crafted a poison that only affects the blood sect." Xiao Long just stayed quiet knowing that guy was him. The short-haired one's still curious. "So who could make such a mind-blowing toxic weapon?" The shaved-head dude, acting like he knew, explained, fearing the blood sect's revenge, the Martial Alliance decided to keep the creator's identity secret. The other guy said admiringly, "Whoever it is, that person deserves hero props. From now on, I'll always look up to him." Hearing this, Xiao Long couldn't help but think, maybe it's time to remind you to hit like, subscribe, and turn on notifications. While I was still caught up in the flood of compliments, I didn't even realize we stepped into Gongka Mountain. Everything here stayed the same, the waterfall crashing down white as snow, creating a seriously stunning view. Xiao Long joked that my flying skills were trash and doubted I could cross the mountain gap solo. "Miss Hoengan and General Guo, could you two cross over and lead the kids back?" I sighed deep inside. Looks like no one's gonna help me fly over this time. Jiu Bai scratched his head awkwardly, saying if it weren't for Xiao Long, the fighters probably wouldn't tag along anyway. Hoengan agreed. "Yeah, Xiao Long, maybe you should just handle this yourself. Or I could try twisting this wisteria vine into a rope and toss it over." Suddenly, someone nearby raised a hand and pointed, calling out, "Xiao Long, check it out." Seeing Hoa Jia hanging on that steep cliff, he shouted anxiously, "Hoa Jia, how'd you get up there? Come down right now." A milky white spider web shot out from its body, then Hoa Jia gently dropped down from above. Boom! It landed perfectly on the ground. Everyone stared, dumbfounded, watching Hoa Jia's whole move. Jiu Bai muttered, "It's flying." Xiao Long thought, wait a sec, is this Hoa Jia's spider flight skill? Is it 'cause you're a spider too that you can fly? Few know that spiders, even without wings, can fly. By trusting the wind with their bodies, spiders can glide tens, even hundreds of miles. This phenomenon's called spider flight. Sometimes while walking, if you suddenly feel like you're caught in a spider web floating midair, that's leftover signs of spider flight. Looks like Hoa Jia can rock this skill too. Thinking that, Xiao Long grinned. If that's true, head over to Hoa Jia and let it grab you tight. Hoa Jia quickly lifted Xiao Long high up, and Hoengan followed closely behind. As soon as they arrived, it let him go. Xiao Long still couldn't believe his eyes. It worked. Then he turned around and hugged it tight, saying, "No way. We actually pulled it off. You're seriously amazing. Hoa Jia, how are you so crazy talented?" Hoa Nian nearby chimed in, "Hey Xiao Long, sorry, but in this hugging game, it kind of feels like I'm the one being cradled." That hit him like a shock. "Ah, sorry," he said, then stepped into the caves. "All right, hold tight. I'll come get the stone iron crew out." He followed the path inside, his footsteps crunching on the rocks. Nearing the spot, he stopped and saw two fat-tailed geckos playing right outside their lair and happily called out, "Hey you guys." They perked up hearing the familiar voice and ran to each other, super excited. Xiao Long asked with care, "You all good? No injuries, right?" They climbed on him, chirping nonstop. Xiao Long laughed loud. "After some time apart, why y'all getting so clingy? Seeing you this healthy really puts my mind at ease." He pulled out something from his pack, holding it out to them. "Look, I even brought along some cold jade. I'm gonna take good care of you. So how about rolling with me?" Both nodded quick, squeaking loudly in the cave. Then Xiao Long named them, the one on his shoulder first. "All right, your snow. Then the one in his palm and your ice. Done." He spun around, heading for the cave exit. "Let's bounce." His face was lit up with excitement to get back home. So from now on, snow and ice officially became family. Late at night near the Sichuan gate, footsteps echoed by the big doors. Seeing them arrive, the two gate guards gasped. "No way. Whoa, look." Frozen by the sight, the young lady had two people with her. But after a closer peek at Hoa Jia, they noticed something off. "Hold up, hang on, isn't that the clan leader? Why does the clan leader look exactly like Miss Hoa Nan?" Xiao Long covered his mouth, cleared his throat a few times. He told the two in front of him, with the elders of the family, "I'm the proud son-in-law of the Tang family. I caught No, brought back the 10 deadliest venoms." "You got that?" They blinked in shock. "What?" "The 10 deadliest venoms," then hurriedly said, I'll report it right away." Moments later, signal fire announced the clan members should assemble. Voices echoed everywhere. "Young Master Xiao Long's back with the 10 deadliest venoms. Hurry and inform the elders of the Tang family." They got the message and rushed out, and at the sight of him, shouted joyfully, "Son-in-law, Xiao Long." The former clan head eyed Hoa Jia curiously. "You said you went to get food for stone iron, so why'd you bring back a spider-faced creature?" Tang Zishan questioned suspiciously. "Son-in-law, what exactly did you do and where did you go?" His face turned serious, especially since the clan leader looked just like Hoengan herself. Hoengan's mother was shocked. "Oh my gosh, that's the spider-faced being, looking just like our Miss Hoengan." Xiao Long forced a smile. "Little me just dropped by the Namgong family by chance and picked it up." Tang Zishan doubted it. "You say you just picked it up?" The former clan head's voice dropped. "In my whole life, this is the first time I've heard someone talk about just picking up the 10 deadliest venoms, that terrifying spider-face stuff. You." He couldn't hide his pride in his voice, always stirring up chaos. "That's so you, Xiao Long, huh? At least stuff like this totally fits the son-in-law of the Tang family. Someone's this tough and you're under his scolding but can't hide your pride every time you stir up major drama. That's you, Xiao Long, right? Only this kind of energy fits for a son-in-law of the Tang fam." Duong Triet son chuckled, loud and clear. "So, from now on, you're officially part of the fam as our new bro-in-law." The lady smiled too, saying, "Dang, thinking about it, that actually makes a lot of sense. So, what you guys promised each other is basically going down for real, huh?" Hearing that, he jolted in surprise. "Yo, wait, how do you even know about that?" The old man just shrugged. "It's nothing major, man. The big deal is, you're legit part of our family now." The head elder added with a serious look. "So, starting tomorrow, Xiao Long, go grab a live goose from the river and bring it here." Xiao Long scratched his head. You mean an actual goose?" The old man couldn't help but laugh. "Kiddo, the goose isn't just some random bird. It's for the engagement ceremony. Shouldn't you be the one to get it yourself? Even if you're not quite ready to tie the knot yet, you can still throw the engagement right." He stared blankly. "Engagement, huh?" Duong Triet's son calmed the vibe down, explaining, "Once the engagement's done, no matter if Hoengan ever gets bored of you, you can't just ditch, got it?" Hoengan blushed full on, shouting, "Ah, father." Everyone caught her awkwardness and busted out laughing. Xiao Long smirked too, a little grin creeping up. He spoke up to catch everyone's attention. "Yo guys." Xiao Long bowed his head and folded his hands, his face dead serious. Everyone turned to him, hearing, "I'm from the Zhuang family, Sichuan branch." Hoengan listened shyly, hanging on every word from her future fiancé, the official son-in-law of the Zhuang clan. Xiao Long spoke straight from the heart. "From now on, I hope you all got my back. Next day, after stepping into the Duong place, the first order of business was sorting out living spots for the crew. First up, the branch leader in the inner courtyard of the Duong family picked a big tree by the well as the hangout spot. Xiaolong waved, signaling the mischievous little sprites climbing the tree. Those stone puppies, normally like little pups, couldn't bear to be left alone. So instead of keeping them in the solitary pet palace or the holding cell, they hung out in my room for now. The two were now playfully squabbling over an ice shard. Once things settled, the whole gang gathered in the courtyard to chill and catch some breeze. Xiaolong asked the stone puppies, "You guys cool with this spot?" They happily nodded like crazy. He then looked at Jia Hoa. "Branch leader, if you get hungry, just find me here. The little sis knows the way, right?" She smiled brightly and nodded like she totally understood. Seeing Jia Hoa point toward a nearby spider web, Xiaolong was puzzled and asked, "Branch leader, what's up with that?" She made a series of gestures, pulling the web's thread, meaning, "If some bad dude shows up, I'll take care of it." While Ho Gan was still trying to figure out what was going on, Xiaolong's face lit up with understanding. He shared his thought, "If any sketchy stranger sneaks in, just touch the web, and she'll roll up instantly." Jia Hoa clapped happily. The stone puppies joined in with playful barks and howls. This time, Ho Gan quickly caught on, guessing, "They're telling me y'all are here too, so don't sweat it, bro." Xiaolong felt tears well up, the whole crew jumping and dancing in joy. "I'm seriously at peace now, my little ones." Father's so happy, almost tearing up. With that, the new members' hideout was all set. The engagement ceremony went down soon after, with the family elders invited to witness just a simple gift exchange, vow-taking, and a quick celebration. But prepping the gifts came with a bit of drama. Ho Gan showed up in front of Xiaolong, with two stone puppies clutching onto her. Hearing this, he frowned, clearly annoyed. She forced a smile when he questioned, "The gifts those stone puppies, not ducks." He froze like he got struck, sweat pouring down like he'd been drenched. "This is kind of tricky, and it's not even about some random thing, it's about times engagement times gifts. What am I supposed to do?" He fell silent, deep in thought. I knew they'd be watching out for the stone puppies, but I didn't expect it to be this blunt. After weighing it up, Xiaolong spoke. "Lady Ho and Nan, I gotta be honest, this might be a bit tough." She asked, "Why's that?" Suddenly, he grabbed her wrist unexpectedly. Xiaolong smoothly explained that the ceremony's meant to symbolize eternal love. Though the stone puppies are cute, shouldn't they use something unchanging, like jade ice? Speaking with heartfelt sincerity, he said, "Even geese symbolize 100 years of harmony or love vows. Everything's got its own meaning. Plus, after the engagement, whatever I have is basically yours now, Lady Hoengan." Hearing this, Hoengan's face instantly flushed bright red. She looked away to dodge the gaze, then said, "All right, then I'll follow your lead, Xiaolong." Meanwhile, inside, Xiaolong was jumping for joy. "Awesome, nailed it." Suddenly, Hoengan spoke up. "Oh, and one more thing, Xiaolong." She gently asked, "From now on just call me Hoengan, okay? Now that we're engaged, calling me Miss sounds kinda off." A pink blush spread across Xiaolong's cheeks at her words. He awkwardly agreed to change how he addressed her. "Yeah, got it, Hoengan." Not long after, in the head family hall, Duong Triet's son sat at the main seat and asked, "Did you two get a good rest last night?" Xiaolong felt a bit uneasy, thinking, "What's the catch calling us here? Maybe a blessing or some advice?" The elder looked at him and said, "I called you two here, because there's something I need to talk about concerning your big martial art, Xiaolong." Hearing big martial art, Xiaolong got curious and asked back, "Big martial art?" Hoengan, sitting beside him, explained, "In our sect, the internal energy training method and managing special beasts is called the big martial art." He nodded, finally catching on. "Oh, got it. Calling her miss feels kinda off." Xiaolong's cheeks flush in sync with Hua Yin's words. Awkwardly, he switches up how he addresses her. "Ah, got it, Hua Yin." Not long after, at the head of the family hall, Tang Zhishan sits in the main seat and asks, "Did you two sleep well last night?" Xiaolong's a bit jittery, thinking, "What's this meeting about? Is he about to drop a blessing or some orders?" He looks at Xiaolong and says, "I called you two here, because there's something to discuss about Xiaolong's grand technique." Hearing those words piques his curiosity. Grand technique? Hua Yin next to him explains that in the sect, this refers to the internal martial arts and how to handle poison. Xiaolong nods, finally getting it. "Ah. So basically, we're talking about that last time when we discussed handling the 10 deadly poisons, right? The Supreme Patriarch's been quiet all this time, and now he's finally speaking up. Yeah, this time you, little dragon, catching that human-faced spider was a huge deal. Out of the top 10 deadliest creatures, it's got the mildest venom, so it's perfect for starting the poison absorption process. Little Dragon asked, so, does that mean I'm gonna start training the grand technique now? Duong Triet's son shook his head and said, not just yet. Little Dragon froze hearing Duong Triet's son's words. Little Dragon, you've taken the initiative to gather these 10 deadly creatures to complete the 10 poisons, but actually, I had a different plan in mind. He spoke slowly. Watching the poisonous creatures you've been raising and bringing back reminded me of something our family has forgotten for a long time. Then Duong Triet's son suddenly asked, do you know exactly what the meaning of the 5 poisons is? Little Dragon's question was about the 5 poisons from the 5 poisons origin technique he's been cultivating, right? The old man nodded in confirmation. Exactly, that's it. Duong Triet's son listed them off. Wugong, centipede, stone spider, lizard, blood insect, scorpion, Xia, snake, and finally the toad. These 5 poison creatures form the foundation of the 5 poisons origin technique. Clearing his throat, he then called out, Little Dragon. Little Dragon made a funny face when Duong Triet's son asked, this 5 poisons origin divine technique, do you want to give training it a shot? Duong Triet's son looked at Little Dragon and explained, in our Duong family, poison creatures are generally split into 2 kinds. One is common beasts, and the other is spirit beasts. His tone got serious as he listed them off. Common beasts are the usual poisonous creatures you can find anywhere, while spirit beasts have special powers, intelligence, and even internal energy. Little Dragon recalled, so the golden fur wind king I brought, the twin snow ice lizards, the blue-banded centipede, and that human-faced spider all count as spirit beasts, right? Duong Triet's son nodded. Right on. That's why I wanted to suggest something else to you. Only now did the Supreme Patriarch speak up. The current 5 poisons origin technique is limited because it only absorbs poisons from common beasts. But the authentic original, the true 5 poisons origin technique, can absorb poisons from spirit beasts. He said to Little Dragon, you already have 2 spirit beasts, the blue-banded centipede and the twin snow ice lizards. If we can get the poisons from the spirit Xia, spirit spider, and spirit toad, then you'll qualify to train the true 5 poisons origin divine technique. So, I suggest you train in the true 5 poisons origin divine technique. Little Dragon hesitated, but isn't the fat-tailed lizard poison-free? The Supreme Patriarch stroked his long white beard and replied, I checked it out. They carry a kind of cold poison that can freeze people to the bone. The icy breath they exhale is actually their poisonous aura. Little Dragon's eyes widened. For real? Duong Triet's son clasped his hands and made a suggestion. So, you got 2 roads to choose from. 1. Absorb poisons from the blue-banded centipede and the snow ice lizard king to master the true 5 poisons origin divine technique. Or 2. Absorb poisons from the human-faced spider, which is one of the 10 deadly creatures, and start cultivating the 10 poisons double origin body. Curious, Little Dragon asked, can't I just use the 10 deadly creatures to perfect the 5 poisons body? He shook his head. Sorry, but the snow ice lizard king isn't part of the 10 deadly creatures. Little Dragon rubbed his chin deep and thought, if I absorb poisons from the weaker ones like the blue-banded centipede and the twin snow ice lizards, then I won't be able to complete the 10 poisons body just by using those 10 deadly creatures. Basically, I gotta choose either absorb poisons from the kids and walk the 5 poisons path through spirit beasts, or gather all 10 deadly creatures and follow the true 10 poisons path. His face grew serious, feeling like he was picking skill branches in a game. Memories from his past life popped up back when he played RPGs. He always cared most about his skill tree. Depending on the branch you picked, you could end up trash or a total beast. Duong Triet's son looked at him earnestly and said, think long and hard, Little Dragon. The true 5 poisons origin divine technique is already a rare top-tier skill. Without special heavenly fate, you wouldn't just struggle to master it, you might not even get close to meeting all 10 deadly creatures, which is like reaching for the stars. Little Dragon knew what he said was true, but now his mind was tangled. Biting his lip as if weighing things carefully, he said, I'm caught between 2 choices. Do I take the easier, quicker route with the 5 poisons body, or face all the hardships to take the 10 poisons path and maybe reach higher levels? Stuck in this whirlwind of doubt, he hesitated to decide. He rolled his eyes at the ceiling, looking kinda goofy, wondering, what am I even supposed to do? Still no answer came. Later, Little Dragon and Hoengan walked together, but he was still in a daze. Seeing this, she spoke up. Little Dragon, if you're only pushing yourself down the 10 poisons path because of that promise, you don't gotta. She softened her voice, so don't let the pressure make you rush your decision. No matter what path you choose, you're still you, Little Dragon. He gave her a reassuring smile. Even the family head said the prep work for both paths is mostly the same, only differing in the final type of poison. I'll think it through real good before making up my mind. Now, little dragon lay on his bed. Even though 2 days had passed during the preparation for his break in study, he still hadn't. No matter which path you choose, it's still Xiao Long. He smiles to reassure her. Even the head said both routes share the same prep, just differ by the final poison. I'll think it through carefully before deciding. Now lying in bed, 2 days after the intense training started, he still hasn't fully synced with the poison. Gotta make a solid decision. Then he leaned over and asked the fat-tailed lizard. I'm totally lost, like seriously confused. Y'all think I should go which way? Suddenly, Ho and Gan dashed in from outside yelling, Xiao Long, you look all frantic, so spill it what's up. Nani. Ho and Nan caught her breath and said, it's the fan bam peacocks. She couldn't hold back and shouted loud, looks like they're about to molt again. Xiao Long sat up straight, hearing that. No way. Then those two hurried over to the fan band peacock's spot. Xiao Long peeked inside, gently calling out, hey kiddos. Just 3 peacocks with soft, floppy skin lying there quiet. He thought aloud, man, they've been growing so fast lately, didn't expect the second molt to show up this early. Ho and Gan covered her mouth and giggled softly. She looked at Xiao Long and asked, so the fan band peacock's gonna change shapes again? He nodded and said, yeah, this time their bodies are gonna get blue spots. Thinking about it, Xiao Long's face lit up. Wait, are they evolving into the original forms? Just the thought made his heart race. Ho and Gan smiled wide. Sis is really hyped to see how they're gonna transform, bro. He nodded confidently. Yeah, for sure they'll be even cuter. Suddenly, Xiao Long's laugh stopped. His face froze. He stared hard at the 3 peacocks. Wait a sec, shouldn't we be worried here? What if they don't dry their bodies before busting out the mega power move? Xiao Long scratched his head. Even regular peacocks take like a whole day to dry after molting. Based on last time, this go-round will take even longer. His thoughts were all tangled up. The poison in the fat-tailed lizard ain't simple. Gotta prep carefully to extract it. I was stuck between using the fan band peacock's toxin or the demon flower's poison first, but if that's the case, I won't be able to use the fan band peacock's venom again, right? Xiao Long muttered alone. Forcing them to release venom while their bodies are soft? Disaster for sure. But I can't just sit and wait for them to harden up either, so that means. Then he suddenly froze, face twisting. What the heck? What have I been stressing for all these days? 2 days later, Xiao Long's face was super serious. Flanking him were Duong Triet's son and the Supreme Patriarch. Right in front, a medicine furnace was billowing some eerie blue smoke. Finally, at the Mega Power Hall deep in the Duong family's 10,000 poisons chamber, the special power technique made just for me was about to start. He stared straight ahead. I thought about postponing because of the fan band peacocks, but this power prep is so complicated that a full delay ain't possible. Let me give a quick rundown. First, hundreds of medicine furnaces get fired up to brew each herb separately, extracting their essences. Next, all the liquid medicines cool down and get combined into one big vat. That's step 1. Then inside that vat, a precise mix of deadly poisons and blood extracts from various venomous beasts gets added. Sounds simple, but juggling hundreds of herbs, toxins, and venom, each with their own traits, blending them perfectly all at once is crazy hard. Just one slip up, the whole precious essence goes kaput and the batch gets scrapped immediately. Standing beside the furnace, roaring hot, waiting around ain't really an option. I've made up my mind. I'm going to take the demon flower's toxin, one of the top 10 deadliest creatures. His reflection flickered in that weird-looking liquid. Xiao Long muttered. Its color was this terrifying, thick black. The Supreme Patriarch spoke from behind, starting the mega power technique now. Xiao Long stripped off his clothes and stepped into the medicine chamber, nodding. Yes, sir. Slowly, he stepped 1 foot in, and his lower body sunk down. He thought, this feeling's kinda strange but familiar. What is this? Why does it seem so known? The Patriarch said. They drip a drop of the demon flower's poison into this essence to trigger the reaction, then add the blended herbs so the body starts absorbing the toxins. The Supreme Patriarch smiled softly. Normally, this process hurts like hell, but luckily, the demon flower's venom numbs, so it won't be too painful. Duong Triet's son chuckled too. We'll grab the rest of the ingredients. You just hang tight here. Xiao Long watched their figures disappear through the door. Then suddenly Hoanangan and some venomous critters appeared, calling his name. He was surprised. Engan Ae. Even the demon flower and the little lizard came too. The 3 Fanban peacocks happily walked in too. Her voice rang out. The Fanban peacocks are awake now. Xiao Long called the 3 kids, Du, Huang, and Ban. They were just getting even more adorable. Watching them climb the furnace, he couldn't help but marvel they didn't change as much as he thought. Honestly, they looked like stuffed animal pillows, but somehow got even cuter in this weird way. Seeing all three puzzled by the liquid in the furnace, Xiao Long gave a forced smile. They must think it's odd seeing me all stuck in here like this, huh? He told them, this place is dangerous. Y'all better head back to your mama. Ho and Gan called out, come on, kids, this way. While two headed off, one stayed fixated on the liquid. Then accidentally, one of its whiskers brushed the medicine liquid and it screamed loud. Seeing it in pain, Xiao Long called out worriedly. So, I told Ho and Gan. Gan-y, girl. Sir just touched the essence. The reaction started. You gotta rinse that off with water, like, immediately. She heard that and freaked out. What? Did sister just touch it? Ho and Gan quickly came over, grabbing the thing and said, bring it over here, babe. Sister was still freaking out, yelling loud, while spit flew out of its mouth. Xiao Long stared blankly at the weird purple spit dripping into the potion. Suddenly, the potion changed from black to purple and started boiling like crazy. Ho and Gan gasped, Xiao Long. The poison is seeping into the alchemy furnace. At that moment, his face went pale, his teeth clenched tight, pushing through the pain. With a loud crack, Xiao Long jumped up, and the potion splashed wildly out of the furnace. Things were seriously dangerous now. Xiao Long was still struggling to hold it together, but the potion kept splashing everywhere. Ho and Gan shielded the poisonous creatures and shouted, Xiao Long, stay strong. His whole face flushed red, and all he could think was, this kind of pain? Feels like his skin's being ripped off, like his whole body was on fire. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Long looked up at the ceiling to calm himself down. They said you can't move at all when the great art is going down. Even though he wanted to jump out right then, he forced himself to endure it. He clenched his jaw hard, drool dripping down, but it was just way too much to handle. Ho and Gan was super worried, teary-eyed, thinking, what do we do now? Right then, the two elders, the Tai Shanggong and Duong Thiet's son, came back. Seeing the situation, Tai Shanggong quickly spoke up. Xiao Long, why is the great art turning out like this? What the heck is going on? Ho Angan answered fast, Grandpa, I accidentally dropped some poison. He was shocked. Say what? Exhausted, Xiao Long rested his head on the furnace and weakly said, help. Tai Shanggong caught his burnt red body, soothing him. Xiao Long, hang in there. Duong Thiet's son spoke softly too, guiding him to calm down, breathe steady, and not give up. After a bit, Xiao Long's eyes popped open wide. He coughed hard and spat out some thick black blood. Duong Thiet's son looked at his weak hand drooping near the potion jar, the red rash on his arm slowly fading. Seeing Xiao Long's eyes close little by little, Mono kept calling his name, Xiao Long, Xiao Long. Before him, everything blurred, and sounds got fuzzy too. Then Xiao Long felt like he was sinking in a river, his body flipping upside down in the water, his eyes gradually opening. He saw a pale yellow figure in front of him, and he was kind of shocked. Who's that? It was Ngo Kong. Suddenly, a flash of light sparked between him and it, and Xiao Long's eyes snapped wide open. Meanwhile, Ho and Gon turned and whispered, Grandpa, looks like Xiao Long's starting to wake up. His eyelids slowly lifted, showing nothing but exhaustion. Xiao Long groaned softly. Grandpa, Miss Ho and Gon, she was so happy she almost cried, calling out, Xiao Long. He rubbed his pounding head groggily and asked, Where am I? Ho and Gon's voice got worried. Xiao Long, are you okay? Tai Shanggong replied, Luckily, I directly guided internal energy through your Bai Hui point, which helped you survive the worst. Looks like the great art is finally done safe and sound. He couldn't help but sigh. Even though it wasn't the poison from Jiao Hoa, it was still some deadly venom. Xiao Long thought boredly, seems like Ngo Kong really wants Dad to master the 5 poison mastery. Suddenly, remembering something, he yelled loud, Oh yeah, is Ngo Kong okay? His daughter-in-law came into contact with that stuff. Huai Gan exhaled sharply. I washed the sting off her right away. She turned away with a heavy sigh, still trembling in her voice. At that moment, I was so nervous, feeling like my insides were on fire, not sure if Xiao Long would make it. Seriously. Seeing her angry glare, ignoring him, guilt hit him hard inside. Right after the engagement ceremony, I should have checked on Ho and Gan, my fiancé. But instead, my instincts dragged me straight to those giant centipedes. Now, look where that got us. Suddenly, Xiao Long clutched his head and groaned, my head spinning out of nowhere. Hearing that, Ho and Gan quickly turned worried. Xiao Long, is the pain coming back? He didn't answer, his face and voice both turning serious. But more importantly, what about Ngo Kong? Seeing that, Tai Shanggong and Huan Gan both froze up. She shouted, Looks like Xiao Long's not fully awake yet, and he added, Fetch the healer, quick. He wiped sweat off his brow, relieved it was quick thinking. 5 days later, only after the potion was fully used up did the great art truly end. This place was packed with big and small shelves, all jars carefully labeled. Tai Shanggong asked seriously, "Are you really fine now? Maybe we should check you out more thoroughly." Xiao Long honestly replied, "Grandpa, I really am better now." He kept going. "Anyway, whether you like it or not, now that you've started the path of the 5 poisons ascension art, I'm handing over to you the fitting martial arts manual," he asked, raising an eyebrow. "Martial arts manual?" Tai Shanggong nodded. "Yep, there are 5 different fighting techniques." Then he started listing: Centipede's Claw Poison, Scorpion's Fatal Grip, the Kick Strike of a Scorpion's Tail, the Stony Lizard's Creeping Form, and the Toad's Heavy Blow. Stroking his beard thoughtfully, Tai Shanggong analyzed: each belongs to a separate body part skill: claw, hand, foot, stance, body movement, and head strike. Xiao Long got hype hearing him say, "This martial art lets you fuse with poison itself. You become poison, poison becomes a part of you, truly merging together." Tai Shanggong laughed heartily, clearly pleased by Xiao Long's expression. He hesitated and asked, "Yeah, but isn't it weird that none of these styles are?" The elder patriarch laughs out loud. Seeing your expression, he must be pretty pleased. Xiao Long hesitates. "Yeah, but I'm curious, aren't these arts normally not?" "Yo, so it's not just some sneaky assassin or poison skill like we thought." The old dude's voice suddenly got low-key serious. "You caught on quick. Actually, this martial art didn't even start from our Tang family," the elder head said. "The 5 venoms heaven-reversing skill and these 5 poison techniques all came from the 5 venoms sect, which was wiped out long ago. About 200 years back, there was this prodigy illegitimate son from the Tang family and the boss's daughter from some savage southern tribe. These two hit it off hard, even though both sides were totally against it. They ran away together and started the 5 venoms sect. They mixed the best of poison skills from the Tang path with the wild moves of the savage tribe, creating a totally fresh martial arts style. But the problem was, they went ahead and shared secret manuals that were never meant to get out, even mixing different techniques. The end game? They both got hunted hard by 2 big powers. He told me this tale from about 100 years ago when the 5 venoms sect got totally crushed in the deep Yunnan forest by those 2 factions working together, and then those 2 groups split up the secret techniques they managed to retrieve. The elder's voice showed pride. "What we got back was exactly this: 5 venoms heaven-reversing skill, with its 5 poison arts. But, since the best parts from both sides got mixed, who owns it became a mess. Also, to master it, you gotta build a poison-resistant body, so in the end, it wasn't passed down to the Tang family. They say the sect leader back then once fought off 2 enemies at once, holding off both the Savage clan and the Tang path, so this skill ain't basic." He chuckled. "I reckon with your poison-resistant build, this martial art suits you best." Xiao Long slowly got the vibe, so that's what he meant. He clasped his hands and bowed, grateful. "Thanks, Grandpa. From now on, I'll grind hard." The elder smiled softly. "Good. As long as you keep that mindset, you'll make it big someday." Xiao Long's face got steady. That was how he took his first step down the path of 5 venoms heaven-reversing skill. A few rustling sounds popped off. Footsteps stopped on the ground. Xiao Long lifted his head, stretched, and sighed, not knowing how long since he last saw daylight. Right now, he truly felt alive again. Suddenly, Wugong came speeding from afar, moving so fast it looked like flying, almost crying with joy. It looked up at him. Xiao Long asked, touched, "You've been waiting here for me all this time?" Then he pointed at his biceps. "You must have had a bunch of worries too, but don't be too down. None of this is your fault. Check this out. Dad's safe now." Wugong jumped up out of habit and slipped inside Xiao Long's shirt. He felt it squirm under the fabric and thought, maybe it's feeling rough, 'cause it just molted. Wish it'd climb the shirt instead of onto my bare skin. That'd be way better. Suddenly, Wugong popped its head out from the shirt, looked up at Xiao Long, and then jumped up, circling around the shirt. Xiao Long jumped, freaked out. "What's up with that? Could Wugong actually get what I'm thinking?" He couldn't believe it, tried to calm himself. "Nah, no way. Just a coincidence, right? They say spending long time with animals can sometimes feel like that. Yeah, gotta be that." Xiao Long thought, man, what a dummy. How could just some common little venom bug like Wugong do stuff like that? Suddenly, Wugong's face turned mad, eyes full of fury. It let out a few angry cries, and Xiao Long could tell just how mad it really was. He stuttered as he looked at Wugong. "No way this is real, right?" Xiao Long tested it with commands. "Wugong, climb up on my head and see." It did exactly that. He hid behind a tree. "Wugong, find me where I'm hiding." It found him immediately. Panic set in for Xiaolong. No way 3 times in a row. Wugong sighed, thinking Xiaolong's the real dumb one now, while Xiaolong stared amazed at the glow radiating from the bug's body. Hua Yin looked around worriedly, calling out, Wugong, where are you? She sighed and said, Guys, does anyone know where Wugong's been? Since molting, it's been wandering everywhere, real hard to track. From a distance, Xiaolong ran over shouting, Hua Yin, you look totally frantic. I'm pretty surprised. Xiaolong bent over, gasping for breath, while Hua Yin bombarded him with questions. Xiaolong, you alright? And Wugong, I told you not to wander too far, was worried sick. Next time, just tell Mom where you're headed. After collecting himself, Xiaolong held out Wugong and said, Hua Yin, now's not the time for that. Wugong understands human speech. She looked confused hearing that. Hua Yin mumbled, Wugong always understood us, right? That's nothing new. Xiaolong quickly clarified, No, not just that, it even knows my thoughts, like straight from my mind. Hua Yin perked up, curious. For real? Then Xiaolong darted off like the wind. I gotta ask grandfather what's really going on. She called out, Let me come with you. Scene switched to the ancestral hall. Xiaolong spoke up first. Check it out. Even if I only send thoughts in my head, Wugong picks up on it as usual, while the other kids can't. Is this because of the grand technique? The elder pondered. Nah, in our Tang family history, it's not rare for someone to get a poisonous spirit beast. If there were such supernatural abilities, there'd be records. But I've never seen or heard of anything like this. Hua Yin got curious. Then what's the cause? He guessed it's probably because of the 5 venoms heaven-reversing skill. Tang Taishan nodded. Yeah, that grand technique was made to absorb poison, and Xiaolong is the one who. So what's the real reason then? The patriarch guesses it's 5 poisons heaven-returning divine skill. Tang Zeishan nods. Yup, this grand technique was designed for poison absorption, and Xiaolong's the only one. So this dude used the 5 venoms rejuvenation technique to soak up the poison from the spirit beast. The Grandmaster recalled, Yeah, that's right. This whole mess probably came from the influence of the Southern Man-Beast clan. The Southern Man-Beast clan has always seen spirit beasts as their loyal pets, and that secret somehow got mixed into the 5 venoms rejuvenation technique. Tang Zishan sighed. If that's the case, figuring out the root cause ain't gonna be easy, right? Little Long asked, suspicious. Why's that? The Grandmaster looked at him and said, You think they just spill their top secret weapon to us? Plus, now that they know we've mastered a martial art influenced by their secret, who knows how they'll react? Hua Yin frowned, asking, Is there any way to do it without drama? He frowned, Can't promise anything, honestly. The Grandmaster added, Unless the Southern Man-Beast clan owes us a big favor, chances are slim. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps echoed sharply across the courtyard. Little Long trudged on, feeling kinda down and totally bummed out. He'd always dreamed of getting Nao Kong, Tuit, Bung, Kim Mao, Fong Vung, and Jiao Hoa together to start a traveling band like those legendary Brahm musicians. Suddenly, a voice cut through his daydream. Little Long saw the person approaching and greeted happily. Oh hey, Captain 9. 9 defeat. Glad to see you're healed. He scratched his head, grinning shyly. Lucky to run into you here. We've got some issues popping up in the Venom Bug Garden. Mind coming with me to check it out? Little Long thought, let's handle the Bug Garden mess first, then deal with the Southern Man-Beast clan stuff later. I just got back and jumped straight into my engagement ceremony, totally forgot about the Bug Garden. After thinking it over, he agreed. Got it. Let's roll. 9 defeat glanced at a figure hiding behind him and said, Also, I want to put this person in your care. Little Long looked over and asked, Who's this? Suddenly, Ann rushed over. Big bro, Little Long, I miss you so much. The 3 of them took off together, cause I'm bringing Ann along. She's been sticking to me like glue and won't budge from the Bug Garden. Little Long kept walking but turned back to ask 9 defeat, Wait, why's Ann here? He quickly answered, She's here for treatment, and will stay with the Tang family for a bit, cause that's what Elder Ban requested. Wide-eyed, Ann asked, Big bro, you've been back for how many days and still haven't visited me? That's why I've been waiting here today. Feeling embarrassed, he explained, Sorry, Ann. I thought you'd been back already. Must have been lonely for you staying alone. Ann held up a yellow silk pouch and said, No way, I wasn't bored at all. I was playing with Tax here. Little Long took out Tax to check it out. It was fussing loudly on its back, and he realized it was a click beetle. Over in the West, they call it click beetle, known for that clicking sound when flipped on their backs. Though it's a pest, munching on potatoes and sweet potatoes, harming crops, for the sea kids, it's actually a friendly, even cute, critter. 9 defeat raised an eyebrow. Is it the earwig? Anne puffed her cheeks and shook her head. Nah, it's tax, not an earwig. Little Long drifted into memories and whispered, I used to call this bug the click-click bug back in my past life. It was actually the first creature I ever raised. You could say it was my intro to all this. It led me onto the path I'm on now. He sat down, facing her. Anne, you're really into bugs, huh? She nodded eagerly. Yeah, I love it. I'm into queen bees and tax too. Little Long's eyes lit up like stars as a spark ignited inside him. She reminded him so much of his younger self. Want to learn some venomous bug taming skills with me? He suggested. The insect world is seriously awesome and full of surprises. Anne clapped enthusiastically. Yes, please. Watching the two of them walk off chatting happily, 9 Defeat wiped sweat from his brow, thinking, how on earth do I report this to Elder Ban? Finally, the trio arrived at the Venom Bug Garden. While Little Long and 9 Defeat got to work, Anne curiously looked around. Little Long pulled out a drawer and spotted a snake flicking its tongue and hissing at him. He turned to 9 Defeat and asked, how's the rat breeding coming along? Quick as a flash, 9 Defeat said, we're good now after just 1 or 2 breeding cycles. Our rat numbers aren't short anymore. Probably hitting over 1,000 in about 2 months. Little Long shut the drawer and said, feeding the striped water snakes also been sorted. So what exactly is the problem? 9 Defeat scratched his head and explained. The crickets we breed for food haven't been multiplying, so a few species are starving. Surprised, Little Long asked, the crickets? He recalled earlier troubles. Maybe it's like that time with the baby rats, eating up all the white crickets. No matter how many we raised was never enough. His brow furrowed as he thought, looks like we'll have to find another food source. Suddenly, Anne's scream startled them both. Little Long anxiously asked, Anne, what's wrong? She sobbed, big bro, then sniffled one word, smell, before bursting back into tears and holding out her hand. Her voice choked up, there's a weird scent on my hand. Little Long was puzzled. The smell? To get to the bottom of it, he proposed, Anne, can you show me your silk pouch? Using chopsticks carefully, Little Long opened the pouch and checked inside. Then he gasped, just as I thought, looks like she made the same mistake as me, he murmured softly. Little Long pulled the tiny critter out of the bag and said, bro, take a good look, this ain't a tatch, it's a different species. 9 Fail stuck his head out to check the creature, squinted sharply at them, then said, yo, Little Long, that's actually a flower beetle. The name's flower beetle. When they grow up, they release this smelly stuff from scent glands, so if you just touch them, they stink up the place. They kinda look like tatch bugs, so it's easy to mix them up. Little Long, tell your bro this. The tatch cricket, when flipped on its back, makes that tatch sound, but flower beetles don't. So don't mix them up again, alright? The girl nodded, got it, big bro. His face lit up with excitement. No doubt, big bro was killing it. He really needed these homies right now. 9 Fail, curious, jumped in. You actually need these things? Why you after those stinky bugs? Little Long held up the bag and declared, yeah, starting now, we're gonna raise those flower beetles your bro just caught in the Tong family's venomous bug garden. Even though they look pretty basic, flower beetles are actually one of the most common snacks for insects and lizards. He silently thought, this is the perfect timing. Swapping in flower beetles means food shortages won't be a problem anymore. Little Long told 9 Fail, thanks to your bro, the immediate problem's kinda sorted. Now let's head to the breeding area to check what's really going down. 9 Fail agreed on the spot. For sure, young master Little Long. Then Little Long quickly moved toward the spot. After thoroughly checking out the place, he observed the breeding setup and the conditions seemed solid, nothing off. Little Long popped open a cricket jar, looked inside, and was shocked to see their legs falling off like that. His expression turned serious. Maybe they're killing each other off, which explains why the numbers aren't growing. 9 Fail worriedly said, cannibalism. But I've been feeding them plenty. Little Long reassured him. I've run into this before raising crickets back on Hainan Island. Sometimes it just happens, even if there's plenty of food. A worried shadow flashed across his face. I'm not an expert on crickets, which is frustrating as heck. Little Long thought, I'm basically a Fabe clone, not just a one-trick Fabe, so too bad I got no special hacks for raising basic, non-toxic bugs. He muttered to himself, this is a huge issue. Can't figure out why it's happening. Suddenly, a voice piped up, pardon me. The person scratched their head awkwardly. If you're all about crickets, I know a guy who's perfect for this. 9 Fail recognized the voice and called out, Hoang Kian. He pointed to Hoang Kian, introducing him. Yo, Master Little Long, besides me, this dude's the only one who volunteered to work in the poison lab. Little Long was a bit surprised. You volunteered? That's hella legit. Hoang Kian nervously explained, honestly, I chill at the cricket fighting arenas sometimes. Of course, I don't play much, just a few times for drinks. Little Long looked skeptical. Hoang Kian broke it down. Those arenas are spots where crickets battle and folks bet on the winners. He added, that's why big, strong crickets can go for crazy high prices. Usually, they're raised right in the casinos. There's a dude there who specializes in cricket care. At that moment, under the casino stairs, you could faintly hear a soft sound, a hand gently stroking a cricket, making it chirp happily. That hand belonged to a scruffy-looking woman. Around her, a bunch of crickets were buzzing excitedly. Rumor had it she really knew crickets inside out. Under her messy hair, her eyes were sharp as hell. Night fell, lanterns lit up both sides of the street, casting a dreamy glow. The road was packed with people, laughter bouncing off everywhere. At that moment, Little Long's crew followed Hoang Keen to meet the cricket guy he told them about. The group kept moving forward, heading toward the casino in the capital. I thought it'd be a long trip, so planned to use lightness skills to get there, but got told to dress sharp and take a carriage since it's a casino. As soon as we arrived, Hoang An spoke up. Here we are, brother Little Long. Right in front of us stood a seriously grand building. Nine Fail stepped forward and told Duong Ni, Tong's eldest daughter, and Little Long's fiancée, we've arrived, show them the way. The shop manager got shocked. How's the Tong eldest daughter? Then he and two beefy guards bowed respectfully, warmly welcoming their honored guest to Kim Feng Place. I'm the head of this shop, an honor to meet you. Hoang Kian stepped up and asked, can we watch some cricket fights? The shop manager nodded. Of course. Today just happens to be the day the cricket champs fight, so Little Long's group followed him inside. When he pulled back the curtain, he heard the shop manager inviting them in. Once inside, looking down into the courtyard, they saw a crowd roaring round a table, hyped up and shouting, fight! I'm betting all my prize money and more. Two bulky, ripped crickets locked eyes, then bam! One whipped a smack right on the other's face. They jumped into a fierce battle, and the crowd went wild, cheering nonstop. Little Long murmured, so this is what cricket fighting's all about. Hoang Kian pumped up, crazy intense, right? If one turns away and runs, they lose. Snap. One cricket bit hard on the opponent's wing, making it cry out in pain. The bettors for the losing cricket looked super bummed. The shop manager announced, the champion cricket battle's done. Seeing the crew dropping off fat bags of silver to the shop boss, Hoang Kian explained that the champion cricket was immediately put up for auction. Word is, each one could go for as much as 30 taels of silver. Xiao Long practically jumped in surprise. He blurted out, for real? That's how it is. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into his head. Maybe I should switch to selling crickets from now on. Huan Gan, standing behind, chipped in with a reminder. Xiao Long, playtime's over. Let's go meet the cricket master. Then the shop boss led them downstairs. Their footsteps echoed sharply in the dark night. As they walked, he asked, you guys here to see the cricket master? The boss seemed a bit puzzled. A few curious customers wanted to meet him, but what's so special about that kid? Honestly, none of us really care which cricket wins. That kid just needs to feed and clean him, that's it. Then he pointed towards someone nearby and said, that's the cricket master right there. Pretty useless, so I dumped all the crickets on him. But man, he's seriously gloomy, like, next level. Suddenly, the boss yelled, making the guy jump. Get up and greet the guest. They showed up and you're just gonna sit there like nothing. Tang Nan Ga quickly stood up and shyly spoke. Sorry. Seeing her like that made Xiao Long freeze. Tang Nan Jok looked rough, her clothes torn, hair wild, and a wound marked on her hand. When she moved, sharp eyes peeked out from behind her messy hair. They stared at each other, the atmosphere going dead silent. Xiao Long's the one who spoke first. We're from the Sichuan road. You're trying to be cool, probably just want to know a bit about crickets. Mind if I ask something? Tang Nan Ga gave a slight nod to say yes. Xiao Long started explaining, I'm raising a bunch of crickets together, but they keep biting each other. Then he asked, you know why? Tong Nan Nijok nodded again and answered simply, meat. Not wanting to confuse them, she explained, because they need protein. She broke it down. Maybe you're only feeding them plants. Crickets are omnivores. If they don't get meat, they'll just tear each other apart. Xiao Long smacked his chin, thinking hard. Never thought of that, so their fighting comes from not enough protein. Right then, he made up his mind this girl's gotta be a real cricket master. He had to bring her along. With that in mind, he turned to Hua Ngan and whispered her name. Hey Nan, no need to say much. She caught on fast and replied, got it, Xiao Long. Hua Nan pulled out some silver and laid down the offer. Boss, can we buy this girl? The shop boss blinked in surprise. What, that girl? He smacked Tong Nan Gok on the arm and sweet-talked her. Sure, no problem. Feel free to take her. but Tang Na Ngok's moves shocked everyone there. She shoved the silver Nan offered aside and yelled, "Stop right there." The boss turned red-faced, grabbed her hair, pulled her up, and barked, "What's your deal? You daring enough to cause trouble? What do you think you're doing? Do you even know who these folks are?" Getting angrier by the second, he ordered, "Shut up and come with him now." Tang Na Ngok shoved his hand off, still firm. "I don't want to go." Sensing trouble, Xiao Long jumped in to calm things down. "Enough, we're chill, don't push it." Hua Ngan also tried to talk her down. "Miss, we promise to treat you right. If you want, you can bring your whole family back to Sichuan Road, please." But she stubbornly refused again. "I still don't want to go." Seeing she wouldn't budge, the boss threatened, "What's your plan? Want to get smacked again?" Xiao Long quickly replied, "Cool it." He asked, "Is she in debt or working off someone's mess?" He shook his head. "No, nothing like that." The boss explained, "About 5 years ago, she volunteered to work for me for free, so I took her in. But she sucks at dealing with customers, so I just give her small chores." Xiao Long was even more puzzled now. Why won't she just leave? Jubai, standing to the side watching, fell into deep thought. Then he shared, "She reminds me of myself before Sichuan Road had my back." Hearing that, Xiao Long was surprised and asked, "Like you, Leader Jiu?" Jubai made a suggestion. "Boss, can we take her out for a day? We'll look after her and talk some sense into her." The boss chuckled at that. "Talk some sense? Do whatever you want." Then he asked Tong Nan Jiak for her take. "What do you think? Want to come out for some fresh air with us?" After a moment's thought, she nodded slightly. With her okay, Jubai told the boss, "Then we'll be back tomorrow." And Xiao Long exhaled deeply, feeling successful. Later, this spot became the guest station for the Tang family in the capital city. The three sat around a table loaded with tasty food. Xiao Long looked around and marveled. Didn't expect the Tang family to have their own biz in the capital. Jubao explained, "This place is like the capital branch of the Tang family from Sichuan." He started listing off, "This alley's got 2 inns, 8 pharmacies, and 5 taverns, all owned by the Tang family. Later, I'll show you the tax office and the Commerce Guild." Xiao Long's jaw dropped. The whole alley is the Tang family's. He thought to himself, "Grandpa and father-in-law just train all day. I've wondered how the Tang family makes a living, but didn't expect it to be like this." Back to the matter at hand, Jubai asked Tong Nai and Jock, "So, can you tell us why you don't want to leave? If you're struggling, we can help." Silence was all they got back. Xiao Long whispered to Huan Gan. She stayed quiet too, even the tea and water untouched. Jubai kept trying. "Looks like you're holding a grudge. Don't worry, just talk. This is the Tang family of Sichuan." Hearing that title packed some serious weight, Tong Na and Jock suddenly jumped up. Then, out of nowhere, she dropped to her knees. Without even looking up, she just said, "The name's Tong Nangok, from the Tong family village, not far from here." Huangan breathed a sigh of relief finally. She spoke up. Little Long started asking, "Miss, is there a reason you don't want to leave the casino?" Tong Na Ngok froze, her voice trembling. Actually, she slowly lifted her head and pushed her hair back from her face. When Little Long saw that, he gasped in horror, because her skin under that hair looked rough and scarred. Obviously not normal. Was that a burn? Little Long felt heartbroken, saying, "Oh man, even Jiubai is pissed. Who dare burn up a girl's face like that?" Suddenly, Tong Nangok spoke up. "Is someone there?" She covered her face, saying, "Watching from over there, this blood feud. I'm gonna settle it, no matter what." Tears streamed down Tong Nangok's cheek as she bit her lip hard to keep from crying out. Still, her voice choked up. "Until this grudge is settled, I ain't leaving." The Tong village is close to Sichuan-do area. Me and my sis Na-an live in a small village full of Tong folks. We lost our parents young, so I raised my sis alone. Kinda well known around there, and with our gentle beauty and skin as white as jade, we're called the Jade Sisters. "Sis, you aren't skipping work today, right?" That's Nan speaking. Nangok smiled, telling her, "The neighboring village isn't far, right? I'll just do some quick errands and be back soon. Hold tight, will ya?" But Nan was kinda grumpy. "I don't want to be alone today. Just let me come with you instead." That day was Na-an's birthday. Na-an Jock rubbed her head, comforting her. "Na-an, sorry sis, but I can't let you go through pain alone. I promised our folks. It might be rough, but while I'm out, play with the crickets. All right?" Nan wasn't down with that. Playing cricket battles is way more fun with 2 people. She shrugged and dug in her bag. "Here, it's the incense bag I hid for you for your birthday. Remember you wanted it." Seeing it, Na-an lit up. "Whoa, this incense bag is pricey." Nangok felt happy just seeing her sis that way. "Since I'm working for them, they gifted it to me, and I gave it to you early, so hang tight and wait for me to come home today." Nan watched her leave, grateful, promising to treasure it. She turned and waved. "All right, sis. Hurry back soon, gotta get home. As soon as possible. I'll be waiting," her innocent eyes full of hope. And that's how it all started. But more customers showed up than expected, so work lasted longer, the appointed time long gone. Night had fallen. The uncles told her, "Nangak, careful not to trip in the dark." Nangak was super anxious because her sis was at home. "No worries, uncle. Na-Ann's probably skipped eating all day, so I gotta hurry. Want to throw her a sweet birthday feast before the day ends," so I rushed out without even grabbing a lantern. While running home, Nangak accidentally bumped into a young guy. She pulled aside and said sorry, but the dude snapped, "Hey, watch where you're going." Suddenly, she caught that familiar faint scent of incense from his bag. She glanced after him, thinking, strangers don't usually hang around our village, so yeah, kinda weird. But I didn't think much and went back home. "Nan, sis is home," she called out loud, but no answer. Why is it so quiet? Maybe she's so tired from waiting she passed out. Nangak lit a candle to check inside. Nyan. But the scene was tragic. Nyan's body was torn up, obviously seriously hurt. Nangak got scared, dropping the candle, rushing over to hold her sis, tears flowing. "Na-An. What the heck happened? This can't be real." The candle knocked over, setting their house ablaze. Nangak didn't care, screaming for her sister while flames swallowed everything. The villagers shouted, "It's burning." "Isn't that Nangak's place?" Suddenly footsteps came from the fire. Everyone gasped as Nanjak appeared holding Naan. The villagers panicked. "Nanjak, what's going on?" she gasped. "Uncle." Naan collapsed and passed out. The uncle freaked and called everyone. "Nah, Nak, snap out of it. Someone get the healer quick." I wish it was all just a nightmare, hoping everything burned out like the fire, just a bad dream. Her eyes went hazy, like she'd lost her mind. Watching the flames, she could only call helplessly for her poor sis. Nah-An. Hearing the story, Little Long's heart ached looking at her scarred face. "That's why she's got that scar?" she went on. When I woke again, half a month had passed. The uncle and aunt sat beside her hospital bed, heartbroken, calling her name, Nangak, tears flowing. I asked the Xiao to send people searching, but no luck. "I'm worried you won't handle it, I'm sorry. Don't know how I'll face your brother later." That's when Nangak woke, tears streaming like rain, sinking into the late autumn sleep, her heart slowly freezing, talking to the world just to heal her burned scars, whispering painful groans like sharpening steel. That was all she could sound out. Time passed like water flowing, through winter to spring, and the crickets started buzzing again. Memories of pain haunted her every night. "Sis, please catch who did this, end this grudge for me." Nangak's face twisted. "So, you're Nayan, huh?" When those crickets start chirping like they're calling your name, that's when I snap back to reality. She wasn't about to back down, her hands clenching tight, teeth grinding so hard they bled. She had to find him and take him out. All that's left is a bone-deep grudge. Scene change, Uncle suddenly yells, "What? Where exactly do you think you're going? Your body's still healing." Nangak's determined, crying every night in agony. "How could you just sit still? As your big sis, you gotta get revenge. But how's a girl like you gonna pull that off? You don't even know what this guy looks like." "All right, Nangak, take care of yourself a bit more first." Both of them tried their best to talk her down. So, Anne and Uncle locked the door, not letting me out, but those crickets' calls every night just made me harder than ever. Finally, I snuck out of that village under cover of night. "Uncle, please stay strong." She glanced at the pouch of incense in her hand, squeezing it tight. "Nah-An, just hold on a little longer." The first place I headed was the city. Dude ran from the village that way. I didn't know his face, but the bright scar from the burn on my body and that unforgettable voice stuck like the sound of Nan's voice. So I swore I'd track him down no matter what. I started randomly asking every guy passing by. The man frowned when he saw me. "Yeah, what's this about?" Nobody was any different. "Whoa, you're creeping me out. Just leave." Obviously, no one gave me a kind look. A year passed, then two. Then, when summer rolled around, the crickets started shouting again. "Hey, can I get a little rain tonight at your joint?" But they were super annoyed. "What? Who's this girl?" Kicking off customers, scram. Just then, someone walking in bumped right into her. He covered his nose. "What's that smell?" Killed my vibe. Beat it. When I locked eyes with the guy in front of me, not because I forgot, but because I just couldn't forget. At last, I found the owner of that voice. Hearing this, Hoan Nan and Tiu Long got super curious. "Oh man, what happened next?" I answered. "While wandering the city, I became tight with a beggar who said the guy hung out at the casino a lot. Tiu Long guessed right, you snuck in the casino to get to him. Nangok nodded. At first, I planned to shadow him and stab him. But the beggar said he's some kind of martial arts pro, and a weak girl like me wouldn't get far. He said the best move was to poison his drinks or food, so I tried slipping poison into the drinks I served him. But even that failed. Maybe the poison I got from the back street wasn't real. From then on, I started watching the crickets down in the basement. Every time I heard them singing, Na-un's face popped up again. Half awake but slipping into madness, stuck in a loop of clarity and craziness. Nan-anga couldn't stand it, tears streaming down. She was mad as hell. I've got to kill that guy. Until then, I'm not leaving this place. Tiu Long whispered to them. Even though it's a sad story, is this really okay? Raising crickets and fainting just from their sound sounds like a serious mental thing. Hoyangan said cases like this stem from deep grudges. If revenge is done, they might get better. Folks with such heavy hate don't betray easily, perfect for joining the During family. Kuyubai nodded in agreement. Yeah, Tiu Long. Back when I couldn't avenge my parents, I used to mumble my pain to that lonely mountain. But after the During family helped me settle that score, my mind felt cleansed. Now I get why I see myself in her. Tiu Long sighed with a heavy heart. So, miss, get up, face serious. I'll help you settle that grudge. If it gets done, can you promise to become part of the Durung family? Nangok swallowed her sorrow and told them, can you guys really help me? If you do, I swear to give my life until its last breath. Tiu Long reassured, relax, just leave it to us. Then his face shifted. Who exactly is that jerk? Feeling a bit awkward, Tiu Long clenched his fists and asked again, so who is he? With a heavy heart, Tone Nangok hesitated and said, he's the one whose hands gripped her scarf so tight every knuckle turned white. Tone Nangok's voice softened. He's the third son of Thai Hoa Mon. His name's Tren Dai Thang. Tiu Long let out a relieved breath. Tren Dai Thong? Got it. Leave it to me, I'll crush him to dust. Meanwhile, Hainan gasped in shock. Thai Hoa Mon. She blinked wide-eyed and asked again, are you sure he's the third son of Thai Hoa Mon? Tong Nangok nodded quietly. Yeah, exactly. Tiu Long from the Yu clan was puzzled. What's up? Something serious? Kuyubai hummed thoughtfully. Ngui Tiu Long, Lemon explained. Thai Hoa Mon is a martial arts sect in the righteous path, like us, based in Sichuan. After the Duan clan and Nga Mi, Than, they're the third biggest power. Tiu Long's tone rose a bit. So this guy's really that dangerous? Hoyangan nodded. If what he did is true, the family's meaning goes out the window. She leaned in, whispering. The thing is, our Duran family has a pact with Thai Hoa Mon. Long ago, our great-grandmaster owed them a big favor. After a pause, Hoanan continued, even if someone from Thai Hoa Mon commits a serious or deadly crime, they have to be forgiven or cut some slack at least once. Tiu Long was horrified inside. Wah, a get out of jail card? Hoangan's voice turned serious. In martial arts, oaths and pacts are super important, especially ones tied to kung fu, family names, or nicknames. You have to keep them no matter what. Huayan's tone turned serious. In martial arts circles, oaths and promises are sacred, especially vows tied to skills, family honor, or nicknames. They absolutely have to be kept. Tong Nang Gok cautiously pipes up. What's going on? Those words made Tiu Long jump in surprise. He spun around with a sheepish grin. Nothing really. Just caught off guard by that person's identity. Still, Hoang reassured her. We got this handled. Just rest easy. Let us take care of everything. She rubbed her eyes, choked up. Honestly, not even sure how to properly say thanks. Finally, she could get revenge for Na-un. Right after she said that, Tong Na-in-gok suddenly collapsed, making everyone panic and shout. The young lady Tong Na-in-gok looked completely drained, barely breathing weakly. Hoa Ingan guessed it was probably from too much stress causing her to faint. First thing, they had to get her back to her room to rest. Kuyu Bai bluntly admitted, Ngui Tiu Long, this situation's way messier than I thought. Tiu Long nodded in agreement. Yeah, I gotta inform Grandpa and my father-in-law first. Even though it's a pact, they'll definitely okay it. Cut to the main hall of the Durung family, where everyone's gathered around the council table. The retired family head spoke first. Thai Hoa Mon is a renowned sect in Sichuan, and its leader's a man of true honor, no doubt. Durung Treat Sohn looked at Tiu Long and asked, so you know well about Thai Hoa Mon's pact and still want to get revenge for that young lady? He nodded without hesitation. Yes, father-in-law, please allow it. Clasping his hands together, the elder bowed his head thoughtfully. Hearing the delicate details made the situation feel complicated. Durung Treat Sohn hesitated. The old pact directly affected the Durung family's reputation. If they broke the rules just because of tough circumstances, who dare make deals with the Durung family anymore? He slammed his hand on the table and stood up, declaring, "Therefore, no clan member or blood relative of the Durung family is allowed to assist that young lady." That proclamation startled Tiu Long, who quickly stood and begged, "Father-in-law, please reconsider." But Dun Treatson stood firm. "That's not something I can change." Tiu Long kept pleading, "Please, don't be like this." At that moment, Ho and Yin, sitting next to him, grabbed his hand as he was about to speak and spoke on his behalf. "Got it, I'll follow your lead." Tiu Long groggily asked, "Hoa Ngan." She slyly explained, "You just said it. Clan members or blood ties to the Durung family can't help her, so no suspicions linking back to the family. No using the clan name. If Ngui Tiu Long steps in, that's allowed." Then she sealed it with, "Because Ngui Tiu Long ain't blood of the Durung family, no objections from Durung Treatson." He cleared his throat, silently agreeing. Now Tiu Long finally got the hint. She urged him, "Let's get moving. There's a ton to do if we want to help the young lady." Clenching his fists with excitement, he said, "Awesome. We got the green light. Now's my chance to prove myself as the Durung son-in-law." His face turned mischievous as he thought. Basically, the unwritten rule at the initiation is to drag at least one person down. Scene shifts to the Durung estate's outer hall, where Kuyu Bai tells Tiu Long that even with permission, they gotta keep the family name out of it. "I'll have some Kaibang folks quietly track his movements." Tiu Long nodded. "Yeah, big bro. Kuyu Bai. Thanks for that." He carefully read over a scroll. The first task was to verify Tren Dai Thong's whereabouts and movements. Kuju Bai, once part of a secret squad, would handle info gathering. Tiu Long's expression relaxed a little as he opened the door to a room. Then he greeted the two inside. "Hoa Nan, young lady Tong Nan Gok." Hoa Nan replied with a nod. "Nui Tiu Long." Tiu Long turned to check on Tong Nan Gok. "Did you rest okay yesterday?" She nodded quietly. "Yeah, thanks for caring. I'm feeling better." Tiu Long's face brightened as he looked at her. Miss Tong Manigok was staying at the Durung estate for now. After a quick glance, he commented, "After washing up and changing clothes, plus a little hairdo, your face looks way healthier." He placed a bag on the table and said, "I got some scar medicine from Durung Mon." Her voice got choked with gratitude. "I don't even know how to repay this favor." Seizing the moment with renewed energy, Tiu Long asked, "Mind if I ask about that incident a bit?" She lowered her head and replied, "Sure." Tiu Long raised a finger and said, "First thing that puzzles me most is you never finish your story." Suddenly, Ku Bai burst in alarmed, Hort Hai calling out, "Ngui Tiu Long, sir." He looked confused as the other guy gasped for breath. "Ku Bai, big bro, you were checking info, but came back this fast?" The guy was out of breath, explaining, "Well, on the way there, I ran into a guest. The folks inside didn't get what was going on and questioned them." At that moment, a man stepped up behind Kuyu Bai, standing beside him. Seeing the man inside, he gave a knowing exclamation, then tipped his hat and laughed out loud. "No way, it's Doc Hoa? Long time no see." Both Hoa Nan and Tiu Long stared in disbelief at the man before them. Hoa Nan folded her hands and bowed respectfully. "I'm Durung Hoa Nan of Sichuan's Durung clan, a junior paying respects to Elder Ket Hoang." Tiu Long heard that name for the first time and echoed it, clearly puzzled. Elder Ket Hoang quickly urged him, "Nudi Tiu Long, pay respects quickly. This is Elder Ket Hoang, one of the three emperors on par with Vu Hoang." Tiu Long shivered inside, one of the three emperors on equal footing with the martial arts overlord. Thinking that, he hurried to bow. "Pleasure meeting you for the first time, Junior Ngui Tiu Long." Ket Hoang chuckled. "I heard Ket Hoang taught someone martial arts. Let's see. So it's you? Huh. Interesting." Tung Nan Gok blurted without thinking, "That old beggar." Then realizing her slip, she quickly covered her mouth. A top-ranked figure on par with the martial leader. Thinking this, he quickly bows. "First time meeting you, Junior, is Wei Xiao Long." Ji Huang laughs heartily. Her Ji Huang trains someone. Let's see who. "Oh, it's you. Interesting." Song Na Yu, seeing the arrival, blurts out without thinking, "Is that the beggar old man?" Then realizes her slip and quickly clamps her mouth. "So you came to check it out? Turns out it's you. Interesting." Song Na, okay, saw the person arrive and without thinking blurted out, "That old beggar." Then realizing she'd slipped up, she quickly covered her mouth. Tiu Long asked with a suspicious look, "Miss Tong Nang Gok, how do you know him?" She quickly explained, "He's the old beggar I know from Chengdu. I mentioned him before, but didn't expect him to be such a respected elder. I was really out of line." Ket Hoan coolly replied, "It's chill. I'm just an old dude hiding in the background." That's when Ho Yan raised a question. What brings Elder Ket Hoang to the Duong family? Could it be about the Thai Hoamon stuff? He chuckled and praised, no doubt. A sharp move, this blossom cuts deep. Her face darkened. So you came to stop it? Ket Hoang shook his head. Nah. Stroking his chin, he pondered. Knowing the kid's situation well, how could he stop it? Without solid proof, I can't show up directly, just here to lend some support. Tiu Long was puzzled, wondering how he'd help without stepping in himself. Then Ket Hoang tapped his temple a few times and gestured forward. It's intel, man. Just curious how my successor will handle this. Then he explained. I asked someone to dig into what went down a few years back, and turns out Mr. Trun Dai Thong is way sketchy. His anger grew as he spoke. Dude's a total criminal, no shame stealing from women, killing people just cause he's got fancy pedigree, still flying under the radar. 2 incidents in Chu village outside Chengdu, plus in the slums I'm suspicious of at least 5 cases alone. Even Thai Hoa Mon sees him as a major headache. Tiu Long clenched his teeth in rage, muttering under his breath, this guy's way worse than I thought. Stroking his long beard, Ket Hoang added, after the whole mess at Tong village, he's been laying low. Except for hitting the casino every 3 days, he barely steps out. That's why I told the kid to use poison, Tiu Long offered. Then the only choice is to handle it right at the casino. Should we set up a poison hit like Miss Tong Nangok once did? Hoangan hesitated, but Durng family poisons are off limits. He glanced at Tong Nangok for her take. Then she recalled and answered the question, how could she single out his food or drink with so many people around? She remembered he always ordered super fancy dishes, so the kitchen got special instructions. Tiu Long goes, fancy dishes, huh? Tong Nangok kept going. If the dish had crab or shrimp, he always asked they be removed from his plate. So I slipped poison into that dish, Ket Hoang chimed in. Word is, just touching his lips triggers some reaction. Tiu Long caught on fast. It's gotta be a shellfish allergy, and a serious one at that. He carefully analyzed, saying crabs got it all. Tiu Long laughed with excitement, then told his buddy, Yo, boss Kuyu Bai, tell the guy to rush over to the poison research lab and grab some Hoan Fon Trung for me. Kuyu Bai double-checked. You mean Hoang Fon Trung? Not totally catching Tiu Long's plan, he muttered, wondering what Duong Hoang Fon Trung even is. Hoangan shared his curiosity and called out to Ngui Tiu Long. Tiu Long flashed a deadly look and declared, that guy's gonna die real nice and tidy. The nice and tidy death plan kicks off. Tiu Long seemed pretty stoked about his strategy. He called it the nice and tidy death campaign. The main cause of Tren Dai Theng's shellfish allergy is chapamosin, a muscle protein component. Chapamosin exists in most animals, but unlike vertebrates with about 90% similarity to humans, invertebrates versions have much lower similarity, triggering allergies. Crucially, chapamosin is super abundant in Hoang Fen Trung, even more than shrimp or crab. Shortly after, Kuyu Bai showed up with the goods as requested, announcing as he entered, young master and Gudi Tiu Long, as instructed. I brought the Hong Fun Trung. Hearing this, Tiu Long smiled and thanked him. Thanks for the hard work, boss Kuyu Bai. Then Tiu Long eagerly got to work. Usually, you just blanch the Hoang Fun Trung in hot water and toss it in a pan for a light stir-fry. In no time, a plate of delicious-looking food was served. He told the folks in the room, dig in, this is stir-fried Hoang Fun Trung. Hoang Yan raised an eyebrow and asked, wait, we're seriously tasting this? Tiu Long took a bite, smiling. Yup, it's savory and full of flavor. Seeing this, others got curious and reached out for a taste. First up was Ho Anan. She popped a piece into her mouth, chewing slowly, feeling the unusual flavors and murmured, is it actually good? Ket Hoang was shocked, blurting out, no way, how can an insect taste this good? Tiu Long laughed softly, thinking. Not surprising people even call it goso-a, the savory larva. The elder asked him curiously, taste is great, but how exactly are you aiming to poison Trin Dai Thong with this? Tiu Long calmly replied, didn't you say his body reacts when he eats shrimp or crab? He broke it down for everyone, explaining that what's harmless to one can be deadly to another. This Hoang Fun Trung holds the same allergenic stuff that messes him up just like shrimp and crab. Ho Anan gradually got it. Oh, like how the young miss is sensitive to bee venom. Then Tiu Long pitched the idea that smashing it up and mixing it in another dish would just boost the savory taste, leaving no reason to suspect poison. Ket Hoang chuckled. So that's why you call it the savory death? Huh. He added, the more you put in, the stronger the effect. So just load it up. Question is, which dish to sneak it in? Tong Nangok raised her hand, hesitating. I've got an idea. Grinding it finely into other dishes just amps up the savory aroma. leaving no reason to suspect poison. Ji Huang laughs and says, so that's why it's called a delicious death. Then he adds, the more you add, the stronger the effect, so dump it in lots. The question is, what dish do we put it in? Song Na Yu hesitantly raises her hand to suggest, hey, I got an idea. She was saying at the casino she usually eats that dish called the fallen soldier, so why not sneak some insect powder into it? Xiao Long was curious, asking about the dish for the first time he'd ever heard of it. Lai Fa Quan, Song Na and Gok, explained it was a sticky rice treat with red bean filling inside, coated with honey and rolled in bean flour on the outside. If you mix in insect powder, no one would ever notice. Xiao Long rubbed his chin, thinking it over. Sticky rice soaked in insect powder, and then sticky honey on top too? This dish would totally choke someone to death. Song Mangok spoke with firm determination. Leave the making of this fallen soldier dish to me, gotta do it myself to get the revenge right. Kate Hoan nodded in agreement. Yeah, revenge has gotta be hands-on. The last meal of a street rat like him should be insect-dusted fallen soldier, he said, fired up. So here's the deal. Bring the lady to the casino boss, and I'll get him to lend us the kitchen for a day. Hoangan looked worried, cutting in. What if we have to join the gambling to keep him locked down? That just made Xiao Long more hyped up. He smirked, thinking, nice. Xiao Long was beyond excited. The plan was shaping up perfect to set up so tight, the dude wouldn't dodge death this time. Scene shifted a few days later at Kim Fong Casino. At this moment, Tren Dai Theng was strolling while tossing a bag of cash in hand, with a not-so-friendly henchman by his side. As soon as he showed up, the floor manager bowed low. Young master, you're here. He sighed and snapped, skip the greetings, bring me wine and the women to my usual spot. Just as Tren Dai Thong pulled back the curtain to enter, the manager stopped him. Sorry, that spot's taken by a special guest. Hearing this, Tren Dai Thang squinted suspiciously. Special guest. He glanced inside and instantly frowned in shock. Before him was Hoang Yan, sitting focused on the cards. Her gentle gesture of tucking hair behind her ear struck him hard. He instantly recognized her, the one and only Huan Nan, the unique flower of the Sichuan Durang family. Then Tren Dai Thang quickly stepped forward, hands clasped in respect. Ah, greetings, Miss Huan Nan. Didn't think I'd run into you here. She turned and, acting slightly embarrassed but cool, said, oh, sorry, but it's just. He awkwardly introduced himself. I'm Tren Dai Thang, big disciple of Thai Homon. I visited once before. Not sure if you remember me? Suddenly Xiao Long chimed in. Oh yeah. He rubbed his chin with some pride. Huan Gan. So, what do you think? I'm quite the pro, huh? She agreed. Ongui Tiu Long was seriously impressive, while Trun Dai Thang got completely ignored. He turned to his henchman, whispering, who's that kid? The henchman recalled some info and said, heard the flowers got a fiancé, probably him. Tren Dai Thang paled, fiancé. Seeing Xiao Long's grin, he sneered inside. A weak little punk like that. I've never even held a fine lady like her. But then he had a wicked grin, thinking, but a few years back, some girl from the Tang family village gave us trouble. He's just some lowlife. If only she hadn't fought back so hard and I accidentally killed her, would have loved to torment her sister more. After that, Tren Dai Thang plopped down at the table, shocking both Xiao Long and Hoang An. He stared at Xiao Long and threw down a challenge. Pleasure to meet Doc Hoa's sweetheart. Care for a game? Without hesitation, Xiao Long said, bring it. Tren Dai Thang was supremely confident in his card skills, thinking, this is my shot to rake him dry and make a laughing stock out of him. But a little while later, his face went pale as a wet frog's belly. Hoang An showered praise, Ngui Tiu Long won again, while Tren Dai Thang watched helplessly as Xiao Long scooped up the cash, thinking, no way. For one whole round, he's been getting smoked, already lost half the cash he brought. Xiao Long grabbed his money bags, grinning like he just hit the jackpot. Oh man, now that's how it's gonna be. I guess I'm out of here. He could only duck his head in defeat. All right, see ya. Watching the trio bounce, laughing and having a blast, Tren Dai Thang gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, trembling with rage and muttered, damn it. What a total humiliation. Then he tried to calm himself down. Chill, just bad luck, that's all. He told his sidekick, all this tension's got me starving. Grab something to eat. Suddenly, someone at the next table piped up. Hey, isn't that fallen soldier dish tasting better than usual today? Another guy nodded. Yeah, why is it so rich and tasty? Way better than the street versions. Tren Dai Thang asked his henchman, curious. You say it's that good. The henchman brought over a plate of fallen soldier and nodded. Super special today, tasty and smooth. Want a taste, sir? He grabbed a soft, fragrant piece. After Tren Dai Thang bit into it, Chewing slowly and savoring the flavor, he couldn't help but praise it. Whoa, this flavor's top-notch. The more you chew, the stickier and yummier it gets. Suddenly, his chest tightened, pupils shrunk, teeth clenched hard, and he collapsed with a big thump. The henchman yelled in panic. Young Master's drooling uncontrollably from both corners of his mouth. Holding his neck, he freaked out, thinking, this feeling is. Xiao Long timed it perfectly, pretending to rush over, calling out, what's going on? The henchman hurriedly explained the young master collapsed after eating the fallen soldier. Want to throw down a game with me? He's not scared and shoots back confidently. All right. Zhen Dashang is crazy confident in his gambling skills, thinking, no matter what, this is my shot to clean him out and make him look like a joke. After a while, his face goes pale again. Hua Yin beside praises nonstop. Wei Xiaolong wins again. Meanwhile, Zhen Dashang watches powerlessly as Xiaolong pockets the money, thinking, no way, lost every round for a whole hour, half the cash gone already. Long won again, while Tran Dai Thang helplessly watched Xiaolong take the money bag, thinking to himself, no way, losing all night long, already half the cash gone. Laughing like he just hit the jackpot, Xiaolong hugs the pile of cash. Oh man, now that's done, I'm out of here. The other guy just stares down. Yeah, cool. Watching the three leave, laughing and chatting, Zhen Dashang clenches his teeth, fists shaking madly, muttering, damn, what kind of humiliation is this? Then he tries to calm himself. Chill, it's just bad luck. Zhen Dashang tells a companion. Got too tense, starving a bit, grab me something to eat. Suddenly, someone at another table pipes up. Hey, isn't the Li Tha Jun dish tasting better today than usual? Tran Dai Thang told the guy next to him. Been so tense, I'm starving, grab something to eat. Suddenly, someone at the next table spoke up. Hey, isn't this Lai Tha Quan dish tasting better than usual today? Another dude nodded with a grin. Why's this taste so rich and creamy? Way better than the street stuff. Tran Dai Thang got curious and asked his crew, yo, is it really that good? The guy carrying a plate of Liat Tha Quan nodded back. Today's batch is extra creamy and tasty. Want to give it a shot, boss? He reached out, scooping a soft, fragrant piece. After Tran Dai Thang took a bite, he chewed slowly, savoring it, and had to admit, whoa, this flavor's insane, gets softer and tastier the more you chew. Suddenly, his heart clenched, pupils shrank, and he clenched his jaw tight. Then Tran Dai Thang collapsed with a loud thud. His henchmen shouted in panic. The boss can't stop drooling all over the sides of his mouth. He grabbed his own throat, freaking out because this feeling was. Tiu Long rushed over, pretending to run, yelling, what's going on? The henchman quickly explained that the boss suddenly fell while eating Lit Da Quan. Yo, you keep things under control. Back off for a sec. We gotta check this out, the worried henchman told Tran Dai Thang. Man, snap out of it, dude. His face was getting worse by the second, barely able to clutch his own neck, his pleas for help coming out in gasps. Sweat poured off Tran Dai Thang like he was drenched in a storm when suddenly a voice rang out, Big Bro Tran. Tiu Long looked at him coldly and asked, how's that spicy soul killer dish treating ya? Tran Dai Thang's face was turning pale, breaths getting shallow. Tiu Long whispered just loud enough for the two of them to hear. The crime at Tang Family Village. Hope when you hit the underworld, you'll regret it forever. The guy grabbed Tiu Long's collar with all his might, trembling inside. How did this dude even know about that? He kept coughing dryly. Tiu Long smoothly shrugged off the grip and said with a smirk, dang, looks like he's in mad pain. When a patient thrashes like that, no chi healing gonna save him. Y'all better hold him down tight. Tran Dai Thong's hands, which were clutching his throat, got yanked off fast. Then people grabbed and tied him down. No chance for him to move. Seeing him writhing, everyone agreed to hold him tighter. That only seemed to make him sweat and cry even more. Tears, snot, and spit flowed uncontrollably from Tran Dai Thong. The plate holding the spicy dish shattered on the floor. That lingering, spicy, and nutty flavor was his last memory. Cutscene to somewhere else, in a tall grass field, an old man lowered his head, saying to Tiu Long, please take good care of Mangok. The kid had gone through so much even at a young age. Tiu Long bowed respectfully, clasping his hands. Yes, she's part of the Durung family now, no worries. Before we head back to the Durung clan, we stop by Tung village. Tiu Long glanced sideways. Thankfully, Tran Dai Thong's mess was handled quietly, no drama. Rumor has it they just did a quick check on the poison and those involved. Since he's basically one of the clan's own sent out, they seemed keen to keep this low-key. Then Tung Nanjak talked softly to Num Mo right in front of her. Nah-un. Tears streamed down her face as she shook the little sister's tombstone, whispering, it's been way too long, hasn't it? Sorry. Her hands trembled, brushing over the lush green grass. Her sobs got heavier. Sis, I should have come home sooner that day. I'm so sorry. Truly sorry. The quiet was just her crying, when suddenly a different sound made Tiu Long jump in surprise. He whispered to Hoa Nan, and even Vec heard it. Her teary eyes gave a soft, yeah. In the sunset glow, Nan Gok Totu collapsed, the cricket's chirp sounding like her little sister's voice echoing back. Tong Nanak gently placed a bright pink silk pouch on the stone. Looks like little sis Tutu was saying something to her big sis just now. She covered her face, hiding her choking emotions, while the cricket's song kept ringing like a quiet comfort. This spot is in the alleys behind Chengdu, the capital of Sichuan. On the streets, Ket Hoang strolled along, happily chowing down on some stir-fried royal bee larvae, laughing with joy. He looked at the snack bag and muttered to himself, yeah, it looks kinda gross, but trust me, it's creamy and crazy good. Ket Hoang recalled the nickname Tiu Long gave this dish the bold predator's delight. That guy always had cool nicknames. Two shadows watched silently from rooftops nearby. At that moment, Ket Hoang sensed something, glanced back cautiously, and said with a smirk, only sneaky thieves lurk like that. Why not come out and show yourselves? The two knew they'd been caught, so they froze. One after the other, they jumped down. The lead one said, dang, your instincts are still razor sharp, but why are you coming here yourself? This guy was one of the 5 supreme thief lords, Kong Chi Hao, and the girl beside him was his disciple, Triu Vin Lien. Kong Chi Hao crossed his arms and asked, thief? Man, that sounds harsh. Been a while, you're greeting me like that now. Ket Hoang wasn't fazed and shot back. If I don't call you a thief, what else? He chuckled awkwardly, trying to explain. I mean, divine thief sounds cooler, right? Plus, my disciple's right here. Gotta keep some pride. The girl politely clasped hands, introducing herself. I'm Vin Lion. Ket Hoang covered his mouth, mumbling. Only he can hear this. That guy's already a headache alone. Now he's got a disciple, trouble piled high. Then Ket Hoang got back to business, asking, so what wine blew you this way to Sichuan? Kang Chi Hao scratched his cheek, smiling stiffly. Got a question to ask. Then he added, I'm searching for someone who knows silkworms better than anyone in all of Central Plains. Ket Hoang frowned, puzzled. Silkworms. Kang Chi Hao pointed to the cord tied around his wrist, explaining, see, my sacred beast, the heavenly silkworm thread, snapped recently. Thought it'd last forever, but guess not. His face showed worry as he continued. Our tradition's to pass the heavenly silkworm thread when a disciple finishes training, but now it ain't happening. Ket Hoang thought a bit, then muttered, well then, I know someone. Kang Chi Hao, hoping for a lucky break, asked eagerly, seriously, bro? He hid a smile and nodded. Ket Hoang thought of Tiu Long and said confidently, across all Central Plains, he's probably the top bug expert. A few days later, during winter training at the secluded compound, sudden sharp pain hit. Tiu Long screamed out loud. Hoang Qian cracked his whip repeatedly, shouting encouragement. Young Master Tiu Long, push harder. You're training Iron Dragon technique right now. Tiu Long's face twisted in pain as he let out a loud scream. Hoang Qian swung the whip nonstop, shouting encouragement. Come on, young Master Tiu Long, push through. You're training the Iron Dragon skill now. This is the one and only killer move of the Emperor's Fist. When you get hit, your muscles tense and pull back tight, but right at that moment, your foot chi kicks in, toughening your body. Basically, the more you get hit, the stronger you get. Hoang Nan stood nearby, shouting out encouragement. Come on, little dragon, you got this. The Go clan crew let out a strange yell, seeing the scene. Hoang Qian swung his whip high. Now's when the real action kicks off. Just as the whip was about to strike, Hune's expression suddenly shifted. Her eyes flashed with deadly focus, her cute little nose breathing heavy with anger. Then, Hung dashed right out of Hoang Yan's arms, catching her totally off guard. Seeing her rush forward to block a whip for Little Dragon, Hoang Yan panicked, yelling, Huang, watch out. Hearing that, Little Dragon spun around instantly and grabbed her. One of Hoang Qian's whips cracked straight down on his back. Clutching Hung, Little Dragon howled in pain. Hoang Yan rushed over, worry all over her face, calling, Little Dragon. Hoang Qian looked uneasy too, asking, you okay, man? Supporting himself with both hands on the ground, Little Dragon groaned, nearly glaring at Hung, who hung her head low, folding her paws like she was sorry. Hoang Yan scolded her sharply, both annoyed and angry. Hung, that was way too risky. What were you thinking? Can't we just have one chill day? Hearing that tone, Little Dragon got curious and asked, does Hung always stir up trouble? Hoang Yan rubbed her aching head, sighed, and nodded. Yeah, she's way too hyper to sit still. always up to something as soon as she opens her eyes. She recalled and started telling stories. Last time, she chased a butterfly and caused a huge ruckus, almost getting seriously hurt. Anyone who's ever had pets knows, even if they're the same species, each one's got their own vibe. Like you see, Hoom's curious and spoiled. Since So caused a big scene recently, Hoom temporarily holds the title of the family's #1 troublemaker. So's the oldest sister, steady and respected. She keeps the younger ones in line and plays strict when necessary. Then Bane is usually quiet but cool on the outside with a soft heart inside. She's closest to Little Dragon, sleeps a lot, but can be a bit of a handful too. But in reality, even though they look alike, all three have their unique personalities, real special little ones. Grow up strong and healthy, so one day you can all be top dog heroes like your mom. Just then, Ku Bai and Tong Nang Gok arrived. He spoke first. Young Master Little Dragon, you're here. Seeing them come, he greeted them cheerfully. Master Ku and Tong Nang Gok followed along. Then Little Dragon added, you two sure get up early and work hard, huh? Nandok's poison squad uniform fits her perfectly. She smiled shyly when praised and said, thank you. Little Dragon couldn't help but feel touched by how she looked now. After joining the During family, Nangok joined the poison squad and even personally learned martial arts from Master Kuyu. Definitely lucky. He asked with care, how's everything been lately on the road out there? Tung Nangok replied gratefully, everyone treats me way better than I deserve, and the work's not too overwhelming. Like she suddenly remembered something, she opened the lid of a jar she was holding and said, oh yeah, and these are the things you asked me to bring. Curious, Little Dragon asked, things I asked for? Then he leaned over to peek inside the jar. Seeing what was inside, he exclaimed in surprise, that many? No way. Kuyu Bai, standing nearby, explained, honestly, there are more crickets than we can use. Nannok just does everything super thoroughly. Hearing this, Little Dragon laughed awkwardly in his mind. Too good at something can also be a headache. Then he cleared his throat and made a decision. In that case, I'll bring some new little guys to the poison yard soon. Koyubai gasped and asked, so, young master is finally going out to capture new toxic beasts? Little Dragon nodded right away. Yeah. I might stop breeding them myself, but honestly, using them as feed for the other strange creatures is still the best plan. Just then, Hoanan standing nearby suddenly spoke up. Yeah, Little Dragon, but you should probably wait for the Martial World's news first. Her voice was full of worry. If you plan on going out to gather those guys, you gotta have official orders. With the blood cult mess happening now, getting permission to leave isn't easy. Hoanangan's face showed concern as she said, heard the martial arts leader personally led troops to raid the Dai Nguai Kingdom border, but since then, we haven't heard any news. Little Dragon gritted his teeth, silently cursing, damn those damn mosquitoes. Suddenly someone came running in, out of breath, yelling, Miss, young master. Hoangan looked puzzled and asked, what's up? Why are you in such a rush? The runner, panting hard, replied, Master Treo and the second young master have arrived at the main hall. They said they have something urgent to tell both of you. She looked confused and muttered to herself, Father. Cut to the main hall. During Sound was sitting with his eyes closed, hands clasped together. A soft chuckle escaped him, sounding really pleased. Neither Hoa Ingon nor Little Dragon understood what was going on. They stared at him intently. The more he thought, the more he couldn't figure it out. Usually at this hour, he'd be super busy. No clue what he called them for today. Could something else have happened? Why is he smiling like that? It doesn't seem good. Durung Sound composed himself and began speaking. My son-in-law, I have the news you've been waiting for. Seeing him pull something out, Little Dragon felt his heart race with anticipation too. Durung Sound held the item and said with a smile, finally, word from the Martial World Alliance, the expedition was a huge victory. Hearing this, Little Dragon was overwhelmed with joy. Hoanan seemed to doubt her ears, asking, is that really true, father? He summed up the news he received before recounting. The martial arts leader launched a surprise attack on a village at the Dangwayat border and completely wiped out the blood cult's stronghold. Half of the cultists. I've got the news you've been waiting for. Seeing the guy pull something out, Tiu Long felt a sudden rush of nervous excitement. Durung Sound held the item and smiled. Finally, news from the Martial Alliance. The expedition was a huge success. Tiu Long lit up with joy, speechless. But Haonan seemed skeptical, asking, for real, Dad? He summed up all the info he had. Apparently, the martial leader launched a surprise attack on a border village of Dying White Kingdom and completely wiped out the blood cult's base. Half the cultists were, some got killed or caught, and the rest bolted straight into the Great Moon. Little Dragon toned down his excitement and cut it off, asking with a low voice, so, what Duan Zhe Shan said means we finally can hunt those poisonous beasts like we wanted? I'm giving you guys the green light to form a scouting squad. Little Dragon and Flower Silver grabbed each other's hands and spun around all hyped up. He grinned from ear to ear, telling her, "If I'd known this earlier, I'd have already planned where we head." Flower Silver beamed back, eyes squinting with a smile. "For real, Little Dragon?" Suddenly, Duan Zishan spoke up. "In that case, I want to suggest a spot." Little Dragon turned back and asked him, "Your father-in-law's place back then?" His voice was serious, all about the first poisonous beast expedition. Nowhere else would fit better for that trip. That place is crawling with lethal beasts everywhere. Even the entrance is packed with creatures rivaling the phoenix tier. There, even a basic ant looks totally bizarre, but its life barely lasts a few handfuls of gestures before some other beast chomps it down. It's called the Heaven of Venomous Monsters, and that's exactly